Lin Yu, originally a mere office worker in the 21st century, unexpectedly found himself ensnared in a twist of fate during a moment when he descended to purchase instant noodles. Destiny played a cruel prank on him as an out-of-control vehicle barreled towards him, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Believing he would merely reincarnate, he was astonished to discover that his soul had inadvertently traversed to a blue planet strikingly similar to Earth. In this realm, ferocious and terrifying beasts roamed, alongside individuals who had awakened extraordinary powers capable of monumental feats. Just as he contemplated living a life of mediocrity, he unexpectedly awakened a rare spatial ability that set him apart from the masses. At this juncture, the gears of fate began to turn, gradually revealing the truths concealed within this world as he took each step forward. Chapter 1. Entering the police station. Long Country, Jiang City. Inside a rudimentary interrogation room, two figures sat, one adorned with a pair of silver bracelets upon his wrist. Officer, I am truly wronged. Please allow me to explain. Name. I am Lin Yu. Gender. Do you believe me if I say I am a girl? What do you think? Speak quickly. I am male. I'm male. Age. 18. Do you know why you've been brought in? I do not know. You are suspected of violating Article 108 of the Public Security Administration Law, operating a stall without a license. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of grievance wash over him. No, I have explained countless times that the stall is not mine. Officer, you must believe me. It turned out that not long ago, Lin Yu had seen a roadside vendor selling stinky tofu and, tempted by the aroma, approached to purchase a portion. Coincidentally, the vendor suddenly experienced stomach troubles and requested Lin Yu to watch over the stall for a moment. Feeling as a model youth under the red flag, he readily agreed. However, within 3 minutes of the vendor's departure, the urban management officers arrived. Other vendors either fled or produced their business licenses. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat nonchalantly at the stall, engrossed in his phone, and as one might expect, the officers mistook him for the vendor. Unable to produce a business license, he was promptly detained along with the stall and taken to the police station. The officer, noticing his refusal to admit guilt, adopted a stern demeanor. You look like a student. Is this how your teachers instruct you, to act without accountability? As the officer remained unconvinced, Lin Yu felt as though he might unravel. Just as he was about to offer further protest, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a handsome young officer. Ahem. Comrade Lin Yu, you are free to go. Upon hearing this, both Lin Yu and the female officer were momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu then stood up with a cheeky grin and strode out of the interrogation room. Upon exiting, he fortuitously encountered the vendor once more, and in an instant, he understood everything. Uncle, you have truly put me in a predicament. Lin Yu approached and patted the vendor's shoulder. The vendor instinctively turned around and saw Lin Yu. Ah, young brother, I sincerely apologize for the unwarranted trouble you faced. I feel quite regretful. How about this? The next time you come to my stall for stinky tofu, your meal is on me. All right then. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly and turned away, heading directly toward home. He was not originally from this world. He had unexpectedly traversed here not long ago. This world bore striking similarities to his former one, with nearly identical history. However, 20 years prior, a peculiar event transpired globally, resulting in the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy across the blue planet. Subsequently, some individuals began to awaken extraordinary abilities, coinciding with the mutation of animals worldwide. A tiger that previously measured 2 to 3 meters in length surged to 10 meters post-resurgence, attaining intelligence comparable to that of humans. Consequently, led by formidable beasts, an unprecedented beast tide was unleashed, resulting in the obliteration of numerous cities, and humanity suffered significant casualties during this calamity. At the very moment he opened the door, a petite figure suddenly leaped into his embrace. It was none other than the original protagonist's sister, named Tang Xinyan. However, she was not a biological sister. She was the daughter of his father's comrade-in-arms. Both of the original protagonist's parents were military personnel and also awakened beings. A decade ago, signs of a resurgence of the beast tide emerged, prompting the original protagonist's parents to resolutely take to the battlefield, from which they never returned. Consequently, Tang Xinyan's mother took it upon herself to shelter the original protagonist, raising him as her own since she had no sons. This nurturing continued for a decade, during which the original protagonist came to regard her as a mother. Unfortunately, his abrupt demise occurred just as Lin Yu traversed into this realm. Gazing at the delicate and enchanting figure in his arms, Lin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. Though Tang Xinyan was 2 years his junior, her striking physique indeed stirred the imagination. Xinyan, you ought to release me at once. This is entirely inappropriate, Lin Yu snapped, regaining his composure. I refuse to let go. Brother, have you eaten stinky tofu? Tang Xinyan giggled, stubbornly clinging on. Indeed, I inadvertently got myself into trouble over a stinky tofu. Lin Yu replied, awkwardly touching his nose. Huh? Tang Xinyan's expression shifted to one of confusion, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha, brother, you truly are something else. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he known, he would not have shared that tidbit. He had initially sought her consolation for his fragile spirit, only to be met with ridicule. Alas, the moral fabric of society has indeed eroded. Lin Yu was tempted to delve into her heart to discern whether it was dark. Enough with the laughter. Has Aunt Lin not returned yet? Oh, Mom hasn't come back. She'll likely be a while longer, Tang Xinyan replied thoughtfully. Very well, I shall take a shower first. Call me when Aunt Lin returns, Lin Yu stated. Okay, no problem. Tang Xinyan signaled an okay gesture, then, recalling Lin Yu's earlier words, burst into laughter once more. Lin Yu, witnessing her mirth, turned and walked back to his room without a backward glance, leaving Tang Xinyan still giggling in the living room. As night fell, Lin Yushan hurriedly made her way home, exchanging brief greetings with acquaintances along the way. Soon, she arrived at her doorstep, retrieving her keys to unlock the door. Upon entering, she found Tang Xinyan seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, yet Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen, prompting her to inquire, Xinyan, where's Yu? Have they not returned? Oh, he's in his room. Mom, I must tell you that today, brother. Tang Xinyan unhesitatingly divulged the incident regarding Lin Yu's trouble with the authorities to Lin Yushan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed, reassured that Lin Yu had not committed any serious offense. All right, I understand. Please call for Yu. I will prepare dinner, Lin Yushan instructed before proceeding to the kitchen to ready the evening meal. After a while, delectable dishes were served on the table, and the three of them feasted heartily. Suddenly, Lin Yushan turned her attention to Lin Yu. Tomorrow marks the day of awakening, does it not? Indeed, Lin Yu replied softly. Do not be anxious. Simply follow your teacher's guidance. Even if you do not awaken, we can still pursue logistics. Though we may not step onto the battlefield, we can still make our mark. Lin Yushan reassured him, well aware of his desire to join the fray. After all, his parents had perished in the beast tide, and she understood his yearning for vengeance. Yet, awakening is a matter of fate. Although the resurgence of spiritual energy has persisted for 2 decades, individuals' physical capabilities have significantly improved. However, those who can awaken remain exceedingly few. It would be commendable for university to produce 100 or 200 awakeners, let alone those of exceptional talent, who are indeed rare as phoenix feathers. Lin Yushan expressed this primarily to alleviate any pressure on Lin Yu, yet she firmly believed he would awaken, given that both of his parents were awakened beings, thereby suggesting he had a substantial chance of doing so. Understood, Aunt Lin. Rest assured, regardless of whether I awaken or not, I am prepared to accept it. You need not worry about my mental state, Lin Yu assured her. As long as you understand, I shan't belabor the point. Let us eat, Lin Yushan replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Lin Yu's words. She had genuinely worried he might become despondent if he did not awaken, but seeing the determination in his gaze assuaged her concerns. Shortly thereafter, they had consumed all the food, and Lin Yu volunteered to wash the dishes, a proposal Lin Yushan did not oppose. Afterward, Lin Yu bid farewell to the two and retreated to his room. Chapter 2. The Awakening Ceremony. The following day, lost in the realm of dreams, Lin Yu was abruptly roused by an irritating tickle in his nose. He instinctively scratched it. Yet the itch persisted. In a fit of frustration, he decisively opened his eyes, only to discover that Tang Xinyan had entered the room at some point, wielding a feather duster and playfully teasing him. Hey, what are you doing? Are you plotting something nefarious against me? I must warn you, we are siblings. You cannot harbor any improper thoughts towards me. Startled by his outburst, Tang Xinyan shot him an indignant glare. Who is plotting against you? Get up, you lazy bum. Today is the day of awakening. Hurry up. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 7:30. With only 30 minutes left until class. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? He complained while hastily dressing. This earned him another eye roll from Tang Xinyan. I've been calling you for ages. You only just reacted. What was I supposed to do? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had kicked the bucket. She quipped, her shoulders shrugging with a mischievous grin. However, Lin Yu did not catch this playful exchange. Otherwise, he would have surely given her a lesson. In no time, Lin Yu completed his morning routine and stepped out, leaving Tang Xinyan alone at home. In truth, she had once attended the same school as Lin Yu, but her introverted nature had led her to drop out and stay home. Despite Lin Yu's numerous attempts to persuade her, he had ultimately failed. Nevertheless, she diligently self-studied all the knowledge required for high school. Now, she merely awaited her 18th birthday to undergo the awakening. If successful, she would be directly admitted to the Awakener Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Yu hurried toward Jiangnan High School. As he approached the school gate, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hey, Lin Yu, why are you rushing? Wait for me. Turning around, Lin Yu saw his best friend, Zhou Pongzi, who was affectionately known as Fatty among their peers. Fatty, why are you running late? Don't you usually arrive early to ogle the girls in class? Lin Yu inquired. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about today's awakening kept me up all night, Zhou Pengzi said sheepishly, scratching his head. This was quite normal, after all. He was not the only one who had slept poorly. Lin Yu had experienced the same restless night. By the way, bro, what type of ability do you think you'll awaken today? Zhou Pengzi asked as they walked together. After pondering the question for a moment, Lin Yu voiced his desire. I hope to awaken a fire-based ability so I can incinerate those beasts. Though Lin Yu had only recently transmigrated, the memories of the original owner had imprinted upon him a strong desire that he felt compelled to fulfill. Zhou Pengzi was not surprised by Lin Yu's words. He was well aware that Lin Yu's parents had perished in a beast tide. I just hope to awaken an ice-based ability, he sighed. Oh, why is that? Lin Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. Well, think about it. If I awaken an ice ability, I won't have to suffer through the summer heat. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless at this peculiar notion, baffled by the idea of using an ability to substitute for air conditioning. Just as they were discussing their potential abilities, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Oh, you two useless fools think you can awaken? Dream on. Upon hearing the derisive comments, Zhou Pengzi turned to see Li Feiyu, a classmate, standing there. Li Feiyu, what did you just bark? Did Fatty provoke you? Are you looking for a fight? If it weren't for the teacher last time, I would have knocked you out. Zhou Pengzi retorted without hesitation. Li Feiyu gritted his teeth in anger. Humph, Fatty, I can't be bothered with you. Once I awaken my powers, I'll teach you a lesson. At this, Zhou Pengzi stepped forward and delivered a slap that left Li Feiyu dazed. You mutt, don't push your luck. Don't think I'll wait until you awaken. I'll teach you a lesson right now. Zhou Pengzi spat, gearing up to continue the confrontation. Suddenly, Lin Yu intervened. Enough, Fatty. If you keep this up, things might escalate. All right, bro, I'll listen to you and let this guy off, Zhou Pengzi conceded, recognizing Lin Yu's intervention. The two of them then brushed off the encounter and entered the school, leaving behind a writhing Li Feiyu on the ground, groaning in distress. Upon entering the classroom, numerous pairs of eyes turned towards them, and Lin Yu felt as though he had stepped into a den of wolves. The original Lin Yu had not been well regarded in class, often embroiled in fights or sleeping through lessons, causing his classmates to lose focus on their studies. However, Lin Yu paid little heed to this, as he was not the original owner after all. Bro, it seems like everyone has a grudge against you. What did you do? Zhou Pengzi probed, poking Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Maybe they're just jealous of my good looks. This was, in fact, true. The original owner was quite handsome, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, an undeniable charmer, albeit lacking in wealth, being merely an average citizen. Zhou Pengzi scoffed at Lin Yu's self-praise. You really have no shame, do you? While you're decent looking, you can't compare to me. Fatty, I've noticed your face has thickened quite a bit recently, by at least 10 centimeters. I bet even armor-piercing rounds wouldn't penetrate your skin, Lin Yu chuckled. Just as the two exchanged playful banter, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention all senior students, please gather on the playground promptly. The awakening ceremony is about to commence. I repeat, all senior students. At this announcement, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi exchanged glances and swiftly exited the classroom, heading towards the playground. Simultaneously, all the students and teachers, alerted by the announcement, flocked towards the playground, a throng of bodies that could easily be mistaken for a mob preparing for battle. Soon, Lin Yu located his class's designated area, where some classmates were already seated, engaging in conversation. Lin Yu promptly pulled Zhou Pengzi over to find a place to sit. Fatty, how many people do you think will awaken this time? Zhou Pengzi scratched his head, pondering. I don't know, probably just over 100, as it has been in previous years. Oh, by the way, do you know if anyone has awakened early? Lin Yu inquired thoughtfully. Zhou Pengzi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly recalled something. You know, I heard that Li Hanshuang from Class 1 seems to have detected an SS-grade ice ability, but whether it's true or not, I can't say. Why do you ask? Lin Yu, sensing Zhou Pengzi's curiosity, quickly fabricated a story. Oh, I was just curious. Ah, I see. Zhou Pengzi seemed unconcerned and dismissed the matter. Just as Lin Yu was about to ask Zhou Pengzi another question, the principal, Wang Fujian, announced over the speaker, Students, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please remain quiet. When I call your name, step forward to awaken. Those whose names are not called should remain seated. Now, let us invite Zhang San to step forward for the awakening. With that, a fierce-looking boy strode confidently to the front. Classmate Zhang San, please place your hand on the device. Yes, principal. As he spoke, Zhang San placed his hand on the apparatus. The device whirred to life, and a surge of energy coursed through his arm, enveloping his body before flowing back out. In the next moment, a line of text appeared on the display. B-Class Earth Elemental Ability. Congratulations to classmate Zhang San for awakening his Earth Elemental Ability. As the announcement echoed, Principal Wang Fujian's voice resonated across the playground. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, buzzing with excitement and speculation, creating a cacophony of noise. Silence. Now calling the next student, Li Si. With this declaration, another boy stepped forward. Time passed slowly. One by one, students approached to awaken their abilities, and the number of awakenings reached 90, though over half the students had yet to participate. Yuga, when do you think it will be our turn? Zhou Pengzi asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. After all, there were nearly 700 seniors in the school, and over 400 had already awakened. Lin Yu remained unfazed, confident that his time would come. Relax, fatty, our class 15 is at the very end, we'll be last. Fine, Zhou Pengzi replied, somewhat disappointed. Chapter 3, The Awakening of Abilities Shocks the Crowd. Next student, Lihan's Huang. Wang Fujuan's voice rang out once more. The crowd erupted again. For many had heard of Lihan's Huang, the renowned school beauty. Hey, did you hear? It said that Lihan's Huang, the school flower, has been detected with an SS class ice elemental ability. Is that true? It can't be, can it? There aren't many SS classes in the entire Dragon Nation, right? Of course it's true. I heard that even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were astonished. Wow, even the Dragon Nation's elites took notice? You're not joking, are you? No way. Apparently one of the high-ranking officials wanted to take Lihan's Huang as a disciple, but she refused. The audience buzzed with excitement, sharing rumors they had heard from who knows where, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lihan's Huang approached the awakening device with an expression as calm as still water, placing her hand upon it. Almost immediately, a surge of energy flowed into her body. The display soon indicated SS class ice elemental ability. Upon seeing the result, Wang Fujuan gasped in disbelief, initially skeptical. Lihan's Huang, SS class ice elemental ability. He shouted the last few words with all his might. The crowd erupted in astonishment. See, I told you my goddess was SS class. Ah, goddess, let me cling to your greatness. Get away. Li goddess is mine. Wife. You scoundrels, don't fight. Lihan's Huang is my girlfriend. A throng of infatuated male students clamored, disregarding all decorum. Furious, Wang Fujuan felt his temper flare. What kind of students had he raised? Shouting so recklessly in such a setting? Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his companion observed quietly. Yuga, it seems my information was accurate, Zhou Pengzi stated with pride. Lin Yu remained silent, more preoccupied with his own awakening than the chatter around him. After all, it was uncertain what his fate might hold. Although every transmigrator was destined for greatness, what if he were to falter? Until now, he had felt no sign of a golden finger. He had tried calling for a system, but there was no response. Yuga, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Are you smitten by Lihan's Huang? Zhou Pengzi teased. Be realistic. A beauty like her would never look our way, he added, assuming Lin Yu was captivated. Fatty, have you ever heard the saying, the bolder one's ambition, the greater one's harvest? What if Lihan's Huang actually likes someone like me? Lin Yu retorted. Zhou Pengzi's jaw dropped in disbelief, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. No way. Yuga, have you lost your senses? Get out of here, what do you mean? With my looks, I could easily win over Lihan's Huang. Zhou Pengzi scoffed, secretly raising a middle finger in thought. The awakenings continued, and soon it was Class 15's turn. However, there were no extraordinary talents emerging, aside from 3 A-class abilities. Most were B-class or lower, with C-class being the most common, followed by D-class. While E and F classes were relatively scarce. Class 15, Zhou Pengzi, please come forward to awaken. Just as Zhou Pengzi was bickering with Lin Yu, Wang Fujuan's voice cut through. You got him up. With that, Zhou Pengzi strode confidently toward the awakening platform. Before long, he stood before the device. Just place your hand on it, Wang Fujuan advised. Without hesitation, Zhou Pengzi complied, and in an instant, he felt a warm current surge through him. Soon, the display revealed a shocking sight. S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. Congratulations to classmate Zhou Pengzi for awakening an S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. The once quiet playground erupted in astonishment. Who is this guy? He awakened an S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. Isn't that the Zhou fatty from Class 15? What? The one who was caught peeping at girls in the restroom? The crowd erupted in chaos, especially among the students of Class 15, who were left in disbelief. The student who had been at the bottom of the ranks, Zhou Pengzi, had awakened an S-Class ability. It was too much for them to comprehend. Particularly, Li Feiyu, who had mocked Zhou Pengzi that morning for his chances of awakening, now wished he could vanish. Zhou Pengzi, basking in the envy of his peers, returned to Lin Yu's side with the same swagger. Ah, what a pity, Yuga. Why can't I have an ice elemental ability? I would love to possess one. Zhou Pengzi began to boast in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance, thinking how insufferable he was. I'll awaken an ice elemental ability just to spite you. Just as Lin Yu contemplated this, Principal Wang Fujuan's voice rang out once more. The final student. Class 15's Lin Yu, please step forward to awaken. With a smile, Lin Yu stepped up. Finally his turn had arrived. Fatty, have you ever heard the saying? The protagonist always makes the last entrance. Watch me awaken an SS class fire elemental ability. Without waiting for Zhou Pengzi's retort, Lin Yu confidently approached the awakening platform, praying fervently that since he had already transmigrated, he would at least awaken a remarkable ability. As he placed his hand on the device, a warm flow coursed through him. Just as he was about to savor the moment, a mechanical voice suddenly blared. Ding. Energy fluctuation detected. Initiating system startup. Startup successful. Ding. System binding to host in progress. Ding. Currently loading 10. Loading 30. 60-100. System binding successful. The system is named the Invincible Emotion Collection System. Ding. The system detected that the host is awakening and has specially issued a novice gift package. A series of sounds erupted in Lin Yu's mind, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Observing his stupor, Wang Fujian kindly reminded him, Lin Yu, you're in the midst of awakening. Focus and attune yourself to the energy within. Attempting to channel it back to the device. Oh, right, principal, right away. Lin Yu, disregarding the system's presence in his mind, directed the energy within him back to the instrument. Before long, the device displayed 2 lines of text that nearly caused Wang Fujian to drop his jaw in astonishment. SSS Spatial Ability. SS Fire Ability. Instantly, Wang Fujian rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the spectacle before him. Lin Yu, could you please place your hand back on the device? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at the display and was equally taken aback. Dual abilities, both above S rank. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the notion that the spatial ability must be a reward from the system, while the fire ability was likely innate. Lin Yu? Wang Fujian urged as he noticed Lin Yu staring blankly at the monitor. Responding to the prompt, Lin Yu placed his hand back on the device, yielding the same results. Wang Fujian was now thoroughly convinced that this was indeed Lin Yu's awakened abilities, dual powers. Just as Wang Fujian was overwhelmed with astonishment, the system's voice resonated once more in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Wang Fujian's emotional value, 999. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 10. Listening to the system's reports, Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion. The sudden increase in emotional values was perplexing. While he could understand Wang Fujian's reaction, given the astonishing revelation, he was at a loss regarding the identities of Zhang San and Li Si and why they contributed to his emotional value. Chapter 4. The system arrives, everyone stand aside. While Lin Yu was still pondering, Wang Fujian's voice echoed throughout the playground. Let us congratulate Lin Yu on awakening the SSS level spatial ability and the SS level fire ability, dual powers. As these words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They could hardly believe Wang Fujian's declaration. Thus far, only 5 individuals worldwide had awakened spatial abilities, and only one from Long Country. Now, astonishingly, another had emerged with a spatial ability and an SSS level talent at that. How could they possibly accept this? The fact that Lin Yu had also awakened an SS level fire ability exacerbated the predicament for those who had yet to awaken. After a tense 10 seconds of silence, a loud exclamation reverberated through the playground. What the hell? Instantly, chaos ensued, particularly among the students of Class 15, who were left dumbfounded. Reflecting on their past isolation of Lin Yu, regret washed over them. Why had they ostracized him? Why hadn't they allowed him to copy their homework? Now, they could only lament their past actions, except for one individual, Zhou Pengzi. Though initially taken aback by Lin Yu's dual abilities, he quickly found solace in the fact that Lin Yu was his good brother. With such a formidable ally, he could afford to relax. Why exert himself any further? Simultaneously, a series of cold system prompt sounds continued to echo in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Lin Yu couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his face, although he was still unaware of the significance of this emotional value. He had read numerous system novels in his previous life and surmised that such a value must hold considerable importance. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a mischievous idea. Principal, may I borrow your microphone for a moment? Wang Fujian, momentarily startled, promptly handed over the microphone to Lin Yu without hesitation. The audience below watched in curiosity. Oh, what does he intend to say? It must be something significant, considering he is an unprecedented genius. Speculation filled the air, but excitement thrummed as they anticipated his next words. Lin Yu cleared his throat and addressed the microphone. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. As soon as he spoke, absolute silence fell over the crowd, all ears eager for what he would say next. In the next moment, he declared, Li Hanchuang, may I pursue you? This proclamation sent the audience into an uproar. Those who had harbored secret crushes on Li Hanchuang rolled up their sleeves and advanced toward Lin Yu, only to be obstructed by those in front of them. Wang Fujian's face darkened. He never imagined Lin Yu would utter such words. He had anticipated encouraging remarks, but instead, Lin Yu had confessed publicly. Immediately, he snatched the microphone back from Lin Yu, attempting to calm the restless crowd, but his efforts were in vain. The throng remained tumultuous. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. As Lin Yu listened to the incessant notifications in his mind, elation surged within him. He swiftly leapt off the awakening platform and darted in another direction. Meanwhile, Li Hanchuang stood there in a daze, having believed herself to be among the most gifted individuals. After all, there were fewer than 10 SSS-level talents in the entirety of Huagua, and now another prodigy had emerged, awakening both spatial and fire abilities. This revelation had struck a significant blow to her previously calm demeanor. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, who was relishing his moment, his impulsive confession to Li Hanchuang had been merely a fleeting whim. Before long, Lin Yu found refuge in a secluded grove, ensuring no one was around, and promptly summoned the system. System, are you there? Ding. What may I assist the host with? Ah, it seems you possess quite the personable nature, system. Pray, enlighten me on your functions. Ding. This system is an emotional collection system. As long as the host evokes emotions in others, emotional values will increase. And what, pray tell, is the purpose of these emotional values? Lin Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ding. Emotional values can be utilized for lotteries or to purchase items in the system shop. Oh, I see. This aligns closely with the systems I encountered in my past life. Lin Yu mused. By the way, did you bring me to this world? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu grasped the situation, though some doubts lingered. Ding. The host has perished in the previous world. This system expended all energy to transport the host's soul to this realm. Very well. So, does this so-called emotion encompass feelings like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Ding. Indeed. As long as the host elicits these emotions in others, emotional values will increase. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This system was far superior to the inferior ones depicted in the novels he had previously read. System, open the panel. As he spoke, a blue interface suddenly materialized before him. System, this interface is visible only to me, correct? Ding. Affirmative. This system resides within the host's mind, and you may summon it by merely thinking. With the system's confirmation, Lin Yu felt enlightened. He then directed his gaze towards the system interface and, with curiosity, clicked on the personal information button. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Realm, Bronze 1 star. Personal items, none. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability, SS level fire ability. Skills, none. Cultivation methods, none. Weapons, none. Emotional value, 222,222. Gazing at the information displayed above, Lin Yu could not help but frown. This was rather sparse. System. Surely this novice gift pack does not consist solely of a spatial ability, does it? Ding. Due to the urgent situation, the novice gift pack has not been fully activated. Would the host like to fully activate it? Of course. Hurry up and open it. Don't think you can hoard my treasures. Upon hearing that his gift pack was not fully activated, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. Who didn't he know how bountiful the system's gift packs were? Soon, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. The novice gift pack has been completely activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 washing marrow pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. As Lin Yu watched his personal information panel change continuously, he was elated. But when he spotted the SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, he was rendered speechless. Was this system even legitimate? How could a novice gift pack yield underwear? Moreover, he didn't even like SpongeBob. Wasn't he Patrick Star cuter? Exiting the personal information interface, Lin Yu entered the lottery interface. Before him appeared a large spinning wheel displaying an array of items, including elixirs and eggs. Not chicken eggs, but beast eggs. System. How much emotional value does it cost to draw once? Ding. Each lottery draw currently costs 10,000 emotional values. Lin Yu observed the continuously increasing emotional value and immediately instructed the system. Give me 10 consecutive draws. Let us test my luck. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Patrick Star underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5. Thank you for your patronage. As Lin Yu looked at the 5 pairs of underwear he had drawn in 10 attempts, he was left utterly dumbfounded. He had encountered scams before, but nothing like this. System, explain to me why I got nothing in my 10 consecutive draws. Ding. All of this is due to the host's luck. This system does not engage in any underhanded dealings. Huh, do you really think I would believe you? Lin Yu showed no mercy. After all, having read numerous system novels in his past life, he was well aware of how deceptive systems could be. Ridiculous. System, I'll give you some face. I'll draw again. If you can provide me with something, then do so. If not, then forget it. Speaking thus, Lin Yu pressed the lottery button once more, and the wheel spun wildly before coming to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Patrick Star underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 washing marrow pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 ordinary dagger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 SpongeBob SquarePants socks. Chapter 5, A Bitter Betrayal. Lin Yu stared at the items, feeling a wave of frustration bubbling within him. For heaven's sake, 2 washing marrow pills from a 10 draw? Was this system truly this unscrupulous? System, give me another draw. I refuse to believe I won get something good today. With that, he pressed the button again, and a flash of white light appeared as the wheel came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 washing marrow pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 miraculous potions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Patrick Star underwear. What on earth is this miraculous potion? Lin Yu inquired, gazing at the newly drawn miraculous potion with skepticism. Ding. The miraculous potion, as the name implies, is a very wondrous potion, once consumed. It grants the drinker extraordinary abilities for half an hour. System, do you want to reconsider what you just said? Also, what exactly are these miraculous abilities? Lin Yu felt speechless. Ding. The miraculous abilities include invisibility, earth-shifting, flight, and water evasion. The host will acquire one of these abilities upon consuming the miraculous potion. So, this means it's random? The abilities one acquires depend purely on luck? After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu formed his own judgment. Ding. Correct. And only one bottle can be consumed at a time. Consuming more will be ineffective. Lin Yu, initially considering exploiting a loophole, found himself at a loss for words due to the system's comments. Damn, this thing is utterly useless. Yet, keeping it is better than nothing. Who knows when it might come in handy? By the way, system, please open that golden treasure chest for me. Ding. Detecting host's request. The golden treasure chest is now opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-level Dragon Abyss sword. This sword cuts through iron like mud and is extremely sharp for both woodcutting and monster slaying. It is an essential tool for travel. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. This system seemed rather dubious. Well, having something is better than nothing, so he had to make do. System, can this washing marrow pill truly cleanse one's marrow? Ding. Yes, the primary function of the washing marrow pill is to refine the body. This system suggests the host consume it once returning home. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced around. Although he was currently in a small grove, there were still a few classmates passing by, so he decided against consuming it here. Alas, I doubt I can return to the classroom now. By the way, let me text Fatty. Lin Yu contemplated and resolved to send a message to Zhou Pongzi. Fatty, are you there? You go. You finally contacted me. You have no idea. Li Hanzhuang just came to class looking for you, and her gaze was as if she wanted to eat you alive. You didn't T-sell me out, did you? How could I? I don't even know where you are. How could I possibly betray you? By the way, where are you now? I'll come find you. You're not fishing for a crime, are you? Tell me, is Li Hanzhuang next to you? This made Lin Yu wary. He certainly did not wish to encounter the icy Li Hanzhuang. If she was beside Zhou Pongzi, then once he mentioned it, he was sure that Zhou Pongzi would be the next to arrive. Before long, Zhou Pongzi sent another message. You go, you're my best brother. How could I betray you? Even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare. Lin Yu looked at the message and found himself uncertain whether to trust his words. After a moment of thought, he sent Zhou Pongzi his address. I'm by the small grove. Hurry over, but remember to be sneaky. Okay, I got it. Zhou Pongzi glanced at the message Lin Yu had sent, and then at Li Hanzhuang, who was beside him. Cough, that Li school bell, you saw it, right? Can you let me off the hook now? Humph. Li Hanzhuang coldly snorted and turned to exit class 15, heading straight for the small grove. Once Zhou Pongzi saw her walk away, he let out a sigh and murmured, You go. It's not that I'm not loyal. It's mainly that this girl is too fierce, and I have no choice but to submit to her might. Besides, this matter is of your own making. You can't blame it on me. At that moment, Lin Yu was still unaware that Zhou Pongzi had already sold him out. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 666. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 999. Damn it, Zhou Pongzi has definitely sold me out. I must leave the school quickly. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu instantly understood, and he swiftly glanced around, seizing the opportunity when the crowd was sparse to escape the school. Meanwhile, the online world has erupted with excitement, as some audacious classmates have shared the news of Lin Yu's awakening of dual abilities today. A passerby, intrigued by a post titled Shocking, My classmate is actually a dual ability awakened, clicked on it in the forum. The next moment, he exclaimed, Is this real? The Dragon Kingdom has awakened a dual attribute power. Consequently, this post swiftly circulated across the internet, leaving anyone who encountered it utterly astonished. The revelation of the spatial ability only heightened the astonishment, comparable to swine ascending a tree. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, after departing from school, made his way home with purpose. He was eager to surprise Tang Xinyan and to experience the effects of the cleansing elixir. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at his doorstep, suppressing his excitement as he opened the door. There, he found Tang Xinyan lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, she sprang to her feet, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother, why are you back? Wasn't he today the awakening? Hee, the awakening ceremony concluded, so I hurried back. Lin Yu flashed a bright smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyan's curiosity piqued. She was eager to know if her brother had successfully awakened. Brother, did you not succeed and come back feeling dejected? Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think I am? There's no way I could fail. Just promise me you won't get too excited later. What's there to be excited about? Are you telling me you awakened dual abilities? Tang Xinyan shot him a disdainful glance, seemingly unimpressed by his earlier words. However, she quickly froze in place. I have awakened dual abilities. And one of them is spatial power. Are you excited? Are you happy? Lin Yu immediately revealed the abilities he had awakened. What? You can't possibly be the dual ability awakened one mentioned online, can you? What online? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Tang Xinyan, in response, handed him her phone, revealing the very post she had just seen. After reading it, Lin Yu sighed in relief that his name was not mentioned. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. He promptly returned the phone to Tang Xinyan, his demeanor turning serious. You must not spread my information online, understood? Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 999. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. What are you so smug about? It's just dual abilities. I can do that too. Once I turn 18, I'll awaken, Tang Xinyan declared, her pride evident, yet Lin Yu paid little heed to her antics. All right then, enjoy your moment. I'm heading to my room now. With that, before Tang Xinyan could react, Lin Yu swiftly retreated to his room. Moments later, her voice rang out in frustration. Lin Yu, you jerk. It's just dual abilities. What's the big deal? Lin Yu muttered to himself. System, give me my cleansing elixir. Ding. Cleansing elixir has been dispatched. Please check your receipt. As the words fell, a golden, round pill descended from the heavens, striking Lin Yu on the head. Ouch. Is this a joke, system? Lin Yu exclaimed, exasperated, yet resigned to his fate. He could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. Chapter 6. Is this pill expired? However, in the next moment, Lin Yu's attention was captured by the elixir before him. Without hesitation, he swallowed the cleansing elixir. Nothing seems to be happening. Is this pill expired? System, come out and explain. Is this pill expired? Why am I feeling no effects at all? Ding. The system is honest. Please be patient. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu set aside his doubts and sat quietly, awaiting the elixir's effects. After a while, he began to feel a warmth spreading through his abdomen, followed by a wave of weakness in his limbs. What the hell, system? Why is this so painful? Lin Yu felt as if he had been struck by a freight truck, his entire body in excruciating agony. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Damn it, system. Are you trying to trick me? Why is this so painful? Lin Yu shouted in distress. Ding. I forgot to mention. The first time using the cleansing elixir, only half a pill is necessary. The system's voice chimed in. Lin Yu felt as though his entire being was fracturing. This damned system had concealed such crucial information from him. I want to uninstall this. I'm done. Ugh, system, you've betrayed me. Lin Yu spat, nearly choking on his own blood. It hurts so much. Suddenly, the effects of the cleansing elixir surged forth, and Lin Yu curled into a ball, clenching his fists tightly. Outside, Tang Xinyan, hearing Lin Yu's agonized cries, rushed to the door and knocked urgently. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Brother, what's wrong? What's happening? Tang Xinyan appeared exceedingly anxious. Nothing. I was just trying out the spatial power and accidentally bumped into something. I'm fine now. Oh, as long as you're okay. Just take care of yourself. Don't injure yourself. Tang Xinyan sighed in relief, thinking there might have been an intruder attacking Lin Yu. Inside the room, Lin Yu remained oblivious to Tang Xinyan's inner musings. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 555. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Opening personal information panel. Soon, a panel displaying his personal information appeared before him. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Personal items, S-Class Dragon Abyss Sword, Magical Potion, Cleansing Elixir. SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear, Patrick Star Underwear. Powers, SSS Class Spatial Ability, SS Class Fire Ability. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Beast Companions, none. Emotional value, 333222. System. Why is there a question mark after the level? What does that mean? Lin Yu gazed at the panel, exhilarated, realizing that just by consuming one cleansing elixir, he had advanced 2 stars. Suddenly, he noticed the question mark next to his level, which hadn't been there before. Ding. The host can click to view. The system's voice rang out, prompting Lin Yu to feel a surge of anger. Fine, system, you've crossed the line. Resolutely, Lin Yu pressed the question mark. In the next moment, a pop-up appeared. Strength, 80. Average person, 50. Stamina, 88. Average person, 50. Intelligence, 53. Average person, 50. Mental power, 98. Average person, 50. Speed, 56. Average person, 50. Is this my attribute value? Why is my intelligence only 3 points higher than an average person? Is this a joke? Lin Yu exclaimed. System, can these attributes be improved? Ding. Yes. They can be enhanced. The host can consume cleansing elixirs to increase their attributes, or they can improve through training. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. What on earth? Did someone's toilet clog? The stench has reached my home. That's not right. It's the foul odor emanating from me. Ugh, how repugnant. Realizing that the unpleasant scent was indeed his own, he hastily retrieved several garments from the wardrobe and dashed toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the living room, Tang Xinyan, who was watching television, caught sight of Lin Yu emerging and was about to call out to him when a wave of horrible stench assaulted her senses. Lin Yu, have you fallen into a cesspool? She exclaimed, feeling her stomach churn, nearly on the verge of regurgitating the meal she had consumed the previous night. Ignoring her, Lin Yu continued on his way to the bathroom. It was only under the cleansing cascade of water that the fetid odor was finally eradicated. Gazing at his muscular physique in the mirror, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to smile broadly. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience possessing such a flawless body. Who would have thought that a single washing marrow pill could yield such remarkable results? The system does not deceive me. Ha ha ha. Alas, he lamented. Such a perfect physique could only be admired by himself alone. As he reveled in his reflection, he soon prepared to dress and realized he had forgotten to bring any underwear. It would be rather awkward to ask Tang Xinyan for assistance. Suddenly, he recalled that he might have won a few pairs of underwear in a lottery. System, please issue me the Patrick Star underwear. Ding. Patrick Star underwear is being dispatched. Please check your reception. Almost instantly, a pair of underwear adorned with a Patrick Star pattern landed atop Lin Yu's head. System, couldn't you have simply placed it in my hands? Ding. The host did not specify where the items should be delivered. The system can only dispense them on the host's head. Lin Yu pointed at the system, exclaiming, why didn't you say so earlier? Truly frustrating. However, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to let it go. At that moment, another system notification chimed. Ding. Li Hanxiang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Lin Yu stared blankly at the inexplicable emotional values. Is Li Hanxiang taking her frustrations out on Fatty because she couldn't find me? Meanwhile, Li Hanxiang had arrived at the small grove based on the address Lin Yu provided, but after searching for quite some time, she found no trace of him. After some inquiries, she learned that Lin Yu had stealthily left the school. This revelation ignited her fury, leading her to suspect that Zhou Pengzi had reported her to Lin Yu. Filled with indignation, she returned to class 15. Zhou Pengzi, who had been boasting to his classmates, was taken aback when he saw Li Hanxiang returning alone. Oh, Li Shuehua, didn't you find brother Yu? He exclaimed. He left the school, Li Hanxiang replied coldly. Her gaze fixated on Zhou Pengzi, who felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Li Shuehua, why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Pengzi stammered. Was it you? What do you mean, was it me? If you have something to ask, just say it directly. Did you secretly inform Lin Yu after I left, prompting him to leave the school? Li Hanxiang's unwavering gaze pierced through Zhou Pengzi. At her words, Zhou Pengzi felt more wrong than ever. Li Shuehua, you mustn't wrong an innocent person. While I, Zhou Pengzi, may have a penchant for peeping at girls. No, I mean for being a little mischievous. I would never betray my friends. I swear, I absolutely did not inform Lin Yu about this. You can check my chat records. He offered his phone to Li Hanxiang, who took it without hesitation and began to scrutinize it. When she found that the messages were still on Lin Yu's text, she believed Zhou Pengzi's words and departed without a backward glance. Phew, that was close. I wonder why brother Yu provoked Li Shuehua. Now look at the situation. Well, this is their affair. I shall refrain from getting involved. Chapter 7. I will never drink it. As evening fell, Lin Yushan hurriedly returned from work, eager to discover whether Lin Yu had awakened his powers. Upon opening the door, she found Lin Yu playfully tussling with Tang Xinyan, creating a warm and tender scene that brought tears to her eyes. Oh, Aunt Lin, you're back, Lin Yu exclaimed, suddenly noticing Lin Yushan standing at the doorway. Upon hearing him, Tang Xinyan turned to see Lin Yushan smiling at her. Shyly, she addressed her. Mom, why are you home so early? What? Am I interrupting your good times with Xiaoyu? Lin Yushan teased the pair. At her words, Tang Xinyan blushed, unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze, and quickly scampered back to her room, barefoot. Lin Yushan was not surprised by her reaction and turned to Lin Yu, gently asking, Xiaoyu, how did it go? Have you awakened? Yes, I've awakened an SSS-level spatial ability and an SS-level fire ability, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, recounting the day's events. However, Lin Yushan was far from indifferent. What? Xiaoyu, you're not joking with Aunt Lin, are you? Seeing her disbelief, Lin Yu felt compelled to demonstrate. Aunt, how could I lie to you? Look. With that, a fireball the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his palm. Lin Yushan gazed at the flame, momentarily lost in thought. It dawned on her that Lin Yu's father had also been a fire ability awakener, suggesting that Lin Yu had inherited his father's fiery prowess. Aunt, do you believe me now? Lin Yu asked, gleefully manipulating the flame in front of Lin Yushan. I'm curious, what about your spatial ability? Can you show Aunt? I can't currently access my spatial powers, Lin Yu admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Lin Yushan, seeing that he couldn't use his spatial ability, felt no significant disappointment. After all, spatial abilities were universally acknowledged as the most formidable, except for time powers, which, to date, no one had reportedly awakened. All right, Anne understands. You must be starving now, right? I'll go prepare dinner for you. Lin Yushan reassured Lin Yu and headed toward the kitchen. Aunt, please make plenty, Lin Yu called out. Lin Yushan cheerfully acknowledged. Got it. She knew that the food requirements post-awakening were somewhat greater than usual, so Lin Yu's request came as no surprise. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Lin Yushan's emotional value, 666. Ding. Lin Yushan's emotional value, 999. System lottery. Ding. Detecting host request, initiating the prize wheel. Ding. Lottery concluded. Congratulations, host, you received thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, you received 2 washing marrow pills. Congratulations, host, you received 2 magical potions. Congratulations, host, you received 1 SpongeBob socks. Congratulations, host, you received 2 strength pills. Lin Yu, intrigued by the new acquisitions, eagerly examined the items. He immediately looked into the strength pill. System, what is the purpose of this strength pill? Ding. The strength pill, as the name suggests, grants immense strength for 1 hour, after which the user will experience a state of weakness. What? There are side effects? Lin Yu exclaimed. Wait, system, does the magical potion also carry side effects? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu became restless. If this item had side effects, then surely the magical potion did as well. Ding. Yes. Using the magical potion will result in corresponding side effects based on the abilities acquired. For instance, upon acquiring the ability of invisibility, one's hair would fall out. Similarly, acquiring the power of luck would entail a period of misfortune. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine and immediately interrupted the system, declaring, Enough? I will never drink that, no matter what. He spat in disdain at the system, berating it as a worthless contraption, producing nothing but rubbish. He had once thought that having a system would allow him to stride confidently through life, only to realize it was more akin to lying down and being carried along. Just as Lin Yu was still fuming at the system, he heard Lin Yushan's voice. Xiaoyu, it's time for dinner. Go call Xinyan. All right, Aunt Lin, he replied, rising to knock on Tang Xinyan's door. Inside, he heard her melodious voice. Who is it? What do you want? It's your brother. Hurry out for dinner, or I'll finish all the dishes. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing Tang Xinyan, pouting as she stepped outside. Humph, what's with umph? Did I provoke you? Lin Yu looked at Tang Xinyan, who seemed to harbor animosity towards him, perplexed. Had she entered her rebellious phase? It didn't seem likely. Could it be a fleeting infatuation? That was improbable. Oh no, this is directed at me. I should make a hasty exit. Without a backward glance, Lin Yu turned and walked away, leaving Tang Xinyan standing there, bewildered. She had intended to confront him about his confession to Li Hansuang. Indeed, she had just seen news about the events at Jiangnan High School today, which included Lin Yu's awakening of dual abilities and his public declaration of love for Li Hansuang. What Tang Xinyan did not realize was that this was all part of Lin Yu's deliberate ploy to boost his emotional value. After standing in a daze for a moment, Tang Xinyan sulkily made her way to the living room, where she found Lin Yu deeply engrossed in his meal. Upon seeing her, Lin Yushan promptly urged, Xinyan, come eat. I know, Mom, Tang Xinyan responded, promptly taking a seat. However, her gaze frequently darted toward Lin Yu, as if she sensed something. Lin Yu noticed her staring and asked, Xinyan, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Is there food on my face? No. Then why are you staring at me? Can't I look at you for no reason? With that kind of logic, I'm at a loss for words. Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Tang Xinyan began to interrogate him. Brother, did you do something at school today? Why are so many people cursing at you? What nonsense is this? Who's cursing at me? That's just asking for trouble. Lin Yu furrowed his brow in indignation at Tang Xinyan's words. At that moment, Lin Yushan was about to intervene and calm Lin Yu down when Tang Xinyan spoke again. Brother, I heard you confess to Li Hansuang in front of the entire school today. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He found himself at a loss for an explanation, as this matter was tied to the system. Just as he was contemplating how to clarify the situation, Lin Yushan chimed in. Oh, how wonderful. I didn't expect our Xiaoyu to have found someone special. I was so worried you wouldn't find a girlfriend. Go ahead and pursue her. Auntie won't stand in your way. I'm sure your parents would be thrilled to see you married and starting a family. At this, Lin Yu quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, Aunt Lin, it's not what you think. Oh, not what I think. Well, I made a bet with Zhou Pongzi. Whoever awakened a higher talent had to confess to Li Hansuang. Unfortunately, he only awakened an S-class Earth-type ability, while I, as you know. Lin Yu immediately threw Zhou Pongzi under the bus, blaming him for his own predicament. After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan displayed varying expressions. Notably, Tang Xinyan's demeanor transformed dramatically. Her previous displeasure dissipated, replaced by a cheerful countenance. Chapter 8. It's so damn dark. After dinner, Lin Yu retreated to his room. Initially, he intended to help Lin Yushan wash the dishes, but she declined his offer. System, display the system panel. Ding, system panel loading. Loading successful. Lin Yu gazed at the system panel before shifting his attention to the system shop module. Curiosity piqued as he clicked inside. In the next moment, a brand new interface appeared before him, displaying a plethora of products. System, do you sell abilities? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Ding, yes. This system offers not only abilities but also weapons, elixirs, and skills, among other items. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Lin Yu's face, revealing a somewhat mischievous expression. So do you have that? Ding, the system detects that the host's thoughts are impure, and therefore, the system refuses to respond. Oh. So the system is rather intelligent, is it? You even dare to pry into my thoughts. How about providing me with a reasonable explanation? Lin Yu was taken aback by the system's intelligence, astonished that it could read his mind. Ding, the system refuses to respond. The cold voice of the system echoed once more, leaving Lin Yu in deep contemplation. Could this system be a disguise for someone? That seems implausible. It's hard to imagine such a scenario. Moreover, As an ordinary wage slave, there would be no reason for anyone to waste time on him. Unable to fathom it, Lin Yu decided to abandon the thought. System, find me some items related to abilities. Ding, detecting the host request. The system shop is querying all abilities. Query successful. Please check. As the announcement concluded, the previously chaotic product interface transformed into a uniform display of abilities. Various powers were shown, including ice, earth, space, fire, summoning, beast transformation, and nearly 100 others. Whoa, system, are you planning to rob me? The prices are astronomical. One ability costs 999, 999, 999, 999 emotional points. When will I ever afford that? Lin Yu stared at the prices in shock, realizing they were exorbitantly high. At his rate of earning 500,000 emotional points a day, it would take several years to even consider purchasing one. Ding, detecting the host's despondency. The system has granted the host a one-time 20 discount coupon for the shop, applicable on any purchase. Please use it wisely. With this, Lin Yu's spirits lifted slightly. Although it was only a 20 discount, it would save a considerable amount of emotional points. That's more like it. For now, I'll give up on abilities. By the way, can I draw abilities from this lottery pool? Lin Yu asked. Ding, the lottery pool can yield anything, but it depends on the host's luck. With the system's confirmation, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. System, I want to draw. Ding, detecting the host's request, the big wheel begins to spin. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a pair of Zero Ultraman underwear. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a pair of Diga Ultraman underwear. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a potion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the beginner chef skill book, which has been automatically learned successfully. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the beginner driving skill, which has also been automatically learned successfully. Soon, the system's notification chimes rang out once more. Lin Yu gazed at the two newly acquired skills displayed on his personal information panel, his excitement surging. At last, something new had emerged. While they might not be supernatural abilities, acquiring a few skills was certainly commendable. With his emotional value still standing at over 200,000, Lin Yu steeled his resolve and decided to draw. System, draw all of my remaining 200,000 emotional value. Ding. Detection of host's request complete. Drawing in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a token of appreciation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SpongeBob SquarePants full body costume, set 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Patrick Star full body costume, set 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 4 speed pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the beginner massage skill book, which has been automatically learned successfully. Seeing that he had drawn some excellent items, Lin Yu hurriedly began to examine them. System, what is the function of the speed pill? Ding. The speed pill, as the name implies, will grant the host a surge of speed upon consumption. However, please note that after use, the thighs will experience a brief period of numbness. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Indeed, the items from the system often come with side effects. This is something even dogs would refuse to consume. However, it could be amusing to let Zhou Pongzi try it, given that he had sold Lin Yu out. It was only fair to get back at him. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to tally his gains from the day. An SSS-level spatial ability, an S-level Long Yuan sword, along with some scattered elixirs and a few inexplicable pairs of undergarments. All in all, it had been a fruitful day. Before long, Lin Yu drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a vast mountain range, an elderly man with a ruddy complexion and graying hair was intently studying the messages on his phone, his brow furrowing deeply. How intriguing. I never anticipated that Long Country would produce another spatial awakener, and a dual ability one at that. This young man shall be mine. No one can interfere, I assure you. With that, the old man vanished in the blink of an eye. This individual was none other than Lu Hongba, the only spatial awakener in Long Country. Or rather, now it seemed there were 2, with Lin Yu joining his ranks. Moreover, Lin Yu's talent was rated SSS, surpassing Lu Hongba by a level. Though one must not underestimate the significance of that single level, for the disparity is considerable. The differing attitudes towards Zhou Pongzi and Li Hanzhuang illustrate this well. One is an S-level Earth type, while the other is an SS-level Ice type. Yet, it is evident that the public holds Li Hanzhuang in far greater esteem. Her breathtaking beauty playing a substantial role, but even more so is her exceptional talent. Following the resurrection of spiritual energy, various nations commenced research. And after several years of exploration, they established a ranking system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, extraordinary realm, and destiny realm. Each major realm is further divided into 1 to 9 stars, with awakeners needing to absorb a beast core at the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stars to comprehend new abilities. Those with higher talents often find it easier to break through, encountering fewer obstacles along the way. Chapter 9. Confronting Zhou Pongzi. The following day, Lin Yu tidied himself up and set off toward school. He wondered if he might encounter that girl, Li Hanswang. To be honest, he felt a pang of guilt towards her. In his pursuit of emotional value, he had publicly declared his feelings, causing her to endure unwarranted gossip. Sigh. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to apologize, or at the very least, offer her a cleansing pill to improve her health. Lost in thought, he arrived at the school gate just as Zhou Pengzi's voice called out from behind. You go. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instinctively halted. Turning to face Zhou Pengzi, his irritation flaring. Fatty, how dare you show your face in front of me? I called you a brother. Yet you sold me out behind my back. Zhou Pengzi's heart sank at Lin Yu's words. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to be aware of the betrayal. He quickly plastered on a grin and replied. You go. Let me explain. Go ahead, but if I'm not satisfied, we'll sever ties, Lin Yu said, looking down at Zhou Pengzi with an air of superiority. Although he had no intention of truly cutting ties, he felt it necessary to give the fatty a stern talking to prevent being sold out again in the future. Zhou Pengzi, upon hearing Lin Yu's threat of severing ties, panicked. After all, this was a future powerhouse. If he didn't cling to him now, when would he? He quickly jogged over to Lin Yu's side, whispering his defense. You go. I truly didn't mean to sell you out. It was mainly because Li Daxiu threatened me, and I couldn't refuse. Besides, wasn't it you who stirred this up? How can you blame me? As Zhou Pengzi finished speaking, a notification chimed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze towards Zhou Pengzi shifted entirely. This was a veritable emotional value generating machine. With just a little provocation, he could harvest a significant amount of emotional value. Lin Yu smiled broadly, patting Zhou Pengzi on the back, and reassured him. All right, I understand the situation. Don't worry, we're still good brothers. Zhou Pengzi felt a wave of relief wash over him at Lin Yu's words. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. Listening to the notification, Lin Yu felt his spirits lift considerably. It seemed he would need to keep Zhou Pengzi's emotions fluctuating more frequently. Let us head back to class. By the way, fatty, what do we awakenaires do now? Well, based on previous years, the school will gather all awakenaires together and start teaching some relevant knowledge about abilities. Zhou Pengzi replied after a moment of contemplation. Lin Yu had asked Zhou Pengzi primarily because the original host's memories regarding this matter were rather vague, leaving him a bit lost about what to do next. In truth, this world bore a striking resemblance to the Earth Lin Yu had previously inhabited, both having a college entrance examination. However, 20 years ago, following the revival of spiritual energy, the nation had readjusted its policies, mandating that all awakenaires turning 18 enter one of the 9 prestigious academies for study. Subsequently, those wishing to enlist in the military could do so, while those inclined towards law enforcement faced far fewer obstacles compared to ordinary citizens. Of course, anyone harboring treasonous thoughts would undoubtedly face the wrath of the nation's awakenaires. Over the years, many had come to view foreign lands with envy, only to meet a tragically dismal fate, their graves overgrown with grass. As Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi entered the classroom, all eyes immediately turned towards them. However, unlike the disdain and contempt they had faced the previous day, the gazes now brimmed with envy and excitement, akin to witnessing a beautiful maiden in the nude. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value, 666. Ding. Zhao Xi's emotional value, 666. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Yu's smile nearly stretched to his ears. Indeed, he could accumulate emotional value at the school more swiftly than anywhere else. Good morning, everyone. He greeted cheerfully. Zhou Pengzi's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Yu's unexpected friendliness. The other students were equally astonished, for Lin Yu had never greeted them before. Was the sun rising from the west today? Is Lin Yu hiding something sinister? Ding Wang Wu's emotional value is 999. Ding Wang Cuihua's emotional value is 999. Ding Li Tiniu's emotional value is 999. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind once more. He felt that accumulating emotional value was surprisingly effortless and resolved to stir up some trouble later. With this thought, Lin Yu approached his seat, while behind him, Zhou Pengzi looked at him, seemingly hesitant to speak. Hey, what is wrong with you? Lin Yu inquired, noticing his friend's unusual demeanor. Zhou Pengzi, looking bewildered, replied, Brother Yu, you've changed. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this hefty fellow had noticed something? No way, with his intellect. He shouldn't have been able to discern anything. Could he be trying to trick me? While Lin Yu was lost in his thoughts, Zhou Pengzi's voice rang out again. Brother Yu, don't you usually ignore them? Why are you so friendly today? Hearing this, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhou Pengzi had not detected any discrepancies between him and his original self. Enough of your nonsense, buddy. Haven't I awakened my abilities? Naturally, I need to show off a bit in front of them. Only you, Brother Yu, think so thoroughly. I wish I had shown off a bit too. Zhou Pengzi remarked with a lewd grin as he finally understood Lin Yu's intentions. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, their beautiful homeroom teacher, Ouyang Qian, entered the classroom. Upon her entrance, all the students straightened up, too intimidated to speak aloud. This was primarily because Ouyang Qian was also an awakened individual, boasting considerable strength. Is Lin Yu here? Ouyang Qian suddenly called out. Lin Yu, momentarily stunned, raised his hand and signaled, "I'm here." Upon seeing Lin Yu's gesture, Ouyang Qian continued, "Lin Yu, come out with me for a moment. The rest of you stay in the classroom and study. Those who have awakened their abilities, prepare yourselves. You'll be accompanying me shortly." After issuing her command, Ouyang Qian left the classroom without looking back. Confused, Lin Yu had no choice but to follow her. Once the two had departed, the classroom buzzed with speculation. "Hey, do you know why the homeroom teacher called Lin Yu out?" "No idea. But I suspect it's related to his awakened abilities. Have you heard? The entire internet knows that Jiangnan High School has produced an extraordinary genius. I heard that even the esteemed Mr. Lu Hongba from the Dragon Kingdom is aware of it. Is that true? He is someone at the extraordinary 9-star level. Just a step away from the Destiny realm." The atmosphere was lively, while Zhou Pengzhe in the back row wore a disdainful expression. "A bunch of insignificant characters. And you think you can discuss my brother Yu? Who was it that isolated him before? Well, you've seen how it's turned out now. You used to ignore me, but now I'm out of your league." Zhou Pengzhe thought to himself, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Chapter 10, The Unfilial Student Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Yu followed Ouyang Qian to a corner of the corridor, where she paused to scrutinize him. "Congratulations, Lin Yu," she began slowly. "You have awakened both spatial and fire abilities." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's just luck." As he spoke, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value is 666. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value is 888. Hearing the system's notifications, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. To succeed, one must embrace madness, recklessly charging forward, striving to surpass the third generation of wealth. Only through relentless effort can one avoid failure. Seeing that he had reaped enough rewards, Lin Yu quickly forced a chuckle. "Haha, just kidding." Ouyang Qian cast him a disapproving glance, and, regaining her seriousness, asked, "Lin Yu, may I ask which academy you plan to attend?" I haven't decided yet. Could you give me a recommendation?" Lin Yu said with wide, innocent eyes, smiling at Ouyang Qian. Her heart leaped at his response. Initially, she had merely been probing, but she hadn't expected Lin Yu to solicit her assistance. Naturally, Ouyang Qian would promote her own alma mater, given that she graduated from one of the top 9 academies. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Qian began, "Let me introduce you to these 9 prestigious academies. First is the Capital Academy, which accepts all types of awakened individuals, but most of its students are from prominent families and are not easily provoked. Next is the Demon Sea Academy, which also welcomes all types of awakened individuals, primarily filled with exceptionally gifted students." At this point, Lin Yu abruptly interrupted, "Sister Qian, which academy did you attend?" "I attended the Demon Sea Academy." "Oh, I see. Please continue." Next is the Beast Master Academy, which mainly recruits summoners and beast transformation specialists. They do accept other types, but those two are the most sought after. Lin Yu fell into deep thought, and Ouyang Qian, noticing his contemplation, paused her explanation, quietly observing him. After a while, Lin Yu spoke up, "Sister Qian, my apologies for zoning out." "No problem. Shall I continue?" "Please do." "All right. The remaining academies are the Tsang Yin Academy, Tianlang Academy, Jinshi Academy, Jinshan Academy, and Xingling Academy. They are elemental academies, as their names suggest, primarily accepting elemental ability users, although students from other fields are also welcome." Realizing he had counted 8, Lin Yu began to count on his fingers, realizing he was missing one. "What is the last academy?" "The last one is the Spirit Machinery Academy. They accept everyone, even ordinary students." Upon hearing that the Spirit Machinery Academy accepted all, Lin Yu's interest peaked. "Sister Qian, you mentioned they accept ordinary students? I know what you're thinking, but it's not easy for ordinary students to enter the Spirit Machinery Academy. One must be sufficiently extraordinary to gain admission. Furthermore, the academy does not focus on cultivation. Their primary endeavor is weapon development." After Ouyang Qian's detailed introduction of the 9 academies, Lin Yu gained a general understanding and asked, "Sister Qian, which academy do you think would be best for me?" Without hesitation, Ouyang Qian expressed her thoughts. "I recommend you attend the Demon Sea Academy." "Oh, why is that?" "Firstly, the Demon Sea Academy is the second-ranked academy in the Dragon Kingdom, with abundant resources that would facilitate your development. Secondly, the academy has Old Lu, who could greatly assist you in developing your spatial abilities." "Old Lu? Oh, I forgot to mention, Old Lu is Mr. Lu Hongba, the first awakened spatial ability user in the Dragon Kingdom, with an SS-level talent, and he has already reached the extraordinary 9-star level, just a step away from entering the Destiny realm." At Ouyang Qian's words, an image of an elderly man flashed in Lin Yu's mind, one he had encountered during his online research the previous night. Lin Yu quickly formed a decision and addressed Ouyang Qian, "Sister Qian, I understand now. I plan to choose the Demon Sea Academy. Could you introduce me to Old Lu? Rest assured, even if you don't seek him out, Old Lu will come looking for you." "All right." Satisfied with Ouyang Qian's response, Lin Yu felt content, although he possessed the system. Having someone to guide him in cultivation would help him avoid many detours. Ouyang Qian noticed his silence, realizing that her objective had been achieved, and thus she led Lin Yu towards class 15. Upon reaching the doorway, A myriad of discussions erupted from within, all centered around Lin Yu. When Ouyang Qian reappeared at the classroom entrance, the students immediately fell silent. What are you all chattering about? Day after day, you squander your time instead of studying. Engrossed in idle gossip. If you exerted yourselves a little more, you might even gain admission to the Spirit Mechanism Academy. Enough said. All awakened students, follow me. With that, Ouyang Qian strode out of the classroom, and several students with awakened abilities promptly followed suit, approximately 7 or 8 in total. Among them was Zhou Pongji. Despite Zhou Pongji's awakening of an S-grade Earth-type ability, he received little attention, as Lin Yu's extraordinary presence overshadowed all. Even the SS-grade Li Hanzhuang garnered less interest lately. Had it not been for her striking beauty, she might have suffered the same fate as Zhou Pongji. Soon enough, students from other classes began to appear, some congregating together to engage in discussion. Hey, are you from class 15? Is Lin Yu in your class? Hello, I'm Li Si from class 7. May we become friends? A throng of awakened students marched towards the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quietly walked alongside Ouyang Qian, incessantly inquiring about matters pertaining to cultivation. Ouyang Qian, more than willing to oblige, shared her knowledge. Despite being a water-type awakener, her expertise in this area was substantial given her teaching role. At that moment, students behind them observed Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian laughing and conversing, causing a sense of irritation to brew within them. Yet, they felt powerless. After all, Lin Yu was a dual-type awakener, with a space-type ability to boot. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 555. Ding. Li Si's emotional value, 555. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value, 555. A barrage of system notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Why do these fools harbor such emotional values towards me? Could it be that they are envious of my conversation with Qianjia? Ha. This is a rare opportunity. I must seize it. Lost in thought, Lin Yu suddenly draped his arm over Ouyang Qian's shoulder. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian nearly gasped at his boldness, but managed to suppress her surprise quickly. It's nothing, Qianjia. I'm grateful for your explanations today. How about I treat you to dinner sometime? Seeing her reaction, Lin Yu hastily changed the subject. First, let go of my hand. This is inappropriate, Ouyang Qian urged, feeling uncomfortable with his lingering grip. However, Lin Yu was determined to garner his classmates' emotional values, disregarding his embarrassment. What's the harm? Being a teacher-student duo, doesn't this make us seem closer? Closer? Just take your hand off. Don't force me to act. Fine. I was considering visiting your alma mater, but now, forget it. You better not lay a hand on your teacher, or I'll break your arm. Ouyang Qian, feeling threatened by Lin Yu's antics, reluctantly conceded. Lin Yu, seeing her surrender, felt a sense of triumph and patted her shoulder. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Zhou Pongji's emotional value, 666. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 999. Hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. What on earth? The Ice Queen Li Hanzhuang is here too? And why does she show such a high emotional fluctuation? This cannot end well. I must avoid provoking her. Lin Yu promptly withdrew his hand from Ouyang Qian's shoulder and cautiously glanced back, only to find a crowd of about 100 gazing intently at him. Their expressions were a mix of surprise, confusion, and jealousy, an array of emotions that unsettled him. Alarmed, he quickly turned away, not daring to look again. Ouyang Qian, observing his reaction, nearly burst into laughter. Before long, the group arrived at the gymnasium, where Principal Wang Fujuan greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. Upon spotting Lin Yu at the front, his eyes lit up. Just yesterday, he had intended to speak with Lin Yu privately, only for the latter to leave the school abruptly. Wang Fujuan almost considered visiting Lin Yu's home. Ding. Wang Fujuan's emotional value, 999. A system notification abruptly sounded in Lin Yu's mind, leaving him perplexed. He turned his gaze toward Wang Fujuan, who was smiling at him, though the expression struck him as slightly lecherous, sending shivers down his spine. Not daring to look back, he shifted his attention to the beautiful homeroom teacher, Ouyang Qian. Noticing his gaze, Ouyang Qian felt perplexed. Moments later, they reached the entrance of the gymnasium. Wang Fujuan, adopting a congenial facade, proclaimed, "Welcome, students. You are all the hope and future of Jiangnan High School. I believe you are all aware of the situation, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. When I call your name, please step forward. We will begin class assignments." This year, the number of awakened students has increased, totaling 225. I have decided to divide you into 5 classes of awakened students. I shall now commence roll call. Lin Yu, Li Hanzhuang. Upon hearing his name called first, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood it was likely based on talent. With his awakening of an SSS-grade space-type ability and SS-grade fire-type ability, it was only natural for him to be placed at the forefront, while Li Hanzhuang, awakening an SS-grade ice-type ability, followed behind. Comprehending this, Lin Yu stepped forward without hesitation. Just as Zhou Pongji approached his side, suddenly, Zhou Pongji leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "Brother Yu, what are you planning to do about Li Xiaohua? What is there to plan? Just let it be." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, rolling his eyes. Ding. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 666. At that moment, Li Hanzhuang, sensing something amiss, turned to glance at the two, noticing their hushed conversation. A surge of unbridled anger ignited within her. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 1000. Lin Yu, hearing the system notification, was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had received an emotional value exceeding 1000. Consequently, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards Li Hanzhuang, who was glaring at him with a murderous intensity. Zhou Pengji, noticing Lin Yu's prolonged silence, followed his gaze and nearly gasped in shock. Brother Yu, should we make a run for it? Li Xiaohua looks ready to skin us alive. Cough, cough, fatty, look at you quaking in your boots. How could she dare lay a finger on us? Rest assured. Yet despite his bravado, Lin Yu felt far from confident. Had he known better, he wouldn't have provoked this ice queen. Li Hanzhuang, observing the two's darting glances, discerned their unease, confirming her suspicions that they were indeed discussing her. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimes incessantly echoed within Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 555. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 666. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 777. Listening to this relentless sound akin to a death knell, Lin Yu felt a growing headache. Although he desired the emotional values, he had no intention of exploiting someone unfairly. What if, one day, he found himself at a loss for what to do when the situation turned sour? Thus, he resolved to approach Li Hanzhuang and offer an apology. At that moment, Wang Fujuan spoke up, addressing the students, classmates, as the students of the Awakeners class. You will be under the guidance of Teacher Ouyang Qian as your homeroom teacher. Those whose names have been called, please follow Teacher Ouyang to select a venue. With that, Ouyang Qian proceeded towards the gymnasium. Observing this, Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Zhou Pengji and hurriedly followed suit. The others quickly came to their senses and followed as well. Zhou Pengji expressed his relief to Lin Yu. Brother Yu, Li Xiaohua's gaze was truly terrifying just now. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for what? Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged behind Zhou Pengji. He mechanically turned around to find a pair of murderous eyes glaring back at him. It was Li Hanzhuang. In an instant, the retort he had intended to make was swallowed back, and his expression contorted as if he had just tasted something foul. After a moment, he managed to force a smile and greeted Li Hanzhuang. Good morning, Li Xiaohua. Have you had breakfast? If not, I can treat you. Humph. Li Hanzhuang nearly snorted in response, remaining silent as her gaze shifted from Zhou Pengji to Lin Yu. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an icy chill creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 999. The system's notification resounded once more. Lin Yu immediately quickened his pace and positioned himself beside Ouyang Qian, leaving Zhou Pengji alone to endure the frigid aura emanating from Li Hanzhuang. Instantly, Zhou Pengji's mind was rife with complaints. Damn it, brother Yu, you can't be this treacherous. This situation is entirely of your own making. Why should I bear the brunt of it? Yet Lin Yu remained indifferent, for after all, it was only natural to stand by one's brother while being willing to stab a woman in the back for the sake of friendship. Chapter 12. Drawing from the treasure chest. Before long, Ouyang Qian led everyone to an open area and instructed, classmates, please take a seat. At her command, everyone sat down, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground. However, Lin Yu, ever the opportunist, did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he scanned the surroundings and spotted two small benches not far away. Seizing the moment while Ouyang Qian's attention was diverted, he swiftly brought them over, offering one to Ouyang Qian, who accepted it without protest and sat down. The sight stirred feelings of discomfort among the other students, who pondered why they had not dared to take the initiative. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Xi's emotional value, 999. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 1 ding. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 666. The system's notifications rang in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with elation. However, upon noticing Li Hanzhuang's emotional value had only increased by 1, he became curious. System, what on earth does it mean that Li Hanzhuang's emotional value only increased by 1? Is this a bug in your system? Ding. This system has not encountered a bug. The increment is merely due to the minimal emotional impact Li Hanzhuang experienced. Though skeptical of the system's explanation, Lin Yu had no choice but to accept it. Fine, I'll begrudgingly believe you. By the way, please open my personal information panel. Ding. The personal information panel is now activating. As the words faded, a translucent blue panel appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Level. Bronze 3 stars. Personal items. S-Class Long Yuan Sword. Mysterious Potion. Cleansing Pill. Strength Pill. Speed Pill. SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear. Patrick Star Underwear. Ultraman Zero Underwear. Powers. SSS Class Space Ability. SS Class Fire Ability. Skills. Beginner Chef. Beginner Driver. Beginner Masseuse. Weapon. S-Class Long Yuan Sword. Beast Companion. None. Emotional value, 666,666. Lin Yu beheld his emotional value reaching an astonishing 66,000 and promptly declared to the system, I wish to draw lots, starting with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Host's request detected, initiating the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received bronze treasure chest X2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received silver treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received strong kidney pill X3. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for your patronage. Seeing the treasure chests he had drawn, Lin Yu couldn't help but beam with joy. It was worth noting that the previous golden treasure chest yielded an S-class Long Yuan sword, now, with 2 bronze and 1 silver. He anticipated similarly splendid rewards. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian noticed Lin Yu's incessant grin, her mind filled with questions. Was what she had just said truly that amusing? Surely not. Lin Yu, was what I just said really funny? However, Lin Yu was lost in his delight and failed to hear her. Observing this, Zhou Pongzi hurriedly tugged at Lin Yu's clothing. Feeling the tug, Lin Yu finally returned to reality and turned to the persistently pulling Zhou Pongzi. Fatty, why are you tugging at me? Brother Yu, Teacher Ouyang is calling for you. What? When did this happen? Teacher Ouyang is looking at you right now. At this, Lin Yu swiftly turned to Ouyang Qian, who was glaring intently at him. Clearing his throat, he said, Cousin Qian, what do you need? Ouyang Qian replied coldly. Was what I said just now amusing? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized that his earlier laughter, sparked by the treasure chest draw, had been witnessed by Ouyang Qian. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he responded, not at all. It's just that what you said was so captivating that I couldn't help but chuckle. You can't blame me for that, can you, Cousin Qian? Although Ouyang Qian recognized his flattery, she could not chastise him with so many witnesses present and chose to let it slide. All right. Pay attention and don't get lost in thought again. There will be assessments, and if you fail, the 9 great academies won't care about your talent. While this statement was directed at Lin Yu, it was also meant for the others to hear. After all, an SSS-class genius was an entity that the 9 great academies would fight over. It was inconceivable that they would reject him for a mere assessment. Some students, unaware of the situation, genuinely believed her words, as they did not possess high talents, and with so many people around, they feared rejection. Observing the shifting expressions of the others, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but smile subtly. However, one individual stood out, Lin Yu. Having lived 2 lives, he easily discerned Ouyang Qian's intentions. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her, understanding that she meant well for everyone. Lin Yu, please take a seat. Be more attentive next time and don't lose focus again, Ouyang Qian called out, having surveyed the others before addressing Lin Yu, who was still standing. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lin Yu promptly seated himself on a small stool. Ouyang Qian then resumed her discourse. Esteemed classmates, today we shall continue our discussion. Firstly, upon reaching the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stars in cultivation, one must absorb a beast core to experience the energy it harbors, thereby gaining insights into one's unique abilities and discovering new powers. For instance, observe as I demonstrate. As she spoke, Ouyang Qian conjured a sphere of water in her hand, which, under her control, transformed into an ice spear. She then hurled it into the air, uttering the incantation, ice and snow. The ice spear shattered instantly into shards resembling silver needles, raining down upon the ground. Within moments, a layer of frost enveloped the earth. In the next heartbeat, the frost melted back into water. The students were left speechless, utterly astonished by Ouyang Qian's display. Her voice soon pierced the silence once more. This ability, which I comprehended at the 9th star of silver, allows me to manipulate water into ice. As my power escalates, so too will this ability. Currently, I am at the 2nd star of gold, which limits my control to a mere 10 square meters. However, upon reaching the 9th star of gold, that range will extend to 30 square meters. The revelation stirred a wave of excitement among the students. Goodness, is Teacher Ouyang truly this formidable? Just now, I thought it had started to snow. They murmured in awe. Is this the power of an awakened one? How terrifying indeed. Lin Yu chuckled disdainfully at the hyperbolic remarks of his peers. What nonsense. Lacking any system, they're merely blowing hot air. It's akin to searching for excrement with a flashlight in a restroom, he thought. Noticing the students' heightened spirits, Ouyang Qian called for silence. Classmates, please quiet down. Let us continue our lecture. With her directive, the room fell silent, all eyes fixated on her. Clearing her throat, Ouyang Qian proceeded to elaborate further. Chapter 13, S-Class Breathing Technique, Hunyuan Gong. The students complied, their excitement still simmering beneath the surface. After all, Jiangxing was merely a small county, and most of the students had little exposure to the world beyond. Thus, Ouyang Qian's demonstration was set to astound them for an entire year. However, 3 individuals remained unfazed: Li Hanzhuang, Lin Yu, and Zhou Pongzi. Li Hanzhuang hailed from the prestigious Li family, one of the most influential in Jiangxing, and had encountered many awakened ones throughout her life, rendering Ouyang Qian's display less impactful for her. As for Zhou Pongzi, his father was a real estate mogul, and he grew up in a bustling metropolis, thus experiencing far more than his peers. Lin Yu, a traveler from another realm, found nothing more shocking than the very act of traversing worlds. Classmates, I shall now impart to you a set of cultivation mantras. I hope you will practice diligently. As the students gradually quieted down, Ouyang Qian spoke again. The prospect of practicing filled the room with exhilaration. Ouyang Qian soon relayed a breathing technique, and the students began their cultivation exercises. Observing his classmates closing their eyes to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, Lin Yu followed suit, but refrained from practicing. System. What is my current emotional value? Beep. The host's emotional value has reached 750,000. Would you like to proceed with a lottery? Draw please, draw fervently. Beep. Lottery in progress, please wait. The wheel began to spin, and after a brief moment, it came to a halt. Beep. Congratulations, the host has obtained a golden treasure chest. Beep. Congratulations, the host has acquired 5 cleansing pills. Beep. Congratulations, the host has received 6 miracle potions. Beep. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 Ultraman Digga suit. Beep. Congratulations, the host has secured 5 strength pills. Beep. Congratulations, the host has received 8 speed pills. Upon hearing about the golden treasure chest, Lin Yu nearly gasped in excitement. This is a golden treasure chest. Last time, it yielded an S-class Long Yuan sword. I wonder what treasures await this time. System, open the golden treasure chest. Beep. Opening treasure chest. Beep. Congratulations, the host has obtained an S-class breathing technique, Hunyuan Gong. This technique allows for rapid absorption of spiritual energy from the universe and also refines the physical body. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated such a thoughtful gift that perfectly suited his cultivation needs. Is this truly as extraordinary as it seems? System, I shall cultivate this Hunyuan Gong. Beep. Congratulations, the host has successfully cultivated. In no time, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more, and Lin Yu felt a new memory imprint itself within him. This was undeniably the method for cultivating Hunyuan Gong. He promptly began to practice as instructed. Instantaneously, the spiritual energy of the world surged toward him, visibly entering his body at an astonishing rate. Ouyang Qian, noticing his extraordinary absorption speed, became momentarily entranced. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Even at her current 2nd star of gold, she could not achieve such a feat. Could this be the talent of an SSS class prodigy? Truly terrifying. Ouyang Qian murmured to herself. The other students, jolted from their reverie by Lin Yu's prowess, began to discuss amongst themselves. Is this what it means to possess SSS class talent? Goodness, is he even human? One exclaimed. I wonder if Lin Yu has a girlfriend. He seems like quite the catch. Forget it. Have you not heard that Lin Yu is pursuing the school beauty, Li? Another replied. Exactly. Have you looked in the mirror? Do you really think you can compare to her? Shush. Let us not disrupt Lin Yu's cultivation. Let us find our own spaces to practice. Ouyang Qian urged as she noticed the students pausing. With that, they scattered to find suitable spots to continue their training, their spirits soaring as if they had been invigorated. Zhou Pengzi watched this unfold, marveling at Lin Yu's display. Truly, Yugu is impressive. I must step up my efforts to avoid falling behind. Nearby, Li Hanzhuang felt an unexpected pressure. She had assumed her talent was merely a tier below Lin Yu's, bolstered by the cultivation techniques provided by her family. But she had not anticipated such a ruckus on his first attempt at cultivation. This only fueled her competitive spirit further. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, our instigator, Lin Laolu, remained enraptured by the wonders brought forth by the Hunyuan technique. It must be said, this S-grade skill is truly remarkable. At this moment, Lin Yu, who originally possessed a copper 3-star level, faintly sensed the potential for a breakthrough. Just a step away from ascending to copper 4-star. However, as he prepared to break through, he found himself stymied. It was then that Lin Yu recalled what Ouyang Qian had previously mentioned. To surpass the 3-star level, one must absorb a beast core. For a moment, Lin Yu felt at a loss, but suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his eyes and called out to Ouyang Qian, who was not far away. Sister Qian, do you have a beast core? Upon hearing him, Ouyang Qian's pupils abruptly constricted in disbelief. Has Lin Yu truly broken through to copper 3-star? It has only been a little over an hour. It is inconceivable that anyone could ascend to that level in such a short time. Lin Yu, why do you ask this? Have you actually broken through to 3-star? Indeed, otherwise, why would I be asking you for a beast core? Logically, the Dragon Nation should allocate some resources for this, Lin Yu replied. Based on his experiences from his past life, he noted that the state indeed provided certain resources to support students in their cultivation, especially since the majority of awakeners came from the lower echelons of society. Thus, the country would offer cultivation resources at set intervals. It was akin to how, in his previous life, the nation implemented a 9-year compulsory education system to nurture talent. As expected, after Lin Yu uttered this statement, Ouyang Qian nodded silently. She then spoke. You are correct. Some cultivation resources have indeed been allocated from above. But have you truly broken through to copper 3-star? In response to Ouyang Qian's skepticism, Lin Yu unhesitatingly conjured a fireball the size of an egg in his hand. Upon sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from it, Ouyang Qian became convinced of his breakthrough to Copper 3-star. And she could faintly sense the signs of a 4-star breakthrough as well. The crowd, awakened by Lin Yu's commotion, was instantly astonished upon learning of his ascension to 3-star. Many of them had only just broken through to 1-star, and some hadn't even reached that level yet. Li Hansuang had barely managed to attain 2-star, relying on the cultivation methods provided by her family. Chapter 14, Comprehending Skills. At that moment, the system's notification chimes resonated incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hansuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, 999. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. The notifications rang out over 100 times before gradually ceasing. System, can you lower the volume a bit? My head feels like it's about to explode. Ding. Detecting host request, system notification sound has been minimized. With that, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and turned his gaze back to Ouyang Qian. Sister Qian, could you procure a fire-type beast core for me? Of course. Please wait a moment while I speak with the principal, Ouyang Qian replied, dashing off towards Wang Fujuan. Once Ouyang Qian departed, Zhou Pengzi sauntered over with a smirk. His expression somewhat lewd. Brother Yu, have you really broken through to Copper 3-star? Of course. Why would I lie? If it weren't for the lack of a beast core, I might have already reached 4-star, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. As he finished speaking, a classmate who had been eavesdropping nearly choked on his own saliva. Initially, he thought Lin Yu's breakthrough to 3-star was already the limit, only to realize this was just the beginning. Zhou Pengzi rolled his eyes at the classmate but made no attempt to shoo him away. He relished the attention they garnered while showing off alongside Lin Yu. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Just as Lin Yu began to grow impatient, he spotted Ouyang Qian approaching with a fiery red stone in hand. Wait, is that stone the beast core? Lin Yu pondered internally as Ouyang Qian drew closer. Here it is, the fire-type beast core you requested. By the way, Lin Yu, there are currently no space-type beast cores available. You know how rare they are. They are scarce even among demon beasts. I understand, but it's no problem. Take your time. I will encounter one eventually. Lin Yu waved dismissively, with the system in place. Acquiring one wasn't a daunting task. If necessary, he could simply purchase one from the system mall, albeit at a steep price. Hearing this, Ouyang Qian nodded in satisfaction and handed the fire-type beast core to Lin Yu, offering a caution. This is the core of a flame tiger, a notable entity among fire-type demon beasts. I hope you can comprehend a powerful ability from it. Yes, I understand. Lin Yu nodded and promptly sat cross-legged, placing the fire-type beast core in his palm. He then activated the Hunyuan technique, beginning to absorb the energy contained within the beast core, along with its unique substances. Suddenly, Lin Yu's consciousness plunged into a peculiar realm. This world, shrouded in shades of gray, seemed boundless. At that moment, a flicker of flame appeared before him, transforming into a fiery tiger. This was the flame tiger Ouyang Qian had mentioned before, although Lin Yu had never encountered it. He could easily deduce its identity from Ouyang Qian's description and the flames enveloping the creature. As Lin Yu stood momentarily stunned, the flame tiger lunged at him. In a split second, he swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. Enraged that he had dodged, the flame tiger roared, its flames surging with increased intensity. In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling directly towards Lin Yu's face. Damn it, this tiger has no sense of martial ethics, bullying an 18-year-old. You're asking for trouble, Lin Yu cursed vehemently. He had never encountered such a ruthlessly aggressive tiger, spewing flames without warning. Infuriated by the flame tiger's audacity, Lin Yu seized the fireball midair and hurled it back at the creature with all his might. Bang! Bang! The flame tiger emitted a series of muffled sounds as it was struck, subsequently sent crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu gathered another fireball and launched it at the beast. Once more, the flame tiger was sent flying several meters away, and Lin Yu continued to conjure fireballs, relentlessly bombarding it. His life philosophy was to never grant the enemy a chance to recuperate, seizing the moment while the flame tiger struggled to rise. Lin Yu relentlessly pounded it with fireballs. With a final blow, the flame tiger disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing from this bizarre realm. That was close, thankfully. I watched plenty of anime in my past life, or I might have been fooled by this creature, Lin Yu panted, a smug look crossing his face. Moments later, Lin Yu reappeared in the real world, only to find himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. They were all eager to witness the transformation that would result from Lin Yu's absorption of the beast core. Why are you all staring at me? Have you all been captivated by my handsome exterior? Lin Yu scratched his head in confusion at their unwavering gaze. The only response he received was a chorus of eye rolls, accompanied by a flood of emotional values. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Ci's emotional value, 999. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value, 999. Ding. Zhao Lu's emotional value, 999. Listening to the system's continuous notifications, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile inwardly. Classmates, you have all demonstrated remarkable prowess. Let the storm of emotions intensify. Just as Lin Yu's mind was wandering in contemplation, a voice from the crowd interrupted his reverie. Lin Yu, did you just experience something profound, or could you share your insights with us? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, before responding. I inexplicably found myself in a bizarre world. And then a tiger engulfed in flames appeared before me. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Naturally, Ouyang Qian was not surprised, as she had encountered such phenomena numerous times. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of Lin Yu's newfound ability, prompting her to inquire, Lin Yu, have you gained any special abilities? Indeed, Qianjia, would you like to experience my technique? Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. Observing this, Ouyang Qian did not hesitate. Instead, she responded with a cheerful demeanor, sure, unleash your attack. Everyone else, please step back to avoid any mishaps. With that, the onlookers hastily scattered, eager to avoid any unintended consequences. Once the crowd had sufficiently dispersed, Lin Yu summoned the spiritual energy within him, coalescing it into a fireball the size of a watermelon in his palm. Blazing fireball. With a fierce roar, he hurled the fireball towards Ouyang Qian, which transformed mid-air into a fiery tiger lunging at her. Excellent. Witness my water barrier. Ouyang Qian immediately conjured a protective shield of water around herself, effectively neutralizing Lin Yu's fireball. The spectators were not taken aback, as Ouyang Qian's prowess far surpassed Lin Yu's. It was inconceivable for him to triumph over her. Impressive. Your blazing fireball possesses significant power. Given time, it will undoubtedly become your signature move, Ouyang Qian praised, noting how Lin Yu's attack managed to shake her water barrier, a testament to its formidable strength. If Lin Yu were to reach her level, the potential of that technique would be unimaginable. Sighing, Lin Yu lamented. I had hoped to breach your defenses, Qianjia. It seems I was overly ambitious. Do not despair. After all, I am 2 major realms above you. It is entirely normal that you could not break through, Ouyang Qian reassured him. If you had, it would have raised questions about your own abilities. Yet, Lin Yu was lost in thought, pondering a different question. What if he could utilize spatial abilities to appear before Ouyang Qian and launch a fireball at her face? Would that result in a swift victory? The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. However, he then remembered that he had yet to master the ability to teleport. Qianjia, do you have any idea where I might find a spatial beast core? He asked, turning to Ouyang Qian. Regrettably, Ouyang Qian shook her head, explaining, spatial beasts are quite rare. Perhaps 10 years ago during the beast tide, one might have encountered them. Nowadays, locating a spatial beast is nearly impossible. After all, which spatial beast does not have the ability to teleport? Even if one were to discover it, capturing it would be exceedingly difficult. Though Lin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, he remained undeterred, concluding that if all else failed, he could resort to purchasing one from the troublesome system. Very well, I understand, he replied. He intended to resume his training when Zhou Pengzi approached with a smug expression. You go. That move you just executed was incredibly impressive. Well, it was merely adequate. I couldn't even breach Qianjia's defenses, Lin Yu replied modestly. Oh, I see. By the way, do you think Li Xiaohua will still cause you trouble now? Zhou Pengzi shifted the topic to Li Hansuang. Lin Yu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, stating, let her come. It's no big deal. Do you think I'm afraid of her? Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice, laced with an air of menace, echoed from behind them. Oh, is that so? Both turned to find Li Hansuang standing silently behind them, her expression devoid of any emotion. Zhou Pengzi gulped nervously and discreetly retreated behind Lin Yu, seizing the opportunity to vanish before they could notice. By the time Lin Yu regained his composure, Zhou Pengzi had already disappeared. Damn, that ungrateful fatso. He abandoned me. Next time, I'll make sure to get him back. Lin Yu cursed inwardly before turning to Li Hansuang with a smile. Li Hansuang, is there something you need? Li Hansuang did not respond immediately, instead regarding him with an icy stare. For a moment, Lin Yu felt a sense of unease as they exchanged glances for several minutes. Unable to endure the silence any longer, Lin Yu decided to explain. Li Hansuang, I sincerely apologize for what transpired yesterday. It was not my intention. That fatso bet me on whose talent was superior, and I had no choice but to act. Without hesitation, he threw Zhou Pengzi under the bus, portraying himself as a reluctant participant in the ordeal. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hansuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hansuang's emotional value, 999. What? Why is she feeling emotional towards me? I merely implicated the fatso. Why is she still reacting this way? Could it be that she doubts my words? Lin Yu speculated, but was unable to discern the reason. Ultimately, he decided to abandon the thought and turned to leave. Just then, Li Hansuang called out, stop. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu wisely halted his steps and turned to face her once more, this time noticing that her expression had shifted from icy indifference. What is it, Li Hansuang? Do you have something else to discuss? He inquired, puzzled. How did you manage to advance so quickly? After a moment of contemplation, Li Hansuang finally voiced her confusion. Since awakening the previous day, She had diligently practiced the techniques bestowed upon her by her family, only to achieve a breakthrough to bronze 2 stars today. Lin Yu, however, had remarkably advanced to bronze 3 stars in just over an hour, causing her to question her own potential. Was it truly possible that a difference of 1 level in talent could lead to such a vast disparity? Seeing her ask this question, Lin Yu realized that she had not dwelled on the earlier incident, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief. He then explained, after returning home yesterday, I felt the influx of spiritual energy, so I practiced throughout the night. Consequently, I inexplicably broke through to bronze 2 stars this morning. With a demeanor that conveyed the truth of his statement, Lin Yu observed Li Hanchuang's reaction, only to find her brow furrowing even deeper. Just when he feared that his excuse would not suffice to convince her, she unexpectedly adopted a look of realization. Did I manage to deceive her? Lin Yu pondered. Watching as Li Hanchuang spoke softly, I understand now. Thank you for clarifying, Lin Yu. I have matters to attend to, so I will not disturb you any further. As she spoke, Li Hanchuang slightly bowed in a gesture of respect towards Lin Yu, then turned and walked away into the distance. What a close call. She had managed to navigate this situation successfully, relieving herself from the daily anxiety. With her departure, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengji, who had been observing from a short distance, saw Li Hanchuang leave and hurried over with a rather lewd expression on his face. Hey, you go, how did it go? Is everything resolved? Will Li Xiaohua still cause us trouble? Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at the pudgy figure of Zhou, who often betrayed him. He felt an urge to knock some sense into him. After all, this was the same guy who had informed Li Hanchuang of his whereabouts last time, and now had abandoned him to fend for himself. If it weren't for their close friendship, he would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Cough, you misunderstood me. I was just off to fetch the teacher for you. Fearing you might not be able to handle Li Xiaohua, Zhou stammered, but Lin Yu cut him off. Enough, fatty. I know your character all too well. Let us go grab something to eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Oh, then let's go. This time, it's on me to celebrate your successful advancement to 3 stars. Zhou Pengji chimed in cheerfully. Lin Yu merely nodded in acquiescence. And the two made their way to the cafeteria. Chapter 16. Opening the treasure chest. Goodness, you can really eat. Are you sure you can finish all that? Why not share some with me? Zhou exclaimed, astonished at the amount of food piled before Lin Yu. Please, this is hardly enough to satisfy me. If I weren't worried about you not being able to pay, I would have taken much more, Lin Yu replied, rolling his eyes at Zhou. Ever since consuming the marrow-cleansing pill yesterday, his physical capabilities had significantly increased, allowing him to consume food equivalent to that of 5 grown men. Thus, the food before him barely registered on his radar. Ding. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 666. The system's voice echoed. But Lin Yu paid it no mind, and continued to indulge in his meal. You go, with your appetite, won't your family go bankrupt feeding you? Zhou joked. If that happens, I'll just come to your place to eat. I'm sure Uncle Zhou won't complain, Lin Yu retorted. This was indeed true, as Zhou had informed his father, Zhou Dafu, about Lin Yu's awakening. Consequently, he had been told to hold on to Lin Yu's friendship tightly, or risk losing his status as Zhou's only son. Hence, when Lin Yu mentioned coming over to eat, Zhou readily agreed. Sure thing, you go. My dad reminded me just yesterday to stick to you like glue. At this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was Zhou's entire family planning to rely on him? Cough. Fatty, since your dad said to cling to me, why did you run off alone when facing Li Hanchuang? Lin Yu asked, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Zhou, flustered, glanced around nervously. You go, I already explained. I wasn't running away. I was going to call the teacher. You have to believe me. Do you really think I would? Well alright, if you want me to stop dwelling on this, you know what to do. Here. Lin Yu gestured towards his plate. And Zhou immediately understood that he was still hungry. Got it, you go. You sit tight. I'll be right back. Without further ado, Zhou picked up Lin Yu's plate and headed to the queue. Hey, isn't that Li Feiyu over there? Lin Yu mused, spotting a familiar figure in the distance. A thought struck him, perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity. Without hesitation, he made his way towards Li Feiyu. At that moment, Li Feiyu was blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, happily gnawing on a chicken leg. Suddenly, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder, startling him to the brink of dropping his food. Fortunately, he regained his composure just in time. What the hell, who is that? Li Feiyu was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he turned to see Lin Yu, causing his mouth to snap shut like he had just bitten into something foul. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 555. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 999. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, the emotional bounty from this sheep was plentiful. If he could harvest even 10,000 daily, that would amount to over 300,000 emotional points in a year. Seeing Lin Yu's intense gaze fixed on him, Li Feiyu assumed he was in for a confrontation. Lin Yu. You aren't here to cause trouble, are you? Yes, I admit I was the one who had people isolate you. I apologize. Li Feiyu lowered his head in contrition, but Lin Yu remained silent, simply observing him without a response. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 1,000. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed again, and Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. The last time someone broke 1,000 was Li Hanchuang. Since both shared the surname Li, could they be related? As Lin Yu pondered this, Li Feiyu spoke up once more. You go. Please, you're magnanimous enough to let me off the hook, right? I just came over to greet you since I saw you eating alone. All right, no need to make a fuss. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Just continue your meal. I won't interrupt. With that, Lin Yu patted his shoulder and turned to walk back to his original spot. It took Li Feiyu a moment to gather himself, and then he began to grumble internally. What was that about? If you want to say hello, just say it. Why scare me like that? Ugh, what a weirdo. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 999. Hearing the notification again, Lin Yu's smile widened, showcasing a rather mischievous expression. In just a short time, he had harvested nearly 6,000 emotional points from Li Feiyu, a true emotional generator. He would definitely continue this endeavor. You go. Your food is here. Zhou Pengji's voice called out from a distance. Lin Yu focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, he thought, this guy might just eat himself into oblivion. Zhou approached, balancing an enormous plate brimming with chicken legs, lobsters, and no fewer than 10 different dishes. The most astonishing part was the complete absence of vegetables, just pure meat. Fatty, are you trying to kill me to inherit my powers? You go. How could you think that? Am I really that kind of person? Huh. You know yourself best. Zhou was at a loss for words, having never contemplated that possibility. Ding. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 666. All right, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart. This amount of food barely fills me to 70%. Lin Yu laughed, patting Zhou's shoulder. Ding. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 555. 10 minutes later, the two left the cafeteria, patting their full bellies in satisfaction. You go. Are we heading back to class or to the gym to continue training? Zhou inquired, looking expectantly at Lin Yu. Without hesitation, Lin Yu replied, class. Oh, soon. They returned to the classroom, where only a handful of students could be seen. Lin Yu strode directly towards his seat, closely followed by Zhou Pengji. Fatty, I'm going to take a nap for a while. Call me if anything comes up later. Brother Yu, rest easy. Rest assured, everything is under control with me. Zhou Pengji grinned, revealing his prominent white teeth. In response, Lin Yu ceased to engage in further conversation and promptly rested his head on the table, though he had no intention of actually sleeping. System, do I still have a few treasure chests left to open? Ding. Yes. The host previously drew 2 bronze chests and 1 silver chest. Then open them for me. Ding. The system has detected the host's request. The chests are now being opened. Please wait. Ding. The chests have been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 B-grade weapon, a crossbow. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 20 C-grade weapons, wind-breaking arrows. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 spatial-type beast core, phantom spirit cat. Lin Yu, who had initially felt drowsy, abruptly stood up upon hearing he had acquired a spatial beast core, startling Zhou Pengji, who had been absent-mindedly picking his nose, causing his hand to freeze midair. Brother Yu, what's wrong? My apologies, just had a nightmare. Carry on with your business. Lin Yu coughed lightly, then lay back down. Zhou Pengji, witnessing this scene, was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 17, Teasing Ouyang Qian? Lin Yu gazed excitedly at the system panel displaying the phantom spirit cat beast core, overwhelmed by a sensation that felt almost surreal. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. He could scarcely believe that he had actually opened a spatial beast core. Damn, am I perhaps the embodiment of luck? System, is this your doing? Ding. The system does not comprehend what the host is referring to. Everything is random, and the system has no capacity to interfere. Really not you? Ding. The host's lack of trust in the system saddens it. Seriously, are you even human? Why are you putting on such a show? Ding. The host need not harbor such suspicions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. Was this system truly that intelligent? The systems in the novels he had read in his past life had always been portrayed as inept. Unable to comprehend this for the moment, Lin Yu decided to set aside his thoughts, firmly believing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. He then closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Earlier, he had expended considerable mental energy while comprehending his abilities and had also drained a significant amount of physical strength from his confrontation with Ouyang Qian. At this moment, he was exceedingly fatigued. Otherwise, he would not have come to the classroom to sleep. An hour passed. During this time, numerous classmates began to trickle into the classroom, all of whom had yet to awaken their supernatural abilities. They could only prepare for the college entrance examination and tread down another path. Although the number of awakeners in the Dragon Nation was significantly higher compared to other countries, the quality was largely inferior, with most being B-grade, causing many to stagnate at the thresholds of gold and platinum. Despite the formation of a federal government among nations, friction still existed between them. In the past, before the revival of spiritual energy, countries constantly competed through technology. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, a talent competition had gradually commenced. Naturally, the development of a nation heavily relied on infrastructure construction, and the majority of these non-awakened students had devoted themselves to national development. Brother Yu, wake up. Sister Qian is coming, Zhou Pengji whispered in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu was enjoying a peaceful sleep when Zhou Pengji's call irritated him. What is all the commotion? If she is coming, she is coming. What can she do to me? No sooner had he spoken than Ouyang Qian's voice rang out beside them. Oh, classmate Lin Yu. It seems you have disregarded my presence. Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's voice, Lin Yu instantly stood up without even opening his eyes. Haha, I was just joking, Sister Qian. While I may not regard you lightly, I certainly hold you dear. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value has reached 1,000. Wow, breaking 1,000 again. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Had he just said something amiss? Oh no, did I just imply that I care for her? She wouldn't misunderstand my intentions, would she? This could lead to serious trouble. I must clarify before she gets the wrong idea. Ahem, Sister Qian, please don't misunderstand. What I meant was that you are very important to me. You hold a motherly place in my heart. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value has decreased to 999. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value is at 666. Zhou Pengzi, observing Lin Yu's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, internally praising him. TSK, as expected of Brother Yu. Even daring to tease Sister Qian, I bow down to you. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian flushed for a moment, suppressing her inner turmoil, before coldly stating, all right, classmate Lin Yu. Hurry to the gym for training. Don't disturb other students studying here. Yes, I'll head out right away. With that, he sheepishly made his way towards the door. And Zhou Pengzi followed behind him eagerly. Damn, why didn't you wake me up? Lin Yu complained to Zhou Pengzi. I did. Zhou Pengzi blinked innocently at Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed but maintained a serious facade. Your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you. Next time, speak louder. Zhou Pengzi muttered under his breath. Got it. It's clearly you who didn't wake up. Yet you said if Sister Qian comes, she is coming. What can she do to you? Hearing him mumble, Lin Yu eyed him suspiciously. What did you just say? Nothing. Zhou Pengzi nearly blurted out, but managed to swallow his words. Let us hurry up. Oh right. Soon, the two arrived at the gym, which was already packed with students. Each one seemingly energized, continuously inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their fervor was largely spurred by Lin Yu's earlier achievements. As he was the first to break through to the 3-star level and had comprehended a new ability, which exerted pressure on those who considered themselves extraordinary. Everyone aspired to become the second person to reach 3 stars. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, it was merely child's play, as his primary focus remained on earning emotional value. Brother Yu, do you have a way for me to rapidly break through to 3 stars? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with hopeful eyes. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, shrugging helplessly. No. In truth, he was tempted to give this chubby fellow a cleansing pill, but was concerned that Zhou Pengzi might sell him out later. This was a product of the system, and he had no idea if such pills could even be purchased in this world. If he handed it over to this greedy fatso, it wouldn't take long for someone to come investigating him. It was better to wait a few days and find a suitable excuse. Zhou Pengzi, hearing that Lin Yu had no solution, let out a dejected sigh. He then pulled Lin Yu down to sit, closing his eyes to resume his training. Brother Yu, I'm going to start my training now. Lin Yu responded and began to circulate the mixed element technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time passed slowly, and Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes with a start. He had successfully broken through to bronze 4 stars. Phew, finally made it to 4 stars. This mixed element technique is truly remarkable. He wondered if he could teach it to that girl Xian Yin, but then again, it would be better to wait until she awakened. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead. The system, please open the personal information panel. Ding. The host request has been detected, and the personal information panel is loading. Moments later, a blue panel materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Host. Lin Yu, age, 19. Level, bronze 4 stars. Personal items. Magical potion, washing marrow pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear. Ultraman Zero underwear. Powers, SSS level spatial ability, SS level fire ability, flame fireball. Skills, beginner chef, beginner driver, beginner masseuse. Techniques, S level mixed origin technique. Weapons, S level long yuan sword, B level crossbow. C level wind breaking arrows, beast pet. None, emotional value, 521413. System, I wish to perform 30 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe that this time I won't receive something valuable. Ding. The host request has been detected, and the lottery is in progress. Please wait a moment. Chapter 18. Can one alter their own emotional value? Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained SpongeBob Socks X5. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Washing Marrow Pill X2. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Strength Pill X3. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Bronze Treasure Chest X3. Having completed the 30 draws, Lin Yu found himself with 3 bronze treasure chests, causing him to nearly spew a mouthful of blood in frustration. This is utterly outrageous. I seriously suspect the system is playing tricks behind the scenes. System, have you manipulated the results? Ding. Please refrain from slandering this system. It is absolutely not engaging in any underhanded tactics. You see, you have become anxious. Yet you claim there is none. Ding. The system has detected the host's slander. It will automatically reduce the lottery odds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately panicked. Wait. Don't. Oh, great system. I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that not enough? I was merely joking with you. Please don't take it seriously, esteemed system. However, after a brief pause, the system remained silent, and just as Lin Yu began to feel dejected, a voice jolted his perspective anew. Ding. Lin Yu's emotional value. 1 ding. Lin Yu's emotional value. 1. What the? Can one truly alter their own emotional value? In an instant, Lin Yu felt utterly bewildered. Can one generate emotions towards oneself? Is this not an obvious glitch? Is the system not going to address this? Hey, esteemed system, come forth. There is a bug that needs fixing. Lin Yu shouted in his mind. Yet, the system's voice did not emerge, and Lin Yu began to panic. Could it be that the system has departed in frustration? If it leaves, will my SSS-level spatial ability vanish as well? How will I reign supreme in the future? Curse it. I should not have spoken so thoughtlessly. Maligning such a splendid system. Look where that has led me. Ding. The system has detected that the host has profoundly realized their mistake, and thus, the penalty will be revoked. The system's voice rang out once more, causing Lin Yu to momentarily freeze. Then he began to dance with excitement. A few classmates who had just finished their training observed this scene, filled with confusion, and began to whisper amongst themselves. What the heck? Could it be that this fellow has broken through again? Impossible. He only just reached 3 stars this morning. How could he break through again so soon? Perhaps this is the realm of geniuses. Sigh. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value. 999. Ding. Zhao Lu's emotional value. 999. Ding. Wang Daniu's emotional value. 999. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Yu's mind, causing him to blink in surprise, and immediately, several large question marks appeared in his thoughts. What have I done now? Why are people inexplicably sending me emotional value? Unable to comprehend, he decided to let it be. System, open the bronze treasure chest. Ding. The treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 9 rebirth healing pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained C-level weapon, Red Snake Fong X1. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Super Compass X1. System, what is the purpose of this 9 rebirth healing pill? Ding. The 9 rebirth healing pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that can restore health. Regardless of the severity of the injury, it can bring one back to life. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu expressed his confusion. System, is it appropriate to place such a remarkable pill in a bronze treasure chest? Surely it must have some side effects? Let me be clear, if there are side effects, I will never consume it, even if it costs me my life. Ding. The 9 rebirth healing pill, while life-saving, will render one immobile for 3 days post-consumption. Damn, it really does have after effects. Thankfully, I inquired beforehand. System, you are truly a scammer. Lin Yu felt somewhat exasperated. He had initially thought this item could save his life, allowing him to engage in reckless behavior. But now he realized that consuming it would mean lying flat for 3 days. Though he had yearned to do so in his past life, now with the system, he decided against such an action. Next, Lin Yu turned his attention to another item. System, what is the function of this super compass? Ding. The super compass, as the name implies, is superior to an ordinary compass. It is more accurate and powerful, and it can be used even in areas with significant magnetic fields. Hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Wow, is this to ensure I don't get lost? Well, having it is better than not. Who knows when it might come in handy? Lin Yu collected his thoughts and chose to ignore the system for the moment, instead focusing on Zhou Pongzi beside him. At this moment, Zhou Pongzi was surrounded by spiritual energy, hinting at signs of a breakthrough. Based on the energy fluctuations, he should be at bronze 2 stars. This is already quite commendable, considering that most individuals present were only at bronze 1 star, with the exception of Li Hanzhuang, who had barely reached 3 stars. Now, the disparity in talent was unmistakably evident. Bang, bang. Suddenly, several muffled groans emanated from Zhou Pongzi's body, and the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged towards him. Minutes passed, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, before the surrounding energy ceased flowing towards him, and Zhou Pongzi slowly opened his eyes. Upon noticing Lin Yu watching him, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into an excited grin. Brother Yu, I've broken through. Haha, I'm 1 step closer to you. In response, Lin Yu nonchalantly replied, Oh, is that so? That is wonderful. I just successfully reached bronze 4 stars myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Pongzi's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had anticipated Lin Yu might break through to 4 stars today, but he never expected it to happen so swiftly. One must understand that as one's realm ascends, the rate of advancement slows significantly. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 555. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 666. Alright Pongzi, don't be disheartened. You're not the only one who falls short compared to me. Lin Yu patted his shoulder to offer comfort. This attempt at consolation only served to leave Zhou Pongzi feeling utterly dejected. Just as he was about to say something further, Lin Yu strode ahead. At this moment, a crowd had already gathered in the distance, curious about the commotion. Excuse me, what happened up ahead? Why is everyone rushing there? Lin Yu inquired of a nearby male student. Upon realizing it was Lin Yu, the male student smiled widely. Oh, it's you, Lin. It seems that Li Hanshuang, the school flower, has successfully broken through to 3 stars and is now absorbing a beast core. Oh, I see. Thank you for the information. Lin Yu acknowledged before making his way toward the gathering crowd. As those acquainted with Lin Yu saw him approach, they promptly parted to make way for him. After all, he was a super prodigy. Even if one could not forge a relationship with him, it was prudent not to provoke him. Lin Yu, noticing their tact, strode confidently towards the interior. Upon reaching the front row, he beheld Li Hanshuang, her eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming and cascading down her face. It appeared she was grappling with a formidable challenge. Could it be that she was unable to vanquish the illusionary beast within the mirage? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly pierced through the air beside him. Li Hanshuang is entangled with the beast's essence. What shall we do? Lin Yu turned to find Ouyang Qian murmuring beside him. Chapter 19. Li Hanshuang's breakthrough. Qianjia, do you mean to say that Li is ensnared by the beast's essence? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Ouyang Qian, upon hearing his question, nodded and began to elucidate. The fiery tiger you observed during your comprehension phase, each beast, upon its demise, imbues a fragment of its essence into its core. When absorbed, this essence transports the individual into a gray realm where they can grasp the beast's abilities. This information was foreign to Lin Yu, as his prior studies had not ventured into such realms. After Ouyang Qian's explanation, Lin Yu gained a newfound understanding of the Awakener's world. Then, Qianjia, do you possess any means to assist Li? He asked, his gaze fixed on her with expectation. Ouyang Qian shook her head in resignation. It's futile. At this moment, Li Hanshuang's consciousness cannot perceive external sounds. Even if I had a method, I could not communicate it to her. Lin Yu fell into contemplation, feeling an urge to assist Li Hanshuang, as a way of atoning for the previous day's events. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Wasn't he equipped with a system? System, is there a way to connect with Li Hanshuang's consciousness? Affirmative. Speak quickly, what must I do? The host may purchase a long-distance communicator. By merely whispering a person's name, the intended message can be conveyed with precision. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. System, what are we waiting for? I will take it. Purchasing the long-distance communicator requires 20,000 emotional points. Does the host wish to proceed? Are you serious? Is this a ploy to inflate the price because you see I have over 20,000 emotional points? Lin Yu retorted, feeling a bit unsettled. What kind of device demands 20,000? Ridiculous. The system offers a guarantee of value, with no deception involved, came the reply. Only a fool would buy it. Lin Yu scoffed. At that moment, Ouyang Qian's voice grew urgent. Oh no, Li Hanshuang may not hold on much longer. Lin Yu, puzzled, asked, Qianjia, what happens if she fails? Failure could either result in consciousness damage requiring months of recuperation, or in severe cases, her consciousness may shatter, rendering her mindless, Ouyang Qian explained. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing the grave implications. Fortunately, his own mental fortitude had proven stronger than others, allowing him to navigate his comprehension unscathed. However, Li Hanshuang's situation was different. Her mental strength was not as robust, and the core she had chosen to absorb was several realms above her own. Her decision to take such a risk stemmed largely from the impact of Lin Yu's earlier actions, though he was unaware of this. Seeing the expression of profound distress on Li Hanshuang's face, Lin Yu steeled himself and resolved to purchase the long-distance communicator. He turned to Ouyang Qian and asked, what was the solution you mentioned earlier? Well, there are 2 approaches. One is to identify the beast's weakness and strike decisively. The other is to enhance Li Hanshuang's mental strength, thereby subduing the beast entirely. Armed with a solution, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He bid Ouyang Qian farewell and navigated through the crowd towards the restroom. He aimed to relay the solution to Li Hanshuang before her potential failure. System, I wish to purchase the long-distance communicator. Detected host's request. Purchase successful. Please check your inventory. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the restroom, prompting the system to provide the communicator. In the next moment, a device resembling a handgun appeared in his hand. System, how do I use this? Press the button. Mentally state the recipient's name, wait 3 seconds, and then articulate your message to send it. Following the system's guidance, Lin Yu successfully transmitted the solution to Li Hanshuang. Simultaneously, her consciousness materialized within the gray realm, where a colossal blue bird hovered above her. The creature was gathering energy, yet Li Hanshuang was on the verge of collapse. Teetering precariously, she had battled this blue bird for half an hour, only to have it evade her every attempt to strike, while its attacks consistently found their mark on her. In her moment of despair, Lin Yu's voice suddenly resonated. Li Hanshuang, can you hear me? The situation is urgent. There are 2 methods to resolve your predicament. Fearing she might not hear him, he repeated his message multiple times. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Hanshuang momentarily froze. Then her gaze sharpened as she focused on the blue bird, which was still charging its attack, preparing to strike her down. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed behind the beast, quickly conjuring a 1-meter-long ice spike in her palm, and hurled it with force toward the creature's abdomen. Whoosh! The blue bird emitted a mournful cry as it stumbled from the sky, crashing down before Li Hanshuang. Without hesitation, she gathered another ice spike, directing it with precision toward the creature's head. Whoosh whoosh. The blue bird cried out once more, finally dissolving into a swirl of light before vanishing entirely. Lihan Huang emerged from the gray space, slowly opening her eyes. In the next moment, she found herself surrounded by a throng of onlookers, compressing the space around her. At that instant, Ouyang Qian, noticing her bewilderment among the crowd, shouted, "What are you all doing? Hurry back to your training. Today alone. 2 students have successfully broken through to the 3rd star. Look at yourselves." Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the gathered students felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them and began to disperse. It was disheartening. Why were others progressing so swiftly in their training while they remained stagnant at the 1st star? In an instant, the crowd began to grumble about Lin Yu, the so-called prodigy. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having just exited the restroom, was taken aback as he received a significant influx of emotional points. 999 emotional points from Zhang San. 999 emotional points from Li Si. 999 emotional points from Wang Wu. 1,000 emotional points from Lihan Huang. What on earth? Why is there such a surge of emotional points? I feel as though I haven't done anything. System, is there a bug in your programming? All system operations are functioning normally. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu found himself utterly bewildered. If this was neither a system bug nor a glitch, then what could account for this inexplicable surge in emotional value? System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The host's current emotional value is 940 points. Goodness, I just spent 200,000, and now I've inexplicably earned it back. What a delightful turn of events. Chapter 20, Pressure mounts on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu returned to the place where a crowd had previously gathered, he discovered it now deserted. Lihan Huang had vanished along with Ouyang Qian. Suddenly, the voice of Zhou Pongji emerged from nowhere. "Yugu, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere." "Ah, I just stepped out to the restroom." "What's happened?" Lin Yu coughed lightly before inquiring about the situation. Zhou Pongji, unfazed by Lin Yu's absence, urged him, "Yugu, it's getting late. Let us grab our things and make a swift exit." Realizing that school was about to end, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go." As he made his way to the gymnasium's entrance, Zhou Pongji hurriedly followed suit. "Yugu, you won't believe it. Lihan Huang, our school flower, has successfully broken through to the 3-star bronze level, and she has even grasped an incredibly powerful ability." Intrigued, Lin Yu asked, "Oh really? What ability did she comprehend?" "Hell, let me tell you. That icy spike technique of hers is absolutely stellar, rivaling your blazing fireball. Even Qian Jia's water barrier nearly faltered against it." Zhou Pongji recounted with great enthusiasm. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. "No way. Is she really that formidable? She can shake Qian Jia's water barrier?" The pressure weighed heavily on Lin Yu. He was acutely aware that his fireball had little effect against Ouyang Qian's water barrier. It was akin to a mere tickle, even when unleashed with all his might. Unbeknownst to him, however, his fireball was entirely countered by Ouyang Qian's water barrier, while Lihan Huang's icy spikes, though not possessing a countering effect, were significantly more damaging. As they continued their conversation, they unknowingly arrived at the classroom. Though the dismissal bell had rung, many students remained engrossed in their studies, striving to awaken their latent abilities in hopes of gaining admission to the Spirit Machinery Academy. This was their chance to alter their destinies, for in a world where power reigns supreme, only those with sufficient strength could survive. Otherwise, should the beasts ever launch another wave of attacks, death would be their only fate. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongji drew the attention of numerous classmates, stirring a lively discussion in what had been a quiet room. "Did you hear? I just received word that Lin Yu has broken through to the 3-star bronze level." "Is that true?" "Absolutely. And it's said he even fought with teacher Ouyang." "Wow, Lin Yu is that impressive?" "Indeed." Apparently, the school flower, Lihan Huang, intended to confront him, but he ended up sending her to the hospital. "Really? He dared to lay a hand on such a beautiful girl?" "Exactly. Just yesterday, he publicly confessed to Lihan Huang. How could he possibly resort to violence? What you don't know is that Lihan Huang wanted him to take responsibility, but he refused. She kept pestering him, and eventually, he retaliated. Whoa, isn't that the epitome of a scoundrel?" Listening to the gossip, Lin Yu's face turned as dark as coal. When did he ever hit Lihan Huang? And why should he be responsible? He hadn't done anything to her. Seeing Lin Yu's embarrassment, Zhou Pongji immediately called out to the class. "All right, enough chatter. When did Yu ever wrong the school flower? He is a man of integrity." As his words echoed, the classroom fell into an awkward silence, with everyone exchanging glances, feeling embarrassed for discussing the matter in front of the very subject. Lin Yu, however, chose to ignore them. Striding towards the classroom exit, Zhou Pongji quickly followed, shouting back, "Enough, you lot. Shouldn't you be studying instead of gossiping?" With that, Zhou Pongji hurried after Lin Yu, leaving a classroom full of bewildered students behind. Outside, Zhou Pongji caught up to Lin Yu. "Yu, don't mind their nonsense. They're just envious of your talent." "I'm not bothered," Lin Yu replied with a resigned shrug. "Then why do you look so troubled?" "I thought before he could finish," Lin Yu interrupted. "Don't assume. Let us hurry, fatty. If we don't leave now, and it rains, don't say I didn't warn you." At his words, Zhou Pengji looked up at the sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds. They quickened their pace, heading straight for home. As they reached a fork in the road, they parted ways. See you tomorrow, you go? See you tomorrow. Zhou Pengji's home was several streets away from Lin Yu's, making their journey together rather brief. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep and deftly reached into his pocket for the key. Just then, the door swung open, revealing none other than Tang Xinyan. Brother, you finally returned. What is the matter? You look troubled. Nothing, I just missed you. You've been gone all day. I was so bored. Tang Xinyan pouted. Visibly displeased, Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, who told you to drop out of school? You should be at school instead of lounging around at home. Humph. Tang Xinyan huffed, crossing her arms. Seeing her adorable, chubby face, Lin Yu couldn't resist pinching her cheeks a few times, turning her pallid complexion a rosy hue. Enraged, she stomped her feet, wanting to retaliate. But she simply couldn't reach him. Standing at a petite height of 1.6 meters, she was no match for Lin Yu's towering 1.8 meters. Lin Yu held her head down with one hand, rendering her unable to get close. After a brief bout of playful tussling, Tang Xinyan, unable to keep up with Lin Yu, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, yet her eyes glimmered with defiance. Humph. Lin Yu, I'll tell Mom you're bullying me. Huh, do you really think Aunt Lin would believe you? I'll make her believe me. Ignoring her, Lin Yu ambled towards his bedroom. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 555. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 999. Tang Xinyan's emotional value surged explosively in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with immense joy. Chapter 21. Delivering an umbrella to Lin Yushan. Outside, the sky was pitch black, and torrential raindrops fell from thousands of meters above. Pedestrians hurried along the road. Caught unprepared for the sudden downpour, Lin Yu emerged from his bedroom and immediately spotted Tang Xinyan, who was engrossed in watching SpongeBob SquarePants, a lollipop clutched between her lips. Her countenance radiating joy. Glancing around, he noted that Lin Yushan had yet to return, likely still working overtime. Xinyan, has Aunt Lin come back yet? He inquired. No. She's probably on her way, Tang Xinyan replied without turning her gaze from the television. Did she bring an umbrella? Lin Yu asked. A hint of concern in his voice. Tang Xinyan scratched her head and pondered for a moment. I don't think so. All right then, wait here. I shall deliver an umbrella to Aunt Lin. Oh, understood. The sooner you go, the sooner you return, Tang Xinyan responded, returning her focus to the television. Lin Yu shook his head in resignation, donned his shoes, and took 2 umbrellas before heading out. Lin Yushan's workplace was approximately a 20-minute journey away, so Lin Yu made his way directly there. In the outskirts of Jiangqing, 2 figures were engaged in a spirited chase. One of them bellowed, Zhang Jun, halt. If you keep running, don't blame me for taking action. The figure known as Zhang Jun scoffed dismissively. Huh? You think a mere golden 9-star can stop me? How naive. You would do well to surrender. The Dragon Guardians are on their way. If you come back with me now, you might receive leniency. The other figure shouted again. However, Zhang Jun raised his middle finger in a gesture of derision, his face a mask of mockery. In response, the pursuing figure began to conjure an ice spear in his hand, launching it straight at Zhang Jun Ice Dragon Drill. Just as the ice spear was a mere 2 meters from Zhang Jun, he roared in fury, flame fury. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in flames. And with a swift turn, he reached for the incoming ice spear. As the spear approached Zhang Jun, it began to melt rapidly, ultimately shrinking to the size of a silver needle. Seeing his ice dragon drill easily thwarted, the pursuer furrowed his brow in frustration. He clenched his fists, creating 2 ice spears that were longer and thicker than before, and launched them towards Zhang Jun once more. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air accompanied the unstoppable force of the 2 ice spears as they hurtled towards Zhang Jun. Yet, Zhang Jun remained unfazed. The flames enveloping him surged dramatically, rendering him almost unrecognizable, like a walking fireball. Notably, this fireball moved with considerable speed. However, it was no match for the 2 incoming ice spears, which caught up to him in the blink of an eye. Yet, before they could reach him, the ice spears melted at a visible rate, transforming into water and evaporating into steam. Witnessing his 2 attacks effortlessly neutralized, the pursuer seethed with rage. Zhang Jun, cease your futile resistance and come back with me for interrogation. Huh, is that the best you can do? You think I'll surrender just because I can't defeat you? What a pipe dream. Zhang Jun retorted, his tone brimming with arrogance. He completely disregarded the pursuer, who found himself filled with both humiliation and anger. Unfortunately, he had no effective long-range abilities to counter Zhang Jun's defiance. Before long, the 2 figures had traversed from the outskirts to the bustling city center of Jiangqing. Surrounded by the populace, the pursuer hesitated to act. Aware that the Dragon Guardian's duty was to protect the common folk, he knew that without certainty of a clean target, he could not afford to strike. Harming innocent bystanders could lead to his dismissal, an oath he had sworn upon joining the Dragon Guardians. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was hurrying towards Lin Yushan's workplace, his umbrella in hand. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The current emotional value of the host is 389, 408 points. System, initiate a lottery. This time, I hope for something worthwhile. Ding. Lottery in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained B-grade weapon. Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 7 Ultraman Suit X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained Thank you for your patronage X5. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained Pleasant Goat Rain Boots X2. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained Lazy Goat Raincoat X2. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu initially felt elated, but his expression quickly darkened. 20 draws yielded only a B-grade weapon. And to top it off, it was an umbrella. Who in their right mind would wield an umbrella in combat? He was no expert like Yibushio. This was simply asking for trouble. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yu was taken aback as he read the description of the Heavenly Mechanism umbrella, a grin spreading across his face. Wait, this thing actually has hidden weapons. What do you mean by crafted from special metal? System, are you not going to explain this to me? Ding. The special metal possesses significant recoil resistance, capable of rebounding lethal damage to enemies at the right moment. Hearing this, Lin Yu inhaled sharply, then began to harbor doubts. Why was such a remarkable item merely classified as B-grade? Was the system concealing something? Sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding. The Heavenly Mechanism umbrella is classified as B-grade primarily because the special metal can only rebound a certain amount of damage, and exceeding the threshold will render it useless. Damn, I knew it. How can something this powerful only be B-grade? It turns out to be a disposable item. Lin Yu exclaimed, cursing vehemently. The system. Immediately, Lin Yu retrieved the Heavenly Mechanism umbrella from the system. To be fair, the umbrella was quite stylish. The surface, made from special metal, shimmered with a metallic sheen. When he opened the umbrella, he was taken aback to find it adorned with a myriad of anime characters, including SpongeBob and Pleasant Goat, amounting to nearly 100 different figures. System, aren't you going to come out and explain? And why are all the rewards themed around these anime characters? Ding. This is a reflection of the host's inner preferences. You're talking nonsense. I don't. And don't you dare slander me. Lin Yu adamantly refused to admit to any such inclinations, despite his fondness for these anime during his previous life spent indoors. He would absolutely deny any such hobby, without question. System. Chapter 22, A Fierce Battle. Just as Lin Yu was still bickering with the system, a figure suddenly flew overhead. What was that just flew by? A bird? It doesn't seem like it. Lin Yu looked up, finding nothing, prompting him to suspect a hallucination. However, in the next second, another figure soared past him. Holy cow, a superhero. No, it must be an awakened. What on earth is happening? Realizing this, Lin Yu hastily pursued the direction from which the figure had vanished. Zhang Jun, don't waste your efforts. Surrender. I have already notified the Dragon Guardians of Jiangqing. You cannot escape. Huh. You Dragon Guardians are truly tenacious, but dreaming of my surrender is futile, Zhang Jun mocked, showing no regard for the Dragon Guardians as he continued to flee. Though his Platinum 2-star strength made him largely unafraid, eliminating the Dragon Guardians swiftly would still prove challenging. Despite being 2 ranks lower, their abilities were not to be underestimated. Once again, what if I find myself engaged in battle with the Dragon Guardian? What if their reinforcements arrive? The most prudent course of action at this moment is to flee to the city, taking refuge behind the towering buildings to evade pursuit. The Dragon Guardian has also recognized this strategy, intensifying their efforts to capture Zhang Jun Ice Dragon Drill. The Dragon Guardian unleashed a formidable Ice Dragon Drill, hurtling directly towards Zhang Jun. Yet, he deftly countered it once more. As Zhang Jun drew nearer to the city, the urgency of the Dragon Guardian escalated. If Zhang Jun were to enter the city, it would render their ability to act severely compromised. Zhang Jun, since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Frozen Absolute Domain. With this declaration, snowflakes began to descend from the sky. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping Zhang Jun began to compress, transforming him from a fiery sphere into a distinguishable figure. Gradually, the flames dissipated, revealing his form. Damn it, this Dragon Guardian is remarkably tenacious. Zhang Jun seethed as he witnessed the flames recede. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of his opponent. Despite being a Platinum 2-star, the adversary was merely a Golden 9-star, a disparity of 2 realms. A colossal ice spear, imbued with an overwhelming force, shot towards Zhang Jun. As he noticed the flames extinguish, panic set in. With no time to react, he grasped the ice spear with both hands, but his right hand was pierced through. Damn Dragon Guardian. Zhang Jun cursed vehemently. In an instant, flames enveloped him once more, rapidly melting the ice spear. He then resumed his flight towards the city, moving even faster than before. The pursuing Dragon Guardian, seeing him refuse to surrender, quickened their pace in a desperate attempt to intercept him before he reached Jiangqing. After a while, both entered Jiangqing, yet at this moment, Zhang Jun had lost his earlier bravado. Following the Dragon Guardian's strike, although his palm no longer bled, the wound had become infected in the rain. He felt faint, acutely aware that his demise was imminent. Nonetheless, even in death, he resolved to take the relentless Dragon Guardian down with him. Thus, they arrived at Jiangqing Park, where the heavy rain had driven away all traces of life. Come, let us settle this once and for all. Zhang Jun halted. The dragon guardian, panting heavily, shouted, Zhang Jun, I offer you one last chance. Surrender and cease your obstinacy. Humph. In your dreams. I would rather die than yield. If I cannot escape today, then I shall take you down with me. Zhang Jun retorted coldly. In the next moment, a massive fireball began to coalesce before him, its size comparable to 4 or 5 basketballs. Explosive flame ball. Zhang Jun bellowed, launching the fireball towards the dragon guardian with astonishing speed, closing the distance to merely 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The dragon guardian had not anticipated such an abrupt attack and was momentarily caught off guard. As the fireball approached, they swiftly dodged to the side, yet still felt the searing heat singe their arm. Meanwhile, a figure lurked in the distance, covertly observing the fierce clash. Indeed, it was Lin Yu, also known as Lin Laolu. At that moment, he sheltered under an umbrella, concealed behind a gnarled tree, silently watching the confrontation unfold. This was the first fierce competition he had witnessed since arriving in this world, though he had previously sparred with Ouyang Qian. That had merely been a test of his abilities. Thus, witnessing such an intense battle was a novel experience for him. Starkly different from the effects he had seen in his past life. This was genuine and tangible. Bang! The two combatants collided with a resounding thud. Again, a furious roar was followed by each conjuring a weapon. Clang! Their blades clashed, producing a sharp, ringing sound. At that moment, Lin Yu, hiding behind the large tree, felt a sudden itch in his nose. Achoo! Hearing this, the dragon guardian swiftly turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. Just then, Zhang Jun, who had fallen to the ground, unleashed a powerful punch that struck the dragon guardian, causing him to stagger backward and collapse. Heh, you dare to be distracted while fighting me? Do you know where your audacity comes from? Zhang Jun scoffed, spitting blood. He then turned his attention towards Lin Yu's direction. Whoever you are, come out now. If you don't blame me for using you as a sacrifice. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why couldn't he have just restrained himself a moment ago? Now, he had transformed from an observer into the observed. Damn that old biting, threatening me like that. Just wait. I'll show you my strength. With that thought, Lin Yu prepared to step forward. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Don't come out. Call the police immediately and tell them there are awakened individuals causing a disturbance. Request the dragon guardians to come for assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu froze, realizing that the speaker was one of the dragon guardians. From his original memories, he knew that the dragon guardians were an organization in Longwa that managed awakened individuals, aiming to prevent those who had awakened their powers from misusing them. It seemed the one urging him to come out was indeed a criminal. As Lin Yu pondered this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 999. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu quickly deduced the identities of the two. The one who threatened him was Zhang Jun, while the other was the dragon guardian, Li Ming. Without hesitation, Lin Yu dialed the police, meticulously detailing the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, growing increasingly frustrated at Lin Yu's delay in emerging, contemplated rushing over to silence him. However, he was intercepted by Li Ming, the dragon guardian. Zhang Jun, you shall not pass. Humph. You can barely protect yourself. How can you concern yourself with others? Protecting the people is the duty of the dragon guardians, Li Ming retorted, staggering but standing firm. His gaze was fixed on Zhang Jun, prepared to fight to the death should he attempt to advance. However, Zhang Jun, now at his wit's end, lacked the strength to retaliate. Chapter 23. Speak your last words. In the midst of their standoff, Lin Yu emerged from the thicket. Both combatants were momentarily taken aback, surprised to see a 17 or 18-year-old boy before them. Yet, upon closer inspection, they sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. You are also awakened? Li Ming inquired cautiously. Yes, why do you ask? Lin Yu tilted his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's hope rekindled. Did you call the police? Indeed, they will arrive shortly, Lin Yu affirmed, feigning obedience. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had alerted the authorities, Zhang Jun's fury erupted. He immediately conjured a fireball aimed directly at Lin Yu. Yet, Li Ming, attuned to the exchange, swiftly intervened, blocking the attack. Despite conversing with Lin Yu, he remained vigilant of Zhang Jun's movements. As he launched a fireball towards Lin Yu, Li Ming immediately intervened to deflect the attack. Subsequently, he called out to Lin Yu, urging him to take cover, asserting that this was not a place for someone like him. However, Lin Yu was resolute in his decision to remain. This was a rare opportunity to accrue emotional value, especially after witnessing Zhang Jun's emotional value surpassing 1,000. No worries, I'm standing far enough that he can't hit me. By the way, is he nearing his end? Should I assist you in finishing him off? Lin Yu chuckled, taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity. Li Ming was surprised at the courage displayed by this young man. Who could he possibly be a subordinate of? Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, was consumed by fury. He had never encountered such a reckless individual. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 666. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, igniting a spark of excitement as he realized the substantial emotional value Zhang Jun had unwittingly contributed, an astonishing 50,000 points. I've struck gold. What a windfall. In an instant, Lin Yu's gaze towards Zhang Jun transformed. He now appeared as a veritable ATM, no, a magnificent emotional generator. From a distance, Zhang Jun sensed the glimmer in Lin Yu's eyes and instinctively trembled, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. Hey, you foolish fool who has sought my demise, are you still intent on killing me? Here's your chance. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I might spare you. Lin Yu taunted Zhang Jun provocatively. At this, Zhang Jun could no longer contain himself. You're courting death. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. In the next moment, a colossal fireball coalesced in Zhang Jun's hands and hurtled towards Lin Yu. Li Ming, witnessing this, began to conjure an ice spear to counter the fireball. The two attacks collided with tremendous force, generating a massive shockwave. Bang! Lin Yu, observing the scene, smirked, and miraculously vanished from sight. When the smoke cleared, he had disappeared completely. Seeing Lin Yu vanish, Li Ming instinctively believed he had perished amidst the clash of attacks, and regret flooded his mind. Why had he allowed this young man to become embroiled in the conflict? He should have vehemently dissuaded him earlier. Zhang Jun, I will make you pay for this, Li Ming shouted, as an ice spear, much larger than before, began to take form above him. Super Ice Dragon Drill. Are you seeking mutual destruction? Zhang Jun, initially ready to gloat over Lin Yu's disappearance, was taken aback by Li Ming's escalating attack. Zhang Jun, you should never have involved an innocent bystander, and certainly not murdered someone in my presence. You are doomed today. Super Ice Dragon Drill go. With that command, the massive ice spear, no, ice pillar, shot forth towards Zhang Jun. The pressure it emanated was nearly overwhelming. Inferno Demon's wrath. Zhang Jun roared, engulfing himself in flames as a colossal flaming figure ascended into the air. The raindrops above vaporized before they could touch him. The towering figure seized the incoming ice pillar, retreating under the impact. Time passed, and both combatants collapsed onto the ground, drenched by the rain. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in their ears. You didn't expect I had a trick up my sleeve, did you? Good thing I restrained myself. Heh, now it's my turn to strike. With that, Lin Yu's figure abruptly appeared before them. Upon seeing Lin Yu unscathed, Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, initially fearing that Lin Yu, even if alive, would be severely injured. To his astonishment, Lin Yu appeared completely unscathed, while he himself was left with damaged meridians and utterly drained of strength. Lin Yu, brandishing the heavenly mechanism umbrella, approached Zhang Jun with a look of mockery. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth in fury, wishing to obliterate Lin Yu, but found himself in a situation not dissimilar to Li Ming's. The only advantage he had was his ability to speak. How did you survive? He questioned Lin Yu as he approached. Lin Yu, however, was not inclined to divulge his secrets. Guess. You. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Another 50,000 emotional points were credited, prompting Lin Yu to feel an overwhelming urge to embrace Zhang Jun in gratitude. What a good person. May good fortune follow you. In what felt like mere moments, he had amassed a staggering 100,000 emotional points. Just as Lin Yu prepared to extract more from Zhang Jun, the system's voice resonated in his mind. System notification. The host can only earn a maximum of 100,000 emotional points from a single individual per day. Stunned by the system's pronouncement, Lin Yu thought, what nonsense is this? How can one only extract 100,000 from a single person? After some contemplation, he relaxed, realizing that if he were to excessively drain someone, it could lead to dire consequences. With that in mind, he decided against further exploitation of Zhang Jun. Confronting Zhang Jun, he coldly stated, I was merely curious to observe. Why drag me, a frail bystander, into your conflict? I am quite inclined to assist, so speak your last words. It will ease my conscience. Zhang Jun struggled to rise, but found himself utterly spent, collapsing back to the ground. Well then, since you're in this state, I'll grant you a swift exit to spare you from further suffering in this world. Remember, do not provoke me in your next life. With that, Lin Yu retrieved the crimson serpent fang from his system inventory and, with a swift motion, severed Zhang Jun's throat. Thus, Zhang Jun's breath ceased entirely. Having completed this grim task, Lin Yu approached Li Ming, observing his labored breathing. He fell into contemplation, uncertain whether to save him. After some deliberation, he resolved to assist him, remembering that Li Ming had intended to avenge him, leading to his current plight. System, administer the 9-turn blood recovery pill. Ding. 9-turn blood recovery pill successfully dispensed. In the next instant, a blood-red pill appeared in Lin Yu's hand, which he promptly placed into Li Ming's mouth. The moment it entered, the pill dissolved, and as the 9-turn blood recovery pill took effect, Li Ming's injuries began to visibly mend, with his damaged meridians slowly recuperating as well. As the sky grew dim, Lin Yu recalled the purpose of his outing and, carrying Li Ming, sought a dry spot beneath a gnarled tree to set him down. Subsequently, Lin Yu, holding the heavenly mechanism umbrella, departed Jiangxing Park without looking back. However, midway through his journey, he was seized by violent retching. This was his first experience with taking a life. Although the victim was a criminal, the reality was still difficult to digest. Chapter 24, Lin Yu cooks. After leaving Jiangxing Park, Lin Yu made his way directly to the place where Lin Yushan worked. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a call from Tang Xinyan. Hello, Xinyan, what is the matter? Brother, where are you? I asked you to bring an umbrella. Where did you go? I just ran into a little trouble, and I'm on my way to Aunt Lin. You need to hurry back. Mom is already home. Oh, Aunt Lin is back? Lin Yu expressed disbelief, realizing he hadn't even delivered the umbrella yet. On the other end, Tang Xinyan, hearing Lin Yu's words, felt somewhat speechless and then teased. Well, by the time you deliver it, it'll probably be dark. Fine. I'll return quickly. What are you even doing all day? She finished, hanging up before Lin Yu could respond. This girl needs a good talking to when I get back. She's really getting too bold, Lin Yu muttered to himself and hurried home. Just then, he heard the distant sound of police sirens. He guessed it must be related to the report he made earlier, but their response seemed rather slow. I've already dealt with the situation. What do they even need to do? Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the police were not alone. The Dragon Guardians of Jiangxing were also involved. Hence, the response time was considerably delayed, though it was still quite prompt. If Lin Yu had listened to Li Ming and left in time, perhaps Li Ming would have indeed been able to hold out for support, avoiding the risk of a mutual demise. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed a 9-turn blood recovery pill, otherwise, Li Ming might have truly met his end today. At that moment, though Li Ming was in a deep slumber, his bodily functions remained intact, but he was unable to awaken and would require 3 days before regaining consciousness. Lin Yu chose to disregard the police matters and focused on returning home quickly. If he were late, he might have to endure another of Lin Yushan's lectures. Since merging with the original owner's memories, he recalled an instance when he returned late and was lectured by Lin Yushan for an entire night, only to be woken up the next morning by her nagging. The agony was akin to that of Tang Sung reciting the tightening spell. Although the rain had lessened, the streets were still nearly deserted. Observing this, Lin Yu decided to stop holding back. Phantom step. As soon as the words left his lips, he appeared 10 meters away. This was a spatial ability he had comprehended by absorbing the core of the phantom spirit cat, allowing him to instantaneously appear at a designated location based on his intent. Of course, with his current strength, he could only teleport up to 10 meters, and it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. During the earlier battle, he had already depleted some of it, but fortunately, he possessed the Hanyuan skill, which enabled him to quickly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for replenishment. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep. System, retract the heavenly mechanism umbrella. Ding. Heavenly mechanism umbrella has been retracted. As the words faded, the still dripping umbrella vanished into thin air. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu prepared to retrieve his keys to unlock the door, only to find he had forgotten them. Well, maybe I should just knock. After some contemplation, he opted to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the door opened, revealing Tang Xinyan with a displeased expression. Cough, Xinyan, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yu scratched his head, bewildered. In response, Tang Xinyan snorted, humph. You come back without even bringing me some snacks. You didn't tell me. How can you blame me for that? TCH. Can't you be a little more considerate even if I don't say anything? Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 999. Seeing her becoming increasingly bold, Lin Yu hurriedly comforted her. All right, don't be upset. Next time, I promise to buy some for you, okay? With that, he reached out and pinched her chubby little face. Tang Xinyan relented, no longer pestering Lin Yu, and scampered off to watch television. Once inside, Lin Yu changed his shoes and headed toward the kitchen, where Lin Yushan was busy. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, a smile graced her face. Xiaoyu, you're back. Is your hair wet? It's my fault for forgetting to bring an umbrella. You've had to run around. It's fine, Aunt Lin. I was just bored anyway. So I took a stroll. Haha, you child. All right, just wait outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. Aunt Lin, let me cook today so you can truly savor my culinary skills. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing her astonishment, Lin Yu smiled. Don't worry, Aunt Lin. I promise it'll taste delicious. All right then, I'll be sure to enjoy Xiaoyu's cooking tonight. Lin Yushan chuckled as she set down the knife in her hand. With that, Lin Yu approached, picked up the knife from the cutting board, and began to showcase his skills. Simultaneously, the beginner chef skill he had drawn activated, and Lin Yu moved as if possessed by a culinary deity. The knife in his hand flying swiftly. In mere moments, the carrots that had yet to be fully sliced were transformed into perfectly uniform, thin strips. Lin Yushan was left in shock, her jaw dropping at Lin Yu's knife skills. Xiaoyu. Hee, Aunt Lin, how's my knife work? Lin Yu boasted. It's good. Lin Yushan could only muster a brief reply, as she was at a loss for words. She couldn't even achieve such precision, with each piece being evenly sized and so finely cut. Aunt Lin, just wait outside for dinner. I can handle it myself. All right then, call me if you need anything. Lin Yushan nodded helplessly. Initially, she thought she would assist Lin Yu, but it turned out he didn't need any help at all. Consequently, Lin Yushan left the kitchen and settled down in the living room. Upon seeing her mother not cooking but rather lounging with her, Tang Xinyan was momentarily puzzled. Mom, why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Your brother is cooking inside, so I came out. What? Tang Xinyan immediately stood up, her expression akin to witnessing something horrifying. What is wrong with your brother cooking? Why such a big reaction? Lin Yushan asked, confused. With a wry smile, Tang Xinyan replied, Mom, you don't know. Earlier, when you weren't home, my brother cooked once, and the taste was simply indescribable. Really? Was it that bad? Lin Yushan inquired, puzzled. Not just bad, it was exceedingly terrible, practically a disaster. He either made it too salty or too bitter, utterly inedible. Upon hearing Tang Xinyan's words, Lin Yushan began to worry. Is it really that awful? Just then, Lin Yu's voice drifted from the kitchen. Tang Xinyan, don't you dare eat what I made. I wouldn't eat it even if you paid me. Tang Xinyan shouted back. If you do eat it, you'll be a little dog. Humph. Whoever eats it is the little dog. Brother, your cooking is so good, I want to eat. Didn't you just say you wouldn't eat it? When did I say that? Hee. Chapter 25, The Fire Pearl. Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Doctor, how is the patient? Why haven't they awakened yet? The patient is currently in a self-protective state and will require some time before regaining consciousness. So, there is no immediate danger to their life? The patient exhibits no physical abnormalities, save for the fact that he has succumbed to a comatose state. Upon receiving the physician's response, a middle-aged man, Zhang Tailin, the chief officer of the Jiangqing Dragon Guard, breathed a sigh of relief. He had hastened to Jiangqing Park immediately after receiving a distress call from Lin Yu. However, upon arriving at the scene of the altercation, he was taken aback. What was once a pristine park lay in ruins, strewn with debris. Additionally, a lifeless body lay on the ground. Initially, he had presumed it to be one of the Dragon Guard, only to discover upon closer inspection that it was the fugitive, Zhang Jun. Meanwhile, others had found the still-breathing Li Ming beneath a gnarled tree and ultimately transported him to the First People's Hospital for emergency treatment. On another note, Tang Xinyan, who vehemently declared she would not eat the dishes prepared by Lin Yu, surprisingly savored them more than a dog would. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to mock her with her previous words, only to be met with her thick-skinned retort. In that moment, Lin Yu discerned her true lack of principles. She had none at all. Tang Xinyan, you will wash the dishes later, understood? He commanded. What gives you the right? She protested, somewhat indignant. Lin Yu fixed her with a steady gaze, asserting, because I am your brother, as the elder sibling, I have the authority to dictate your actions. Spare me the unnecessary chatter, or you shall forfeit the privilege of my culinary creations henceforth. Fine, I'll wash them. If it weren't for the food, I wouldn't bother. She muttered as she carried a bowl and chopsticks toward the kitchen. Nearby, Lin Yushan couldn't help but smile at the banter, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Although Lin Yu was not her biological son, she had raised him as if he were her own. Now that her son had grown and achieved success, her heart swelled with pride. Suddenly, Lin Yushan seemed to recall something important and turned to Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, sit tight for a moment. I need to fetch something. What is it? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. He was unsure what she intended to give him, sensing its significance. Could it be something left behind by his parents? Lin Yushan did not respond to his question, for she, too, was uncertain about the item's nature. She hurriedly retreated to her bedroom and, after rummaging through various belongings, finally unearthed a wooden box from a corner. Found it. It's this, she announced, returning to the living room with the box. Lin Yu's curiosity deepened as he beheld the wooden box. Aunt Lin, what is this? He asked. Lin Yushan approached him and gently handed over the box, saying, I don't know what it is. Your mother entrusted it to me when they departed, instructing that it should be given to you upon your successful awakening. If you did not awaken, I was to sell it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. Recalling the novels he had read in his past life, he knew that items left behind by protagonists' parents were often extraordinary. With that thought, he promptly opened the wooden box. In the next moment, a fiery red orb emerged from within the box. Aunt Lin, do you know what this is? I do not, either. This is my first time opening the box. Lin Yushan replied, shrugging in exasperation. Since receiving it from Lin Yu's mother, she had never dared to open it until now. For a moment, they exchanged bewildered glances. Both perplexed by the purpose of the fiery orb, Lin Yu's mind raced. Could this be the fabled golden elixir? That seemed unlikely. Weren't golden elixirs typically golden? This orb was clearly not that. Could it possibly be the legendary Fire Spirit Pearl? Yet, its size was inconsistent with that notion. Fire Spirit Pearls were usually as large as billiard balls, while this orb was merely the size of a quail's egg. At that moment, Lin Yushan interjected. All right, Xiaoyu. If you can't make sense of it, then cease pondering. All right, Aunt Lin, may I take it? Lin Yu asked, eager to claim the orb. Lin Yushan shrugged. Take it. It was meant for you anyway. With that, Lin Yu retreated to his room, clutching the orb. Although Lin Yushan was unaware of its significance, he was confident that the system would provide clarity. System, please analyze this orb for me. Beep. Detection of host request initiated. Please hold. Beep. This object is known as the Li Huizhu fire pearl, containing a trace of South Ming fire, capable of incinerating all malevolent entities in the world. The host may perform a blood oath to claim it, allowing it to be nurtured within the dantian for rapid absorption of fire elements from the environment. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu could not contain his exhilaration. He had never anticipated that such a small orb contained South Ming fire. In his previous life, he had perused numerous novels and was well aware of the formidable nature of South Ming fire. It ranked among the top in the hierarchy of divine flames. Its potency utterly astonishing. Additionally, it was the companion flame of the divine beast Zhuke, elevating its prestige even further. After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Yu drew forth the fangs of the red serpent and made a small incision on his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Li Huizhu. The once dim orb instantly blazed with light, and in the blink of an eye, it astonishingly levitated into the air before diving straight into Lin Yu's body. What on earth? How did it enter my body? He exclaimed, bewildered. System, what just happened? Why did this thing just integrate into my being? Beep. The host is now the master of the Li Huizhu and may control its ingress and egress at will. How do I control it? Beep. The host need only concentrate on the Li Huizhu in their mind to exert control. Following the system's guidance, Lin Yu began to focus on the orb in his mind, and then bellowed, come forth. The fiery red Li Huizhu promptly shot out from Lin Yu's body, swirling around him like a playful sprite. System, display my personal information panel. Beep. Loading personal information panel. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19. Level, bronze 5-star. Personal items, ultra long-range voice transmitter, super compass, magical potion, cleansing elixir, strength elixir, speed elixir, vitality elixir, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Patrick Star underwear, Ultraman Zero underwear. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability, Phantom Step, SSS level fire ability, Blazing Fireball. Skills, Junior Culinary Master, Junior Driving. Junior Massage, Cultivation Method, S-level Mixed Origin Technique. Weapons, S-level Long Yuan Sword, B-level Crossbow, C-level Wind-Breaking Arrow, C-level Red Serpent Fang. B-level Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella, Li Huizhu, Beast Companion, None, Emotional Value, 2222222, by the heavens. System, what is the meaning of this? Why has my fire ability advanced to SSS level? Beep. The host absorbed a trace of South Ming fire during the blood oath, thus enhancing the host's fire ability to SSS level. What? It can function like this? Lin Yu exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He never imagined that a mere trace of South Ming fire could elevate his fire ability to SSS level. Chapter 26. Why don't you go rob it? System. Is it possible for this ability to further upgrade? Lin Yu inquired, voicing his curiosity. Beep. Yes, but it requires celestial treasures. And the host's physical constitution must be resilient enough to withstand the treasure's trials. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu was suddenly struck by an idea. By the way, system, do you possess anything that grants supernatural abilities? Indeed, the system store offers the sale of ability fruits. Ability fruits? Yes. The ability fruit can enable individuals devoid of supernatural powers to randomly awaken a specific ability, with the level of the ability being unpredictable. If I consume one, can I awaken a new ability? Lin Yu inquired skeptically. The ability fruit guarantees a 100% awakening for those without abilities, but for those who already possess abilities, the chance is merely 1%. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt a pang of disappointment. A 1% chance was, in essence, tantamount to no awakening at all. However, this was quite reasonable. If consuming the ability fruit could guarantee an awakening, the system would undoubtedly face significant losses. Very well, system, I shall purchase an ability fruit. Host's emotional value is insufficient. What the heck, system? How much emotional value is required for that ability fruit? An ability fruit is valued at 50 million emotional points. 50 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? I don't want it anymore. Lin Yu was immediately taken aback by the exorbitant price. How ridiculous. A mere fruit costing 50 million emotional points, with no certainty of what ability might be awakened. Only a fool would purchase such a thing. Consequently, Lin Yu chose to disregard the system, finding it exceedingly untrustworthy. After toiling all day, he had only gathered a few 100,000 emotional points. 50 million would take him several months of relentless effort. He promptly retrieved the fire pearl from his dantian and began to play with it in his hands. It was undeniable that the fire pearl now emanated a gentle warmth, completely shedding its previous icy demeanor. In winter, it would serve as a perfect hand warmer, one that would never grow cold. Wait a moment. How did his parents acquire such a remarkable object? Moreover, why did they entrust it to Aunt Lin? Did they perhaps know it was the fire pearl? Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Yu's mind, and he murmured to himself. But soon, he dismissed this notion. His unremarkable parents likely had no idea what it was. Otherwise, they would have kept it for themselves, certainly not left it for him. With these thoughts, Lin Yu's eyes gradually drooped, and before long, the sound of snoring filled the room. Fortunately, soundproofing had been done. Otherwise, if Tang Xinyan heard him, she would likely come knocking. The next day, Lin Yu rose early from his slumber. After dressing, he stepped out. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan remained in bed, soundly asleep, having overindulged the previous night, which delayed her digestion until the wee hours of the morning. Noticing this, Lin Yu paid her no mind. After all, she spent her days either eating or sleeping, only to wake up and watch television. She was already living the life of a retiree. Soon, Lin Yu strode purposefully towards the school. Approaching the school gate, Zhou Pongzi called out to him once more. "You go, wait for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to look at Zhou Pongzi, and the sight startled him. Goodness, this fellow was sporting a pair of panda eyes. "What happened to you, fatty? Did someone beat you up? Don't even mention it. When I got home yesterday, I told my old man about your breakthrough to the 3rd star. You know what his reaction was? What was it? He insisted I stay up all night, saying I couldn't sleep until I reached the 3rd star. I couldn't resist." So, before he could finish, Lin Yu had already guessed. "So you spent the whole night training?" "Yeah." Zhou Pongzi nodded heavily, his expression one of utter grievance. "You go, what ability do you think I'll comprehend today?" Zhou Pongzi asked as they walked along. For a moment, Lin Yu fell into contemplation. "Fatty, I think it would be best if you awakened a defensive ability." "Oh, why?" Zhou Pongzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Think about it, fatty. When we team up to slay monsters, you can act as the tank in the front line, while I stand behind to reap the rewards. Are you for real?" "You go? Of course. Plus, don't you think with your build, being a tank is an excellent choice? Just stand there, and no one will be able to budge you." Lin Yu's words piqued Zhou Pongzi's interest. How had he not thought of this before? All his abilities were defensive, so who could possibly challenge him? He could simply lie down and take it easy. With this thought, Zhou Pongzi affirmed Lin Yu's suggestion. "All right, you go. I'll follow your lead." Seeing Zhou Pongzi's response, Lin Yu's mischievous side was greatly satisfied. Initially, he had merely intended to tease the guy, but he hadn't expected him to take it seriously. However, given the current circumstances, Lin Yu had no intention of confessing. After all, the hefty boy was indeed well suited for a defensive path. Perhaps they could uncover some valuable items to elevate his S-level Earth-type abilities to SS level, or even SSS level. It was still too early to discuss that. The two proceeded towards their classroom, and as they passed the entrance of Class 1, Lin Yu suddenly spotted Li Hanzhuang in the front row. Sensing something, Li Hanzhuang looked out and noticed Lin Yu's gaze upon her. "You go, let us go? What are you staring at?" "Oh, I see. You're watching School Beauty." Zhou Pongzi remarked as he turned back, having noticed Lin Yu lagging behind. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't let Li Hanzhuang come looking for trouble with you." Lin Yu shot him a glare and retorted before quickening his pace towards Class 15. Zhou Pongzi glanced between him and Li Hanzhuang's direction before hastily following suit. He certainly did not wish to face that icy girl alone. Her perpetually cold demeanor and lack of expression would make marrying her a stroke of bad luck. Yet, Zhou Pongzi secretly hoped Lin Yu could win over Li Hanzhuang. That way, he could boast about it to others. Before long, the two entered Class 15 side by side, and Lin Yu began to showcase his presence. "Good morning, classmates." "Oh look, Li Feiyu is studying hard. Keep it up." Ding emotional value for Li Feiyu, 1000. Ding emotional value for Wang Defa, 999. Ding emotional value for Zhou Pongzi, 666. As the system notifications chimed, a smug smile crept across Lin Yu's face. He had unexpectedly earned 50,000 emotional points in just one morning. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 27, Observe My Technique. In the gymnasium, "You go. Could you share with me the challenges you faced while comprehending your ability?" Zhou Pongzi inquired, gazing at Lin Yu. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yu slowly began to speak. "There's really not much to say. Just mimic how it executes its moves and practice accordingly. Above all, don't hesitate, just dive in. What's the worst that could happen? In 18 years, you might emerge a better person." With that, Lin Yu patted his shoulder. "You go. You're making me speechless," Zhou Pongzi replied, feeling utterly bemused. "This is utterly unreliable. What does it mean to just get it done? I haven't heard Ouyang Qian mention that a moment of carelessness could lead one to become an imbecile. I've never even touched a girl's hand. How could I casually concede to such a fate?" Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 999. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 999. Emotional value, 999. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, this chubby fellow is an emotional generator. This one instance alone has earned a staggering 6,000 emotional points. "All right, chubby. I'm telling you this isn't enough. Just look at that pitiful expression on your face. Listen closely when you enter the realm of consciousness. Your first priority is to identify the weaknesses of that beast and deliver a fatal blow." Observing his woeful demeanor, Lin Yu spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi's eyes instantly lit up, and he curiously inquired, "How should I find its weaknesses?" "Well, just keep attacking its mouth or abdomen," Lin Yu replied. Momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regaining composure with an idea, Zhou Pongzi, upon hearing Lin Yu's suggestion, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, aside from a few exceptional beasts, most of them are vulnerable in those areas. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." Zhou Pongzi conceded. Before long, Ouyang Qian approached from a distance, holding several beast cores, some red and others blue. Lin Yu eyed the beast cores in her hands with suspicion. Chubby, what do you think Sister Qian is doing with so many beast cores? Could it be that someone else has also broken through to the 3rd star? It seems a few A-rank classmates have indeed ascended to the 3rd star, Zhou Pengzi pondered. Though uncertain, Lin Yu, upon hearing this, chose not to dwell further on the matter. He then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Hunyuan Gong, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. In the next moment, wisps of white, fluffy material began to converge toward him, interspersed with a hint of red substance. That was the fire element. As he practiced the Hunyuan technique, the Li Huazhu within him began to revolve unconsciously, absorbing the faint fire elements in the air. Zhou Pengzi watched Lin Yu's commotion with a sense of exasperation. It was infuriating that he didn't experience such phenomena during his own practice. With this thought, he averted his gaze from Lin Yu and turned towards Ouyang Qian. Hee, Sister Qian, what about mine? Zhou Pengzi said, approaching her with a beaming smile. Here's your Earth-type beast core. This is the core of a bronze 5-star explosive rock gorilla. Be cautious, don't get ensnared by its quicksand vortex, or you'll be left with no choice but to await your demise, Ouyang Qian warned as she handed him a brown beast core. Understood, thank you for the warning. Sister Qian, I'll be careful, Zhou Pengzi replied, gratefully accepting the beast core before preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian called out to him, where's that guy Lin Yu? Isn't he with you? Oh, he is currently in meditation. Zhou Pengzi pointed towards Lin Yu, who was seated in a corner. Following his gesture, Ouyang Qian saw Lin Yu meditating at a distance, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. She was taken aback but quickly acclimated, for in the realm of prodigies, such feats require no further explanation. After a while, Ouyang Qian provided Zhou Pengzi with additional instructions before turning to leave. Zhou Pengzi, feeling elated, returned to Lin Yu's side. Noticing the area was deserted, he promptly began to sit down and absorb the beast core. In the next moment, Zhou Pengzi found himself in a gray world. Recalling Lin Yu's previous words, and instantly calmed himself. At that moment, a towering black gorilla, standing 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared before him. The explosive rock gorilla. Zhou Pengzi murmured, gazing at the creature. Suddenly, as soon as he uttered those words, the explosive rock gorilla opened its eyes wide, fixating its gaze upon him. Instantly, Zhou Pengzi felt his entire body tremble. This was his first time facing a beast up close. Roar! The explosive rock gorilla, glaring at the diminutive human before it, let out a thunderous roar, causing Zhou Pengzi to freeze in place. Following this, the gorilla slammed its fists into the ground, sending massive boulders hurtling toward Zhou Pengzi. In that critical moment, Zhou Pengzi reacted swiftly, dodging frantically to the side. Damn, must you be so ferocious? It seems I'll have to show you the might of the Fat Lord. With that, he pressed his hands against the ground, causing enormous stones to rise and surround the explosive rock gorilla. Roar! The explosive rock gorilla roared several times, its colossal fists crashing down upon the stones. Soon, the rocks Zhou Pengzi summoned were obliterated by the beast's strikes. However, he did not panic. Instead, he pressed his palms against the ground once more, causing the earth to convulse. Rocks surged forth, wrapping around the explosive rock gorilla tightly, leaving only its mouth and abdomen exposed. Zhou Pengzi quickly rushed towards the gorilla, delivering a punch to its abdomen when he was less than a meter away. A resounding clang echoed. Zhou Pengzi's expression turned grim. Damn, your skin is far too tough. He felt as though he had struck iron, but fortunately, this was not the real world. Otherwise, his hand would have been ruined. You beast. Just watch as I smash you to pieces. Zhou Pengzi roared, leaping into the air to deliver a slap to its face. In the next instant, slap. The mouth of the explosive rock gorilla was exceptionally hard. Zhou Pengzi's hand struck it as if hitting stone. The pain was unbearable. But thankfully this wasn't the real world. Otherwise, his hand would surely be broken. Just then, the explosive rock gorilla let out a furious roar, and the stones surrounding it were violently expelled. Zhou Pengzi, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to curse, but was interrupted as he noticed a vortex forming beneath his feet. Quicksand vortex. Good grief, are you serious? Is this how you're going to play your trump card? Shouting incessantly, Zhou Pengzi sprinted towards an open area. After running for a while, he finally escaped the range of the quicksand vortex. Phew, you beast, you've exhausted the Fat Lord. Damn it. What is this monstrous weakness? Wait a minute, the explosive rock gorilla, I know its weakness. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Pengzi, and he promptly pressed his hands to the ground again. Stone spikes erupted from the earth, charging towards the explosive rock gorilla. Upon seeing this, the gorilla roared and leapt into the air. Just as I expected, Zhou Pengzi smirked, and a stone spike shot forth at tremendous speed towards the gorilla's rear. Behold my 1,000-year kill. Chapter 28. Did I eat a poisonous mushroom? The stone spike pierced straight into the explosive rock gorilla's behind, emerging from its mouth shortly thereafter. Before the gorilla could roar in fury, it collapsed, lifeless. The figure of the explosive rock gorilla began to dissipate, and Zhou Pengzi's consciousness gradually returned. As he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yu gazing at him with a look of concern. You go. Chubby, what happened? Why did it take so long? I thought you were in trouble, Lin Yu said, his expression laden with worry. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Pengzi let out a sigh. Alas, it is difficult to articulate. What you suggested previously was utterly ineffective. Lin Yu found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had merely offered a suggestion, which was contingent upon the circumstances. So, how did you manage to uncover its weaknesses? Zhou Pengzi grinned. Hee, I executed a 1,000-year kill technique, prompting it to take a dive in and out. As he spoke, a slight smile crept upon Zhou Pengzi's lips. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. This fellow was as lewd as ever, conjuring such underhanded tactics. Nonetheless, it was indeed a clever method. Perhaps he could employ it himself in the future, though somewhat unethical. There was no need for morality when dealing with that pack of beasts. All right, fatty, look at you basking in your own glory. Let us go? Where to? Where do you think? To the cafeteria, of course. Don't you see it's mealtime? Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glare. Zhou Pengzi hastily produced his phone and checked the time, realizing there were only 5 minutes left until class was dismissed. If we delay, we might miss the cue. Come on, you go. Let's hurry before we miss out on seats. Zhou Pengzi urged as he hurried to catch up with Lin Yu. In the past, he and the original host were known as the kings of the dining hall. They would often dash to the cafeteria before class even ended, finishing their meals long before their classmates arrived. Now, as awakened beings, they no longer had to endure the tedium of trigonometric functions in the classroom. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria, which was still relatively empty. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi seemed to spot something and began nudging Lin Yu insistently. Wow, you go look over there. It's the campus flower, Li Hanzhuang. Following his gaze, Lin Yu saw Li Hanzhuang in the distance, delicately nibbling at her food. Perhaps Zhou Pengzi's excitement had been too loud. As Lin Yu observed, Li Hanzhuang slowly lifted her head, her beautiful, emotionless eyes locking onto the two of them. Cough, fatty, you're being too loud. Let us move, Lin Yu said, clearing his throat and whispering to Zhou Pengzi. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Zhou Pengzi quickly turned away from Li Hanzhuang and made a beeline for the food counter, not wishing to have a gun pointed at him by her. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhuang, observing their flustered demeanor, couldn't help but let a slight smile grace her lips. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, it would have been shocking, considering Li Hanzhuang had never smiled at anyone in the past 3 years. However, Lin Yu and his companion were oblivious to this fact, and even if they knew, it would matter little to them. Soon, they had filled their plates with food, and once again, it was Zhou Pengzi who paid. As his father had insisted, he clung tightly to Lin Yu. Just yesterday, after Zhou Pengzi recounted Lin Yu's situation, his father had raised his allowance from 500 to 1,000. That was a daily allowance, mind you. 1,000 a day, just thinking about it was terrifying. Thus, Zhou Pengzi was more than willing to treat Lin Yu, and Lin Yu, aware of his intentions, did not decline. After all, who would turn down a good deal? By the way, fatty, which academy are you planning to attend? Lin Yu suddenly inquired. Oh, I haven't decided yet. What about you, Yugo? Where are you planning to go? Zhou Pengzi shook his head and then asked Lin Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu blurted out, the Demon Sea Academy. What? Yugo, you're considering the Demon Sea Academy? That place is crawling with geniuses. Are you sure you want to go? Zhou Pengzi was taken aback. He had done his research on the Demon Sea Academy and knew it was filled with prodigies, most of whom came from wealthy families. Although his father, Zhou Dafu, was considered affluent in Jiancheng, it was hardly sufficient in the metropolis of Magic City, which had been the economic center of the Dragon Nation prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, teeming with the affluent. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given Lin Yu's prodigious talents, an SSS-grade spatial ability, and an SSS-grade fire ability, though now it should be considered an upgraded SSS-grade fire ability. Zhou Pengzi was unaware of Lin Yu's fire ability having already evolved. If he knew, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. Since the spiritual energy revival, there had yet to be a dual SSS-grade awakened individual, making Lin Yu's talents unparalleled in the world. But with your talents, Yugo, you should secure a place at the Demon Sea Academy. Hee, Yugo, let me join you at the Demon Sea Academy. Zhou Pengzi grinned, envisioning Lin Yu's extraordinary gifts. Actually, it was Qianjie who mentioned that there's a prominent figure with a spatial ability at the Demon Sea Academy, which is why I'm considering it. Lin Yu candidly revealed his conversation with Ouyang Qian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's mouth fell agape once more. Yugo, the figure you're referring to isn't Lu Hongba, is it? Old Master Lu? Yes, that's the one, Lin Yu nodded. Wow, Old Master Lu is a transcendent 9-star figure. Yugo, doesn't that mean you'll be able to roam freely at the Demon Sea Academy? Cough. Let us keep it low-key, Lin Yu said, lightly coughing to signal Zhou Pengzi to lower his voice, though he could not suppress the smile on his face. Just then, a system notification rang in Lin Yu's mind. Zhou Pengzi's emotion value, 666. This sudden announcement nearly caused Lin Yu, who had been smiling, to choke with laughter. At that moment, an unassuming figure silently approached and sat beside Lin Yu, causing Zhou Pengzi, seated across from him, to widen his eyes in shock, his mouth agape. Unable to utter a sound, only flailing his arms in agitation. Lin Yu observed his peculiar behavior with confusion. What is wrong with you, fatty? Did you choke? In response, Zhou Pengzi frantically gestured for him to look to the left. This only deepened Lin Yu's bewilderment. He thought, is this fatty having a fit? Suddenly, a calm voice reached Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu, are you planning to attend the Demon Sea Academy? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yu mechanically turned his head to find Li Hanchuang's expressionless face before him. Li Hanchuang, do you need something? Nothing much. I happened to pass by and overheard you mention attending the Demon Sea Academy, so I came to inquire. Yes. I do intend to go to the Demon Sea Academy. Oh, I see. By the way, may I ask what your current rank is? Bronze 5-star. Alright, I understand now. Apologies for interrupting your meal. Saying this, Li Hanchuang bowed slightly to Lin Yu and then left without looking back. Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi exchanged bemused glances, both reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment. You go, did I eat some poisonous mushrooms and hallucinate? Zhou Pengzi questioned, scratching his plump face in confusion. Perhaps we both consumed some tainted mushrooms. Let us just eat quickly and then head back to sleep. Lin Yu replied, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 29. If you practice diligently, you'll catch up to me. By the way, Yugo, is it true that you've broken through to bronze 5-star? Zhou Pengzi suddenly asked. He found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while, and Lin Yu had already achieved 5-star status while he, despite toiling through an entire night, had only reached 3-star. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no jealousy. Lin Yu, unfazed by his friend's incredulity, nodded. After absorbing the beast core of the phantom spirit cat yesterday, I transitioned from early 4-star to late 4-star. After absorbing a trace of Southern Ming's flame from the flame pearl, he successfully ascended to the 5-star rank, with only one step remaining to break through to 6-star. Soon, he would be able to absorb a beast core for further comprehension. However, Lin Yu felt it prudent to take his time. He intended to refine his physical body with the Southern Ming flame. Alright, fatty, focus on your cultivation, and you'll catch up to me. Lin Yu reassured as he patted Zhou Pengzi on the shoulder. His words, intended to comfort, inadvertently struck Zhou Pengzi hard, feeling utterly disheartened. He lamented that after a sleepless night, he was still falling behind Lin Yu. It seemed futile to strive harder when the gap only widened. Perhaps it would be best to simply relax and cling to Lin Yu's coattails, forsaking his own cultivation. Brother Yu, do you truly not have any quick methods for cultivation? Zhou Pengzi asked, looking at Lin Yu with a puzzled expression. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly before replying. None at all. One must remain grounded and not reach too high too fast. The same applies to cultivation. One cannot rush it. Sigh, it's your fault that I feel this way. Just look at how little time has passed, and you've advanced from bronze 1-star to 5 stars. Meanwhile, I'm still at bronze 3-star. A far cry from you, Zhou Pengzi sighed. Taken aback by his words, Lin Yu pondered whether he should slow his own cultivation pace. No, you're a genius. Please don't decrease your speed on my account. I wouldn't be able to bear it. Zhou Pengzi quickly refused. Yet, Lin Yu had already made up his mind. He aimed to refine his body and had no intention of cultivating spiritual energy in the coming days. However, he could not divulge this to Zhou Pengzi. Soon, the two returned to the teaching building and, passing by a classroom, noticed that Li Hanchuang was absent from her seat. Lin Yu speculated that she had likely gone to the gym to train. When he mentioned his breakthrough to 5 stars, her expression had unmistakably changed, filled with shock and disbelief, as if she thought she should also be capable of reaching 5 stars. Nevertheless, Lin Yu paid little heed to this and proceeded directly to class 15. Meanwhile, in the grove of Jiangchang High School, Li Hanchuang sat cross-legged on a large stone, meditating with her eyes closed. Spiritual energy continually converged around her, and she was on the verge of breaking through to 4 stars. Suddenly, she let out a cold snort. Break! The spiritual power within her churned violently, and the surrounding energy was swiftly drawn into her body. A series of dull thuds echoed from within her. But soon tranquility returned. Li Hanchuang had successfully advanced to bronze 4 stars. Ugh, still too slow. It's only now that I've reached 4 stars. She exhaled a breath of stale air and began to murmur to herself. If Lin Yu were present, he would understand the meaning behind her words, but unfortunately, the surroundings were silent and deserted. Li Hanchuang rose, stretched her limbs, and exited the grove, heading straight to the gym. She wished to ascertain whether Lin Yu was secretly training without her knowledge. Minutes later, after surveying her surroundings, Li Hanchuang found no sign of Lin Yu. This sparked her confusion. Could it be that he was not training in the gym? Or was he, like her, breaking through elsewhere? With this thought, she found a corner and commenced her fervent training. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had been sound asleep, was suddenly roused by the system's voice. Ding! Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu blinked in bewilderment, opening his bleary eyes and scanning his surroundings, only to find no trace of Li Hanchuang. This left him perplexed. Could the system have encountered a bug? Or had Li Hanchuang suddenly gone mad? After all, why would his emotional value suddenly increase so dramatically while he was peacefully asleep? Unable to fathom it, Lin Yu lay back down, though he did not fall asleep again. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding! The host currently has 333 points of emotional value. System, I want to draw lots. Let us start with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. The host request has been detected. The system is now drawing lots. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pair of magical running shoes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering basic swordsmanship, which has been automatically learned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering basic fist techniques, which has been automatically learned. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He had unexpectedly drawn 2 skills, specifically in swordsmanship and fist techniques, finally gaining something worthwhile. System, I want to draw again for 10 consecutive times. Ding. The system is currently drawing lots. Please wait. After a short while, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 speed pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 powerful kidney pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 thank you gifts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 silver treasure chest. Upon hearing that he had drawn a silver treasure chest, Lin Yu nearly shouted in excitement. System, open the silver treasure chest. Chapter 30, A-Class Destruction Gun. As Lin Yu's words fell, the system's voice immediately resonated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-Class weapon. Destruction Gun. Another weapon, and this time an A-Class one, made Lin Yu beam with joy. He felt he had hit the jackpot. Until now, he had only possessed an S-Class Long Yuan sword that he could showcase, and now, with the addition of this destruction gun, it was as if he had gained wings. After the excitement subsided, Lin Yu calmed down and commanded the system, System, open my personal information panel. Ding. The personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 5-star. Personal items, magical running shoes, ultra-long voice transmitter, super compass, magical potion, cleansing pills, strength pills, speed pills, powerful kidney pills, SpongeBob underwear. Superpowers, SSS class space ability, phantom step, SSS class fire ability, flame fireball. Skills, beginner culinary master, beginner driving, beginner massage, mastery of basic swordsmanship, mastery of basic fist techniques. Techniques, S-class mixed element technique. Weapons, S-class Long Yuan sword, A-class destruction gun, B-class crossbow, C-class wind-breaking arrows, C-class scarlet snake tooth, B-class heavenly machine umbrella, flame pearl. Beast pets, none. Emotional value, 33,333. Lin Yu gazed at the information displayed on the panel, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Zhou Pengzi's voice interrupted Lin Yu's reverie. Brother Yu, it's time to go. Oh, understood. Reluctantly, Lin Yu rose to his feet and followed Zhou Pengzi out of the classroom. Upon entering the gymnasium, Lin Yu immediately sensed dozens of eyes fixated upon him, but this sensation quickly dissipated. It seemed that ever since several individuals had broken through to the 3-star comprehension level, some students of lesser talent had begun to engage in a fierce competition, relentlessly honing their skills in the gym, to the extent that some even neglected their meals in pursuit of improvement. Yet, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, 2 peculiar characters, still found time for a leisurely nap, igniting the ire of their peers. Thus, the moment they stepped inside, the collective gaze of resentment was directed at them. Brother Yu, why do I feel like their eyes are a bit off? Did you offend them again? Zhou Pengzi inquired. Get lost. Have I gone mad to provoke them? Lin Yu retorted, delivering a swift kick to Zhou Pengzi. The latter, wincing in pain, expressed confusion, but their gaze seemed strange. Almost like the envy one feels when someone else tops an exam. Haha, I believe they are simply envious of our rapid progress in cultivation, Lin Yu asserted with conviction. However, Zhou Pengzi held a different view. I think they must be admiring us. Lin Yu fell silent, striding purposefully toward a corner, prompting Zhou Pengzi to hurriedly scurry after him. Brother Yu, I still think. Don't speak. Fatty, did you hear any strange sounds? Lin Yu interrupted before he could finish. Strange sounds? What sounds? Are you hallucinating, Brother Yu? Zhou Pengzi looked at him quizzically. Yet, Lin Yu paid him no mind and began surveying the surroundings. Realizing everything appeared normal, suddenly, that peculiar sound grew louder, and Zhou Pengzi also began to hear it. Wow, Brother Yu, there really is a sound. Why does it sound so eerie? It's coming from below, Lin Yu exclaimed, immediately crouching down to listen intently to the ground. Fatty, the sound is emanating from beneath us. Beneath? No way, but the gym floor is concrete. Zhou Pengzi gasped. Meanwhile, the students who had been meditating were abruptly awakened by the strange noise. They began looking around, eager to ascertain the source of the sound, and soon their gazes landed on Lin Yu, who was prone on the ground. They began to murmur amongst themselves. Where's that sound coming from? Is it disrupting our training? Indeed, I was on the verge of breaking through to 3 stars when this noise startled me. Really? You just broke through to 1 star. What are you showing off for? What is it to you? If you have the capability, compare yourself to the school beauty, Li. Enough, stop the noise. Look at that person on the ground. Could the sound be coming from below? Isn't that Lin Yu? Why is he lying on the floor? Amidst the chatter, The peculiar sound intensified, resonating throughout the gymnasium. Simultaneously, atop a distant mountain, an elder suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "The seal has been broken. After 10 years, I wonder what the situation is like inside. It seems to be in the direction of Jiang City. Ah, that little fellow is also in Jiang City. Perhaps I'll go see if he truly possesses such extraordinary talent." With that, the elder vanished from his spot, revealing himself to be the esteemed elder Lu Hongba, the foremost expert in spatial abilities in Long Country. A decade ago, when Jiang City High School had yet to possess the current gymnasium, a spatial rift had unexpectedly appeared in its place. At that time, Lu Hongba happened to pass by Jiang City and, intrigued, ventured inside the rift. Back then, he had not yet attained the extraordinary 9-star level, possessing only the strength of a 5-star king. Nevertheless, he bravely entered, discovering that it was a realm inhabited by various magical beasts. After a week of exploration, he discerned that the strongest beast inside was merely at the 3-star golden level. Rather than obliterating them immediately, he chose to seal the rift to prevent the beast from entering the human world and posing a threat. Due to his relatively low strength at the time, he could only seal the rift rather than eradicate it entirely, leaving a significant hidden danger. Only now, as the seal began to weaken, did Lu Hongba recall this matter. Back with Lin Yu, as the sound grew increasingly louder, the ground began to tremble slightly. The crowd quickly realized the strange noise was indeed coming from beneath them, plunging them into a state of panic. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Impossible. Jiang City has never experienced an earthquake. This isn't an earthquake. Then what is it? Why is the ground shaking, and what is this eerie sound? Look, the ground seems to be cracking. What on earth is happening? Could it be an attack from a magical beast? The scene descended into chaos, with voices rising in confusion. Yet, Lin Yu sensed a faint spatial aura, as if some seal had been undone. Chapter 31, The Spatial Rift. At this moment, the tremors escalated, and the peculiar sound grew louder. Boom, boom. The noise persisted for a time before abruptly ceasing, and just as the crowd began to relax, cracks suddenly appeared at the center of the gym, swiftly spreading outward at a visible pace. The students who had been observing from below were struck with terror at the sight and scrambled toward the upper bleachers. Earthquake! Lin Yu, witnessing the chaos, seized Zhou Pongzi and dashed toward the audience seats above. After a while, the intensity of the tremors diminished and the cracks ceased to expand. But then the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge toward the center. In that central location, it gradually coalesced into a vortex, which began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy. This process continued for approximately 20 minutes before it gradually came to a halt. Suddenly, above the center, cracks began to appear like those on a mirror. Soon, the fractures multiplied. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed within the gym. Crack, crack. In the next instant, the space fractured, revealing a swirling vortex radiating blue light before the astonished crowd. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of suction erupted from this vortex. Several students positioned at the forefront were instantly drawn into it. "Help! Save me!" The plea barely escaped their lips before they were consumed by the vortex. Gradually, more and more individuals were pulled into this mysterious whirlpool. "Brother Yu, what is happening?" Zhou Pongzi gazed at the vanishing figures of their classmates, terror etched across his face. "I am uncertain, but it appears that there is no imminent danger, my rotund friend. Would you care to accompany me inside for a closer inspection?" Lin Yu proposed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Lin Yu. "Brother Yu, are you feeling feverish? Are you truly daring enough to venture in there?" As he spoke, Zhou Pongzi tentatively reached towards Lin Yu's forehead, only to be swatted away. "My friend, I just sensed a spatial fluctuation. This should be a portal to another world. Are you certain you do not wish to explore it? Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, I would never deceive you." Zhou Pongzi hesitated momentarily, but the allure of such an extraordinary opportunity was too enticing to forego. "Let us do it, brother Yu. We shall proceed." With that, Zhou Pongzi stepped forward, and Lin Yu followed suit, gradually approaching the swirling vortex. However, before they could draw near, they were abruptly engulfed by the blue whirlpool. When they reopened their eyes, the scenery before them left both in a state of astonishment. They found themselves in a vast expanse of lush grasslands that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Brother Yu, where have we arrived?" Zhou Pongzi inquired. "I am unsure. But we are certainly not on Blue Star," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. "What should we do now? We are unfamiliar with this place. How can we return?" Zhou Pongzi felt a pang of regret. He should never have succumbed to Lin Yu's persuasion. Now, they were trapped. Lin Yu paid no heed to his lamentations and began to survey their surroundings. Aside from the boundless grasslands, there was little else in sight. Not even a trace of their fellow classmates who had been drawn in with them. "Pongzi, I believe we have been transported to another realm. Look around. There are no other classmates in sight," Lin Yu remarked thoughtfully. "What?" Zhou Pongzi exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, glancing around. "Brother Yu, what now?" "Let us move forward and see if we can encounter anyone else," Lin Yu suggested, striding purposefully in one direction. Zhou Pongzi hurriedly followed. They wandered for what felt like an eternity. Plop! Zhou Pongzi, panting heavily, collapsed onto the grass. Brother Yu, how much further must we go? I can scarcely continue. Hearing this, Lin Yu took another look around and noticed a distant grove. Pongzi, look, there seems to be a forest ahead. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Pongzi lifted his gaze toward the direction Lin Yu indicated and saw a dark expanse that indeed appeared to be woods. Brother Yu, let us rest for half an hour before setting off again. I am utterly spent. Zhou Pongzi eagerly pleaded with Lin Yu. Very well. Let us take a moment to recuperate, Lin Yu replied, preparing to sit down. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly alert. The two sprang to their feet and glanced upward, spotting a small dark figure rapidly approaching them from the distance. Their certainty was bolstered as the dark figure visibly swelled in size. Pongzi, run, Lin Yu shouted, taking off at a sprint. Zhou Pongzi, jolted back to reality by Lin Yu's urgent call, retorted, damn it, Brother Yu, how can you abandon me like this? Wait for me. With that, Zhou Pongzi propelled himself forward, chasing after Lin Yu with all his might. As they ran, Lin Yu kept a watchful eye on the encroaching shadow, which grew increasingly larger. System, do you have any idea what that creature is? Lin Yu thought of the omniscient system and inquired. Ding. The system is currently detecting. Please hold on. Ding. Detection complete. Swift Wind Thunder Eagle, Bronze 8 star. It possesses remarkable speed and devastating destructive power, specifically preying on weaker beasts. Any target locked onto by it shall not escape its talons. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank. What the hell? It's a Bronze 8 star beast. I'm only a Bronze 5 star. How on earth am I supposed to contend with that? System, does the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle have any weaknesses? Lin Yu asked. Still sprinting. Ding. The beak and claws of the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle are its most formidable weapons, yet its feathers are its most vulnerable point. Are you suggesting that I pluck its feathers? How is that even feasible? Ding. The host merely needs to set its wings ablaze. Realizing he could conjure fire, Lin Yu felt foolish for considering the impracticality of feather plucking. Now armed with a solution, he slowed his pace. Meanwhile, Zhou Pongzi, noticing Lin Yu's deceleration, assumed he was tiring. Brother Yu, hurry up. If we don't escape, that beast will catch up to us. Zhou Pongzi urged. With a slight smile, Lin Yu called back to Zhou Pongzi, let us stop running. You provide cover while I deal with it. Zhou Pongzi looked perplexed. What do you mean by providing cover? Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yu gradually came to a halt. Zhou Pongzi quickly slowed down as he rushed toward Lin Yu, stopping just in time. Brother Yu, what did you just say? You want me to be the distraction? Zhou Pongzi gasped, catching his breath. Yes, Pongzi. You need to hold that creature off for a moment while I unleash my fireball upon it. Are you sure about this, Brother Yu? Zhou Pongzi queried. Uncertainty clouding his expression, but Lin Yu merely shot him an exasperated glance. Chapter 32, Swift Wind Thunder Eagle. Zhou Pongzi, observing Lin Yu's unwavering confidence, steeled himself. All right, let us do this. Get ready. Brother Yu, I am prepared at all times. Fireball. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu hurled a fireball the size of a soccer ball towards the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle. The orb, infused with the essence of South Ming's leaving fire, was exponentially more powerful than his previous attempts. Fortunately, Lin Yu's strength was considerable. Otherwise, he might not have been able to launch it so high. In a mere moment, the fireball struck the left wing of the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle with pinpoint accuracy. Flames rapidly engulfed the wing, consuming a significant portion of its feathers in mere moments. With a mournful cry, the creature plummeted downward, intent on making the two small insects below pay for their audacity. Lin Yu, witnessing the successful impact of his fireball, felt a surge of triumph. Pongzi, did you see that? My power is truly formidable. Brother Yu, wait. That dark spot is getting larger. Zhou Pongzi exclaimed, just as he began to commend Lin Yu. Alarmed, Lin Yu looked up, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that my fireball failed to inflict any damage? Logically, that shouldn't be possible. How could a Bronze 8 star beast withstand such an attack? As Lin Yu pondered this troubling thought, Zhou Pongzi shouted, Earth Barrier. In the next instant, the ground trembled, and a sturdy stone wall erupted from the earth, encasing the two of them. Just then, the furious Swift Wind Thunder Eagle barreled toward them with unrestrained wrath. Boom. The Gale Thunder Eagle collided violently against the stone wall, causing it to shatter into countless fragments, while the eagle itself staggered, almost plummeting from the sky. Come on, buddy, this isn't good enough. How can it break apart so easily? Yuga, please don't tease me. Let us find a way to navigate through this crisis. Zhou Pongzi replied with a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled. Just now, I noticed that the left wing of that beast bore distinct burn marks. I suspect it has sustained injuries. Really? Indeed, I caught a glimpse through the crack just now. Yuga, how many more times can you execute that technique? I believe I can manage about 5 more uses before my spiritual energy is depleted. And you, buddy, how long can your barrier withstand? Sigh, my barrier can endure 2 more impacts like that before it shatters. Zhou Pongzi lamented with a heavy sigh. Lin Yu immediately fell into contemplation. Since his companion could only withstand 2 more fierce collisions, he needed to act swiftly. Buddy, once that beast strikes again, you must immediately dismantle the barrier. Be quick, do you understand? Why? Zhou Pongzi asked, somewhat perplexed. Just trust me. Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to you, Lin Yu assured, patting his chest. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Pengzi nodded resolutely. All right, Yuga, I will follow your lead. Lin Yu smiled at this and continued to gaze outside through the gap. At that moment, the Gale Thunder Eagle, enraged by its inability to shatter the barrier, roared fiercely. With a flurry of cries, it soared skyward, then suddenly turned back, diving toward Lin Yu and the others with incredible speed. This subsequent impact was significantly more forceful than the last. Seeing the Gale Thunder Eagle rapidly approaching, Lin Yu shouted to Zhou Pengzi, "Buddy, brace yourself. The beast is coming." "Understood, Yuga." With that, Zhou Pengzi pressed his palms to the ground, ready to dismantle the barrier, while Lin Yu began to gather flames, forming a fireball the size of 3 footballs in his hands. As they waited anxiously, a thunderous boom resonated above them. They knew this was the Gale Thunder Eagle striking once more, and the previously shattered earth barrier began to tremble violently. Loose stones began to tumble down, prompting Zhou Pengzi to exert force, causing the barrier to dissipate swiftly. Lin Yu then directed his gaze at the still approaching Gale Thunder Eagle and hurled the fireball with all his might. It struck the eagle squarely on its back. The fiery orb, imbued with the essence of the southern bright fire, began to scorch its wings mercilessly. With a mournful cry, the Gale Thunder Eagle plummeted straight to the ground. Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, witnessing this, were filled with elation. They had finally subdued the creature. "Come on, buddy. Let us go take a look. Yuga, do you think this beast is really dead?" Zhou Pengzi expressed his concern. "Don't worry, after taking that fireball, it will either be dead or severely weakened. Besides, it has a beast core inside. We could sell it for a handsome sum," Lin Yu reassured, patting his shoulder dismissively. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi ceased to voice further concerns, eager to discover what kind of beast had attacked him. "Let us go then." The two of them hurried toward the direction where the Gale Thunder Eagle had fallen. At that moment, the eagle lay on the brink of death. Its back scorched through with a gaping hole, its wings completely burned away. Combined with its fall from a great height, it was a mere breath away from expiring. When they were merely 10 meters away, they halted. "Yuga, it seems this creature is finished. The best-case scenario. Let us wait a moment and see if it shows any reaction." "All right." Thus, the two waited for half an hour until the Gale Thunder Eagle ceased to respond completely, before cautiously approaching, wary that the creature might feign death and launch a final strike. Unbeknownst to them, the Gale Thunder Eagle had actually succumbed to death 10 minutes prior. Lifeless and beyond revival, Lin Yu stealthily approached the eagle's neck, then reached into his pocket, producing the red serpent tooth. This had been retrieved from the system space earlier, but he had concealed it in his pocket to prevent Zhou Pengzi from growing suspicious. Just as Lin Yu stood less than half a meter from the Gale Thunder Eagle, he swiftly struck, severing its neck. Fortunately, as the eagle was still in the bronze stage, the red serpent tooth easily pierced its skin. "Yuga, it seems this beast is truly dead. By the way, where did you get that dagger? It's quite impressive." Zhou Pengzi approached with a grin, noticing the red serpent tooth in Lin Yu's hand. "Oh, I found it on the road. I don't know who lost it, but I thought it looked nice, so I kept it." "Oh," Zhou Pengzi replied nonchalantly, shifting his focus to the scorched remains of the Gale Thunder Eagle, relieved that he had successfully deceived his companion. Lin Yu began to examine the creature he had slain. Zhou Pengzi suddenly inquired, "Yuga, do you recognize this beast?" It appears to be an eagle, yes. It seems to be a Gale Thunder Eagle." Lin Yu had long known about this creature from the system, yet he had refrained from stating it outright for fear of complications. However, now that Zhou Pengzi had asked, he felt compelled to feign ignorance. Chapter 33 Yuga. "This eagle meat smells delicious. The Gale Thunder Eagle? I've never heard of it. Yuga, what do you think its strength is?" Zhou Pengzi shook his head. "I estimate it to be around 8 stars. If it were 9 stars, my flames would have had a harder time injuring it." Lin Yu provided an estimation of the Gale Thunder Eagle's rank along with a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Yuga, you're not joking, are you? Is this Gale Thunder Eagle really that formidable? Well, believe it or not, hurry over here and help me turn it over." Lin Yu rolled his eyes, calling out, "Oh." Zhou Pengzi responded eagerly, scurrying to Lin Yu's side, and together they flipped the Gale Thunder Eagle onto its back. With a puzzled expression, Zhou Pengzi watched as Lin Yu began to cut into the eagle's body with the red serpent tooth. "Yuga, what are you doing?" "Extracting the beast core." The beast core is located in the creature's brain, not its belly." Lin Yu's hand froze mid-cut. "Cough, I know that. I just wanted to slice off some meat first so we can enjoy this beast's flesh later." Lin Yu cleared his throat. "Oh, fine, now that you mention it. My stomach is starting to rumble," Zhou Pengzi remarked, patting his sizable belly. Before long, Lin Yu had carved out a chunk of meat weighing approximately 10 kilograms from the Gale Thunder Eagle. He then approached the creature's head, eyes focused intently, piercing the red serpent tooth into its brain. After some stirring, he finally uncovered a gleaming object, not a stone, but the beast core. Gazing at the azure beast core in his hand, a smile crept across Lin Yu's face. This was the first beast he had slain since arriving in this world, making it a moment worth cherishing. "Catch, buddy." Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted at Zhou Pongzi and tossed him the azure beast core he held in his hand. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Did you not slay this beast? Why are you giving it to me? Zhou Pongzi questioned, perplexed. Keep it. Once you return, hand it over to your father and have him sell it. We'll split the profits 70-30, Lin Yu explained. He sought Zhou Dafu's assistance primarily because of his extensive connections. If he attempted to sell it himself, he might be swindled without even realizing it. Moreover, having Zhou Dafu sell it might yield a price higher than the market value. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Pongzi tucked the beast core into his pocket. After all, it was a substantial sum of money. While he was not in dire need of cash, no one would turn down more wealth. Brother Yu, let us get to roasting some meat. I've never tasted eagle meat before. All right, no problem. With that, Lin Yu plucked the remaining wings of the Gale Thunder Eagle and constructed a small fire pit. He then conjured a ball of flame in his hand, igniting the wings instantly. Approximately half an hour later, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, causing Zhou Pongzi to salivate profusely. Brother Yu, can we eat now? I'm famished. Here, eat up, you glutton. Lin Yu handed a piece of roasted meat to Zhou Pongzi, who eagerly accepted it and bit into it before it had a chance to cool. Ah, it's scalding. So fragrant. Brother Yu, you must try some. Zhou Pongzi was momentarily burned by the hot meat, but persevered to take a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. Seeing him relish the meal so joyfully, Lin Yu promptly cut himself a piece and began to devour it with gusto. After their long journey, they were both ravenous. And with such delicious meat before them, they ate heartily like famished wolves. Alas, they had no wine. Exquisite food deserves exquisite wine. After a while, the two of them reclined on the grass, satiated. Burp. Brother Yu, this meat is delectable. Not only is the texture tender, but it's also low in fat, with no fishy taste whatsoever. It's several times better than any beef I've had before, Zhou Pongzi exclaimed, grinning broadly with a blade of grass in his mouth. Lin Yu observed his companion's jubilance, but said nothing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had never tasted such exquisite meat in his previous life. This meal alone made the journey worthwhile. After resting for a moment, the two continued toward the distant forest. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the once orderly Jiancheng High School had descended into chaos. Students, who had been attending classes, fled in panic upon hearing an eerie sound. Wang Fujuan promptly gathered a group of teachers and rushed to the gymnasium. However, just as they attempted to enter to investigate, they found the gymnasium enveloped by an invisible barrier of light. Principal, what is going on? What has happened inside? Ouyang Qian approached Wang Fujuan, her expression grave. If something had gone awry, the school would be held accountable. Wang Fujuan's complexion was even more ominous than hers, his face darkening with concern. I have no idea what this barrier is. Principal, perhaps we should summon the Dragon Guardians to take a look. If anything has transpired, it would be difficult for us to explain to the school. At this point, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. He was Li Gang, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Just moments ago, he learned that Li Hanxiang was also in the gymnasium, filling him with dread. Wang Fujuan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Gang stepped aside to call the Dragon Guardians. However, he merely contacted the police station, which would then notify the Guardians. At that moment, above the gymnasium, a figure hovered in the air. It was Lu Hongba, who had sensed the seal being broken and rushed over. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Hongba utilized spatial transfer to arrive. The seal had been partially shattered. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the entire Jiancheng would have been drawn into chaos. Indeed, the barrier was Lu Hongba's doing. Shortly after Lin Yu and the others were drawn inside, he had arrived. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had enveloped the entire gymnasium in the barrier. It appeared that the young man had entered. Nevertheless, it provided an excellent opportunity to observe his capabilities. With that thought, Lu Hongba vanished into thin air. Inside the secret realm, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi had journeyed for an hour and finally entered the forest. However, as soon as they stepped into the woods, a strong wind rushed toward them, causing their clothes to flap wildly. What the heck, Brother Yu? Why is the wind so strong? I can barely open my eyes. Zhou Pongzi shouted. Quickly, use that trick from before. Oh right. Zhou Pongzi immediately braced himself against the ground, and a wall of stone abruptly rose before them, effectively blocking the strange wind. The bizarre wind persisted for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. Seeing this, Lin Yu cautiously peered out, and then turned back to Zhou Pongzi. Let us go, Fatso. It should be safe now. Brother Yu, should we wait a little longer? What if that strange wind comes back? Zhou Pongzi's face reflected his trepidation. However, this was understandable. After all, they were not on Blue Star and were unaware of the many unknowns that lurked here. Lin Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Besides, I'm here with you, so you need not fear. Reassured by Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pongzi felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the two continued deeper into the forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Yu suddenly halted. What's wrong? Brother Yu? Is there something amiss? Zhou Pongzi asked, his anxiety palpable. I see a deer up ahead, Lin Yu announced. A deer? Zhou Pongzi was puzzled. Could it be that this world still had deer? 20 years prior, when the spiritual energy surged, all animals on Blue Star underwent mutations, transforming even the most harmless creatures into fierce beasts. Many herbivores became carnivorous due to this change. Of course, some animals remained unchanged, specifically domesticated livestock. However, despite their unchanged forms, their meat had significantly improved in quality. Thus, Zhou Pongzi was bewildered and skeptical upon hearing Lin Yu's words. Could there truly be unmutated deer here? Sensing Zhou Pongzi's confusion, Lin Yu stepped aside. Why don't you come take a look for yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi eagerly approached and gazed in the direction Lin Yu indicated. There, at the distant lake, stood a deer drinking water. It appeared similar to those before the mutation, with one notable difference. This deer was green, not a deep green, but a shade of bluish green. What was more remarkable was that the deer was surrounded by shimmering halos, exuding an air of sanctity. Zhou Pongzi was immediately entranced, momentarily captivated by the sight. System, please provide me with information about that deer. Lin Yu communicated with the system in his mind. Ding, the system has detected the host's request. Please wait a moment. Ding, the luminescent bee deer. A creature of silver 3 stars, prefers to dwell in the depths of the forest, exhibiting a gentle demeanor, yet it is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, one must bear the consequences. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu gained a general understanding of this deer. However, he never anticipated that this creature possessed such formidable strength, reaching silver 3 stars. It would be prudent for him to depart quickly, as he was no match for it. Fatty, stop staring and let's leave at once. We cannot provoke this deer, Lin Yu urged. Yet, he received no response from Zhou Pongzi. Concerned, Lin Yu approached and nudged him, only to find him completely immobile. This puzzled him. Could it be that this fool was so entranced by some beauty that he couldn't move? Strangely enough, at that moment, Zhou Pongzi's gaze was indeed fixated on a group of strikingly beautiful figures before him. Having long lost sight of Lin Yu, he had completely missed his friend's warning. Seeing Zhou Pongzi frozen in place, Lin Yu felt a surge of panic. Could it be that this glutton had succumbed to the enchantment? Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled the system mentioning that the luminescent bee deer possessed the ability to create mesmerizing illusions. Surely, this fool had fallen prey to the deer's illusion. System, check if this idiot has been ensnared, he commanded. Ding, the system has detected the host's request and is processing it. Ding, the subject has indeed fallen under the illusion cast by the luminescent bee deer and is currently trapped in a dreamlike state. Damn it, as expected. This fool is utterly unreliable. System, do you have any means to awaken him? Ding, there is currently only one method, to slay the luminescent bee deer, after which the illusion will naturally dissipate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What nonsense was this? Asking a bronze 5-star rookie like him to confront a silver 3-star creature was nothing short of absurd. System, do you not have any other options? Ding, this is the only available method. The system's response was succinct, yet Lin Yu was far from satisfied. He had already exerted tremendous effort to defeat the Gale Thunder Eagle. Just then, the luminescent bee deer began to approach them, having detected the noise they made while shifting positions, locking onto Zhou Pongzi and unleashing its illusion upon him. As Lin Yu heard the approaching footsteps, his heart sank. The luminescent bee deer had likely discovered their presence. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. He stood up and boldly stepped out from the underbrush, meeting the gaze of the luminescent bee deer directly. The deer paused, taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity, not expecting this mere insect to reveal itself. Its eyes grew wary, although it had never encountered a human before. It sensed a certain hostility in Lin Yu's aura. With a series of calls, the luminescent bee deer warned Lin Yu. Yet he was oblivious to the language of beasts and merely fixed his gaze upon it, ready to evade should it attack. Thus, the two remained locked in a tense standoff, neither daring to make a move. Lin Yu thought to himself, why was this creature hesitating to act? His legs were growing numb from standing still, and he cursed under his breath, thinking that if it didn't strike soon, he would have no choice but to take action himself. Meanwhile, the luminescent bee deer regarded the unmoving Lin Yu with confusion. Its small deer brain could not comprehend why this human figure remained so still. Thus, they stood there, staring at each other for what felt like an eternity. Just when Lin Yu could no longer feel his legs, he finally could not hold back and shouted at the luminescent bee deer. Hey, listen up, we can negotiate. You help my brother escape the illusion, and I'll take him away. How does that sound? He gestured toward Zhou Pongzi, who was still lost in the underbrush. Drooling uncontrollably, the luminescent bee deer followed Lin Yu's pointing finger and instantly understood his intent, responding with a couple of calls. The moment Zhou Pongzi heard the deer's calls, the enchanting visions before him vanished. Wasn't I just on the beach? Where are my beauties? Coming to his senses, Zhou Pongzi exclaimed, surveying his surroundings and realizing he was back in the familiar thicket with Lin Yu. Where's Lin Yu? He wondered aloud, panic rising within him as he noticed the absence of his friend. Before he could call out, Lin Yu's voice emerged from beyond the underbrush. Enough already, fatty. Stop shouting and come out. Zhou Pongzi's face lit up with joy as he scrambled to his feet and hurriedly exited the thicket. Chapter 35, Encountering an Acquaintance. As Zhou Pengzi emerged, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Lin Yu was mingling with a beast. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Lin Yu. What is this? Enough, fatty, don't be so dramatic. This luminescent deer means us no harm. It merely created an illusion because we disturbed it while it was drinking. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, easing Zhou Pengzi's anxiety. Since this deer bears us no ill will, can we leave? Zhou Pengzi inquired. Yes, let us go. We need to regroup with the others, Lin Yu replied, waving goodbye to the luminescent deer as he led Zhou Pengzi onward. Once the two departed, the luminescent deer turned and retreated deeper into the woods. System, you wretched contraption, you clearly had other methods available, yet insisted I confront it directly. Were you hoping to change hosts by getting me killed? Lin Yu began to berate the system in his mind as they moved out of sight of the deer. System. Seeing the system's silence only fueled Lin Yu's anger. This cursed system was too unreliable. It would encourage one to take risks today and lead one to disaster tomorrow. Lin Yu stormed away, running for what felt like an eternity before halting abruptly. Zhou Pengzi, puzzled by the sudden stop, asked, what now? Is there another beast? Fatty, come here and take a look. Isn't that Li Feiyu? Lin Yu urged. Zhou Pengzi froze, his eyes widening as he squinted into the distance, spotting a figure stealthily glancing around, seemingly trying to evade something. After observing for a moment, he recognized the figure as Li Feiyu, and a sly grin crept onto his face. Heh, Lin Yu, it's really that guy? Should we scare him a little? I bet he'll be terrified. Let us wait a moment. He seems to be avoiding something, Lin Yu cautioned, having perceived the apprehension on Li Feiyu's face. Whatever was instilling fear in him was likely a powerful beast. In such uncertain circumstances, it was best not to act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Lin Yu's far-reaching thoughts were primarily influenced by the numerous adventure films he had watched in his previous life, such as Indiana Jones. Subsequently, the two miscreants stealthily approached Li Feiyu, occasionally glancing around. Hee, brother Yu, what do you think Li Feiyu will look like when he sees us? Will he be thrilled? Or will he be so frightened that he loses control? Zhou Pengzi's face bore a mischievous grin as he looked at Lin Yu, who was leading the way. Lin Yu, however, did not react much to Zhou Pengzi's words, as he held no animosity towards Li Feiyu. If anything, he was merely looking forward to taking advantage of him again. This thought brought a wicked smile to Lin Yu's lips, a grin even more lascivious than that of Zhou Pengzi. Fortunately, Zhou Pengzi was trailing behind. Otherwise, he would have surely been compelled to shout at him. Before long, the duo found themselves within 10 meters of Li Feiyu. Due to their intentional concealment, Li Feiyu remained oblivious to their presence. While Li Feiyu was scanning his surroundings, a chubby hand stealthily crept closer to him. As the distance diminished, in an instant, that hand clamped down on Li Feiyu's shoulder. Ah, don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Li Feiyu shrieked in fright, curling up and shouting loudly. At the same time, a mysterious yellowish liquid began to seep from beneath him. Zhou Pengzi, witnessing his cowardice, could not help but scoff. TSK. Brother Yu, look at how timid he is. Li Feiyu, lift your head and see who the esteemed fat lord is. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu trembled as he raised his head, and, upon recognizing Zhou Pengzi, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Phew, it's you, Zhou Pengzi. Why did you scare me like that? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Pengzi slapped him, declaring, don't call me by my real name, got it? Call me Fat Lord. You. What do you mean by you? Call me Fat Lord. Zhou Pengzi glared at him. Realizing he was outmatched, Li Feiyu had no choice but to relent. All right, Fat Lord. Zhou Pengzi, seeing his compliance, retrieved a piece of meat wrapped in cloth from his pocket. This is the meat of the swift thunder eagle. Before we left, Lin Yu dried it over the fire and had me carry some with me. Given that we are in an unfamiliar situation and arrived in such haste, we had no food, so it was prudent to prepare some rations for emergencies. We've just encountered you, so here is a piece for you. Considering we are all classmates, Li Feiyu eyed the item Zhou Pengzi had tossed his way, perplexed. Fat Lord, what is this? Hurry and eat. This is meat from a swift thunder eagle that you and I killed earlier. The taste might be somewhat lacking, but it will do. Zhou Pengzi briefly explained before ignoring him. Upon seeing this, Li Feiyu eagerly picked it up, unwrapping the shabby cloth. No, it was actually a piece of the school uniform. Zhou Pengzi had cut several pieces from his uniform to wrap the eagle meat. As Li Feiyu opened it, an enticing aroma wafted forth, the meat still retaining a hint of warmth. He swallowed hard and began to devour it ravenously, having not eaten anything since his arrival. He wondered how the situation outside was faring. At that moment, the outside world had already descended into twilight. The sky had darkened considerably. The perimeter of the gymnasium was crowded with onlookers, including students, parents, journalists, and a significant number of police officers maintaining order. Not far beyond the shimmering barrier, a large group of dragon guardians were gathered, seemingly engaged in discussion. Captain, this light barrier cannot be breached. One called out. Indeed, despite our combined efforts, we cannot inflict any damage on it. Captain, what should we do now? Perhaps we should report to the higher-ups. Yes, report to them, Captain. Hearing their words, Zhang Tailin hesitated momentarily. He too was eager to breach the barrier. After all, Wang Fujian had just informed him that there was an unparalleled genius inside. And if something were to happen, it would be a significant loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Fine, for now, we can only consult the higher-ups. I hope they can send some formidable personnel over, Zhang Tailin replied helplessly, pulling out his phone and dialing an unknown number. Chapter 36, The Serpent with Azure Scales. Inside the secret realm, Li Feiyu quickly finished the piece of eagle meat. Burp. Thank you for the meat, Fat Lord. If you want to express your gratitude, thank Brother Yu. He was the one who killed the swift thunder eagle, and he prepared the roast as well, Zhou Pongzi boasted, looking down on him. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu hurriedly turned to Lin Yu, who was surveying the surroundings. Brother Yu, thank you for saving my life. Allow me to bow in gratitude. As he spoke, Li Feiyu attempted to prostrate himself before Lin Yu, but was stopped by Zhou Pongzi. Enough. You can't overwhelm Brother Yu with such excessive gratitude. Get up. Seeing this, Li Feiyu felt a surge of mixed emotions. He recalled how he had once isolated the two and tried to make their lives difficult. He truly felt like a beast. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value increased by 1,000. Li Feiyu's emotional value increased by 1,000. Emotional value increased by 1,000. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind echoed with the system's notifications. In less than a minute, Li Feiyu had contributed a staggering 30,000 points of emotional value. Truly, he was an emotional generator, Lin Yu mused. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the depths of the forest, causing the three to feel a chill run down their spines. Particularly Li Feiyu. He seemed to know what it was and trembled as he spoke. That thing is coming. What thing? Are you talking about a monster? Zhou Pongzi asked. Puzzled. Yes, it's a giant snake, about 7 to 8 meters long and as thick as a water barrel, Li Feiyu explained patiently. However, his words left both Zhou Pongzi and Lin Yu frozen in disbelief. The swift thunder eagle they had encountered was only 3 to 4 meters long, yet it possessed the strength of a bronze 8 star. The giant snake Li Feiyu described was likely silver grade, if not at least close to bronze 9-star strength. Quick, we must leave at once. I suspect that snake is already silver grade. Upon this realization, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily urged the others to flee. Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu, hearing Lin Yu's warning, were momentarily stunned before their faces paled. Without a second thought, they followed Lin Yu's lead. Meanwhile, high above, on the branch of a large tree, a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the trio. Hisses. Brother Yu, do you think we've escaped far enough? Zhou Pongzi gasped for breath. The three had no idea how far they had run, but they hoped they had evaded the giant snake's territory. Are we safe now? Lin Yu? Li Feiyu whispered. Lin Yu did not respond. Instead, his gaze remained fixed in the direction they had come from. It was too quiet. As they moved forward, Lin Yu realized that the surrounding environment had grown eerily silent. The stillness was somewhat terrifying. One would presume that such an expansive forest would not be so eerily quiet. Unless, just as the thought crossed his mind, the trees in the direction from which they had come began to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind. Quickly, Fatty, we don't have time. Run, Lin Yu shouted urgently. Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu exchanged glances, instinctively glancing back. They beheld the trees thrashing violently, and, without a moment to ponder, they bolted. Crap, Yu Gu, that thing is on our tail. Zhou Pongzi exclaimed. What should we do, Lin Gu? Run, Lin Yu bellowed, his pace quickening, leaving the two behind. As they observed his rapid retreat, their eyes widened in disbelief. Wait up, Yu Gu, Lin Gu, don't leave us behind. Yet Lin Yu was unconcerned with their plight. Survival took precedence. After all, that was a silver-tier beast. How could he contend with it? If it had merely been a bronze 9-star creature, perhaps he could have wielded the Long Yuan's sword to confront it. System, what is the identity of that serpent behind us? Ding. Scanning in progress. Please hold. Ding. You are facing the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent, silver 1-star. Its venom is highly toxic. Preference. After biting its prey, it enjoys injecting its venom into the victim, then watching patiently as they succumb to its poison. Upon hearing the system's description, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. That creature is a pervert among snakes. Fatty, run. There's a freak behind us. Lin Yu shouted at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, the two did not quite catch his meaning, thinking he was merely urging them to run faster. Hisses. Just as they pushed themselves to run, a sound exploded in their ears. They turned mechanically to see a massive serpent's head fixated on them, its tongue flickering menacingly. This sight plunged them into icy terror, their faces paling. Zhou Pongzi regretted his decision to come here to court death. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had been preparing to check on them, paled upon seeing the gigantic serpent beside them. Damn it, that monster has caught up. Fatty, you too, come to me quickly. With that, Lin Yu halted, but due to inertia, he stumbled to the ground, though his physical constitution was robust enough to absorb the fall. Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu, witnessing Lin Yu's pause, felt a surge of hope. Xiao Fizi, let us hurry to Yu Gu. Li Feiyu nodded, quickening his pace toward Lin Yu. Just as they were nearing him, Lin Yu shouted, dodge. A fireball shot between them, directly striking the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent. Just moments before, the serpent had been less than 2 meters away from them. Seeing this, Lin Yu acted swiftly, saving his companions. Phew, Yu Gu, I can't run anymore. Let us just fight it. Zhou Pengzi gasped as he reached Lin Yu, collapsing onto the ground. Fatty, you and Li Fei, you go on ahead. I'll hold it off. What? You go, are you mad? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed in shock. Li Fei's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood their concerns. But he had a backup plan he didn't wish to reveal in front of them, hence his insistence that they flee first. Enough, Fatty, you two must leave quickly. Trust me, I have a backup plan. Don't forget, I awakened dual abilities, and I haven't even used my spatial powers yet. But, no buts. Listen to me, go now? If I can't defeat it, I can surely escape. Zhou Pengzi had intended to mention that he hadn't mastered his spatial abilities yet. But seeing Lin Yu's determination, he opted to flee. Alright, you go, Xiao Fizi, and I will go first. Just remember to run if you can't win. Stop dawdling. Hurry, that monster will be upon us soon. Monster? Lin Yu did not respond, turning instead towards the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent. Zhou Pengzi, seeing this, disregarded any lingering thoughts and bolted away. One must admit, this fatty had remarkable potential. Chapter 37. Return the sword to me. Once Lin Yu confirmed that the two had distanced themselves, he swiftly retrieved the S-rank Longyuan sword from his system backpack. The craftsmanship of the Longyuan sword was truly exquisite. Upon grasping it, he felt an immediate bond, as if they had become one. The blade was adorned with the carving of a colossal dragon, fierce and imposing, radiating an aura of dominance. As he gazed upon the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent emerging from the mist, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the sword. At that moment, the serpent's eyes flared with a fierce light. It was enraged. Although Lin Yu's previous strike had not inflicted lasting harm, it had certainly stung. For that fireball contained a hint of the South Ming Li fire's essence, its potency undeniable. Hisses. The serpent flicked its tongue, then opened its cavernous maw, lunging directly at Lin Yu, intent on ensuring this human would have no grave to call his own. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately activated Shadow Step, vanishing from sight, only to reappear above the serpent. Elementary swordsmanship mastery. In the next instant, Lin Yu unleashed his swordsmanship skill, bringing the blade down toward its head. Clang. With a single strike, he carved a 1 centimeter deep gash into the serpent's skull and leapt onto its back. The spectral-eyed azure scale serpent writhed in pain, twisting its head to glare at Lin Yu. In its furious gaze, it unleashed a jet of venom aimed directly at him. This time, however, Lin Yu refrained from using Shadow Step to evade, as it was far too draining. Instead, he countered with a fireball. Boom. The fireball collided with the venom, incinerating it almost entirely. The South Ming Li fire was particularly effective against all forms of corruption, and the venom was no exception. The serpent, astonished to see its venom effortlessly dispelled by a mere human, hesitated momentarily before unleashing a furious roar and lunging at Lin Yu once more. Lin Yu, seeing this, swiftly positioned the Longyuan sword before him to brace for impact. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Yu was sent flying several meters away. Yet the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent was relentless. Taking advantage of his disorientation, it fired another stream of venom. Shadow Step. Realizing he could not evade, Lin Yu employed his spatial ability once more, successfully dodging the surprise attack. You despicable scoundrel. But then again, you are merely a beast. Lin Yu muttered to himself as he deftly avoided the serpent's onslaught. Boom. He fired another fireball, striking the serpent's underbelly, causing it to roar in pain. In retaliation, the serpent whipped its tail towards Lin Yu. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu propelled himself into the air to evade the strike. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped his sword with both hands and aimed for the serpent's vulnerable spot. The blade scraped against the scales with a piercing sound. Soon, the Longyuan sword carved a gash, but just then, the sword became lodged. In this critical moment, Lin Yu made a decisive choice to abandon the weapon and vanished in a flash. At this moment, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. After continuously utilizing the phantom step technique, he found himself on the verge of exhaustion. Cursed be it. What should I do now? Oh, I still possess the fire separation pearl. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his mind racing for solutions, and suddenly, a thought struck him. He promptly activated the fire separation pearl, which had been quietly residing in his dantian. Upon sensing Lin Yu's call, it miraculously began to rotate. It then burst forth from within him, hovering in the air. Gazing at the spinning fire separation pearl, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Up until now, he was oblivious to the pearl's grade. After all, weapons in the system's inventory were categorized by levels. Yet, this fire separation pearl bore nothing but its simple name, no indication of its grade or specific effects. Thus, Lin Yu remained uncertain about its true power. Upon seeing the fire separation pearl hovering before Lin Yu, the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent instinctively sensed a hint of danger. However, before it could react, Lin Yu directed the pearl to launch an attack. Fortunately, the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent did not possess the ability to speak. Otherwise, it might have sarcastically remarked, "Are you truly that foolish?" As the fire separation pearl closed in, mere meters away from the serpent, it felt an unbearable heat. This was beyond its tolerance, and, much to Lin Yu's astonishment, the serpent turned and fled. "Damn it, you beast, return my sword." At that moment, The Long Yuan sword remained lodged in the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent, and Lin Yu was immediately filled with anxiety. That was an S-grade weapon, a precious item. Realizing the urgency, Lin Yu dashed after the fleeing serpent. The panicked, ghost-eyed azure scale serpent, sensing the human's presence behind it, was momentarily bewildered. What is going on? I'm no longer interested in you. Why are you still pursuing me? While it pondered this, Lin Yu accelerated, shouting, "Stop! You wretched creature, leave my sword behind." Seeing Lin Yu closing in, the serpent grew frantic. How could this accursed human still be so relentless? Suddenly, the serpent noticed something on its back and turned its head to see a sword lodged near its neck. It instantly understood. The reason the human was in hot pursuit was for this very sword. With a swift flick of its tail, it dislodged the Long Yuan's sword and flung it away, sending it soaring out of sight. Lin Yu watched in horror as the sword was tossed aside. Damn it, you truly are no ally. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu abandoned his pursuit of the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent and sprinted towards the direction the Long Yuan's sword had flown. The serpent, watching Lin Yu retreat, breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for its cleverness in discarding the sword just in time. Meanwhile, the Long Yuan sword soared several hundred meters before crashing down onto the head of an unsuspecting crocodile. The bewildered creature, mistaking it for food, immediately bit down, only to be met with the sword's razor-sharp edge, resulting in a shower of blood. With an enraged roar, it promptly spat the Long Yuan sword out. As Lin Yu hurried towards the commotion, he was stunned to see the sword fly past him. What on earth is happening? Why is the Long Yuan sword flying on its own? Without further ado, he redirected his course to chase after the sword. Minutes later, Lin Yu finally located the Long Yuan sword, which was now covered in filth. Holding his nose, he pulled it from the muck. Cursed, ghost-eyed azure scale serpent, may I never cross paths with you again. If I do, I shall flay you and turn you into snake soup. With a roar, Lin Yu stowed the Long Yuan sword back into the system's space and hurried towards the direction where Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu had fled. Chapter 38, Zhou Pongzi's Transformation. Just as Lin Yu prepared to catch up with the two, on the other side, Zhou Pongzi was running alongside Li Feiyu when he suddenly slowed his pace. Li Feiyu, noticing this, questioned him. Fatty, what's wrong? Why have you stopped running? Little Fei, we cannot abandon brother Yu to face that beast alone. Ah, Fatty, you don't mean indeed. I intend to return and confront it alongside brother Yu. If you are afraid, you may leave first. Should we fail to escape alive, please relay this matter to my father. With that, Zhou Pongzi patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder and turned back towards their previous path. Li Feiyu watched his departing figure, hesitated for a moment, and then resolutely followed. Fatty, wait for me. I'm coming with you. At this moment, Lin Yu was completely unaware that the two were heading back, as he continued to sprint towards their direction. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two noticed the trees ahead swaying vigorously, prompting them to slow down. Fatty, do you think that beast is approaching? Li Feiyu said warily. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi's expression tightened, and he prepared for battle. The two quickly took cover behind separate trees. Suddenly, a figure dashed past them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Lin Yu, and their faces lit up with joy. Hurry, brother Yu, we're here. Upon hearing their voices, Lin Yu halted and turned to see the two of them waving excitedly. Approaching them, he asked, what are you two still doing here? You should have run much farther by now. Well, we were worried you couldn't handle that beast alone, so we thought we'd come back to help. Zhou Pongzi explained. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their concern. With their meager strength, they would likely be devoured before even nearing the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent. All right, let us find a place to rest. That beast shouldn't dare approach us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu felt relieved. Initially, they feared Lin Yu had fled in defeat, but it now seemed he had successfully driven the creature away. Indeed, that ghost-eyed azure scale serpent is likely hiding somewhere, nursing its wounds. By the way, brother Yu, we spotted a small river on our way here. Shall we rest there? Zhou Pongzi inquired, looking to Lin Yu for approval. Very well, lead the way. With that, Zhou Pongzi took the lead. By the river, Lin Yu lay comfortably in the water, while Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu were nearby. Fatty, it's getting late. Let us set up camp here. All right, it's all up to you, brother Yu. Little Fei, hurry and find some dry branches. We can roast fish later. Zhou Pongzi's mouth watered at the sight of the small fish swimming in the water. Li Feiyu, upon hearing this, felt no hesitation in complying. He quickly stood up from the water, bare-chested and eager to gather firewood. Brother Yu, how will we eventually get out of here? What if we remain trapped? Li Feiyu asked as he departed, casting a glance back at Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu seemed oblivious to his surroundings, quietly closing his eyes. In the next moment, the spiritual energy around him rapidly converged towards him. His cultivation level had already reached the late stage of 5 stars, but he had been suppressing it for a long time. After his battle with the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent, he could no longer contain it, and he instantly broke through to 6 stars. This also meant he could absorb another beast core for further enlightenment. Thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds emanated from within him, leaving Zhou Pongzi beside him in a state of astonishment. Has he broken through? You go. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. What is the matter? Did you break through again? Yes, I am now at 6 stars. Sigh. It seems I will never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime. Fatty, don't lose heart. You will catch up to me. By the way, don't you feel the spiritual energy here is much denser than on Blue Star? Lin Yu hastily reassured him upon noticing his expression. At his words, Zhou Pengzi was initially taken aback, but soon understood, preparing to sit down and meditate. Just then, Lin Yu called out to him, Fatty, take this. After a while, eat it and run far away. With that, Lin Yu retrieved a washing marrow pill from his system backpack and handed it to Zhou Pengzi. The reason for giving it at this moment was primarily to bolster his strength. In this perilous place, every bit of strength was a safeguard. As for the origin of this item, Lin Yu had no intention of revealing it, allowing him to speculate without the possibility of guessing about the system. What is this? Yuga? Zhou Pengzi looked at the washing marrow pill in Lin Yu's hand, perplexed. Don't worry about what it is, I won't harm you. Oh, all right. Zhou Pengzi no longer pressed for details and took the washing marrow pill from Lin Yu's hand. Remember, eat it far away and don't make a mess. Lin Yu reiterated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi ran to a spot over 10 meters away and swallowed the washing marrow pill in one gulp. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth and was swiftly consumed. Why doesn't this thing seem to work? Zhou Pengzi mumbled. Is it expired? It shouldn't be. Or do I have to wait a while? Thus, Zhou Pengzi lay in the river for 10 minutes, just as he was about to ask Lin Yu. Suddenly, his stomach began to ache, followed closely by his limbs. It hurts. Yuga. From a distance, Lin Yu observed him curling up and knew the effects of the washing marrow pill had begun to take hold. He shouted to Zhou Pengzi, Fatty, hang in there. It's nothing. Upon hearing Lin Yu's assurance, Zhou Pengzi felt reassured, trusting that Lin Yu would not harm him. I understand. It was unclear how long had passed when Zhou Pengzi finally felt the pain subside. He then opened his eyes and gazed at his reflection in the water. Zhou Pengzi was momentarily dumbfounded. Is this me? The figure in the water was no longer the chubby version of himself. The fat on his belly had disappeared. Though he had not developed abs, his arms were noticeably slimmer, and the bulge on his face was gone, transforming him from a hefty figure into a more compact one. This truly felt like a rebirth. Just as he was admiring his new appearance, a foul stench suddenly assailed him. Ugh, what a horrible smell. Who did that? However, in the next moment, he was rendered speechless, for the stench was emanating from his own body. It was at this moment that he understood why Lin Yu had told him to keep his distance. It turned out to be that smelly. Zhou Pengzi immediately dove into the water to cleanse himself and emerged contentedly after more than 10 minutes. Chapter 39, The Fiery Sun Sparrow. Half an hour later, Li Feiyu returned, cradling a large bundle of dry branches. Upon seeing Zhou Pengzi, he was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Fat Lord, why are you calling me? Xiao Fizi, is there something wrong? Is that really you, Fat Lord? Of course. Who would dare impersonate you, Fat Lord? Zhou Pengzi shot him a disgruntled look. He then ignored him and resumed admiring his own looks. Li Feiyu, noticing this, turned to Lin Yu. Lin Gu, what on earth happened? How did Fat Lord transform so dramatically in the time it took to gather firewood? Earlier, when the fatso was by the river, he inadvertently picked a fruit and took a bite, and then he transformed like this. Lin Yu calmly coughed twice, concocting a tale. At his words, Li Feiyu's eyes lit up. Is there really such a miraculous fruit? Lin Gu, do you have any more? Can I have a taste? I want to look a bit more handsome too. You'll have to ask the fatso. I'm not very clear on that. With this, Lin Yu deftly shifted the responsibility onto Zhou Pengzi. Hearing his name called, Zhou Pengzi instinctively looked at Lin Yu. What did you just say? Xiao Fizi just asked me how you became like this, and I told him you ate a mysterious fruit. He wants to know if you have any left, and if you can give him one. As Lin Yu spoke, he fervently gestured to Zhou Pengzi. Upon realizing Lin Yu was trying to keep the truth from him, Zhou Pengzi replied, Xiao Fizi, it's not that Fat Lord isn't being righteous. That fruit was the only one, and I ate it. I was tempted at the time and just popped it into my mouth. Who would have thought it would lead to this? Fat Lord, do you remember what the fruit looked like? Li Feiyu persisted, not giving up. Oh well. It was a bit dark, somewhat sour, but had a soft and glutinous texture. Zhou Pengzi pondered for a long time before coming up with this description. Li Feiyu memorized every detail he had concocted. I got it. Fat Lord, thank you for the information. It's nothing, if you find it. Remember to let me know. Despite Zhou Pengzi's desire to clarify that it was all made up, he couldn't resist wanting to see Li Feiyu make a fool of himself. As night fell, the three of them gathered around the fire, roasting themselves while several fish sizzled above the flames. Sizzle. Oil dripped onto the fire, producing a crackling sound. A few minutes later, Lin Yu announced, all right, it's ready to eat. He divided two of the fish between Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu. Zhou Pengzi, seeing this, immediately took his share and took a big bite. It's so hot. Fatty, can't you eat a bit slower? No one is competing with you. Is it really necessary to rush? Lin Yu teased. Zhou Pengzi sheepishly scratched his head. Well, I just couldn't wait. Who made it so delicious, Yugo? As he spoke, Zhou Pengzi took another bite. This time without burning himself. Lin Yu could only shake his head helplessly. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification chimed in again. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 999. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The host's current emotional value is 212, 194 points. Would you like to draw a prize? No. System, why are you so eager for me to draw? System, alright, just go ahead and draw with those 200,000. Ding. Drawing in progress, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 4 detox pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 fire element beast core of the fiery sun sparrow. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 4 water avoidance pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 5 SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Patrick Starr's underwear. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu was instantly filled with joy. It truly felt as though someone had provided him with a pillow just as he was settling down to sleep. Having only recently achieved a breakthrough, he was pleasantly surprised to have drawn a fire-type beast core. It seems the system truly cherishes him. Oh, how adorable you are, system. System, fatty. You all will take turns on watch. Wake me up after midnight. With that, Lin Yu stepped into the rudimentary shelter constructed by Zhou Pengji using his abilities. Oh, understood. Zhou Pengji promptly replied, glancing at Li Feiyu. Little Fei, you should sleep first. I'll keep watch and wake you later. All right, fatty, no problem. Li Feiyu nodded earnestly. Subsequently, he too entered the stone structure. To call it a house would be a misnomer. It resembled more of a small tent made of piled stones. Modest in size, yet ample enough for 3 to rest comfortably. Once both fell asleep, the world around them fell into an eerie silence. Zhou Pengji, surrounded by darkness, felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive of the potential emergence of a beast from the shadows. Crackle, crackle. The campfire flickered softly, its light feeble yet sufficient to cast a faint glow around them. In this tense atmosphere, Zhou Pengji navigated through one of the most arduous moments of his life. He glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly the witching hour, around 11 o'clock at night. He then rose and approached Li Feiyu. Little Fei, it's your turn. Hurry up. Zhou Pengji nudged Li Feiyu awake. Li Feiyu, who had been lost in a pleasant dream, was jolted awake by Zhou Pengji's insistence. Blinking groggily, he was about to express his annoyance when he saw Zhou Pengji, and his ire evaporated instantly. What time is it, fatty? It's 11 o'clock. You need to get up for your watch. I'm going to sleep now. Oh, okay. I'll get up right away. Seeing this, Li Feiyu hastily climbed out of the stone structure and made his way to the campfire. He glanced at the flames and then around him, a shiver running down his spine. It's so dark. At that moment, a chill breeze swept through the forest, and Li Feiyu felt as though a formidable beast was fixating on him. Rooted to the spot in fear, he found himself longing for home. He wished to escape this accursed place immediately. Time passed swiftly, and just as he felt he could no longer endure, Lin Yu approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ah, don't eat me, he exclaimed, startled and flustered. Thankfully, Lin Yu was quick to cover his mouth. Shoo, it's me. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, Li Feiyu's racing heart calmed. Phew, Lin, why didn't you make a sound as you walked? You nearly scared me to death. I called out to you several times. Didn't you hear me? Lin Yu regarded him with suspicion. Feeling embarrassed, Li Feiyu scratched his head. Realizing he had been on the verge of sleep and had not heard Lin Yu's calls. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Yu refrained from further questioning. All right, you should go rest. I'll take over. Then I'll go to sleep? Yes, go ahead. Lin Yu nodded, and Li Feiyu, trembling slightly, returned to the stone structure. Chapter 40, The Falling Sun. Once Li Feiyu departed, Lin Yu retrieved the fire-type beast core from the system's backpack. Commence absorption, he whispered, placing the core in his palm and sitting cross-legged to meditate. The reason he chose not to absorb it in front of the others was primarily due to the difficulty of explaining it. He couldn't possibly claim it was a gift from Ouyang Qian, could he? What if Zhou Pengji, in his naivety, happened to inquire about it with Ouyang Qian? That would be disastrous. Soon, Lin Yu's consciousness drifted back into that peculiar realm. Before him, a magnificent crimson bird began to coalesce. It was none other than the fiery sun flame sparrow. In a brief moment, a complete fiery sun flame sparrow manifested. Upon spotting Lin Yu, the fiery sun flame sparrow darted toward him. Instinctively, Lin Yu evaded its charge. This creature must have been of silver rank in its prime, significantly stronger than that dog snake. It appeared this encounter would prove challenging. Lin Yu quickly assessed the general strength of the fiery sun flame sparrow. Fireball, he shouted, launching a fireball from his hand toward the avian foe. However, it effortlessly dodged the attack. Lin Yu was not overly surprised, after all. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Even though this fiery sun flame sparrow was merely a remnant of consciousness, its power was formidable. Once again, Lin Yu hurled another fireball, only to see it once more evaded. The fiery sun flame sparrow let out a cry, its fiery wings flapping vigorously, gathering flames around it. Soon, flames transformed into numerous fireballs of varying sizes. 10, 100, 1,000, over 1,000 fireballs coalesced. Faced with such an overwhelming display, Lin Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. There were simply too many. In that moment of bewilderment, the fiery sun flame sparrow unleashed a piercing cry. Chirp chirp. Thousands of fireballs hurtled toward Lin Yu. He scrambled to evade, but one fireball struck him, sending him hurtling backward. He was fortunate this was not the real world. Otherwise, he would likely have perished, struggling to rise. Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently on the fiery sun flame sparrow. Suddenly, flames erupted around him, and emulating the bird's earlier maneuver. He began to condense the fire into orbs. Before long, dozens of fireballs gathered above him. Falling sun. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu unleashed the barrage of fireballs toward the fiery sun flame sparrow. From a distance, it resembled a meteor shower descending from the heavens. With a mournful cry, the fiery sun flame sparrow was struck down, dissolving into a myriad of shimmering particles before vanishing completely. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's consciousness began to return to his body, and as he opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashed within them. Phew, that was close. I almost didn't make it back. System. Open the personal information panel. Ding. Loading. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Level. Bronze 6 stars. Personal items. Magical running shoes. Ultra-long-range voice machine. Super compass. Magical potion. Cleansing elixir. Detoxification pill. Water-repelling pill. Strength pill. Speed pill. Kidney enhancement pill. Abilities. SSS level space ability. Phantom step. SSS level fire ability. Flame fireball. Falling sun. Skills. Beginner culinary master. Beginner driving. Beginner massage. Beginner swordsmanship proficiency. Beginner fist technique proficiency. Cultivation method. S level mixed yuan technique. Weapons. S level long yuan sword. A level annihilation gun. B level crossbow. C level windbreaker arrow. C level crimson serpent fong. B level celestial machine umbrella. Fire separation pearl. Beast companion. None. Emotional value. 12,194. Not bad. Outside at Lin Yu's home, Lin Yushan paced anxiously in her room. Little Yu, where are you? I'm so worried. You're not answering your calls or messages. Mom, come quickly. Something big has happened. Just then, Tang Xinyan shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan hurriedly approached, inquiring, what happened? Is it related to Xiaoyu? Mom, you must see the news. A mysterious light curtain has appeared above the gymnasium of Jiangcheng High School, and many awakened ones are trapped inside, Tang Xinyan said, handing Lin Yushan the news she had just seen. After reading it, both mother and daughter were instantly unsettled, for Lin Yu was also at Jiangcheng High School, and he was indeed one of the awakened ones. Given that he had yet to return, it was highly probable that he too was ensnared within that light curtain. Could Xiaoyu also be trapped in there? Lin Yushan pondered aloud. Mom, why don't you call the school and inquire whether my brother is among those trapped? Tang Xinyan suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan swiftly took out her phone and found Ouyang Qian's number, dialing it without delay. The call connected shortly. Hello, who is this? Teacher Ouyang, I am Lin Yu's guardian. He hasn't returned yet. Could he be trapped in that light curtain? Lin Yushan asked, her face filled with concern. However, as soon as she spoke, there was silence on the other end. After a brief pause, Ouyang Qian's helpless voice finally responded. Lin Yu's parent. I regret to inform you that Lin Yu and several other students are currently trapped inside the light curtain. Will he be alright? Lin Yushan pressed. We do not know the situation inside yet. We can only wait for the light curtain to dissipate for clarity. Rest assured, we have already contacted the authorities, and I believe help will arrive soon. Ouyang Qian hastily reassured her, fearful that she might spiral into despair over the situation. Hearing this, Lin Yushan felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety, though it remained a heavy burden. After hanging up, she felt drained and slumped onto the sofa. Tang Xinyan, witnessing this, quickly comforted her. Mom, don't worry. Brother will be fine. Lin Yushan sighed in resignation, acknowledging that as long as the situation inside remained uncertain, there was still hope. Meanwhile, at another location within the realm of the mystique, a group of figures was fleeing in a frenzy, pursued by a dozen gigantic serpents. Help! Is anyone out there to save us? A desperate cry echoed through the space, yet no one could come to their aid. These serpents were at least of silver rank, and trailing behind them was an enormous python of golden rank. Just as the crowd felt that their lives were hanging by a thread, a resounding voice reverberated through the sky. Beasts! How dare you act so recklessly? As the words fell, Lu Hongba emerged from the void, slowly descending before the crowd. It's Elder Lu. Quick, quick! Elder Lu has come to our rescue. Everyone, hurry to Elder Lu. A voice erupted from the throng, and hope ignited in their hearts as they rushed towards Lu Hongba. At that moment, however, one student stumbled and fell to the ground. As he attempted to rise, a gigantic serpent loomed close. In that critical instant, Lu Hongba extended a hand, clenching it, causing the serpent to vanish into thin air. He then pointed again at the golden-ranked python, which immediately met its demise. The next day, Zhou Pengzi awoke early, gazing at Lin Yu, who was still seated in meditation, overwhelmed by a mix of admiration and exasperation. Truly, Brother Yu is relentless, he mused. Just then, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and, noticing Zhou Pengzi staring at him, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why are you looking at me, fatty? Are you thinking I might be straight? Brother Yu, you misunderstand. I was just wondering how you can be so relentless without feeling fatigued. Zhou Pengzi quickly clarified. What is tiring about this? You just get used to it. All right then. Zhou Pengzi retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Li Feiyu, disturbed by their conversation, groggily opened his eyes. Fatty, Lin, good morning. Morning my foot. The sun is already high in the sky. Hurry up and get ready. Zhou Pengzi showed no mercy. Oh, Li Feiyu meekly replied. Then rose to wash up by the river. However, as he approached the water, he noticed something large swimming beneath the surface, sending him scrambling backward in fright. Fatty, there is a monster in the river. Upon hearing his exclamation, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi exchanged glances and rushed over. Xiafizi, where exactly is this monster? Zhou Pengzi asked in a serious tone. In the river. I was about to wash my face when I saw something flash beneath the water. Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi cautiously approached the riverbank, looking down to see the clear riverbed, devoid of anything but small fish. Xiafizi, are you sure you're not seeing things? There's nothing here. Zhou Pengzi looked at Li Feiyu with skepticism. Li Feiyu, hearing this, began to recall what he had seen moments ago. Fatty, behind you. Suddenly, he noticed the water behind them churning violently and shouted. Lin Yu quickly turned around. Witnessing the turmoil and sensing that something was about to emerge, he instinctively pulled Zhou Pengzi, who was still in shock, backward. In the next moment, a tentacle surged from the river's surface, lunging directly at them. Fireball. Lin Yu launched a massive fireball at it. With a resounding crash, the tentacle recoiled, seemingly pained, and retreated into the water. Brother Yu, what was that thing? Zhou Pengzi asked. It looked like an octopus tentacle? An octopus? Aren't they supposed to live in the sea? How could one appear here? Zhou Pengzi questioned Lin Yu, seeking answers, but Lin Yu ignored him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu proposed a rather absurd theory. I suspect this octopus must have swum here from the seaside. It seems this river leads to the ocean. As the trio pondered, the river surged again, and another tentacle burst forth, clearly a different one, as the previous tentacle bore scorch marks from the fireball. Thus, they unanimously concluded that the creature lurking in the river was a monstrous octopus. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Fatty, you and Xiafizi will lure it out, while I take care of it. Brother Yu, please don't. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, his face contorted in reluctance. Stop dawdling, hurry. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you, Lin Yu urged. Reluctantly, Zhou Pengzi steeled himself and inched toward the riverbank, while Li Feiyu, seeing him go, timidly followed behind. At this moment, Lin Yu ceased his chatter, flames enveloping him as dozens of small fireballs slowly coalesced. These fireballs expanded at a visible rate. Fire orb go. As Lin Yu murmured, the fire orb that had been resting within him suddenly manifested before him. He planned to use the other fireballs as distractions, delivering a fatal blow with the fire orb. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu, trembling, arrived at the riverbank, their eyes fixed on the writhing tentacles in the water. Swallowing nervously, suddenly, the two individuals each picked up a large stone from the ground. Xiafizi, when I count to 3, we shall drop them together, said Zhou Pengzi. All right, no problem, Fat Master. Li Feiyu replied. Ready 1, 3. However, before Li Feiyu could react, Zhou Pengzi promptly skipped the count of 2 and hurled the stone down, immediately turning and sprinting away. Damn it, Fat Master, that's not how you play. Li Feiyu exclaimed as he quickly followed suit, throwing down his stone and preparing to flee. At that moment, the water surface began to roil, and a massive octopus head slowly emerged. Without a moment to spare, Li Feiyu dashed towards the camp, not daring to look back. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged straight at him, but just then, a loud shout rang out from afar. Falling sun, go. Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, soared toward the creature. The monster seemed to sense the impending danger, and in response, several jets of water shot up from the river's surface, colliding directly with the fireballs. In an instant, the fireballs vanished as the water jets were vaporized into steam. At that moment, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu returned to the camp, frowning at the mist enveloping them. Brother Yu, how do we fight now? We can't see anything. Let the balls fly a little longer, Lin Yu said, a confident smile creeping onto his lips. When he fired the fireballs, he had also released the fire pearl, which he suspected was now embedded within the octopus beast. Indeed, just then, a chilling scream echoed from within the mist. Hearing that cry, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu exchanged smiles. It seemed the monster had been wounded. Yet only Lin Yu understood that the beast had already met its demise. The trio waited a while longer until the mist finally dissipated, and they jogged towards the riverbank. Upon seeing the river stained a deep crimson and the unmoving corpse of the beast, they were taken aback. Brother Yu, did you kill it? Well, I suppose so. Lin Yu replied cautiously, not wanting to make any premature claims. Thus, they lingered by the shore for a spell, and as no reaction came from the octopus beast, they sighed in relief. It appears to be dead. Fatty, you and Xiafizi go retrieve its tentacles, Lin Yu instructed Zhou Pengzi. We'll have grilled octopus skewers for dinner. All right, no problem. Zhou Pengzi's interest peaked at the mention of food. An hour later, the three sat on the ground, satiated and relaxed. Brother Yu, where do we go next? I don't know. Let's just wander for a bit. Oh, Fatty, make some marks along our path. Brother Yu, do you mean to let others know our whereabouts? Yes, since we don't know where everyone else is, We might as well leave some signs for them to find us. Leave it to me, Zhou Pengzi assured confidently. They then set off once more. Chapter 42. This thing is precious to me. Meanwhile, in another part of the towering forest, a dozen figures dashed through the trees. At the forefront was a woman, Li Huang, who had also been drawn into the mysterious vortex. At that moment, she was leading the group in a frantic escape, with a swirling dust cloud trailing ominously behind them, suggesting some terrifying entity was in pursuit. After running for a considerable distance, the group finally paused to catch their breath. Li Xiaohua, you go on ahead. You don't need to wait for us. There's no reason to risk your life for ours, the panting individuals urged her. Since being sucked into that mysterious vortex the previous day, they had encountered a swarm of soldier ants, each the size of a palm, which had attacked them ferociously. Fortunately, they had encountered Li Huang midway, who had dispatched the soldier ants with ease. However, the respite was short-lived, as even more soldier ants appeared after the first wave was dealt with. Seeing Li Huang deplete her energy without vanquishing them, she had no choice but to lead the group in a desperate flight. The soldier ants clung to them like a relentless adhesive, refusing to let go. Thus, they had been on the run for nearly a day, and as exhaustion set in, they decided it was best for Li Huang to escape alone. I won't leave, she declared coldly, her expression unyielding. She could not abandon them. Her pride would not allow her to flee while others faced peril. Though her exterior was frigid, her heart burned with warmth. She could not bear to witness the demise of those around her. Li Xiaohua, you're a genius. You have a brighter future ahead. There's no need to waste your life with us lesser talents, one of them implored. Yes, Li Huang, we're counting on you to avenge us in the future. Hurry, go. We'll hold off these soldier ants for you. If you make it back safely, please remember to tell our families. They all chimed in, urging her to flee. Yet, she remained unmoved. Fine, if we're leaving, we leave together. I will not depart alone. With that, she turned her back on them and walked toward the rear of the group, keen to check if the soldier ants were still pursuing. Seeing their entreaties fall on deaf ears, the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, but they were beginning to view her in a new light. She could have left them behind, but chose to remain. Soon, the group decided to rest in place. Suddenly, one of the students shouted, "Come quick. It looks like someone made a mark here." What? The others rushed over at the call. A large tree bore an inscription, "I am Zhou Pengzi. If you see this mark, hurry over." Did Fatty Zhou leave this? A classmate from class 15 murmured. There's one over here too. Another student shouted, spotting a mark on a distant tree. I have one too. It seems it was carved less than an hour ago. Motivated by the markings, they all hurried in the direction of Lin Yu and his group. Li Huang, upon seeing this, could not help but think of Lin Yu. If Zhou Pengzi had boldly left these signs, did that mean Lin Yu was nearby as well? With this thought, she quickened her pace. Brother Yu, aimlessly searching like this. When will it end? My hands are sore from carving these marks. Who told you to carve them so long? You brought this upon yourself, Lin Yu retorted, casting an exasperated glance at him. He found Zhou Pengzi's antics ridiculous. Who leaves such lengthy marks? Thankfully, the beasts here couldn't comprehend them. Otherwise, it would be the monsters, not humans, seeking them out. Hey, I'm just afraid those dimwits won't understand. I think you're more worried the beasts won't get it, Lin Yu said, ignoring him as he continued forward. Brother Yu, this dagger really works well. Why not give it to me? Zhou Pengzi said, marking another sign and then jogging to catch up with Lin Yu. Get lost. This thing is precious to me. How could I part with it? All right then. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 555. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 555. Emotional value, 555. At this moment, a system alert echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Yet he paid it no heed. His sole desire was to locate the others and seize the opportunity for a substantial gain. Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu had proven to be quite the burden, contributing little to his emotional value thus far. Particularly, Li Feiyu, after having accrued several thousand points yesterday, had since ceased any further contributions. A sudden urge to strike him surged within Lin Yu. Damn it. With that thought, he called out to Li Feiyu, who was ahead marking the way. Xiao Fizi, come here and massage my legs. All right, Lin Yi, I'll be right there once I finish this mark, Li Feiyu replied, flashing a broad grin. Forget the marking, hurry over. Oh, Li Feiyu reluctantly abandoned his task and hurried towards Lin Yu. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 555. Soon, the system alert resonated once more in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu sat upon a large stone, while Li Feiyu busily kneaded his limbs, acting as a faithful lackey. Yet, he found joy in the task. Without Lin Yu, he would likely have fallen prey to that monstrous snake. By this time next year, grass would be 3 meters high on his grave. Thus, he bore no resentment towards Lin Yu's requests. Rather, he reveled in the notion that if he clung to Lin Yu's coattails, he might stride boldly into the future. All right, let us continue on our journey. As Lin Yu deemed it sufficient, he dismissed Li Feiyu's ministrations. The trio resumed their trek. Why are there fewer markings here? Indeed, I only see one mark on my end. Could it be that lazy fatso couldn't he be bothered to write? Possible, but let us not dwell on it. We should catch up. A procession of figures moved vigorously towards Lin Yu's direction. At this moment, Li Hanzhuang sensed a slight tremor behind them. Turning around, she discovered that the marching ants had indeed followed them. Run! The marching ants are closing in. Li Hanzhuang urgently called out to the group ahead. Upon hearing her, the others turned back and their expressions shifted dramatically. Damn, when did that horde catch up? Quick, run. Their numbers have increased significantly. These beasts are like a stubborn plaster. No matter how you shake them off, they cling on. Despite their frantic complaints, their pace quickened. Just then, a classmate shouted, "There are people ahead." Chapter 43, A Single Strike to Annihilate the Marching Ants. You go. I think I heard someone shouting. Did you hear it? No. Oh, then it must be my imagination. Fatty, it's not your imagination. Someone is indeed calling out. Look behind you, Li Feiyu pointed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi skeptically turned his head, only to see a cloud of dust billowing in the distance, advancing directly toward them. What the hell is that? Why is it coming our way? Fatty, it seems your markings have taken effect, Lin Yu pondered before responding. Yugu, are you suggesting? Looks like there are quite a few of them. Let us wait here for a moment. With that, Lin Yu found a large stone to sit upon. Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu also settled down on nearby stones. Just then, the approaching crowd drew nearer, and Lin Yu noticed that Li Hanzhuang was among them. Yugu, look quickly. Li Xiaohua is here too. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Spotting Li Hanzhuang at the back of the line, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he called out to Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu shot him an irritated glare. I see her, no need to remind me. Seriously, and by the way, I have no interest in Li Hanzhuang. So stop looking at me with that sleazy expression. Yugu, you really aren't interested in Li Xiaohua? Zhou Pengzi asked, his face filled with skepticism. What the hell? Scram. I don't have a younger sister, but I do have an older sister. Should I introduce her to you? Though she's already married. Zhou Pengzi continued to chatter. Lin Yu felt an impulse to strike him, but at that moment, the crowd had closed in, halting just under 10 meters away. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the throng. Lin Yu, please save us. What's wrong? Are you being chased by some monster? We were pursued here by a swarm of marching ants. Li Hanzhuang has already what? Injured? Lin Yu asked urgently, cutting the person off. Just then, Li Hanzhuang stepped forward from the crowd, her expression cold as she spoke. I'm fine. I've simply exhausted my spiritual energy and can no longer use my powers. Oh, I thought you were injured. If you're all right, then leave the rest to me. You all should rest. Lin Yu strode confidently to the front of the group, moving through the crowd toward the direction from which they had come. Observing this, Li Hanzhuang immediately followed. Li Hanzhuang, why are you coming along? Go back. You've exhausted your energy. I can't look after you. Lin Yu's expression shifted as he noticed her persistence. To this, Li Hanzhuang remained silent, her gaze fixed on the approaching marching ants. Seeing her indifference, Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, why wouldn't she heed his warning? As the marching ants drew closer, Lin Yu cast aside his concerns, channeling his spiritual energy. Flames began to swirl around him, forming into small fireballs which, under Li Hanzhuang's astonished gaze, gradually swelled into larger orbs. Falling sun, with a fierce shout, dozens of fireballs were unleashed toward the oncoming horde of marching ants. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the marching ants, possessing only the strength of 4-star bronze, ignited upon contact with the flames, enhanced by the power of Nanmingli fire. The explosions persisted for some time before finally subsiding. All the marching ants were utterly annihilated, reduced to mere charred remains. Li Hanzhuang, witnessing this, clenched her fists tightly, then turned to Lin Yu and inquired, You've reached 6 stars? How about you? 5 stars yet? Not yet, but close. Oh, then keep pushing. The spiritual energy here is denser than on Blue Star, which should facilitate your breakthrough. Lin Yu expressed his thoughts before turning back toward the crowd. Meanwhile, the onlookers, witnessing Lin Yu's single-handed annihilation of the marching ants, were left in utter shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Li Si's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Wang Fugui's emotional value, 1,000. In no time, the system alerts echoed relentlessly in Lin Yu's mind. While his emotional value surged at an astonishing rate, each individual contributed 100,000 points, and with 17 people accounted for, Lin Yu's emotional value soared to over 170,000. It was almost surreal, 170,000. His earlier decision had indeed proven wise. Milking his classmates for emotional value was the path forward. As for Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu, who had yet to yield even a fraction of emotional value, they ought to be fed to the ants. Cough. Fellow classmates, the crisis has been averted. You may rest assured and recuperate. The portly figure distributed all the previously roasted jerky among the students, realizing that they had scarcely eaten anything. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu promptly began issuing instructions to Zhou Pengzi. However, Zhou Pengzi, who had been basking in his own self-satisfaction, was immediately displeased upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to share the meat with everyone, for he considered food to be the essence of his existence. Brother Yu, if you give it all to them, what shall we eat? He protested. If you insist on sharing, just do it without all this unnecessary chatter. I'll hunt a few more magical beasts later. Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glare. After all, this was his emotional production machine, and it needed to be well taken care of. Seeing Lin Yu's firm resolve to distribute the food, Zhou Pengzi deflated like a punctured balloon and subsequently produced some jerky made from the Gale Thunder Eagle from beneath his clothes. Li Feiyu, witnessing this, also retrieved some octopus jerky from behind, distributing it among the group. Upon seeing there was still food to consume, the others were so moved that tears nearly welled in their eyes. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. A kind-hearted person. May a good person enjoy peace throughout their life. The chorus of voices echoed, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Yu. If it weren't for the system's limitation on each individual's earnings, capping at a mere 100,000 emotions a day, Lin Yu suspected his emotional value would have soared beyond 5 million. His lips nearly stretched from ear to ear, almost bursting forth in jubilant exclamations. Everyone, please eat slowly. I'll go hunt down a few more magical beasts so we can celebrate properly tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd clamored in unison, System, do you know where we can find weaker magical beasts? Ding. Detecting host request, the system is currently scanning. Please wait a moment. Ding. One bronze 6-star red-silver tiger is located 1,000 meters to the east of the host, 2,000 meters to the west of the host. There is a bronze 7-star spirit feather sparrow. The system recounted several magical beasts, most of which possessed strength around the bronze 6-star level. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, preparing to dash towards the eastern forest when suddenly Li Hanzhuang approached him directly. I want to go too. Li Hanzhuang, you should stay here to protect the others. I can manage alone. All right. Li Hanzhuang replied with a hint of disappointment, yet her expression remained stoic. With that, Lin Yu jogged towards the eastern woods, eager to sample the taste of tiger meat. In his previous life, tigers were protected species, leaving him only to gaze longingly. Now he could indulge without restraint. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him, quickening his pace. Chapter 44. Is this related to Old Man Lu? At that very moment, at the rift in space, a figure slowly emerged, followed by several others. We're back. With that exclamation, the others erupted into cheers. Finally back, it was terrifying in there. These individuals were the students previously rescued by Lu Hongbo, and with his assistance, they successfully traversed the spatial rift, returning to Blue Star. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar gymnasium, they were filled with nostalgia. Just the day before, it had been perfectly intact, and now it lay in shambles. We should hurry outside, otherwise, our families will be worried sick, a timid girl among them spoke up. Upon hearing this, the crowd remembered and began to make their way out of the gymnasium. Outside the light barrier, 100 dragon guards had already assembled, dispatched from above to assist with the incident. Among them stood a stern-faced middle-aged man inquiring about the situation from Zhang Tailan. Captain Zhang, what is the current situation? Captain Li, we have over 200 awakened students trapped inside this light barrier, and we are unaware of their condition. Our primary goal is to breach this mysterious barrier. However, the strength of our Jiangxing dragon guards is insufficient to make any headway, which is why we are reporting this matter to higher authorities, Zhang Tailan explained helplessly. Upon hearing Zhang Tailan's words, Li Guangliang fell into contemplation and suddenly asked, Is my brother all right? Your brother? Captain Li, who is your brother? Do we have anyone related to you among the Jiangxing dragon guards? Zhang Tailan was momentarily perplexed, unaware of which brother Li Guangliang was referring to. He knew every dragon guard's profile inside out, and had never heard of anyone being his brother. Li Guangliang, noticing his confusion, clarified. Did you not rescue a dragon guard named Li Ming before? Oh, so Captain Li, you are that Li Ming's brother. I thought one of our Jiangxing dragon guards was your sibling, Zhang Tailan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Yes, that's him. He pursued a fugitive and came to Jiangxing, after which I lost contact with him. I only learned he was sent to the hospital when someone informed me. I had a prior engagement and couldn't visit him. Upon receiving your request for assistance, I volunteered to come here. Li Guangliang recounted the events, and Zhang Tailan finally understood. By the way, Captain Li, your brother is still resting in the city hospital, but rest assured, he is fine, just exhausted and yet to wake up. He should regain consciousness in a few days. Zhang Tailan assured him. Hearing that his brother was unharmed, Li Guangliang felt a wave of relief wash over him, and then he redirected the conversation. That's good to know. By the way, we were just discussing the situation. You mentioned that the light barrier cannot be shattered, correct? Zhang Tailan was taken aback by the sudden change of topic, wondering why Captain Li always seemed to veer off course. However, since they had returned to the matter at hand, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, Captain Li, as you know, Jiangxing is quite small, and we lack any truly capable individuals. After this incident, I will request additional personnel from above. For now, let's focus on resolving the immediate issue. He continued. And how do you plan to do that? All of Jiangxing's dragon guards are at your disposal, Li Guangliang inquired. Let me take the first shot and see if my platinum 8-star strength can shake this light barrier. If that fails, then we will combine our efforts as a 100-strong force. I refuse to believe it is genuinely that indestructible, Li Guangliang suggested after some thought. Seeing this, Zhang Tailan merely nodded, acknowledging that it was the only course of action at present. If that too failed, They would have no choice but to report to the highest authority and request the involvement of extraordinary individuals. Captain Lee, time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Agreed. With that, the two quickly approached the light barrier. Gazing at the colossal barrier enveloping the entire gymnasium, Li Guangliang momentarily lost his focus. Once he regained his composure, he shouted, "Ice arrow!" An ice blue, stringless bow appeared in his hands, and as he drew back, a chilling arrow began to form. With a swift motion, Li Guangliang released the arrow, sending it hurtling toward the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the barrier with a resounding impact. Boom, boom. With a deafening crash, the arrowhead collided violently with the barrier, producing a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, the barrier remained entirely unscathed, showing not even the slightest mark. While the arrow had disintegrated into shards of ice, vanishing completely. Li Guangliang furrowed his brow. He had utilized 50% of his strength with this attack. While he knew it was unlikely to shatter the barrier, he expected at least some sign of impact. After a moment's contemplation, Li Guangliang resolved to strike again, murmuring, "Icebound arrow rain." Thousands of arrows in the sky began to coalesce, and as Li Guangliang's thoughts stirred, they shot directly towards the luminous barrier before him. Boom. The thunderous sound echoed as the icy arrows relentlessly bombarded a single point, each impact reducing the barrier to mere powder. Meanwhile, onlookers in the distance were utterly astonished. This was the strike of a platinum-level powerhouse. It is noteworthy that the strongest individual in the entirety of Jiangxing, Zhang Tailan, possessed merely the strength of a golden 9-star. A considerable gap in realms. The captain was unleashing his full power. Was this barrier truly that formidable? You may not realize, but just yesterday, dozens of our brothers joined forces in an attempt to strike this barrier, yet we caused no harm whatsoever. And that was equivalent to a full-force attack of a platinum 5-star. Huh, why does this barrier seem somewhat familiar? At that moment, a member of the Dragon Guard, known as Xiao Wu, exclaimed softly. Instantly, everyone turned to regard him. "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that?" Xiao Wu, the young Dragon Guard, coughed awkwardly and continued, "Cough. Guys, don't look at me like that. 5 years ago, I was a student at the Demon Sea Academy, and at that time, a minor beast riot occurred in the northern region. Old Master Lu Hongba organized a group of students for training, and I happened to be among them." An impatient Dragon Guard urged, "Get to the point." "All right, well, back then, to protect us, Old Master Lu created a barrier somewhat similar to this one to safeguard us." Seeing the crowd's growing impatience, Xiao Wu had no choice but to focus on the essentials. However, as soon as he spoke, the surrounding Dragon Guards began to discuss among themselves. Could this possibly be Old Master Lu's masterpiece? If so, what can we do? Old Master S barrier is beyond our capability to breach. Quiet down, Xiao Wu didn't say it was definitely his. It just looks similar. A more seasoned Dragon Guard interjected sternly, prompting the others to regain their composure. Indeed, who says this must be the work of Old Master Lu? Why would he come to such a small place to create something like this? With that thought, the discussion ceased, yet the seeds of suspicion had been sown, sprouting rapidly in their minds. They all speculated that this matter was likely related to Lu Hongba, even if he was not the one behind it. He must still be involved in some way. Chapter 45, Attacking the Barrier. As the storm of arrows dissipated, the ground was gradually cloaked in a layer of frost. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The barrier remained intact, showing no signs of cracking. At that moment, both the gathered crowd and Li Guangliang were rendered speechless by the mysterious barrier. For his previous strike carried the might of a diamond-level attack. Even the slightest crack would have been considered an achievement, yet now, it was completely unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangliang called out to the other observing Dragon Guard members. "All Dragon Guards, heed my command. Aim at the spot I just attacked and unleash your strongest move. Strike with all your might." In response, the crowd rallied, yes, with Li Guangliang's order. Over 100 Dragon Guards simultaneously launched an offensive at the position he had just targeted. Firestorm impact, shattering strike, thunderous blow, each one, as if invigorated, unleashed fervent assaults upon the barrier. Li Guangliang and Zhang Tailan also joined the fray, continuously unleashing their mightiest blows against the enigmatic barrier. Half an hour passed. Many had already exhausted their spiritual energy, sitting on the ground in meditation to recuperate before re-engaging. Just then, a loud voice broke the tension. "Look, it seems someone is coming out." The crowd turned towards the entrance of the gymnasium, discovering a group of over a dozen individuals hastening towards them. Each bore expressions of having survived a calamity, but rather than elation, the faces of the crowd grew increasingly grim. After all, there were over 200 people trapped inside. Now only a handful had emerged, which implied the tragic fate of the others. Every Dragon Guard felt a pang of anguish at this sight, realizing they had arrived too late. The very essence of the Dragon Guard was to protect the populace, and witnessing lives lost under their watch was a burden too heavy to bear. As they grappled with their guilt, the group of survivors reached the barrier. The expressions of shock were palpable among the survivors as they beheld the Dragon Guards standing outside. Li Guangliang approached and called out, "What is the situation inside? Are you all that remain?" Despite his suspicions, Li Guangliang still inquired about their condition, fearing the reality might differ from his assumptions. After all, as a longtime captain, he had encountered much more than others. At that moment, a petite girl within the barrier mustered her courage to speak. We don't know about the others, but Old Master Lu has gone to rescue them. He should be fine. Old Master? Li Guangliang questioned, puzzled. Yes, the esteemed Lu Hongba, our Dragon Kingdom's only, or rather one of only two, experts in spatial manipulation, replied the petite girl. Are you serious? Old Master has already entered? What on earth happened inside? Was this barrier also created by him? Li Guangliang exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement, then remembered the questions he needed to ask. The petite girl fell silent at his inquiries. Not because she lacked words, but rather because she was organizing her thoughts on how to convey the information clearly to Li Guangliang and the others. 3 minutes later, she finally began to recount. Yesterday, while we were training in the gymnasium, the ground started to shake, and suddenly a massive vortex appeared, sucking everyone in. When we awoke again, we found ourselves in a strange world filled with beasts, and we had to keep evading them. Later, we were pursued by a group of giant serpents, and in that moment of crisis, Old Master Lu appeared and saved us, bringing us to the entrance of a passage before vanishing to rescue the other students. The petite girl recounted the events of the previous day and their encounters with the beasts in detail. Upon hearing her words, the dragon guards outside the barrier fell into deep contemplation. They understood that the petite girl was likely describing a secret realm. Since the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy 20 years ago, researchers had begun to investigate this phenomenon. After more than a decade of exploration, they concluded that certain secret realms had collided with Blue Star, resulting in the leakage of spiritual energy onto the planet. The reasons behind this collision, however, remained unknown. Currently, numerous researchers were still studying this matter, and it was believed that the hidden truths would soon be unveiled. It was worth noting that most entrances to secret realms appeared only in deep mountains and forests, rarely surfacing in urban areas. Thus, Li Guangliang, Zhang Tailin, and the others quickly grasped the purpose of the barrier, to prevent powerful beasts from emerging from the secret realm and threatening the lives of the public. In an instant, all the dragon guards blushed, realizing that their earlier bombardment of the luminous barrier was misguided, as it was meant to protect Jiang City from the onslaught of demonic beasts. Particularly, Li Guangliang felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to bury himself in. How utterly embarrassing. He had been so adamant that he could shatter the barrier. Yet it was only due to the strength of Old Master Lu's barrier that he had not succeeded. Otherwise, Li Guangliang would have been the pariah of Jiang City, branded a criminal on the pillar of shame. The thought made Li Guangliang instinctively shrink his neck, and as he surveyed the reactions of those around him, he found that they too shared in his self-reproach. He then turned to the petite girl beside him and asked, "Little girl, did Old Master Lu convey any message to you?" Upon hearing this, the petite girl pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know." Just then, a tall, sturdy boy stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It seems Old Master Lu mentioned something before he left." "What did he say?" Li Guangliang replied eagerly. "Old Master Lu seemed to say that once we go outside, we should tell that group of fools not to attack his barrier anymore, or they would bear the consequences." At these words, the entire gathering fell into a profound silence, each person frozen in place, as if under a spell. Li Guangliang, in particular, felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Damn it, he had inadvertently done a good deed that turned disastrous. Zhang Tailin, standing beside him, felt similarly, as Li Guangliang had been his recommendation to the higher-ups. If blame were to be assigned, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. His face fell, and he thought to himself, "The hell with this. I should resign and make a run for it." Seeing that the crowd outside remained motionless, the tall boy scratched his head in confusion and turned to the petite girl. "Do you know what's wrong with them? Why aren't they moving? Are you really that oblivious? Didn't you realize what you just said?" The petite girl replied, exasperated. His words had clearly struck a nerve, and it was likely that many, if not all, of those present had attacked the barrier, leaving them at a loss and fearful of Old Master Lu coming out to hold them accountable. Upon hearing her response, the tall boy looked even more bewildered. What was wrong with what I said? Wasn't it Old Master Lu who told me to convey it? As he remained perplexed, the petite girl and the other classmates exchanged glances, speechless. They truly wondered how someone so foolish could survive. It was nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 46, Zhou Fatty. Is that a name you can call? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Yu was weaving through the woods. Since his breakthrough to 6 stars, his strength and physical capabilities had seen a tremendous enhancement. Strange, didn't the system mention a crimson silver tiger was here? Where is it? Presently, Lin Yu arrived at the location indicated by the system, but upon surveying the surroundings, he could not even spot a rabbit. "System, where's that crimson silver tiger you mentioned?" "Ding host has arrived too late. The crimson silver tiger has already departed." "Damn it, why didn't you warn me?" Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration. This wretched system hadn't given him a heads up, causing him to make a futile trip, and now the prey was slipping through his fingers. Ding Yu did not request a reminder. Hearing the system's response, Lin Yu felt an urge to spit blood. This damn system is worthless. Who cares about it anymore? "System, you are truly something." "Ding, thank you for the compliment, host." System, Can you not comprehend sarcasm? Lin Yu felt utterly drained. Being stuck with such an incompetent system would surely lead to a cerebral hemorrhage. Fine, system, are there any traces of other lower-tier demonic beasts? Ding, the system is currently searching, please hold. Ding, there is a horned rampaging bull located 500 meters to the left of the host, strength rated at bronze 8 stars. Bronze 8 stars. That is not out of the question, I'll take it. System, make sure to remind me not to let it escape, alright? Lin Yu murmured to the system, and then he set off towards the horned rampaging bull, employing the phantom steps to ensure he wouldn't miss it this time. In no time, he traversed through the thicket and spotted the horned rampaging bull grazing not far off. A smile crept across his face, and he unleashed a fiery fireball aimed at the creature. The unsuspecting horned rampaging bull, still preoccupied with its meal, was caught off guard and toppled to the ground. However, it was not slain, merely dazed, but once it regained its senses, it erupted in fury. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the horned rampaging bull fixed its gaze on Lin Yu and charged at him, its massive frame towering at 2 meters and weighing nearly a ton, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Yet Lin Yu remained unperturbed, swiftly conjuring another fireball to launch at the charging bull. At that moment, the bull's horn emanated a crimson glow, meeting the fireball head-on. The next second, a deafening explosion ensued. The fireball was obliterated by the horn, and Lin Yu stood there, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Good grief, that horn must be worth a fortune. With that thought, Lin Yu retrieved the A-grade destruction gun from his system backpack. Although he was not particularly skilled with firearms, he had watched enough related films in his previous life to remember some techniques. As the horned rampaging bull charged towards him, Lin Yu moved nimbly, thrusting the destruction gun into the ground. Just as the bull was about to close in, he exerted force and flipped it onto its back, then swiftly followed up with a shot that struck the bull's throat. However, the shot did not penetrate. Observing this, Lin Yu applied all his strength to push the gun tip deeper, and blood gushed forth, splattering all over him. With a final mournful cry, the horned rampaging bull succumbed to its injuries. This destruction gun seems quite effective. Too bad I'm not proficient in marksmanship. Otherwise, that move could have ended this beast's life, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Subsequently, he stowed the gun back into the system space and attempted to drag the horned rampaging bull back. But the next moment turned awkward. He could not budge it at all. System, do you have anything to enhance my strength? Ding, dragon elephant pill, which can permanently enhance the host's strength without side effects. That's the one. How much emotional value does it cost? Ding, dragon elephant pill, priced at 500,000 emotional points. What? 500,000? Lin Yu gasped in shock. System, are you trying to rob me? Did you see that I accumulated over 1 million emotional points and decided to hike the price? Ding, the system's offerings are fair and honest. The dragon elephant pill will continuously aid the host in enhancing strength for 1 week. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt tempted. It seemed reasonable after all. System, I'll buy it. At that moment, as Lin Yu's words fell, a black pill appeared in his hand. Staring at the dark pill, Lin Yu momentarily felt as though he had been duped by the system. System, are you sure this thing is edible? Ding, absolutely authentic. Host can consume it with confidence. Well then, it won't be like that essence cleansing pill that requires me to take it in halves, right? Ding, the dragon elephant pill must be swallowed whole, otherwise, its efficacy will be halved. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Lin Yu immediately cast aside his doubts and promptly ingested the dragon elephant pill. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it transformed into liquid, swiftly coursing through his abdomen. After a brief moment of anticipation, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his arms. Seizing the horn of the rhinoceros bull, he began to advance forward, effortlessly dragging the previously immobile creature along. Though it required considerable effort, he successfully maneuvered it back toward the main group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu exchanged worried glances as they stared in the direction Lin Yu had departed, noting that an hour had elapsed since his departure. Xiao Fizi, do you think something has happened to you, Go? Why hasn't he returned yet? Zhou Pengzi inquired anxiously. Don't worry, Peng Yi, Lin Yu will be fine. Let us just wait here, Li Feiyu reassured him. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Pengzi acquiesced. Suddenly, a figure approached, gazing incredulously at Zhou Pengzi's drastic transformation. Is that you? Zhou Pengzi. Indeed, it is I, Peng Yi. What is the matter? No, but how did you change so drastically? If I wish to change, I shall. What concern is it of yours? Humph. The individual, clearly irritated by Zhou Pengzi's indifference, stormed away. What a nuisance. Zhou Pengzi is a title reserved for me by you, Go. Zhou Pengzi muttered to himself as the figure retreated. Chapter 47. The competitive spirit of Li Hanzhuang. As the crowd engaged in idle chatter, the distant woods began to stir. Look over there. Something seems to be approaching us, exclaimed an observant classmate, eliciting a wave of startled reactions from the group. Is it Lin Yu returning? But didn't he head in that direction? Logically, he would come back from there as well. Could it be a beast? Should we flee or wait for our doom? Where could we possibly run to? The only one capable of action right now is Li Hanzhuang, and she is barely holding her own. Where can we escape to? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Li Feiyu then spoke up. We still have Peng Yi. He has just broken through to 4 stars, on par with Li Xiaohua. And his defense will surely hold until Lin Yu returns. Zhou Pengzi nearly burst into laughter at Li Feiyu's praise, feeling a swell of pride. Inwardly, he thought, good lad. Peng Yi has not spoiled you for nothing. Next time Yu Ge has a treat, I shall share in the bounty. Unbeknownst to Li Feiyu, Zhou Pengzi's ego was swelling as he continued to recount his experiences. Upon hearing Zhou Pengzi's impressive capabilities, the group felt a sense of relief, their gazes shifting to him, who now stood like an impregnable wall in their minds. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the distance, growing ever closer. The tension in the air escalated, and Zhou Pengzi, positioned at the forefront, was drenched in sweat, too apprehensive to retreat lest he tarnish his newly established image. As the sounds approached, the group collectively held their breath. Zhou Pengzi's heart racing. Why are you all staring at me? Are you preparing to welcome me? A voice emerged from the woods, Lin Yu's voice. Upon hearing it, the group exhaled in relief, thinking it a close call, as they initially feared it was a beast. Zhou Pengzi wiped the sweat from his brow and called out. Yu Ge, did you defeat a beast? Indeed, I vanquished a bull. Let us feast on beef tonight. As he spoke, Lin Yu emerged from the trees, dragging behind him a 2-meter-tall rhinoceros bull. The sight of the creature's carcass made the entire group gulp in unison, as if confronted with a culinary masterpiece. Pengzi, gather a few people to process this bull. The rest of you, find some dry branches to prepare for a roasted whole bull. Absolutely. The crowd cheered heartily. Having scarcely eaten since the previous day, their excitement palpable at the prospect of beef. Zhou Pengzi led Li Feiyu and a few familiar classmates to the riverbank with the rhinoceros bull in tow. Yu Ge, just how immense is your strength? You managed to drag such a heavy bull back with just one hand? You wouldn't believe it. After I dispatched the beast, I struggled to move it. However, after casually consuming a fruit I found, I felt an immense surge of power. Lin Yu spun a tale with unwavering confidence, captivating Li Feiyu's interest. Is the fruit you mentioned akin to the one Peng Yi had? More or less, though the colors differ. The group's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Recalling their earlier wonderment at Zhou Pengzi's sudden transformation, they resolved to sample the fruits of this realm themselves. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, his casual remark would lead to a disastrous fate for the fruits of the entire secret realm. Zhou Pengzi, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, had initially sought to investigate further, but was left speechless by the revelation that Lin Yu had not consumed the local fruit, but rather a mysterious elixir. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing Lin Yu, recognizing the significance of the gift he had received and wishing to avoid betrayal. Observing Zhou Pengzi's somewhat lecherous expression, Lin Yu surmised that he had pieced together some of the truth but chose to remain silent, trusting that Zhou Pengzi would not speak recklessly. After a considerable time, the group finally dragged the rhinoceros bull to the riverbank. Zhou Pengzi then produced the red serpent tooth that Lin Yu had lent him and began to eviscerate the bull, delegating the removal of its entrails to others for cleaning. Meanwhile, others set off to search for the mysterious fruits and gather dry branches. The scene was dominated by Lin Yu, who appeared at ease, while Li Hanzhuang was fervently immersed in her rigorous training. Upon learning that Lin Yu had achieved a breakthrough to bronze 6 stars, she became consumed by a competitive spirit, determined to catch up with him. Lin Yu, however, felt exasperated, wishing to convey to Li Hanzhuang, "Little girl, you shall never catch up with me. I possess a system. Do you even know what a system is? It's akin to having a cheat code. Can you compete against that?" While Lin Yu mused in his mind, Li Hanzhuang was enveloped in a swirl of spiritual energy. At that moment, she stood on the precipice of a breakthrough, and upon witnessing the energy enveloping her, Lin Yu recognized that she was about to ascend. He instinctively stepped forward to offer her protection. 10 minutes later, a deep sound resonated from within Li Hanzhuang, and the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly drawn into her body. With a resounding bang, Li Hanzhuang successfully broke through to bronze 5 stars, now only 1 star behind Lin Yu, and she opened her eyes wide. As she glanced around, she noticed Lin Yu watching her from a short distance, a smile playing on his lips, which left her somewhat perplexed. Congratulations, Leon, successfully advancing to 5 stars. Thank you. In response to Lin Yu's congratulatory words, Li Hanzhuang merely offered a subdued thank you, as she was not one to express her emotions readily. However, Lin Yu, familiar with her temperament, did not take offense. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value is 999. Huh. What does the system mean by this? Didn't I fully boost Li Hanzhuang's emotional value? This unexpected notification left Lin Yu in a state of confusion. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value is not fully boosted. Currently, only 20,000 points have been accumulated. What? Is this girl's emotional value that difficult to boost? Only 20,000 points? Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His earnest efforts were solely aimed at harvesting everyone's emotional values. Yet after such a prolonged endeavor, he had only managed to accumulate 20,000 from Li Hanzhuang, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. He had never encountered such a challenging target. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss these thoughts, as he had successfully accumulated quite a bit today. Chapter 48, The Silver Serpent of Ink. System, initiate a lottery for me. Let us start with a 30 consecutive draw. Lin Yu turned his attention away from Li Hanshuang and summoned the system in his mind. Ding. Detected host request. The system is currently conducting the lottery. Please hold on. After a brief pause, the system's voice chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received thank you for your patronage X8. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Spirit Recovery Pill X10. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Wig X2. As the system's announcements concluded, Lin Yu immediately inquired, System, what is the use of this Spirit Recovery Pill? Ding. The Spirit Recovery Pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that restores spiritual power. One can instantly recover 1/3 of their spiritual energy. What a splendid item. This means I can freely use phantom steps now. Haha. By the way, system, do you sell spirit recovery pills in the shop? Ding. Yes, one costs 5,000 emotional points. Upon hearing the system's price, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, 5,000. That seems reasonable. Wait, 5,000? I need to spend 10,000 for a single draw. Damn it, system. Are you trying to swindle me? Gradually realizing the situation, Lin Yu finally comprehended that a single spirit recovery pill only required 5,000 emotional points. Since he had drawn 9 of them, that amounted to 45,000 emotional points, enough to purchase 18 spirit recovery pills. He felt utterly cheated by the system, losing over 40,000 points. System, Lin Yu called out, but the system remained silent, leaving him utterly exasperated. What kind of system would exploit its own host like this? He must be one of a kind. Damn it, system. Can you be any more unscrupulous? Ding. The system emitted a single chime and then fell silent, which Lin Yu took as a tacit acknowledgement. System, give me another 20 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe I can't draw something good. Ding. Conducting the lottery. Please hold on. Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to draw again, the previously silent system promptly responded. Huh. As expected, you are indeed a deceptive system. The moment a lottery is involved, you respond faster than anyone. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Spirit Recovery Pill X10. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear X6. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Thank You for Your Patronage X3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Silver Treasure Chest X1. Listening to the system's report, Lin Yu's expression darkened immediately. What the hell? Is this system deliberately trying to fleece me? It must be rigging the results behind the scenes. Otherwise, there's no way I could be this unfortunate. And this silver treasure chest is undoubtedly an insult directed at me. Open the silver treasure chest. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and silently commanded in his mind. Ding. The silver treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Space-type Void Treasure Mouse Beast Core X1. What? Another Space-type Beast Core? Lin Yu could hardly believe his ears upon hearing that he had drawn yet another Space-type Beast Core, leaving him momentarily stunned. Not far away, Li Hanshuang observed his fluctuating expressions, ranging from sorrow to joy, which left her utterly bewildered. She attempted to inquire about what had transpired with Lin Yu. Yet he ignored her, causing her to feel a sense of helplessness. Just as she was about to approach him to rouse him from his reverie, his gaze suddenly shifted, and a smile crept across his lips, leaving her utterly speechless. Lin Yu, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, just recalling some matters from before. Oh. After hearing his explanation, Li Hanshuang offered a cold oh and turned her attention away from Lin Yu. She then resumed her seated meditation, determined to take advantage of Lin Yu's leisure time to cultivate fervently, aiming to break through to 6 stars and surpass him in the process. Ever since discovering that Lin Yu possessed dual abilities, a fierce competitive spirit had ignited within her. She was determined to prove to everyone that even without dual abilities or extraordinary talent, she, Li Hanshuang, could still surpass Lin Yu. Little did Lin Yu know of her intentions, or else he would likely find it amusing. Brother, I am an existence akin to a cheat. What can your mere SS class talent compare against me? What can you bring to the table? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, beneath a waterfall, stood an elderly man, none other than Lu Hongba. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed quietly at the pitch-black pool below, which was eerily still and silent. Suddenly, Lu Hongba parted his lips. Come forth. As his voice echoed, the once tranquil surface of the pool began to ripple. Following that, the water churned as if boiling, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a massive entity slowly ascending from the depths. Lu Hongba regarded this scene with an expression of calmness, a faint smile gracing his lips. The waters continued to churn for over a minute before gradually settling. Then, a gigantic shadow erupted from the water, soaring into the sky before circling back and returning to the pool. After a brief moment, it emerged once more, quietly observing Lu Hongba. Human, it's you again. Do you seek an audience with me? Inkhorn Silver Serpent, it has been quite a while. Why do you not welcome your old friend? Lu Hongba replied with a smile. Humph. If you have business, speak quickly. The Inkhorn Silver Serpent huffed disdainfully. Had it not been aware of its inferiority compared to Lu Hongba, it would have long since resorted to violence rather than engage in polite conversation. Haha. Inkhorn Silver Serpent, It appears you still harbor resentment over past events. After so many years, your animosity towards me remains strong. Lu Hongba stroked his beard with a chuckle. Humph. Do I need to recount what you did to me in the Silver Serpent secret realm back then? Oh, let's not dwell on that. I was merely compelled by circumstances at that time, and I will rectify my actions now that my strength is sufficient. Humph. Do you expect me to believe in your altruism? Speak plainly, what brings you here today? Ahem. Well, yesterday the seal loosened, and my disciple was swept inside. I hope you will refrain from harming him and his companions. Lu Hongba cleared his throat, shamelessly stating his request. The inkhorn silver serpent scrutinized him closely, seemingly trying to discern the ulterior motives behind his words. It was skeptical of the elderly man's claim that he had come solely for this reason. Suspecting that there was something deeper at play, but without further elaboration, it could only speculate. Noticing the serpent's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Hongba understood its doubts and proceeded to clarify. Rest assured, there is no ulterior motive. This time, I intend to hone my disciple's skills. In the meantime, please ensure that the silver-tiered beasts in the Silver Serpent mystic realm refrain from attacking humans. Afterward, I shall lift the seal here, allowing you to advance further. What do you think? Human, are you speaking the truth? The inkhorn silver flood dragon regarded Lu Hongba with suspicion, seeking any hint of deceit in his gaze. Lu Hongba smiled reassuringly. Indeed, I promise to relocate the exit of your mystic realm to a more suitable location, after which you may freely traverse to Blue Star. Upon hearing this, the inkhorn silver flood dragon hesitated for a moment before responding. Very well. What does your disciple look like? I will notify all the beasts within the mystic realm to refrain from attacking humans. I'm not quite sure what he looks like, Lu Hongba admitted sheepishly. Scratching his head. Chapter 49. Of course, do you want to? Time flew by, and soon dusk descended. At this moment, everyone gathered around the campfire, engaging in light-hearted conversation, while the chunks of rhinoceros meat sizzled over the flames. Sigh. I have searched high and low but haven't seen the mysterious fruit that Lin Yu mentioned. Indeed. If it weren't for the drastic changes in Zhou Pengzi, I would have suspected Lin Yu was spinning tales. Everyone, do not fret. Such a mysterious fruit would not simply appear at our beck and call. Let us search a bit longer, and perhaps we shall find it, the group debated animatedly. However, the subjects of their discussion, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, observed them from a distance. Brother Yu, this bunch of fools actually believes it. Haha, how naive. Zhou Pengzi chuckled upon hearing the chatter. Lin Yu shot him a glare for his indiscretion. Shut up, you fool. If they catch wind of this, they'll surely flay your skin. Oh, I spoke out of turn, ha. Brother Yu, worry not. This matter shall remain between us, Zhou Pengzi replied, wearing a mischievous grin. Just as the two reveled in their banter, a chilling voice unexpectedly pierced the air behind them. Lin Yu, what are you discussing? Lin Yu stiffened and turned to find Li Hanzhuang standing behind him, her expression as impassive as ever. The frigid aura she exuded sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. How come you walk so silently? Ahem, Li Hanzhuang, what brings you here? Why aren't you chatting with the others? Lin Yu attempted to divert the conversation. In a calm tone, Li Hanzhuang replied, I am not familiar with them. Ah, I see. Lin Yu was at a loss for words, taken aback by her bluntness. Considering her aloof nature, it was no surprise that few would dare to approach her. Otherwise, they might find themselves frozen solid. She was simply too cold. After a moment, Lin Yu chose to remain silent, pulling Zhou Pengzi away from Li Hanzhuang's line of sight. Phew, that was close. Brother Yu, I almost let something slip. Humph. You fat fool. If you dare speak out of turn again, I won't share my good fortune with you. Lin Yu shot Zhou Pengzi a glare, frustrated that his companion's careless words had put him in a compromising position. Yes, Brother Yu, I promise I won't speak out of turn again. When the time comes, I'll just say we found a fruit in the mystic realm, Zhou Pengzi hastily assured, his expression comically lewd. Seeing his earnestness, Lin Yu decided to let the matter go. Fine, just make sure you don't implicate me. Understood. As the two continued their clandestine conversation, Li Hanzhuang stealthily approached them once more. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value, 222. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, causing him to pause. He turned around, only to be startled by Li Hanzhuang's sudden presence. Zhou Pengzi, oblivious, asked Li, why are you following us? Didn't you want to end Brother Yu? I have reached a bottleneck in my training. Wait, Li, how does your bottleneck relate to following us? Zhou Pengzi boldly expressed his thoughts, feeling secure with Lin Yu at his side. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanzhuang replied, I am here to seek guidance from Lin Yu. Seek guidance from me. Lin Yu pointed at himself in confusion. But, Li Hanzhuang, I have never encountered a situation like yours. How can I help you? With the system at his disposal, he had never truly faced a bottleneck. Perhaps due to his dual SSS level talents. For him, cultivation was as effortless as drinking water. Li Hanzhuang's expression shifted as she processed Lin Yu's words. It became clear that her talent was inferior to his, and thus her challenges were more pronounced. Motivated by this realization, her desire to surpass Lin Yu intensified. Very well, Lin Yu, I shall not disturb you further. With that, Li Hanzhuang began to turn away. At that moment, Lin Yu called out, Li, wait. Is there something else? Lin Yu? Li Hanzhuang inquired, her expression still as stoic as before. Lin Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to offer her a cleansing pill. His gaze drifting to Zhou Pongzi beside him. Zhou Pongzi, sensing the unspoken communication, realized Lin Yu's intention to use the pill to win Li Hanzhuang over. Brother Yu, if you give her that, I believe she will be immensely grateful and will certainly keep our previous dealings a secret, Zhou Pongzi whispered. All right, Li Hanzhuang. Observing Lin Yu's exchange with Zhou Pongzi, felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yu interjected, Li Hanzhuang. I possess a method to help you break through your bottleneck, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone. Otherwise, your cultivation will stagnate indefinitely. Li Hanzhuang was taken aback, her expression shifting from icy neutrality to astonishment as she processed Lin Yu's words. Are you serious, Lin Yu? Of course. Do you accept? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, she responded. In her eyes, nothing was more crucial than enhancing her strength, even if it meant accepting aid from another. If anything, she would repay the favor once she surpassed him. Excellent. Lin Yu praised, retrieving a cleansing pill from his system space. Take this, find an opportunity by the river. Strip down, and then jump in before consuming it. Why by the river? Just trust me. You will understand everything in due time. All right. Li Hanzhuang acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. By the way, if anyone inquires, just say you found a mysterious fruit. Before Lin Yu could finish, she interrupted, just let me know, I understand. Rest assured. This will not involve you, Lin Yu reassured her. With those words, Li Hanzhuang turned and departed without looking back. You go. It seems that this woman truly has her sights set on us. Her intentions are rather sinister. You must not allow yourself to develop feelings for her, lest you find yourself in dire straits one day. At that moment, Zhou Pongzi approached, launching into a tirade about Li Hanzhuang's departing figure. Lin Yu, however, paid him no heed and turned to walk towards the camp, for the beef was nearly cooked, and it was time to feast. Fatty, save some for Li, he instructed. Huh, what nonsense is this? Are you ignoring me? Zhou Pongzi retorted helplessly, trailing behind Lin Yu in silence. Chapter 50, A Glimpse. After parting ways with the two, Li Hanzhuang walked a considerable distance along the riverbank until the flickering flames were out of sight, at which point she paused, surveying her surroundings and confirming her solitude. She began to undress slowly. Tentatively, she dipped her foot into the water, discovering that the temperature was not excessively cold, prompting her to swiftly submerge herself. She then placed the washing marrow pill given by Lin Yu into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it transformed into a liquid that slid down her throat into her abdomen. Initially, Li Hanzhuang felt no reaction, but after 10 minutes, she began to sense a growing warmth in her abdomen. Soon after, a dull ache spread through her limbs, escalating to a pain that enveloped her entire body. Clenching her fists, she endured the ordeal with sheer determination. After a while, the discomfort subsided. As she sensed the changes within her body, disbelief washed over her. She had indeed broken through to the 6th star of the bronze rank. Furthermore, she felt her body had become significantly lighter, her strength vastly increased, and her vision and hearing far superior to before. At that moment, she caught a whiff of a foul odor and, upon inspection, realized it emanated from her own body. Finally comprehending Lin Yu's earlier remarks. Thus, she commenced her cleansing. Meanwhile, upon returning to the camp, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi organized a meal. Instantly, a dozen people surged forward, some tearing at the meat with their hands, others biting directly into it, leaving Lin Yu and his companions utterly astonished. Where did these famished souls come from? They seem unperturbed by the heat. Stop, Lin Yu exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer. If they continued in this manner, there would be nothing left for him and the others. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's fury, the crowd ceased their actions, turning their gazes toward him. Look at this chaos. How can anyone else eat in such a manner? Fatty, divide this among them, a large piece for each, and if it's insufficient, they can come back for more. Lin Yu promptly instructed Zhou Pongzi, while he himself settled onto a large stone. The crowd then formed an orderly queue, fully aware of Lin Yu's formidable prowess. Anyone foolish enough to provoke him might find themselves facing dire consequences. Moreover, it was thanks to Lin Yu that they could indulge in such delectable fare, and should he become displeased, they would surely go hungry. Thus, they accepted his arrangement without dissent. Soon, Zhou Pongzi had sliced a generous portion of beef for each person, followed by one for Lin Yu and a substantial piece for himself. Here you go, you go. Zhou Pongzi handed the meat to Lin Yu, who accepted it without hesitation, taking a hearty bite that sent juices splattering. By the way, Fatty, did you save a piece for Li Hanzhuang? Lin Yu inquired. Rest assured, I've set aside a large one for her, and there's plenty more, enough for her to feast to her heart's content, Zhou Pongzi replied, chewing on his meat. Lin Yu chose not to comment further, focusing instead on savoring the delicious morsel before him. It must be said that the meat from these demon beasts far surpassed that of domesticated livestock, which lacked the spiritual essence found in ordinary poultry, leading to a less flavorful experience. After some time, Lin Yu lay back on the ground, contentedly patting his full belly, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting a soft exclamation. Hey, Fatty, how long has it been since Li Hanzhuang left? It seems like half an hour. She should be back by now. What if something has happened? Zhou Pengzi's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sprang to his feet, directing his gaze towards the direction Li Hanzhuang had departed. He then instructed Zhou Pengzi, "Fatty, prepare for defense here. I'll check on Li Hanzhuang. If any demon beasts approach, throw a torch into the sky. I'll return immediately upon seeing it." "Understood. You go stay safe." Zhou Pengzi nodded. "I know." With that, Lin Yu dashed towards the direction Li Hanzhuang had taken. The others, witnessing his hurried demeanor, exchanged puzzled glances. "What is Lin Yu up to?" "I don't know. But it seems Li Xiaohua has been absent for a while. Perhaps he has gone to find her?" "That is possible. I think I saw Li Xiaohua leave after a brief exchange with Lin Yu. I wonder where she went. Now that you mention it, the direction Lin Yu is heading is indeed where Li Xiaohua left. Do you think Lin Yu upset her, and now he is regretting it and going after her?" "Yeah. I remember Lin Yu confessed to her in front of everyone on Awakening Day." "Wow. Did Lin Yu actually manage to win over Li Xiaohua like that?" "I think they make a great pair. Lin Yu is so handsome and powerful, and Li Xiaohua is equally impressive." "Uft, you love-struck fool." The crowd engaged in lively discussion about Lin Yu's departure, while Zhou Pengzi quietly scanned the surroundings, every rustle of grass heightening his alertness. After all, they were in the realm of demon beasts, where danger could lurk around any corner. Meanwhile, once Lin Yu was out of sight, he swiftly employed his phantom step. Reassured by the fact that he possessed a spirit recovery pill, alleviating any concerns about depleting his spiritual energy. In no time, he had distanced himself by 100 meters from the group. "Li Hanzhuang, where are you?" Lin Yu called softly, wary of attracting any demon beasts. However, there was no sign of Li Hanzhuang. He continued along the riverbank, glancing back towards the camp to ensure all was well before allowing himself to relax. He couldn't let his emotions compromise anyone's safety. At that very moment, Li Hanzhuang was busy scrubbing away the foul odor from her body in the water. Being a person of cleanliness, she couldn't tolerate even the slightest hint of unpleasantness. She scrubbed until no trace remained. That should do it. Time to return." With that, she swam towards the shore. Just as she was about to emerge, she heard a voice from afar. "Li Hanzhuang, where are you?" "Lin Yu," she gasped, recognizing the voice unmistakably as his. Whether it was the volume of her call or Lin Yu's heightened hearing, he picked it up immediately. As she spoke, Lin Yu was already racing towards the sound. Hearing his footsteps grow closer, Li Hanzhuang panicked. At that moment, as she slipped on her underwear, both she and Lin Yu froze. The sight before Lin Yu was dazzling, almost blinding. Without a moment's thought, he quickly turned away. "Ahem, Li Hanzhuang, you needn't worry. I swear by the heavens, I didn't see anything." "Humph," Li Hanzhuang huffed, hastily donning her clothes, her expression darkening, her gaze sharp enough to kill. If looks could slay, Lin Yu would have perished 1,000 times over. Upon encountering Li Hanzhuang, Lin Yu decided not to linger any longer. "Well then, Li Hanzhuang, since you're fine, I shall take my leave." However, Li Hanzhuang remained silent, simply gazing at him, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Without further hesitation, Lin Yu turned on his heel, ready to return to the camp. "Lin Yu, I hope you forget what just transpired, or I will undoubtedly kill you." Li Hanzhuang's voice broke the silence. "Ahem, Li Hanzhuang, as I mentioned, I saw nothing. Besides, with the darkness enveloping us, how could I possibly see clearly?" He spoke these words, yet internally, he was in a flurry of anxiety. "Humph," Li Hanzhuang scoffed, striding toward the camp. Observing this, Lin Yu quietly followed behind her. Chapter 51. Delivering oneself to the doorstep. Li Hanzhuang walked ahead in silence until she suddenly paused, halting in her tracks. Lin Yu, perplexed, observed her from behind. "Lin Yu, thank you for the elixir." "Oh, no need for thanks. Consider it an apology for what happened earlier," Lin Yu replied hastily upon realizing her gratitude. Li Hanzhuang merely acknowledged him with a soft sound before continuing her pace. With her tone no longer frigid, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that she had come to terms with the situation. Meanwhile, within the camp, Zhou Pengzi was scanning the surroundings when, suddenly, a silver flash caught his eye, heightening his alertness. "Quiet down. We have a situation. Prepare for battle," he shouted to the chattering group. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up, grasping their makeshift weapons. "Someone with a bit more strength, throw a torch up high so Lin Yu and the others can see." Zhou Pengzi instructed again. A tall student stepped forward, picking up a burning torch from the ground and hurled it skyward with force. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the branches above. Undeterred, he grabbed another torch and attempted once more, only to have it knocked down again by the foliage. Witnessing this, Li Feiyu erupted in frustration. "You useless bunch. Step aside and let me handle it." He snatched a torch from the ground and threw it upwards, but predictably, it too failed. "Damn it. Can't you lot do anything right?" Zhou Pengzi was left speechless. With the silver flash drawing nearer, panic surged within him. Without thinking, he hurled a torch into the air, which met the same fate and fell back down. The group shot him disdainful looks. "What are you doing? Hurry up and throw. Do you all wish to become the prey of a beast?" His shout finally roused the others, and they realized that this was no time for games. One by one, they grabbed torches and flung them skyward. Amidst the frenzy, A torch was successfully cast into the heavens. With this accomplishment, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Phew, that was exhausting. At least we got one up there. I wonder if Lin Yu saw it. He should have, right? Meanwhile, Lin Yu was leisurely strolling along the riverbank when he suddenly caught sight of a red light flashing in the distance, jolting him into alarm. Oh no, something's happened at the camp. What? Li Hanzhuang, walking ahead, turned at the sound of his exclamation, noticing the pallor that washed over Lin Yu's face. Li Hanzhuang. I'm sorry. Without waiting for her to react, Lin Yu swiftly grasped her waist and activated his shadow step, vanishing only to reappear 20 meters away. Stunned by his display, Li Hanzhuang found herself speechless. Was this the power of spatial manipulation? Back at the camp, Zhou Pengzi was fixated on the approaching silver light, his anxiety rendering him mute. Others were similarly transfixed, their hearts racing as the silver orb loomed larger. Roar! At that moment, the silver light emitted a fearsome growl, sending some of the more timid students fleeing in terror. It's a tiger beast. Their faces paled, realizing that it was a tiger, king of the beasts, approaching them. Undoubtedly formidable and beyond their capability to confront. They could only hope for Lin Yu's swift return. As the silver tiger spotted the group, it surged forward, eager for a feast. Goodness, that creature is actually running? Mom, I want to go home. Cries of despair filled the crowd. At that instant, a ball of fire soared overhead, followed closely by a chilling ice spear that shot past them, aimed at the silver tiger. Taken by surprise, the tiger was struck and fell to the ground. Lin Yu has returned. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed in astonishment. What? Lin Yu is back? Thank goodness, we won't perish. The group erupted into excited chatter, their gazes turning toward the treeline. Emerging from the forest was Lin Yu, with Li Hanzhuang closely following. Hey, everyone, is anyone hurt? Lin Yu immediately inquired of Zhou Pengzi upon seeing the group. No, Lin Yu, your arrival was perfectly timed. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, Zhou Pengzi replied gratefully. Without further comment, Lin Yu approached the silver tiger. System, could this beast possibly be the crimson silver tiger I lost track of earlier? Indeed. Well, you've come right to my doorstep. I was wondering what I would have for breakfast tomorrow. As he spoke, a fireball began to coalesce in his hand, ready to strike the creature, when Li Hanzhuang interjected. Lin Yu, may I take on the silver tiger? Are you looking to practice? He asked. Very well. Then it's all yours. With that, Lin Yu retracted the fireball, watching her performance in silence. Extreme cold ice spike. With a contemplative murmur, Li Hanzhuang summoned waves of frigid energy that transformed into a circular ice spear, measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and 1.8 meters in length. Go. The ice spear sped toward the crimson silver tiger, striking it as it had just regained its senses, sending it careening backwards. Roar. The crimson silver tiger let out an enraged roar, quickly regaining its footing and lunging at Li Hanzhuang with powerful strides. Be careful, Lin Yu shouted. In response, Li Hanzhuang swiftly evaded while conjuring another ice spear to hurl at the tiger, but it managed to dodge just in time. The onlookers gasped at the thrilling spectacle. Such a pity. If only Li Hanzhuang could land a hit, that tiger beast would likely be severely injured, if not dead. Indeed, what a missed opportunity. Silence. Don't distract Li Hanzhuang, Zhou Pengzi reprimanded. The group fell silent, watching intently as Li Hanzhuang continued her duel with the crimson silver tiger. At that moment, she conjured 2 ice spears, hurling them both at the beast. The tiger, in its haste to evade, was struck by one of them, yowling in pain as it turned to flee. Yet, Lin Yu acted swiftly, launching a fireball that struck the creature down. This time I won't let you escape. You've delivered yourself right to me, so I shall graciously accept. Li Hanzhuang, deliver the final blow. Li Hanzhuang responded with a nod, swiftly conjuring a shard of ice that she launched directly at the head of the crimson silver tiger. With a mournful howl, the beast met its end. Lin Yu approached the fallen creature, having retrieved the crimson serpent fang from Zhou Pengzi, and, to the astonishment of onlookers, extracted the beast core. Here, he exclaimed, tossing the core to Li Hanzhuang. Chapter 52. Is there anyone still inside? At that moment, Zhou Pengzi leaned in closer to Lin Yu, murmuring, Wait, you go. You're just giving her the beast core like that? Don't you have any objections? Lin Yu gazed at him in confusion. You go, that's a beast core. It's incredibly valuable. You're really not tempted? Zhou Pengzi's tone was tinged with reluctance. Here, take this. Lin Yu, unwilling to engage further, tossed Zhou Pengzi the beast core he had previously obtained from the rampaging horn bull. Upon receiving it, Zhou Pengzi's face broke into a lecherous grin. In the distance, as the crowd witnessed Lin Yu presenting the beast core to Li Hanzhuang, their eyes widened in disbelief. One must realize that a single beast core in Jiang City held considerable worth. Although they were not impoverished, a bronze-grade beast core could fetch a staggering 200,000. How enviable, that school belle Li. A female voice echoed from the crowd, prompting a chorus of envy among the onlookers. Indeed. Too bad we lack the stunning looks of school belle Li. Otherwise, Lin Yu would surely bestow upon us as well. What is there to envy? You love-struck fools. You're just sour, you lemon. If you're so capable, why don't you go hunt a demon beast like Lin Yu did? Ugh, you bunch of infatuated minds. I can't even be bothered to engage with you. Huh. No wonder you're single, sour lemon. The crowd encircled Lin Yu and Li Hanzhuang, descending into playful bickering, splitting into male and female factions. However, the number of girls was scant, only 5, relegating them to the lower ranks. Fortunately, it was merely a war of words, with no physical altercations, as the boys tended to be chivalrous towards the girls, preventing a complete rout despite their numerical disadvantage. Observing the frivolity of the crowd, Lin Yu retreated to a corner, seeking solace in solitude. Yet, scarcely had he settled down when Li Hanzhuang approached with a frosty demeanor. Li Hanzhuang, do you require something? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Li Hanzhuang's expression darkened as she replied, Lin Yu, I hope you can forget what you shouldn't have seen tonight. What do you mean, Li? Did I see something tonight? I don't recall. Lin Yu feigned amnesia. Humph. With a sigh of relief at his response, Li Hanzhuang turned and departed. As the night deepened, the crowd, after their quarrel, succumbed to slumber within the stone shelter constructed by Zhou Pengzi. Feeling more secure under its cover, Lin Yu remained vigilantly by the campfire. Noticing that everyone had fallen asleep, he retrieved the spatial beast core he had previously unearthed, preparing to absorb its essence. Meanwhile, Lu Hongba, having concluded his transaction with the ink-horned Silver Jiao, vanished, busying himself with the rescue of those yet trapped. After a day filled with exertion, he managed to free nearly all who had been ensnared. Outside, as students trickled out of the gymnasium, Zhang Tailin and Li Guangliang breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Li, it seems we won't face reprimands from above, Zhang remarked. Indeed. But if old Lu discovers that we've been incessantly attacking his light barrier, will he not take us to task? Li Guangliang expressed his concerns. Rest assured, old Lu is not one to hold grudges. He wouldn't retaliate against us juniors, Zhang Tailin replied dismissively. Li Guangliang, reassured by his words, thought to himself that if old Lu were to address the issue, he would gladly push Zhang Tailin forward. After all, it was Zhang who reported without understanding the situation, leaving him to bear the brunt of responsibility. At that moment, Zhang Tailin remained blissfully unaware of the betrayal lurking nearby. As the last batch of students emerged, a miraculous half-person high gap appeared in the light barrier, prompting the crowd to hastily exit. Once all had exited, the gap gradually closed. Captain Li, it seems old Lu does not intend for us to enter. One of the Dragon Guard members spoke solemnly. The others turned to Li Guangliang, eager for his direction. Seeing the situation unfold, Li Guangliang pondered briefly before issuing orders. Rest in place. Captain Zhang, take a few individuals to ensure these children are settled. Remember, we cannot disclose what transpired here to the outside world, or it will incite panic. Understood, Captain Li, Zhang Tailin replied, recognizing that as long as the barrier remained intact, it signified that Lu Hongba had yet to resolve the situation. Thus, it was imperative to prevent the students from spreading rumors, lest Jiang City succumb to fear. Zhang Tailin, accompanied by a few trusted aides, led the students away from Jiang City High School. Outside, they were met with a throng of anxious parents and media reporters, all of whom were barred entry by the Dragon Guards. Given that they were uninformed of the circumstances within, there was no reason to allow the masses inside. Fortunately, the Dragon Guards possessed sufficient authority to swiftly arrange several buses, transporting the students to a nearby hotel. The hotel manager, witnessing the unfolding situation, dared not utter a word, promptly instructing staff to prepare accommodations for the over 200 students. Hey, what did you encounter inside? Don't even mention it. A dozen of us were chased by several giant snakes and nearly perished within. We owe our lives to old Lu's timely rescue. Us too. We were pursued by a pack of wolves and almost didn't make it back. Sigh, it was utterly terrifying. Hey, where's school belly? A sudden voice called out from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone began scanning their surroundings, quickly realizing that Li Hanzhuang was indeed missing. Lin Yu isn't here either. A student from class 15 exclaimed in alarm. Wait, are you saying we're the only ones who made it back? Are you suggesting there are others still trapped inside? Don't be ridiculous. Old Lu is still in there. He must be going to rescue them. As discussions ensued, the hotel staff found themselves bewildered. However, upon learning of the missing individuals, Zhang Tailin's heart sank, prompting him to call Li Guangliang. Hello, Captain Li, there are still people unaccounted for in the secret realm. What? Li Guangliang exclaimed in shock. He had assumed that old Lu had rescued everyone before opening the barrier, only to discover that others remained trapped. For a moment, he struggled to comprehend old Lu Hongba's reasoning. Was he intending to further test those still inside? Within the secret realm, high above, Lu Hongba observed Lin Yu and the others below when suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose. The next moment, achoo. Damn it, who is talking about me? Ridiculous. Lu Hongba cursed vehemently, disregarding his image entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, in a state of meditation, suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding. Lu Hongba's emotional value, 666. The system, what is going on? Who is Lu Hongba? Wait, that name sounds quite familiar. Could it be chapter 53? Where's the expense? Over the course of several days, Lin Yu gradually hunted down a few magical beasts, providing sustenance for everyone. Slowly but surely, Some classmates who had remained at the 2-star level began to break through to 3 stars. Zhou Pengzi, in particular, made a remarkable leap to 4 stars, having previously consumed a marrow-cleansing pill, which significantly accelerated his training. As for Li Hanzhuang, ever since that night Lin Yu had seen her form, she had not sought him out again, much to Lin Yu's delight as he enjoyed the peace. One day, the group wandered aimlessly through the forest until Zhou Pengzi rushed back, panting heavily. Yuga, Xiao Fizi is missing. Upon returning, he immediately sought out Lin Yu, who was meditating. Seeing the urgency etched on his face, Lin Yu understood that something serious had transpired. Fatty, you just said Xiao Fizi is missing. What happened? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Zhou Pengzi took several deep breaths to calm himself before explaining. Yuga, I was just competing with Xiao Fizi by the river to see who could urinate further. And before I knew it, he vanished. Lin Yu was taken aback. What on earth? I looked everywhere, and not a single trace of him could be found. Sensing Lin Yu's skepticism, Zhou Pengzi spoke again. Observing that he did not appear to be lying, Lin Yu finally believed the chubby lad's words. Without further ado, he stood up. He promptly approached Li Hanzhuang, and, before she could utter a word, stated, Classmate Li, I must leave for a while due to urgent matters. You possess the highest strength here. I kindly ask you to oversee things in my absence. All right, Li Hanzhuang replied nonchalantly, not probing further, and resumed her cultivation. With that, Lin Yu wasted no more time and turned to leave with Zhou Pengzi. Fatty, where exactly were you and Xiao Fizi when you were urinating? Over there. Zhou Pengzi pointed to a distant spot. Thus, under Zhou Pengzi's guidance, Lin Yu arrived at the location where the two fools had their contest. Scanning the surroundings, he found no traces of magical beasts, which left him perplexed. Could it be that Li Feiyu had vanished into thin air? Or had he been abducted by some flying creature? If that were the case, it would be troublesome indeed. System, can you help me locate Li Feiyu? Lin Yu inquired directly. However, the system fell silent upon hearing his request. After a brief pause, it finally responded, Ding. The target is located 50,000 meters to the west of the host. Warning, a powerful magical beast surrounds the target, posing an imminent threat to the host's life. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression soured. What on earth is Li Feiyu doing, running off so far? Fatty, perhaps we should just return and forget about finding Li Feiyu? Lin Yu lamented. Zhou Pengzi, puzzled, replied, Yuga, have you discovered something? Was Xiao Fizi captured by a magical beast? Indeed, I have made an observation. That beast was able to stealthily abduct him, which indicates its formidable strength. I suspect it is at least of golden rank. Although Lin Yu was unaware of just how powerful the beast mentioned by the system was, he knew it must be exceptionally formidable. Zhou Pengzi, upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, protested, Goodness, Yuga, then we shouldn't go. It would be pointless. And we might end up in danger ourselves. Seeing his fearful demeanor, Lin Yu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. It was evident that this chubby fellow was as unreliable as ever, always wanting to flee when faced with problems. Zhou Pengzi, aware of his cowardice, felt embarrassed to meet Lin Yu's gaze. After a long silence, Lin Yu spoke gravely. Fatty, you should return to the camp. I will assess the situation and see if there is a chance to rescue Xiao Fizi. Yuga, are you planning to go alone? What other option do I have? Should I bring you along? You might slow us down when it's time to escape. Well, I admit I am a bit plump, but I have lost quite a bit of weight. Look, enough. You stay at the camp. Li Hanzhuang may need your assistance, and besides, carrying 2 people while running would exhaust me. Fine, I was merely suggesting. Since you won't let me go, I shan't. Now hurry along and don't be a hindrance. With that, Zhou Pengzi scurried away. Lin Yu then activated his illusory steps and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Lu Hongba observed Lin Yu's disappearing figure and murmured, This lad piques my interest, though he is a bit too impulsive. Nonetheless, I find it appealing. I must give a stern warning to the Mo Jiao Jiao to ensure my beloved disciple remains unharmed. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Lu Hongba had already left him several clues, which he had unconsciously overlooked. Fortunately, Lin Yu had the system's guidance, preventing him from wandering aimlessly. System, how much farther? Ding. The target is still 5,000 meters away from the host. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The host currently possesses 940 emotional points. Would you like to draw? Yes. Let us go for 30 consecutive draws. Ding. The system is processing the lottery. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Patrick Starr's underwear 3. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 15 recovery pills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 silver treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 10 thank you coupons. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 golden treasure chest. What? A golden treasure chest? System, when did you become so generous? Quickly, open it for me. Ding. The golden treasure chest is being opened. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 substitute doll. Hey system, what does this mean? Are you suggesting that I might die this time? Say something. Are you hoping for me to encounter misfortune? Lin Yu continuously called out to the system in his mind, but it remained utterly silent. Open my silver treasure chest. Did you hear me, system? Ding. The silver treasure chest is being opened. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained an A-grade weapon, electromagnetic pulse cannon. What? A hot weapon. Goodness, system. You have hot weapons? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Ding. The system shop has various items the host should explore. Do not blame this system. I suppose I haven't looked much, but I isn't it because the items in there are too expensive, making me lose interest? Lin Yu retorted. One dragon elephant pill cost a staggering 50,000 emotional points. Only a fool would purchase it unless absolutely necessary. Ding. Where's the expense? This has been the price for quite some time. Do not make baseless claims, system. I find it quite difficult. Sometimes, reflect on your own actions. Have you truly been diligent in earning emotional points all this time? You bastard. Lin Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 54. The first taste of mysterious elixirs. Following the system's guidance, Lin Yu ventured deep into the forest, where he spotted a waterfall in the distance. Beneath the waterfall lay a pool of water, dark as ink from afar. System, the magical beast you mentioned, is it in the pool? Ding. Yes. The beast is currently in a deep slumber. And where is Li Feiyu? Why can't I see him? Ding. The target is hidden in a cave behind the waterfall. What? Lin Yu exclaimed, realizing that Li Feiyu was concealed behind the waterfall. This predicament has become rather troublesome. It is evident that one must traverse the path alone, significantly increasing the likelihood of awakening the monstrous beast lurking beneath the pool. System, do you possess any solutions? Ding. The host may consider utilizing the miraculous potion. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Lin Yu felt a wave of anxiety. Is it truly safe to consume this miraculous potion? The side effects could be quite severe, and the abilities gained remain uncertain. System, do you secretly wish for me to encounter misfortune? System, forget it. Given the circumstances, I shall take the risk. Damn it. You worthless system, I curse you. With that, Lin Yu sought a more concealed spot and retrieved the miraculous potion from the system's space. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have completely forgotten about this item, primarily due to the adverse effects being rather daunting. Pop. Lin Yu unscrewed the cap of the miraculous potion, gazing at the pale yellow liquid, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Closing his eyes, he downed it in one go. Upon tasting it, a refreshing chill coursed through him, followed by an overwhelming scent of grass that flooded his mind, leaving him feeling remarkably invigorated. Why is there no noticeable change? System, is this counterfeit? I must inform you. If it is, I shall demand tenfold compensation. Ding. The product from the system is undoubtedly genuine. Please rest assured, host. But why do I feel nothing? Lin Yu was somewhat at a loss. Ding. Please be patient, host. Fine. Reluctantly, Lin Yu settled down to wait, occasionally picking at his nose, when suddenly, he noticed that his fingers had miraculously vanished from sight. What? Have I gained the ability to become invisible? Gradually, Lin Yu's entire body began to turn transparent until he was entirely invisible. Why are my clothes not becoming invisible? System, why can't my clothing become invisible as well? Lin Yu questioned, observing his body had disappeared, yet his clothes remained. System, ding. The potion affects only the host, not the clothing. Hence the latter cannot become invisible. Damn, why didn't you mention this sooner? Despite his incessant curses directed at the system, Lin Yu obediently began to strip off his clothing. Eventually, he was left with only a pair of underpants. Surely, wearing just these should not cause any issues, right? It should remain unnoticed. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I can always remove them later. With that, Lin Yu stored his clothes in a spatial rift, a skill he had acquired after absorbing the void treasure mouse, allowing him to create a small pocket in which to store items. It resembles the fourth-dimensional pocket of a certain blue cat, capable of holding numerous items. Of course, primarily due to the system's limitations. He could only store items generated by it. Other items could not be accommodated. Having completed all this, Lin Yu emerged clad only in his underpants. One must admit, this miraculous potion is truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hongba, observing from above, failed to notice his emergence, assuming Lin Yu remained concealed within the bushes. Little did he know, Lin Yu had already approached the seemingly bottomless black pool, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. BRR, how cold. This water is even chillier than that girl Li Hanshuang. I must hurry to rescue someone before it is too late. Lin Yu murmured. He then rubbed his hands against his body in an attempt to warm himself, for he dared not utilize his powers here, lest he alert the creature lurking below. After a while, Lin Yu began to swim towards the waterfall. In his invisible state, he entered the water like a transparent glass, making it nearly impossible to discern anything unusual. However, one detail Lin Yu overlooked was that his SpongeBob underpants had betrayed him. At the bottom of the pool, the perceptive inkhorn silver flood dragon slowly opened its eyes, glancing toward the surface, where it spotted a pair of SpongeBob underpants drifting about. Moreover, they were moving quite swiftly, causing the dragon to gaze in astonishment. What audacity to disturb my pool with such rubbish. With its mouth slightly agape, a jet of water shot straight towards Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely swimming in the pool. No wonder Chairman Mao enjoyed winter swimming. This sensation is utterly invigorating, Lin Yu murmured to himself. The next second, the water jet struck him directly. Ouch! What hit me? Could it be I've been discovered? Lin Yu hastily swam towards the waterfall. At the bottom, the inkhorn silver flood dragon, noticing that the underpants had not been dislodged but were instead moving more rapidly, grew intrigued and unleashed 2 more jets of water towards Lin Yu. In a frenzy, Lin Yu swam towards the waterfall, just a meter away when a sudden chill shot up his spine. Without a moment to spare, he turned just in time to evade one water jet, but another struck him in the abdomen, launching him into the air. By a stroke of fortune, he was propelled directly into the cave behind the waterfall, landing heavily on the ground. Damn, this beast is toying with me. One day, I shall extract your insides and skin you alive. Lin Yu cursed vehemently. Once he had calmed, he began to survey the cave and soon noticed Li Fei Yu lying not far away. Lin Yu rushed over, completely naked, and shouted, "Little Fei, wake up! Stop sleeping." However, after calling out for some time, he received no response. With no other option, Lin Yu decided to take matters into his own hands. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps landed on Li Fei Yu's face, causing it to redden significantly. Unfortunately, he still did not awaken. Growing increasingly frustrated, Lin Yu resorted to the legendary 18 consecutive slaps. One after another, he struck Li Fei Yu's face, yet he remained unresponsive. Li Fei Yu, will you wake up or not? Lin Yu was completely exasperated by this individual. He had never encountered someone who could remain asleep after such treatment. It was more infuriating than a wild beast. Damn it. I suppose I'll carry you, you worthless creature. With that, Lin Yu retrieved a set of clothing from the spatial rift and dressed before hoisting Li Fei Yu onto his back. He then produced a rope to bind them together. Do not inquire about the origin of the rope. It was obtained from the system. Phantom Step. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu vanished from the cave, reappearing at the edge of the pool. He then activated Phantom Step once more, sprinting towards the camp. Meanwhile, sensing the spatial disturbance, the inkhorn silver flood dragon swiftly ascended from the depths of the pool, directing its gaze toward Lin Yu's fleeing figure. Chapter 55. Bowing to the Master. A roar echoed through the skies, startling Lu Hongba, who stumbled backward. What the hell? Why is this beast going berserk? Wait, this spatial fluctuation. Could it be that little brat has made a move? Lu Hongba finally recognized the spatial disturbance and turned to observe Lin Yu fleeing in a panic, a smirk creeping onto his face. He then vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the effect of the miraculous potion wore off, revealing Lin Yu's form, yet he found himself completely hairless. His round head gleamed brightly, almost blinding. System help. That SA dragon. Why didn't you warn me? Ding. Inkhorn silver flood dragon. King level 5. Hobbies. Enjoys human flesh, fond of sleeping, and more. Enough with the introductions. Quickly devise a means for me to escape its pursuit, or else I shall perish. And you will not fare any better. System. Apologies, host, but this system is equally powerless. Your fate rests solely in your hands. With that, the system ceased its responses to Lin Yu, ignoring his frantic pleas. Damn, you wretched system. If you refuse to assist me, I shall find a way on my own. Thus, Lin Yu activated the system panel and began rummaging through his inventory, ultimately discovering the speed pill. He swiftly consumed one speed pill in one hand and a healing pill in the other. Before long, Lin Yu felt his speed surge, and with the aid of the Phantom Step technique, he quickly distanced himself from the pursuing Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon. Well done, lad. I did not expect you to run so swiftly, rivaling my own speed in my prime. As he reminisced about being chased by a throng of widows in his youth, Lu Hongba observed Lin Yu's sudden acceleration with surprise, followed by a chuckle. However, such speed is woefully insufficient to escape the Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon. With his words, the Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon dramatically increased its speed, rapidly closing the gap to Lin Yu. Human boy, surrender and become my snack. Lin Yu was taken aback. What? The beast can speak. He had never anticipated encountering a talking beast today, leaving him momentarily flustered. Great king. How about I hand over this person behind me to you? Will you let me go? Huh. Human, your thoughts are quite fanciful. We shall both remain here. The Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon's deep voice resonated, nearly causing Lin Yu's ears to ring. Seeing that it would not relent, Lin Yu swallowed several more speed pills, his speed skyrocketing once again, propelling him 100 meters ahead of the Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon. Human, do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape my grasp. Surrender. And rest assured, I shall be the last to indulge. The Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon cackled behind him. Lin Yu's composure began to crumble. How could he possibly outrun a beast of royal caliber? Damn it, someone save me. I would do anything. As his desperate shout echoed, a voice suddenly penetrated the air. Vile creature, cease your pursuits at once. Moments later, Lu Hongba appeared, blocking the path of the Mo Jiao Silver Flood Dragon. Upon recognizing Lu Hongba, Lin Yu was filled with exuberance and shouted, Old Lu, save me. This beast wants to devour me. Vile beast, I see you have struggled hard. Depart swiftly, and I shall not hold it against you. Upon hearing Lin Yu's plea, Lu Hongba's lips curled into a smirk, and he feigned profundity. Human, you are quite formidable. I cannot best you, thus I shall take my leave. As the Mo Jiao silver flood dragon prepared to turn away, Lin Yu shouted, "Old Lu, don't let that beast escape. Quickly slay it. Let us enjoy hot pot tonight." At those words, Lu Hongba stumbled, nearly falling over. Good heavens! This young lad has become quite audacious. The Mo Jiao silver flood dragon, now anxious, realized that if Lu Hongba heeded Lin Yu's words, its fate would be sealed. Knowing humans are particularly protective, it quickly sent a mental message to Lu Hongba. "Wait, human. We had an agreement. I helped you stage this act. You cannot betray me now. Fear not. I am a man of my word." Hearing Lu Hongba's reassuring reply, the Mo Jiao silver flood dragon ceased its delay and soared towards the water pool. Watching the opportunity slip away, Lin Yu felt a pang of urgency, but dared not press Lu Hongba further. He could only sigh in resignation. "Young man, do you wish to keep it?" Lu Hongba approached Lin Yu, a smile playing on his lips. "Thank you, old Lu. I am eternally grateful." Lin Yu clasped his hands in gratitude. "Tell me, young man, do you truly wish to capture that Mo Jiao silver flood dragon?" Lu Hongba inquired again. Hee, old Lu, do not jest. How could I possibly capture such a beast? Young man, I see great potential in you. Why not become my disciple? I shall teach you how to defeat that Mo Jiao silver flood dragon. Ah, is that appropriate? Did you not just proclaim you would do anything? Now, I offer you the chance to be my disciple. Do you accept? Seeing the sincerity in Lu Hongba's gaze, Lin Yu stowed his laughter, knelt before Lu Hongba, and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." "Ha! I never expected to gain a disciple today. The heavens are kind to me." Lu Hongba beamed, having orchestrated this moment for Lin Yu to willingly become his apprentice. "Good disciple, rise." "Yes, master. From now on, you may call me teacher. There is no need for formalities." "Very well, teacher. My dear disciple, have you awakened dual powers?" "Indeed, one of space and one of fire." "What is your current realm?" "I am at the bronze 6-star level, just a step away from breaking into bronze 7-star. "Excellent. Not far from my own peak. But strive diligently." "Yes, teacher. By the way, what has happened to your hair and eyebrows?" Lu Hongba queried, perplexed. At this, Lin Yu felt a jolt of panic. He struggled to find an explanation. He could hardly claim it was due to a miraculous potion from the system. After a moment's thought, he deftly changed the subject. Flashing a bright smile, "Teacher, since we are meeting for the first time, might you grant your apprentice a token of initiation?" "Ha ha, you rascal. Quite to my liking." "Very well, since you asked, I shall give you these spatial beast cores." With a flourish, Lu Hongba opened a spatial rift, far larger than Lin Yu's. And a dozen spatial beast cores tumbled forth. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed as he rushed to collect them. "Oh, and these as well. I shall give you these too." Lu Hongba retrieved additional beast cores from the rift, remnants from the beasts he had slain while rescuing other students. "Hee, thank you, teacher. I have struck gold. Enough. Quickly gather them. I shall lead you out. You are the last remaining in this secret realm." "Teacher, you mean everyone else has been rescued?" Lin Yu asked, astonished. "Indeed. They have all exited. I refrained from intervening to test your mettle." "Oh, I see. So that Mo Jiao silver flood dragon was also part of your plan?" "Ahem. Let us not dwell on that. Hurry and gather your belongings." Lu Hongba cleared his throat, eager to shift the topic. As Lin Yu smiled and prepared to rise, his legs suddenly buckled, and he collapsed. The effects of the speed pill had worn off, and the side effects began to manifest. Chapter 56, Return to Blue Star. Outside the camp, Xiao Pangzi paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. Several hours had passed since Lin Yu had departed. Whether alive or dead, there must be some sign. At the very least, a signal would suffice. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lay exhausted on the ground, his legs powerless. At the side, Lu Hongba observed his disciple's state with a hint of confusion. "My dear student, what seems to be the matter?" "Teacher, I am utterly exhausted. My legs can no longer bear me." Lin Yu solemnly fabricated a tale. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongba belatedly realized, "Alas, it's all my fault. I initially intended to lead you to the Inkhorn Silver Flood Dragon and have you engage in battle with it, after which I would intervene to rescue you." Teacher, you overestimate my abilities. Do you truly believe I could contend with that monstrous beast?" "I would be utterly annihilated." Lin Yu blinked his large eyes, staring at Lu Hongba as though demanding an explanation. Under Lin Yu's scrutiny, Lu Hongba felt his dignity wane. Clearing his throat, he hastily remarked, "Ahem. I have discussed this with the Inkhorn Silver Flood Dragon. It will refrain from using lethal force against you." "Teacher, is it truly appropriate to devise such schemes against your own student?" Lin Yu gazed at him with innocent eyes. He had felt a sense of despair when the system indicated it could not assist him, only to realize this was merely a test orchestrated by Lu Hongba. What sort of test employs a sovereign-level beast as a benchmark? What young man could withstand such an ordeal? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lu Hongba swiftly diverted the conversation. "Cough. Let us return to the camp, shall we? Your companions are anxiously awaiting your return." "Teacher, do you think I am in any condition to walk?" Lin Yu helplessly spread his hands. His legs felt as though they had been numbed, devoid of any sensation. Had he not known this was a side effect of the speed pill, he might have believed his legs were permanently incapacitated. "Fear not, with me by your side. It is but a trivial matter." As he spoke, Lu Hongba hoisted the limp Lin Yu with one arm and the unconsciously Fei Yu with the other. With a single step, they vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already above the camp. Lin Yu was momentarily awestruck by this display of spatial manipulation. Was this the power of a spatial ability? Truly terrifying. Teacher, how far can you teleport in one go? It's hardly worth mentioning. I can only traverse half of Blue Star in a single leap. Teacher, do you realize what you're saying? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Half of Blue Star in one leap, and you consider that trivial? Do not look at me like that. The spatial awakeners over in Eagle Sauce can leap across 3/4 of Blue Star in one go, far surpassing my abilities. Seeing Lin Yu's disbelief, Lu Hongba proceeded to elaborate on the spatial awakeners from Eagle Sauce. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was once again astonished. Then, teacher, can that individual defeat you? That person, a mere extraordinary 6-star, dares to compare with me? I could easily subdue him, and the only reason he escapes is due to his swiftness. Otherwise, I would have him kneeling before me, singing conquer. Lu Hongba spoke with disdain, as if that individual were merely a defeated foe. Observing Lu Hongba's dismissive demeanor, Lin Yu felt a twinge of skepticism. Although their acquaintance was brief, it was evident that this elder was not entirely serious. Well, I've already bowed to him. I might as well accept it. With that thought, Lu Hongba continued to carry him and Li Fei Yu downward. Meanwhile, Zhou Pongzi, who had been anxiously worrying about Lin Yu, was taken aback upon the sudden appearance of the trio and let out an exclamation. What the hell? Once he recognized Lin Yu and Li Fei Yu, his astonishment heightened. Brother Yu, you're back. How wonderful. Fatty, what transpired? Lin Yu noticed the unusual expression on his face, filled with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I was just worried about you. Worried? Worried I wouldn't return? Zhou Pongzi nodded weakly, avoiding Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation before responding. All right, Fatty, quickly summon the others. We are heading out. We're leaving already? Zhou Pongzi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Would you prefer to stay here? Should I ask the teacher to leave you behind? Lin Yu cast a glance at Lu Hongba, who was still holding him. Please, no? Brother Yu, you can't abandon me. Wait, when you referred to your teacher, you meant this old man behind you, right? Zhou Pongzi gasped, quickly turning to look at Lu Hongba. Lin Yu did not hesitate to reveal Lu Hongba's identity. Yes, he is my teacher, the only spatial awakener in the Dragon Kingdom, or rather, one of the two. My goodness, Elder Lu. You are Elder Lu, Zhou Pongzi exclaimed, suddenly recalling the familiarity of the elder's visage. Realizing the truth, he rushed to Lin Yu. Brother Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and call the others. Okay, I'm on it. Zhou Pongzi hurried back to the camp, shouting to everyone, classmates, we are saved. Elder Lu has arrived. Quickly, get up and follow me. At his words, the group was momentarily stunned, until one girl incredulously asked, Zhou Pongzi, what did you just say? Elder Lu? Is it the same Elder Lu we're thinking of? Yes, indeed. It's Elder Lu. Hurry and follow me. Zhou Pongzi urged impatiently. Seeing he was not joking, the others sprang to their feet like they had been electrified. Even Li Han's Huang, who had been meditating, stood upon hearing the commotion. They quickly followed Zhou Pongzi to the location where Lin Yu was. Upon seeing Lin Yu being carried by Lu Hongba, everyone paused in astonishment. They did not understand why Elder Lu was carrying Lin Yu, while Li Fei Yu had already been unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Having been immobilized by Lu Hongba, he would awaken shortly on his own. Everyone, we can return now. Lin Yu called out loudly as soon as everyone was gathered. Finally. We can go home and sleep. I haven't had a good night's rest in days. Me too. Count me in. The crowd chimed in unison. Relieved to be leaving this place. Observing the scene, Lu Hongba waved his hand, enveloping everyone in a transparent barrier, and in an instant, they vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves back in the gymnasium, and upon seeing the familiar surroundings, many were overcome with emotion, shedding tears of joy. All right, you all should head back now. Lu Hongba instructed the group. Yes, thank you, Elder Lu. They all bowed in gratitude. Lu Hongba merely waved his hand dismissively. One by one, they departed, leaving only Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi behind. As for Li Fei Yu, he eventually roused and followed the others out. Chapter 57, The Disappearance of the Light Barrier. Brother Yu, why have you been carried by Elder Lu all this time? And what else with your hair? Zhou Pongzi finally voiced his lingering curiosity. Curse it all. Speaking of it brings tears. I nearly ran my legs off to save that fool Li Fei Yu, and now my head is balding. By the way, you need to come over and carry me. Being held like this by the teacher is unbearable. Lin Yu lamented upon hearing his inquiry. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly sprang into action and rushed over, allowing Lu Hongba to transfer Lin Yu on his Zhou Pongzi's back. Lu Hongba glanced at Lin Yu and then at Zhou Pongzi, and declared, since you two are here, I shall broaden your horizons today. With a flourish of his hands, the dilapidated gymnasium began to restore itself, gradually returning to its former glory in merely a minute. Wow, is old Lu really that formidable? Zhou Pongzi exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yu, equally taken aback by the spectacle, remarked, Teacher, this resembles a rewind in time. So you are familiar with the concept of time reversal? Lu Hongbo replied. However, what I am demonstrating is not time reversal, but rather spatial retrogression. Spatial retrogression? Lin Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yes, spatial retrogression bears some resemblance to time reversal. But while the latter pertains to time, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You will come to understand in due course. Teacher, it seems that there have been no awakened individuals with time abilities in the entire world. How do you know so much? Lin Yu questioned, eager to uncover the source of Lu Hongbo's knowledge. His understanding of time had primarily stemmed from the movies and novels of his previous life. Noticing Lin Yu's intrigue, Lu Hongbo pondered for a moment before responding. Although no human has awakened to the time element, numerous beasts possess mastery over time. I have encountered 3 such beings. Which 3? Lin Yu pressed for details. The first is the nightmarish dragon in the Northern Realm, capable of subtly returning individuals to the past. The second is the Ice Queen of the Antarctic continent, who possesses the ability to freeze time. As for the last one, it is a classified matter concerning the Dragon Kingdom, and you are not yet privy to that information. All right then, Lin Yu conceded, understanding the sensitivity of the matter. After all, he recognized that such secrets of the Dragon Kingdom were not meant for someone of his standing to know, especially with the unreliable Zhou Ponzi present. Now, you two should head out, Lu Hongbo instructed. Noticing that Lu Hongbo seemed preoccupied, Lin Yu curiously asked, Teacher, are you preparing to undertake something? Indeed. I intend to permanently close this spatial rift. 10 years ago, when I discovered it, my abilities were insufficient to seal it completely. So I had no choice but to seal it temporarily. Now that my strength has grown, it is time to mend this rift once and for all. With that, Lu Hongbo approached the spatial rift, and as he watched the gradually vanishing figure of Lu Hongbo, Lin Yu had no choice but to allow Zhou Pongzi to carry him out. Wow, I didn't expect you to take old Lu as your mentor. After all, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom knows more about the spatial element than he does. Zhou Pongzi chattered incessantly, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. All right, stop rambling. You're giving me a headache, Lin Yu retorted. By the way, when will your hair grow back? You look rather odd like this. Mind your own business. Let us hurry up, Lin Yu snapped back, irritated by Zhou Pongzi's comments, as he was already troubled by his own appearance. After all, he had sacrificed his once luxurious black hair in a bid to save the hapless Li Feiyu, and to make matters worse, he hadn't even left himself any eyebrows, leaving his head looking like a large meatball. Meanwhile, on the outside of the light curtain, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan stood anxiously. Ever since learning that some students had emerged from within, the mother and daughter had hurried to the school. After conversing with Principal Wang Fujuan, they were granted entry. At this moment, outside the light curtain, dozens of dragon guardians stood waiting, having been there for several days with no sign of the curtain dissipating. And their patience was wearing thin. Just then, several students began to emerge from the gymnasium one after another. Tang Xinyan, spotting the students, exclaimed excitedly to Lin Yushan, Mom. Look, people are coming out. What? Lin Yushan turned her gaze towards the gymnasium. She saw a group of individuals, both male and female, making their way towards them. However, as they drew closer, she realized that Lin Yu was conspicuously absent. In an instant, Lin Yushan felt as though all her strength had been drained from her. Struggling to remain upright, Tang Xinyan hurriedly supported her, saying, Mom, don't worry, my brother will be fine. He might just be coming out later. Lin Yushan replied weakly. Over the years, she had grown to regard Lin Yu as her own son, and now, not seeing him made her instinctively feel that something had gone awry. As the group reached the light curtain, it suddenly revealed a small opening, and Li Feiyu stepped forward. Lin Yushan, seeing them emerge, anxiously inquired, Have you seen Lin Yu? He asked the tall one. But before she could finish her sentence, Li Feiyu interrupted, Andy, are you Lin Yu's guardian? Don't worry, Lin Yu is safe and is currently with old Lu. He may need a little longer to come out. Lin Yu? Lin Yushan exclaimed, her confusion dissipating. Oh, I mean Lin Yu. I'm just used to calling him that, Li Feiyu quickly clarified. Ah, I see, Lin Yushan responded. Well, I should head back. I'm sure my family is worried. All right, take care. With the reassuring news of Lin Yu's safety, both Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi exited the gymnasium, heading straight towards Lin Yushan and the others. Hey, Aunt Lin, Xi and Yin, what brings you here? As Lin Yu stepped out of the light curtain, he was surprised to see them. However, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan, upon seeing his appearance, momentarily struggled to recognize him. Brother? Is that you? What happened to you? Tang Xinyan exclaimed in shock. Ah, it's nothing. I just saved a certain fool and ended up like this, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yu, why are you being carried by your classmate? Lin Yushan began, but faltered, unable to finish her thought. Sensing their misunderstanding, Lin Yu quickly clarified. No, Aunt Lin. Don't worry. I'm just fatigued from running while saving someone. Nothing's wrong. Oh, you scared me. I thought you had injured your leg. Lin Yushan expressed her relief. At that moment, Li Guangliang approached the group, greeting them. Hello, I am the captain of the Dragon Guardians in Modu. My name is Li Guangliang. Hello, Captain Li. Is there something you need? Lin Yu asked, eyeing him warily. Noticing Lin Yu's apprehension, Li Guangliang flashed a broad smile. You are Lin Yu, correct? Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire if there are still individuals inside. There are. Lin Yu answered without hesitation. Do you know how many? Just one. One? Yes, my teacher. Lu Hongba is still inside dealing with that spatial rift. He might need a bit more time. However, just as he finished speaking, the light curtain began to slowly dissolve. It seems my teacher has successfully resolved the spatial rift, Lin Yu murmured as he watched the curtain vanish. Chapter 58. My sincere apologies, it was my fault. Teacher? Lin Yu, are you referring to old Lu? Li Guangliang stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. Seeing his astonishment, Lin Yu shrugged. Come on. I'm one of the 2 awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom with spatial abilities. Naturally, he would take me on as his disciple. At that moment, Lin Yu's expression radiated pride, reveling in the fact that he had allied himself with a powerful figure. He had initially planned to seek Lu Hongba's mentorship after arriving at the Mo High Academy, never anticipating that the esteemed master would come to him first. One could not deny the exhilaration that came with being the protagonist. Li Guangliang, lost in thought, was astonished to learn that the student before him had indeed been taken under Lu Hongba's wing. It is well known that Lu Hongba holds significant influence not only within the Dragon Kingdom, but also across the globe. With Lin Yu becoming his disciple, he can now navigate the Dragon Kingdom with ease. Haha, I never expected that Lin Yu, at such a tender age, has already become a disciple of Master Lu. Truly, the youth are formidable. Should you ever visit Magic City, feel free to seek my assistance. Li Guangliang enthusiastically extended his hand in friendship. Lin Yu, fully aware of Li Guangliang's intentions, chose not to decline, recognizing that an additional friend is always preferable to an enemy. Moreover, one should not strike those who offer a smile. After all, the captain of the Dragon Guardian in Magic City was lowering his stature to forge a connection, and it would be ungracious to rebuff him. Thank you, Captain Li, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The 2 exchanged phone numbers, and Zhou Pengzi carried Lin Yu out of the school, while Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan quietly followed behind. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu began to sense a return of feeling in his thighs, indicating that the side effects of the speed pill were finally dissipating. Put me down, fatty, he exclaimed. You go, can your legs walk now? Yes, I'm fine now, just let me down. All right. As Zhou Pengzi gently set Lin Yu down, he nearly stumbled upon landing. But Lin Yushan was quick to offer her support. Take it slow, shall you? Can you walk? If not, let Annie carry you. No need, Auntie Lin. I just need a moment to stand. Lin Yu hurriedly declined her kind offer. Seeing this, Lin Yushan guided him to the side, and after a few minutes, the side effects of the speed pill had fully vanished. Lin Yu then stood up to stretch his legs. Surprisingly, Lin Yu now bore a resemblance to Saitama, sporting a shiny bald head. However, while Saitama had eyebrows, Lin Yu did not, nor did he possess any nasal hair. Are you feeling better now, Yugo? Zhou Pengzi inquired as he observed Lin Yu's newfound vitality. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you for carrying me for so long, fatty. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you, I'd have perished in that secret realm long ago. If anyone should be grateful, it's me, Zhou Pengzi chuckled. All right, enough of the chit-chat. I need you to sell these beast cores for me, and we'll split the profit 60-40, Lin Yu said, handing Zhou Pengzi the beast cores he had received from Lu Hongba. Wait, Yugo, where did you get so many beast cores? Zhou Pengzi asked, astonished by the sheer number. Noticing his confusion, Lin Yu smiled and replied, these were given to me by my master. Wow, is Master Lu that generous? Yugo, why don't you ask him to take me on as well? Zhou Pengzi joked. Huh, fatty, don't get your hopes up. You should hurry home and wash up before bed, Lin Yu said, dismissing the notion. Zhou Pengzi, undeterred, understood that Lu Hongba only accepted those awakened in spatial abilities with exceptional talent. Those with lesser abilities, even if awakened, would not catch his eye. Thus, he took Lin Yu's words with a grain of salt. Yugo, since you can walk now, I'll head home first. I fear my old man will have a heart attack from worry. Go ahead, and be careful on your way back. Lin Yu waved goodbye. Once Zhou Pengzi had departed, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan approached him. Xiao Yu, what on earth transpired inside? Why were you all trapped? Lin Yushan finally voiced her curiosity. Tang Xinyan, equally intrigued, chimed in. Brother, what did you encounter in there? How did Master Lu become your teacher? Upon hearing their inquiries, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed, wishing they would ask one at a time. Can we discuss this at home? He suggested. Fine, Tang Xinyan pouted, clearly reluctant, but understanding that this was not the place for such discussions. Lin Yushan, meanwhile, remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Yu's request. Thus, the trio made their way home. 10 minutes later, they arrived, and Lin Yu flopped onto the sofa. There's nothing quite like the comfort of home. He sighed contentedly. Brother, can you tell us now? I'm dying of curiosity. If you don't, I might just get angry, Tang Xinyan said, hands on her hips. Glaring at Lin Yu sprawled on the sofa. Lin Yushan quietly sat on the adjacent sofa, appearing calm, though internally, she could hardly contain her eagerness. Lin Yu was certainly keeping them in suspense. If not for her composure, she would have been urging him like Tang Xinyan. What's the rush? Look, Auntie Lin isn't anxious, Lin Yu retorted, casting a teasing glance at Tang Xinyan before turning to Lin Yushan. Feeling called out, Lin Yushan awkwardly scratched her head and said gently, Xiao Yu, why not share? Auntie is quite curious too. With Lin Yushan prompting him, Lin Yu felt compelled to reveal the events, so he called out to Tang Xinyan, Xinyan, go and pour me some water. Fine, I'll do it. Tang Xinyan huffed. But the intensity of Lin Yu's gaze made her relent. After days of battling, there was a hint of menace in Lin Yu's eyes, causing Tang Xinyan to shy away. Soon, she returned with water, yet she dared not meet Lin Yu's eyes, and instead sought solace in Lin Yushan's embrace. Lin Yushan observed the scene and recognized her daughter's fear. However, she herself was not intimidated by Lin Yu's glare. After all, her husband and Lin Yu's parents had far fiercer gazes in their time, and she was unafraid of them. Instead, she felt a sense of pride. For Lin Yu had taken his first step, bravely confronting the ferocity of the beasts without flinching. Though she was unaware of Lin Yu's experiences, the fierce glint in his eyes indicated that he had surely vanquished numerous beasts. Realizing that he had unintentionally frightened Tang Xinyan, Lin Yu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Xinyan. Did I scare you? That was my fault. Tang Xinyan remained silent, avoiding his gaze. Lin Yushan quickly reassured her. It's all right, Xinyan. Xiao Yu just couldn't control himself for a moment. He didn't mean to be fierce. Humph. Tang Xinyan pouted, still unwilling to look at Lin Yu despite her mother's reassurances. With that, Lin Yu began recounting the events that had transpired. Chapter 59, I'm tired. Let it all end. Meanwhile, after the light curtain dissipated, Li Guangliang and his team arrived at the gymnasium. Observing the seemingly intact facilities, they were momentarily perplexed, as they had gathered from the students' accounts that the gym had been in a state of devastation. However, upon entering, everything appeared completely normal. Captain Li, do you think Master Lu helped restore this place? One of the Dragon Guardians speculated. Nodding in agreement, Li Guangliang replied, it seems Master Lu did assist in restoring it. That spatial rift must have been dealt with by him as well. Captain, what should we do now? Gather your things. We will rest for the night and prepare to return to Magic City tomorrow. Understood. The group replied in unison. Subsequently, Li Guangliang departed from Jiangxing High School with a cadre of Dragon Guardians, bringing an end to the tumultuous events. However, the emergence of the beastly secret realm at Jiangxing High School quickly sparked fervent discussions online as the students were returned home. Yet, the true nature of the incident was known only to Lin Yu and a select few. At this moment, Lin Yu was intently recounting the happenings of the past few days to Lin Yushan and her daughter. Upon learning that Lin Yu had encountered a ferocious beast upon entering the secret realm, both women instinctively clenched their fists, overwhelmed with shock and concern for his plight. The events unfolded as such. Ultimately, old Master Lu took me as his disciple. Lin Yu concluded his tale and took a long drink from the water on the table. However, Lin Yushan and her daughter remained momentarily stunned. Hearing about Lin Yu's desperate escape from a king-level beast left them both breathless. They could hardly fathom how Lin Yu, a mere novice, had managed to remain composed in the face of such danger. Brother, you truly possess remarkable luck to have dared escape from a king-level beast. I can hardly believe it. Had I been there, I would have likely fainted from fear, Tang Xinyan remarked, her gaze towards Lin Yu now devoid of trepidation. Alas, I too dread facing that terrifying beast. You cannot comprehend its cunning. It could articulate human speech and even threaten to turn me into a delicacy. Fortunately, my teacher appeared just in time, allowing me to avert this crisis, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Lin Yu reflected, still shaken by the memory. Yet, he could not shake off the feeling of being duped by old Master Lu. Had he not become his disciple, the inkhorn silver serpent might have been summoned back. Haha, brother, your appearance is quite unique. You resemble a meatball, no, a bowling ball, with 3 holes. Tang Xinyan burst into laughter, pointing at his bald head and eyebrows. Lin Yu's expression darkened at her jest, vowing to let her experience the peculiarities of his miraculous potion someday. Xinyan, enough. How can you speak of Xiao Yu in such a manner? He has transformed this way solely to save others. Should you not offer him some comfort? Lin Yushan's expression turned stern as she observed her daughter mock Lin Yu. Yet, the sight of his completely hairless head, coupled with Tang Xinyan's earlier comment, made her lose her composure. Xiao Yu, perhaps you should wear a hat. It's simply irresistible to touch. Lin Yu, size ding Lin Yushan's emotional value, 1,000. Ding Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 1,000. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. With a face filled with despair, Lin Yu rose and retreated to his bedroom. It was truly too much to bear. He swore never to consume that ridiculous miraculous potion again, as it had proven to be a scam. System, do you possess anything that can expedite hair growth? Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu called out to the system. Soon, the system's voice responded. Ding, in light of the host's request, this system currently lacks any items that can promote rapid hair growth. Ugh, a useless system. You don't even have that? How shameless. Lin Yu's face was a mask of disdain. Ding, while this system does not have items for rapid hair growth, there are items that can promote hair growth within 3 days. Why didn't you say so sooner? And could you possibly finish your explanations in one go? Lin Yu erupted in frustration, causing the system to retreat into silence. System, after a long pause, Ding, would the host like to purchase hair growth potion? Absolutely. Lin Yu chose to purchase without hesitation, unable to bear the disdainful looks from others at his current appearance. Ding, congratulations, host, on a successful purchase. This transaction has cost 200,000 emotional points. How much? 200,000. Startled, Lin Yu leapt from his bed, never anticipating that a single bottle of hair growth potion would demand such a staggering price. Come on, system, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Why on earth does a hair growth potion cost 200,000? Are you robbing me? Ding, the effects of the hair growth potion are permanent, and subsequent use of miraculous potions will significantly reduce side effects, preventing situations like today's where you are left completely bare. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt somewhat reassured. Frequent purchases would likely lead to his financial ruin. Fine, I can begrudgingly accept that. Now hurry and dispense it. Ding, dispensing hair growth potion now. As soon as the words fell, a bottle of green liquid appeared in Lin Yu's hand, resembling bitter melon juice. Pop. Lin Yu promptly unscrewed the cap and inhaled the faint fragrance that was not at all pungent. Without delay, he gulped it down, only to contort his face in agony the next second. Bitter. This is excruciatingly bitter. Far more so than bitter melon juice. Ding, system reminder. The hair growth potion should be applied topically to the desired area and is not recommended for oral consumption due to its unbearable bitterness. Ugh. System, get out here. Just wait until I tear you into pieces today. Lin Yu bellowed, determined to make the troublesome system pay. System. Seeing that the system remained silent, Lin Yu was forced to temper his anger, though his eyes still radiated resentment. He realized that the potion was indeed meant for application, not ingestion. I'm exhausted. Just let it all end. Lin Yu lay back on his bed, his gaze dimming. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts. My dear disciple, come out at once. Teacher? Lin Yu bolted upright, recognizing the voice as that of Lu Hongba. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out of his room, finding Tang Xinyan watching television while Lin Yushan busied herself in the kitchen. Auntie Lin, I'll be stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Lin Yu called towards the kitchen before exiting. Chapter 60. I prepare to venture out. Following the guidance, Lin Yu soon arrived at the rooftop where Lu Hongba had been waiting. Teacher, why did you summon me? Has everything been resolved with the secret realm? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed as to why he was called up. Lu Hongba regarded him silently before replying. Everything has been taken care of. I have relocated the secret realm's exit to the northern region. Rest assured, there will be no further occurrences in Jiangxing. Oh, that is good to hear. By the way, teacher, you still haven't mentioned why you called me. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to impart a few instructions. What is it? There are matters in the Demon City that require my attention, and I must return. Are you planning to remain here, or will you accompany me to Demon City? Teacher, isn't the Mo High Academy still not enrolling students? Why would I go to Demon City? Lin Yu questioned, perplexed. Originally, he had planned to wait until Mo High Academy began its enrollment before heading to Demon City, preferring to stay at the school to cultivate in peace. However, after the recent events, his mindset had shifted. He yearned to grow stronger, powerful enough to make all beasts submit, ensuring they would flee from humanity at the mere sight of them. Master, I intend to embark on a journey of experience before heading to the Magic Sea Academy. What? You plan to venture out? Do you not realize the old man holds you in low regard? You are merely a bronze 6-star. How dare you? Lu Hongba expressed disbelief, as he envisioned Lin Yu either remaining in Jiang City or accompanying him to the magic capital. He had contemplated sending Lin Yu to gain experience, but only after he had advanced to silver. Master, my initial intention was to stay until the academy's enrollment, then proceed to the magic capital. However, ever since I witnessed bloodshed, my heart has been restless. In that moment, Lu Hongba's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed. He perceived a prodigious talent slowly rising. He envisioned the arrival of a figure destined to lead a new era, a time belonging to the youth. 2 decades prior, the resurgence of spiritual energy had birthed a generation of exceptional individuals, and now, 20 years later, a new epoch was on the horizon. The younger generation was poised to surpass the old, as the waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the next. Alas, I am growing old. Do as you will. Young ones, by the way, take this. He handed Lin Yu a silver metallic bracelet, intricately etched with bizarre patterns. It contains a small space I have created. You may store some items within it. Thank you, master. Lin Yu responded with a respectful bow. Enough, I shall take my leave. I will reserve a spot for you at the Magic Sea Academy. Simply register under my name when the time comes. With that, Lu Hongba vanished from sight. Farewell, master. As Lin Yu made his way home, he could still taste the bitterness lingering in his mouth. His irritation flared anew. System, come out and face me. System, if you remain silent, I shall lose my temper. Thus, Lin Yu continued to berate the system in his mind as he descended the stairs, hastening towards home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep, opened the door, and stepped inside. At that moment, Lin Yushan had prepared a meal and was eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing him enter, she hurriedly called out, "You're back. Quickly wash your hands and come to eat." "All right," Lin Yu replied, making his way to the dining table, ready to serve himself. Lin Yushan's authoritative voice interrupted, "Wash your hands first." "Fine," Lin Yu relented, rising to wash his hands in the kitchen. At the dining table, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Lin Yu suspected Lin Yu had something to share, but since he remained silent, she felt hesitant to inquire. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan, like a mischievous child, incessantly filled her bowl with food, seemingly attempting to prevent Lin Yu from eating as a form of revenge for his earlier fright. However, Lin Yu paid no heed to Tang Xinyan's antics and quietly took a bite of his food. Once the three had nearly finished eating, Lin Yu finally spoke, "Aunt Lin, I plan to go out for some experience." As the words left his lips, both Lin Yu and Tang Xinyan set down their chopsticks, staring at him in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, Lin Yu sighed. "I knew I couldn't dissuade you, but I must caution you. Be careful on your journey. Do not trust others easily. Sometimes, human hearts can be more terrifying than demonic beasts." "Yes, I understand," Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging Lin Yu's advice. After all, in his past life, he had witnessed countless stories where protagonists fell due to misplaced trust. Therefore, even without Lin Yu's warning, he would remain vigilant. Seeing that Lin Yu had heeded her words, a faint smile graced Lin Yu's face. "Little Yu, when do you plan to set out?" Lin Yu contemplated for a moment. "In a week. I still have some matters to attend to at school." "All right." Tang Xinyan, listening to their conversation, was filled with myriad thoughts. "Brother, when will you return?" "Do not worry. It won't be long. I will come back once the 9 major academies begin enrollment, and then I will take you to the magic capital." Lin Yu smiled as he ruffled her hair, treating her as if she were his own sister. Although they were not blood-related, he considered her as such, for he had fully integrated into the original's life. "Okay." Tang Xinyan pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Yu's response. 3 months without seeing him was unacceptable. The thought of not exchanging banter daily left her feeling despondent. Lin Yu, noticing her discontent, quickly reassured her. "Haha, I'll bring back plenty of snacks for you." "How does that sound?" "Really?" Tang Xinyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Yu. "Of course. I'll also bring back some delicious meat from demonic beasts. Trust me, it tastes far superior to our mundane pork and beef. Not only is it delectable, but it can also help you grow taller. Just wait until you try it." As he spoke, Tang Xinyan's eyes grew wider, and she almost drooled at the prospect. Lin Yu laughed at her daughter's gluttonous expression. Fully aware of her nature, she loved to eat and preferred staying home. Now, the mere thought of tasty food that could help her grow taller made her eyes shine with excitement. "Brother, you must promise me that if you return without any treats, I shall ignore you. Rest assured, I will definitely bring something back, and you will eat until you are sick of it." As he spoke, Lin Yu playfully pinched her adorable face, causing her cheeks to flush. "Humph." Tang Xinyan indignantly swatted his hand away, glaring at Lin Yu with a mock fury that suggested she would take him down with her. Lin Yu merely chuckled at her antics. After chatting with them for a while, he retreated to his bedroom. Chapter 61. I plan to have you protect someone. Lying on his bed, Lin Yu retrieved the bracelet that Lu Hongba had given him earlier. I don't believe I asked the master how to use this. System, come forth and explain how this item works." System ding. The host only needs to attach their mental energy to it for usage. "All right, let me give it a try." With that, Lin Yu focused his mental energy, gradually channeling it onto the bracelet. Soon, a thread of his mental energy adhered to it. As he concentrated, Lin Yu sensed a pulling force emanating from the bracelet. In response, he grabbed a nearby pillow, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. With another thought, the pillow reappeared. "This is quite a treasure. I wonder how it compares to the space I created." With that, Lin Yu probed the interior of the bracelet with his mental energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that the space contained within the bracelet was as vast as a football field. "This is far too extravagant for a mere small space. If this is considered small, then my space must be akin to a mere hole," Lin Yu murmured, having anticipated that the small space Lu Hongba mentioned would only be the size of a suitcase. What Lin Yu was unaware of was that, for Lu Hongba, the vast expanse of the football field could only be deemed a mere speck of space. Consequently, Lin Yu's mental energy receded, and he gazed upon the bracelet composed of 24 metallic squares, immediately realizing that each small square represented a distinct pocket of space. What he had just witnessed was the aggregate of all these square spatial dimensions. Let us christen it the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. At that moment, a whimsical thought from a bygone era surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. "Ah, by the way, system, how much emotional value do I currently possess?" Lin Yu suddenly called out to the system. Ding. The host currently possesses 304, 103 emotional points. Would you like to proceed with a lottery draw? Let us go ahead, starting with 30 draws. Upon Lin Yu's command, a grand wheel began to spin before him. After some time, it finally came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 18 revitalization pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received 5 thank you gifts. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired 2 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has secured 3 speed pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has garnered 2 potency pills. As the system concluded its announcements, Lin Yu's initial excitement dissipated entirely. Why does this system continue to be so disappointing? System, are you sure you don't want to provide some explanation? He inquired. And do I really require this so-called potency pill? How old am I? Is that even necessary? System ding. Given the host's repeated dissatisfaction with the lottery mechanism, this system will undergo adjustments. Please hold for a moment. Now that's more like it. Seeing that the system had finally acquiesced to his complaints, Lin Yu couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Moments later, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. The lottery mechanism has been readjusted. Please feel free to draw boldly. Since you're being so accommodating, let us commence with a 50 draw spree. Ding. The system is currently processing the lottery. Please wait a moment. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 10 magical potions. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired 3 silver treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations. The host has secured 10 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has garnered 5 bronze treasure chests. After hearing the system's report, a smile finally graced Lin Yu's face. System, open all the treasure chests for me. Congratulations. The host has obtained an S-rank golden armor. Congratulations. The host has acquired an A-rank revolver. Congratulations. The host has received the Saitama set. What on earth? The Saitama set? System, are you mocking me? System, silence. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue. I'm done with draws for today. It's time for sleep. With that, Lin Yu pulled up his blanket and drifted off to sleep. He had hardly rested well in recent days, having to keep watch over that group of incompetents. If it hadn't been for Li Hanshuang volunteering to help him with the night shift, he might very well have collapsed on the spot. In the City of Magic, within an office, a white-haired, wrinkled elder sat in a chair. At that moment, a figure entered, and if Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For the newcomer was Lu Hongba. Old Zhong, why the rush to summon me back? Lu Hongba bellowed as he entered. The elder, sitting in the chair, squinted his eyes, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Seeing this, Lu Hongba plopped down into a seat, disregarding the elder entirely, and proceeded to sip tea from the table. The two remained in a tense silence for quite some time. As the elder remained silent, Lu Hongba prepared to leave. Just then, the elder slowly spoke. There has been unrest in the East Sea. Some sea creatures appear to be under some sort of control and have begun attacking the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom and various vessels. Among them, a cargo ship laden with rare metals has become trapped in the East Sea, and it requires your assistance. After speaking, the elder silently regarded Lu Hongba. Fine. Send me the coordinates, and I'll be on my way, Lu Hongba replied, recognizing the elder's unwavering demeanor and reluctantly acquiescing. The elder, unfazed by his decision, squinted his eyes once more. The information is on the table. You can look for yourself. Only then did Lu Hongba notice a stack of documents resting on the desk. Without even glancing, he placed them into his dimensional space and prepared to leave when the elder spoke again. Have you encountered him? Lu Hongba, understanding the elder's inquiry, nodded. Yes, I've met him. An intriguing young man. I have taken him as my disciple. Is his talent akin to what is mentioned online? That lad has already broken through to 6 stars in just a few days, and he shows signs of breaking into 7 stars soon. It won't be long before he achieves that. Good. The elder simply replied, and fell silent again. With that, Lu Hongba stood and exited the room. Once he had left, the white-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing towards the heavens. The spiritual energy is becoming increasingly dense. I wonder if that is a good omen. He sighed, before closing his eyes once more. At the Jiangxing Central Hospital, Li Ming sat on a hospital bed, munching on a delicious chicken leg when Li Guangliang walked in. You little rascal, not being serious at all. You've only just awakened. And you're already indulging in such greasy food. Brother, you're here. Hurry and help me with the discharge procedure. I can't wait to get out. Upon seeing his elder brother, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Li Guangliang did not respond immediately. He observed Li Ming for a moment before stating, You should stay here for now. Tomorrow, I'll lead a team back and request permission from above to let you remain in Jiangxing. What? Why? I intend for you to protect someone, Li Guangliang replied. Who is it that requires me, a dragon guard, to protect? Surely it's not someone of great importance? Li Ming questioned, eyeing his brother with suspicion. But Li Guangliang had no intention of revealing Lin Yu's identity. Primarily concerned that Li Ming would fawn over Lin Yu if he learned the truth. It would be better for Lin Yu to disclose his own identity. He is just a student from Jiangxing High School. You need not know more. Fine. Seeing his brother's reticence, Li Ming felt somewhat displeased but had no recourse, as he was entirely outmatched. I will send you the information later. For now, just stay here. I will arrange for you to leave in due time. All right. After a brief exchange, Li Guangliang finally exited the hospital room. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter with Li Ming. The next day, Lin Yu awoke early, donned the wig he had drawn earlier, and checked the time before heading out to school to settle some affairs. However, upon arriving at the school gate, he was taken aback. The school gate was closed. What the heck? ISNT today Friday. Why is the school closed? Is the school shutting down? Just then, a security guard in the distance seemed to sense his confusion and shouted, Student, didn't you see the notice from the school? The school won't reopen until next week. You might as well go back and catch up on your sleep. Oh, I hadn't really paid attention to that. Since I'm already out, I might as well find something to do. With no other choice, Lin Yu turned and left the school. Jiangcheng, neither large nor small, is home to several million residents. The original protagonist, much like any typical child from an ordinary family, had seldom ventured beyond Jiangcheng, living there from childhood to adulthood. While he may not have been intimately familiar with every street, he certainly would not lose his way. Thus, Lin Yu meandered aimlessly along the bustling thoroughfare, only to collide with another individual just as he was about to turn a corner. "Hey, watch where you're going," they both exclaimed in unison. But their curses were swiftly replaced by astonishment as they recognized one another. "It's you. Oh my, it's you." Lin Yu realized that this was the dragon guardian he had rescued in the park, the very one to whom he had offered a Jiuzhuan healing pill. "Wait, are you alright?" "Yes, I am grateful to you, Lin Yu, for saving my life that day," Li Ming replied, his gaze lingering on Lin Yu, bringing to mind the information his elder brother had sent him the previous night. Upon seeing Lin Yu's photo, he had been taken aback, as he was the very young man who had come to his aid. Initially reluctant to accept this assignment, the sight of Lin Yu dispelled any hesitance he felt. "You know me?" Lin Yu was taken aback when Li Ming uttered his name. Sensing Lin Yu's confusion, Li Ming contemplated revealing the details he had read, but reconsidered, crafting a more palatable excuse. "Haha, Lin Yu, have you forgotten? I am a dragon guardian. It's only natural to find information about you." "Oh, that makes sense. Considering the authority you dragon guardians wield surpasses even that of the police," Lin Yu acknowledged, completely unperturbed by Li Ming's words. Seeing Lin Yu's trust, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and curiously inquired, "So, Lin Yu, where are you headed?" "Oh, I'm just wandering about. What about you? Did you just escape from the hospital?" Lin Yu assessed him, noting that he was still clad in a hospital gown, albeit partially concealed by a garment he had managed to procure. Yet, his trousers remained unmistakably hospital attire. Realizing he had rushed out without changing, Li Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ahem, I indeed just left the hospital and hadn't the chance to change when I bumped into you." Observing his appearance, Lin Yu remarked, "You must be hungry. Noon is approaching. Shall we find a place to eat and chat?" "That sounds great, but I forgot my wallet," Li Ming said, just as he remembered leaving it behind in the hospital. "No worries, I'll cover it," Lin Yu generously offered. "Then allow me to treat you, young brother Lin," Li Ming said, initially intending to decline, but was interrupted by the growl of his stomach. Soon, they settled into a nearby eatery, where Lin Yu encouraged Li Ming to order whatever he desired. Li Ming, emboldened by Lin Yu's generosity, ordered 6 or 7 dishes without hesitation, to which Lin Yu responded with equanimity. "By the way, I don't think I've caught your name yet," Lin Yu remarked, though he already knew it. However, he feigned ignorance. "Oh, how forgetful of me. I'm Li Ming. I'm older than you, so you can call me Xiao Ming or Li Gu," he replied, realizing he had yet to introduce himself after their lengthy conversation. "Alright, I'll call you Li Gu then." "Sounds good," Li Ming said nonchalantly. "By the way, Li Gu, could you shed some light on the background of that person I dealt with last time? Are you worried about his associates seeking revenge?" Li Ming asked, to which Lin Yu reassured him, "Rest easy, he has no one backing him." "That's a relief. I plan to leave Jiangxing soon for some experience, but I am concerned that he might have accomplices who could threaten my family." Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to venture out for experience, Li Ming stood up in shock, exclaiming, "What? You're going out for experience?" Fortunately, there were no other patrons in the establishment, or his outburst might have caused quite a ruckus. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 1000. Lin Yu was about to explain himself, but the system's voice echoed in his mind, continuing for some time before ceasing. "Goodness, that's a hefty haul, a full 10,000 points, Lin Yu thought, gazing at Li Ming with newfound intrigue. It seemed he had encountered yet another source of emotional value. Noticing Li Ming's emotions had stabilized, Lin Yu spoke up, "Li Gu, why are you so excited about my plans? It's not like you're going out for experience yourself." "No, Lin, how can you think like that? You've just awakened, right? How can you dare to venture out?" "Don't worry, Li Gu. As long as I avoid silver tier beasts and above, I should be fine." "What is your current level?" "Oh, I'm at bronze 6 stars, nearing bronze 7 stars. I should be able to break through today." "What?" Li Ming was once again taken aback, for he knew that Jiangcheng had only recently begun the awakening ceremony. To ascend from an ordinary person to bronze 6 stars in just a few days was a testament to extraordinary talent. "Lin, what type of ability did you awaken?" "What is the talent level?" "I awakened an SS level fire ability." "Oh, that explains it. No wonder you're progressing so rapidly with an SS level talent," Li Ming remarked, finally regaining his composure, as SS level talents, though rare, were not unheard of each year. However, Lin Yu's subsequent revelation left him utterly astounded. "Li Gu, I also awakened an SSS level spatial ability." Crash. Li Ming lost his balance and fell to the ground, taking a moment to regain his composure, murmuring in disbelief. "No wonder my brother sent me to protect him. I had no idea he was a dual-class awakener. No wonder his abilities were not documented in the information." In truth, Li Guangliang's plan was merely to have Li Ming protect Lin Yu from the shadows, without needing to know anything else. Therefore, the information provided to him was limited to basic details, omitting anything else. However, Li Guangliang could never have anticipated that Li Ming would know Lin Yu. especially as Lin Yu was the very person who had saved his life. Chapter 63, The Wind Mountain Range. Seeing Li Ming lost in thought, Lin Yu was unsure whether to assist him up, but just then, the system notification sounded once more. Ding, Li Ming's emotional value, 1,000. Goodness. Another 10,000 points earned in mere hours, Lin Yu mused, astonished by how easily emotional value could be accrued. Just as he marveled at his fortune, Li Ming, having grasped the situation, quickly stood up, dusted himself off, and plopped back down on the chair. What were we discussing? Oh, Lin. You're planning to go out for experience, right? Yes. Lin Yu was momentarily bewildered by the abrupt shift in conversation, as they had just been discussing awakened abilities. Lin, it's not that I doubt your abilities, but as a bronze 6 stars. No, let us say 7 stars. How can you dare to venture out? Li Gu. I'm not heading to perilous places. I simply wish to find some bronze-tier beasts to hone my skills. Have you decided where you'll go? Li Ming, recognizing Lin Yu's determination, found it prudent to inquire about his intended destination for his training. Well, I haven't decided yet, Li Gu. You don't seem to be from Jiangxing, do you? You must have traveled to many places. Could you recommend one? Upon hearing Lin Yu's request for assistance and recommendations, Li Ming fell silent for a moment, contemplating a location that could both challenge Lin Yu and present minimal risk. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes, and he exclaimed, I believe I have found a place that suits you perfectly. Where? Lin Yu, upon hearing that there was a location, sprang to his feet in excitement. The Infeng Mountain Range. Infeng Mountain Range? I've never heard of it, Lin Yu replied, looking at him with curiosity, eager for an explanation. Li Ming chuckled and responded, it's quite normal that you haven't heard of it. Very few are aware of the Infeng Mountain Range. You see, as a member of the Dragon Guard, I frequently undertake missions throughout the Dragon Kingdom. On one such occasion, I stumbled upon a rather peculiar place where all the beasts were of the bronze level. Any entity, be it a beast or a human, exceeding the bronze level would be suppressed to that very level. Later, I inquired with some locals and learned that this place is called the Infeng Mountain Range. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the area was often swept by ominous winds, hence the name. Following the revival of spiritual energy, these winds have only intensified, leading to the mutation of the animals into beasts. As he spoke, Li Ming took a sip from the glass of water on the table. Despite their transformation into beasts, their strength remains confined to the bronze level. Anyone entering the Infeng Mountain Range would be subjected to this suppression. Has the upper echelon of the Dragon Kingdom not taken note of this anomaly? Lin Yu questioned, puzzled. Logically, such a strange place would warrant investigation by the authorities. Indeed, a group was dispatched to assess the situation, and they thoroughly scoured the entire mountain range but discovered nothing of consequence. Eventually, seeing that no significant events transpired, they lost interest in the area, Li Ming explained. At that moment, the proprietress emerged with several dishes. Gentlemen, your meals are ready, she said with a warm smile. Lin, would you like a bottle? Noticing that Lin Yu was still absorbed in his thoughts about the Infeng Mountain Range, Li Ming called out. Upon hearing Li Ming's invitation, Lin Yu snapped back to reality and quickly declined. Oh, no, I'm still young. I can't drink. Very well, I shall drink on my own. With that, Li Ming downed a bottle of beer. Ah, that hits the spot. It's been several days since my last drink. Now I can indulge. While Li Ming reveled in his drink, Lin Yu's mind was solely focused on the Infeng Mountain Range. Intrigued by such an unusual place, he decided that he would visit this so-called mountain range in a few days. After all, with his omnipotent system, he could simply inquire about it and uncover the truth. Hee, I am quite clever. System Sai? As Lin Yu observed Li Ming indulging in his meal, he suddenly paused and said, by the way, Li Gu, could you tell me where the Infeng Mountain Range is located? Burp, what? Have you decided to go there? Yes. Your description was so intriguing that I am eager to witness it myself. You mentioned that only bronze-level beasts reside there, so I. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Ming interrupted, sure, I will take you there. For now, let us focus on our meal. We wouldn't want the dishes to cool. All right, but how will I contact you? Don't worry, I will reach out to you when the time comes. With that reassurance, Lin Yu refrained from asking further questions and began to eat the rice on the table. After their meal, the two reclined in their chairs to digest, with Li Ming having consumed more than Lin Yu. All right, I think I've eaten enough. I'm off to the Jiangxing Dragon Guard. What about you, Lin? I plan to head home. I intended to visit the school today to sort out some paperwork with the principal before preparing for my training. However, since the school was closed, I decided to take a stroll and coincidentally ran into you. Haha, it seems we are quite fated, Lin. Li Ming was referring to his secret mission to protect him. Indeed, I had thought that after our encounter in the park, I wouldn't see you again. Yet here we are, Lin Yu replied cheerfully. Well then, it's about time for me to take my leave. All right, goodbye, Li Gu. Lin Yu waved farewell to Li Ming, who sat there in contemplation. At the cash register, the proprietress occasionally glanced in his direction. It was then that Lin Yu counted his cash and realized he didn't have enough to cover the meal. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But fortunately, he had sent a message to Tang Xinyan back home. At that moment, Tang Xinyan, with a displeased expression, was begrudgingly making her way to the address Lin Yu had sent. She had been enjoying her television show at home when she received Lin Yu's message asking her to bring money. Reluctantly, she put on her shoes and left the house. Sigh, I really need to get a card to store my money. This is terribly inconvenient. Lin Yu muttered to himself as he sat in his seat. Realizing that in this world, there was no equivalent to certain popular online shopping platforms. Everyone carried cash when they went out. Wealthier individuals might carry a single card, but online purchases required offline payments. After all, many were engrossed in their cultivation, while those yet to awaken were busy researching weapons to combat the beasts. Consequently, little attention was paid to everyday life. Who would bother devising ways to compete with elderly women for groceries? Chapter 64, The Abundant Kind. Half an hour later, Tang Xinyan stormed in, her face flushed with irritation. Upon seeing Lin Yu leisurely engrossed in his phone, her frustration boiled over. Lin Yu. Hearing his name called, Lin Yu looked up in confusion to see Tang Xinyan glaring at him. Oh, Xinyan, you brought the money? With a thud, Tang Xinyan slammed a stack of bills onto the table. Humph. Don't ever make me bring money again. Wait, Xinyan, what's wrong? Who upset you? Humph. Don't play dumb with me. After dropping the money, Tang Xinyan attempted to turn and leave, but Lin Yu called out to her. Wait a moment. What now? Don't expect me to do any more favors for you. I refuse. Tang Xinyan pouted, clearly displeased. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yu smirked and said, I'll treat you to ice cream, the unlimited kind. Just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. Is it the fancy kind? Of course. The fancy kind. Humph. Don't think you can bribe me with that. Oh, come on. That's not a bribe. It's merely compensation. Compensation? Tang Xinyan tilted her head, puzzled. Considering you went through the trouble of bringing me money, I'll treat you. Just let me know what you want. Humph. Now that's more like it. Hearing this, Tang Xinyan's displeasure began to fade, and a hint of a smile crept onto her lips. Accompanied by a touch of pride, Lin Yu, observing her proud demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. Afterward, he settled the bill and left the restaurant with Tang Xinyan. As they walked down the street, Tang Xinyan gazed around with an expression of curiosity. Having spent an extended period confined within the walls of her home, indulging in television and snacks, this situation bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yu's previous life, wherein he too sequestered himself at home, engrossed in dramas and novels, occasionally descending to partake in a meal. Regrettably, fate had not even afforded him the opportunity to savor a bowl of instant noodles before he was whisked away. Alas, my beloved pickled vegetables. Lin Yu lamented as he reminisced about the past. Meanwhile, after conducting a thorough investigation, Li Ming finally arrived at the Dragon Guard base. Halt! Who goes there? A stern voice called out just as he was about to approach. Comrade, do not be alarmed. I am one of you. You are a member of the Dragon Guard? I have not seen you before. Ah, I hail from Modu. By the way, your captain is Captain Zhang Tailin, correct? You know Captain Zhang? Indeed, I do. May I enter now? Not so fast. Many people claim to know our Captain Zhang. How can I verify your claim? Perhaps I could call Captain Zhang to confirm? Li Ming sighed, wishing he had donned different attire for this visit. Observing that he did not appear to be lying, the Dragon Guard member proceeded to call Zhang Tailin. Our captain wishes to know your name. I did not mention it. Oh, I am Li Ming. Please inform him that I am the individual he rescued a few days ago. Very well, you may enter. Thank you. With the assurance of entry, Li Ming strode confidently through the gate. Not far inside, he encountered Zhang Tailin, who was currently training the Dragon Guard members below. Captain Zhang. Ah, Comrade Li Ming. Come here. Upon hearing his name called, Zhang Tailin turned to see Li Ming approaching and beckoned him over. Li Ming jogged to stand before Zhang Tailin. Captain, it has been a while. You rascal, we just met a few days ago, Zhang Tailin teased with a smile. Indeed, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. Li Ming replied, grinning. Though Lin Yu had saved his life that day, without the timely arrival of Zhang Tailin and his team to transport him to the hospital, he might have remained oblivious to his own demise. After all, consuming the 9 transformation healing pill could induce a state of suspended animation, had no one come to his rescue. He would likely have been mistaken for a corpse and buried, sealing his fate. Now what brings you here? Zhang Tailin inquired, cutting to the chase. Li Ming, seeing the direct approach, decided to be forthright. I've lost my identification and belongings. I was hoping you could assist me. Is that all? If you require anything else, feel free to ask. I will have someone help you. Zhang Tailin responded. Could you also arrange for a mobile phone? Certainly. I will have someone procure one for you. By the way, judging by your appearance, it seems you've just emerged from the hospital? Ahem. I escaped. They wouldn't let me out. So I had to sneak away, Li Ming said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Zhang Tailin paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. I suppose it was your brother who restricted your exit? Yes, Li Ming nodded. Since Li Guangliang had visited him alongside Zhang Tailin, it was only natural for Zhang to be aware of their sibling connection. All right, take a seat while I arrange for your needs. Zhang Tailin moved aside to summon a Dragon Guard member, briefed him on Li Ming's situation, and instructed him to attend to it. Curious about the training ground, Li Ming wandered over and observed a group of Dragon Guard members diligently performing push-ups, shaking his head in disbelief. Just then, Zhang Tailin approached, having finished his arrangements, and noticed Li Ming's reaction. What's wrong? Is there an issue with my training regimen? Captain, is this truly the extent of your training? Li Ming queried. Zhang Tailin, puzzled by the question, sensed that Li Ming had identified a flaw in their methods. Typically, we focus on physical training in the morning and engage in one-on-one combat in the afternoon. Have you never practiced in larger groups or multiple opponents? Li Ming inquired. Now that you mention it, we haven tea, Zhang Tailin admitted after a moment of contemplation. This was not entirely his fault, given the relatively low crime rate in Jiangxing. Large-scale criminal activities were rare, and often only a couple of Dragon Guard members were dispatched to handle minor incidents. How did I overlook that? You truly are well-versed. Coming from a big city, Zhang Tailin remarked. By the way, would you be interested in sparring with me? He proposed. Li Ming shot him an incredulous look. Captain, you're a platinum 5-star, and I'm merely a gold 9-star. Is it fair to pit us against each other? Fear not. I shall suppress my strength to match your level. It seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough, and this would be a perfect opportunity, Zhang Tailin assured him. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Oh no, I spoke out of turn. The two made their way to the training field, drawing the attention of the Dragon Guard members, who were intrigued by the prospect of a rare match involving Zhang Tailin. Typically, Zhang rarely engaged in combat, so his sparring session was met with enthusiasm from the onlookers. You may strike first, lest they claim I am bullying you, Zhang Tailin called out to Li Ming. In response, Li Ming unleashed a powerful exclamation. Ice blade. Instantly, an aura of cold enveloped him, coalescing into a shimmering blade of ice, which he grasped tightly as he charged towards Zhang Tailin. Come at me, Zhang Tailin exclaimed, as the ground trembled and spikes erupted towards Li Ming. However, Li Ming deftly evaded them, maintaining his momentum as he continued his advance. With the distance between them narrowing to less than 5 meters, Zhang Tailin shouted, "Absolute defense." Just as Li Ming was about to close in, a wall of stone erupted from the ground, blocking his strike. Realizing his ice blade could not inflict damage, Li Ming retreated 10 meters. Ice dragon drill. With his words, an ice spear, as thick as a water barrel, began to form overhead. Go. The ice spear spun rapidly as it shot towards Zhang Tailin, piercing the stone wall upon impact and creating a gaping hole. Inside the wall, Zhang Tailin observed the scene with a slight smirk. The next moment, he bellowed, "Quicksand vortex," as he pressed his hands to the ground. The sand beneath Li Ming's feet swiftly coalesced into a swirling vortex. Realizing he was about to be sucked in, Li Ming unleashed his own abilities. Ice wings. A pair of ice blue wings materialized from his back, allowing him to escape the grasp of the quicksand whirlpool. Impressive. I did not expect you to possess such skills, Zhang Tailin remarked as he caught sight of the unfolding spectacle through the newly created aperture. However, it is time to end this. Earth prison. Zhang Tailin pressed his hands to the ground, sketching a circle. In the next instant, a circular barrier formed beneath Li Ming. Just as Li Ming became aware of the situation, it was already too late. He was swiftly pulled downward, or more precisely, crushed by the force of gravity. Thus, Li Ming found himself heavily pressed against the ground. At that moment, Zhang Tailin released the stone wall and slowly approached Li Ming. So, are you willing to accept the wager? As expected of Captain Zhang, I accept the terms. Li Ming had to admit that Zhang Tailin was indeed formidable, but he still fell short compared to his elder brother. Of course, given his brother's superior strength and realm, it was only natural that Zhang Tailin could not measure up. Suddenly, Li Ming sensed something within him on the verge of shattering, prompting him to sit cross-legged in haste. Zhang Tailin, witnessing this, understood that Li Ming was about to break through and immediately withdrew his pressure. At that moment, an abundance of spiritual energy began to converge around Li Ming, enveloping him in a luminous white cocoon. 10 minutes passed. A cacophony of crackling noises emanated from within Li Ming, heralding the imminent breakthrough. Everyone, step back and give him some space, Zhang Tailin instructed the onlookers from the Dragon Guard. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly distanced themselves from Li Ming, clearing a wide area around him. 3 minutes turned into 5, then 10. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 resounding thuds, Li Ming officially ascended to the platinum level. Phew, I finally broke through. Li Ming exhaled a breath of stagnant air, murmuring to himself. Haha, congratulations, brother Li Ming, on your successful breakthrough. Zhang Tielin's hearty laughter echoed. Seeing this, Li Ming hastily rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for your assistance. No need for gratitude. You were already on the brink of a breakthrough. I merely gave you a slight push. It is nothing to mention. Zhang Tailin waved dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Observing this, Li Ming chose not to elaborate further, yet he kept this favor close to his heart. By the way, Captain Zhang, how did my matter turn out? Li Ming suddenly recalled that he had come here with an important task at hand. Zhang Tailin, realizing he had remembered that matter, promptly instructed the previous Dragon Guard to bring over the items. Here, the items you requested: a Dragon Guard identification card, a bank card, and a mobile phone. Oh, and by the way, there are 100,000 in the account, which should suffice for your needs. Yes, that will be sufficient. Well then, Captain Zhang, I shall not disturb you any longer. Li Ming prepared to take his leave. Zhang Tailin, noticing his intent to depart, sought to retain him. Why the rush? Do you have something to attend to? Indeed, I have a matter to address. My brother intends for me to protect someone. That student named Lin Yu? Ah, no. Captain Zhang, how did you know? Li Ming was somewhat astonished, unable to comprehend how Zhang Tailin had this knowledge, as Li Guangliang had only mentioned it to him. And no one else was privy to the information. Haha, do not be alarmed. It was merely a guess. That day, I happened to overhear your brother conversing with that student named Lin Yu and discovered that Lin Yu had been accepted as a disciple by Master Lu. What? Accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? How is that possible? Didn't your brother tell you? Realizing he might have spoken out of turn, Zhang Tailin suddenly became cautious. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. If news of it reached foreign spies, it would effectively expose Lu Hongbao's vulnerabilities to the enemy. Not to worry, if you don't speak of it, I won't either. Besides, my brother has already sent me to protect that lad. So there is no need for concern. Alright then, just be careful not to let anything happen to that boy. Otherwise, considering Master Lu's temperament, the entire world might tremble. I will take care to ensure that. Li Ming nodded in understanding, and after exchanging farewells with Zhang Tailin, he exited the Dragon Guard base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Xinyan held Lin Yu's hand as they leisurely strolled down the street. Brother, look over there. At that moment, Tang Xinyan pointed to a vendor in the distance who was shaping sugar figurines. Xinyan, you can't have any more. Look, your teeth are starting to yellow. If you keep eating, you'll get cavities. Lin Yu shook his head, unwilling to buy her anymore. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 1,000. Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Within a matter of seconds, Lin Yu had accumulated 5,000 emotional points, instantly brightening his mood. However, upon seeing the smile spread across his face, Tang Xinyan's irritation flared. Humph, didn't you promise to buy me whatever I wanted? You liar. Alright, I'll get it for you, okay? Lin Yu, feeling helpless, finally acquiesced. Humph. Lin Yu led her to the sugar figurine vendor. Boss, I'd like one sugar figurine. Please. Sure, just a moment. The vendor began crafting the figurine on the spot, and in less than 10 minutes, a small sugar figure was ready. Tang Xinyan delightedly licked the sugar figurine, her face beaming with joy. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the world of children was so innocent. Although Tang Xinyan was already 16, an age at which one would likely be married in ancient times, her spirit remained that of a child. Chapter 66. Watch how my dad convinces. The two continued to wander for quite some time until Tang Xinyan began to feel a bit fatigued, prompting them to return home. Upon entering, Lin Yu retrieved the snacks he had previously purchased from 24 Bridges Under the Moonlight. Brother, this bracelet of yours is so magical. Can I see it? Tang Xinyan exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him pulling items out, as if performing magic. Lin Yu, seeing her eagerness, directly removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to her. Here, take a look. How do you use this? After receiving the bracelet, Tang Xinyan momentarily found herself at a loss regarding its usage. Lin Yu shrugged. You can't use it. You haven't awakened yet. And your mental energy isn't sufficient. TCH, then I'll just give it back to you. Upon realizing she couldn't use it, Tang Xinyan instantly lost interest. Initially, she had intended to act coy to see if she could charm Lin Yu into parting with it, but now it appeared she would have to return it, as it was merely a decorative item for her at this stage. Seeing this, Lin Yu took it back and donned it once more. By the way, Xinyan, you should hide those snacks quickly. Otherwise, if Aunt Lin finds out, she'll probably throw them all away. Ah, brother, could you help me move them to my room? Do it yourself. Lin Yu was disinclined to cater to her whims, having previously warned her to buy less, yet she had ignored him. And now she expected him to both finance and assist her. Dream on. With that, Lin Yu headed straight to his bedroom, leaving Tang Xinyan pouting and standing there. Gazing at the mountain of snacks, she momentarily regretted her choices, questioning why she had insisted on buying so many. Now, it seemed she would have to move them herself. Humph. Stupid big brother, if I have to move them myself, fine. As if I would miss you. Thus, Tang Xinyan began her labor. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, back in his room, lay lazily on his bed. He couldn't help but reflect on how exhausting it was to accompany a girl shopping. He had never felt this drained, even while frantically fleeing in the secret realm. Just as he was pondering this, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhou Pongzi, which read, Brother Yu, I've had my dad sell those beast cores of yours. Seeing this message, Lin Yu's interest was piqued, and he promptly composed a reply. Great. By the way, my chubby friend, how much do you estimate it could sell for? A short while after sending the message, Zhou Pongzi promptly replied, conservatively speaking, it should be around 2 to 3 million. Of course, the final amount will ultimately depend on how my father manages the negotiation. Upon reading Zhou Pongzi's message, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. So, it seems that your family's wealth has been amassed through your father's persuasive skills? Nevertheless, the prospect of such a lucrative sale brought Lin Yu some delight. As he contemplated setting aside a portion of the money for Lin Yushan and her daughter, while keeping the remainder for himself to enjoy at leisure. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu sent another message to Zhou Pongzi. Alright, just handle it as you see fit. Rest assured, Brother you will certainly profit handsomely. By the way, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Not long after Lin Yu had sent his message, Zhou Pengzi quickly responded. Seeing this, Lin Yu set his phone aside and lay quietly on his bed. Before he realized it, he had closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Lin Yu felt a persistent itch in his nose. Slowly opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Tang Xinyan, who had somehow procured a feather, teasing him with it, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Simultaneously, she muttered, Hee, this is for not helping me. I had to move all those snacks myself and got scolded by Mom for it. You still want to sleep? I want to let you. It turned out that during Tang Xinyan's snack-moving endeavor, she had paused to indulge in a treat, only to encounter Lin Yushan, returning home early from work. The consequences were predictable. Consequently, Lin Yushan had given Tang Xinyan a thorough reprimanding, even confiscating the remaining snacks. In a fit of indignation, Tang Xinyan immediately thought of Lin Yu. If he had helped her move, her snacks would have certainly remained undiscovered by Lin Yushan. With this in mind, Tang Xinyan stealthily approached Lin Yu's bedroom door. Upon opening it, she found Lin Yu soundly asleep, which only intensified her frustration. Why should she bear the brunt of the scolding while Lin Yu enjoyed a peaceful slumber? Determined to disrupt his tranquility, she plucked a feather from her makeshift duster and stormed into Lin Yu's room. Tang Xinyan, what do you think you're doing? Lin Yu, still groggy, was irked by her actions, unable to suppress his irritation. Humph, what do you think? Tang Xinyan retorted coldly, turning on her heels and striding out of the room, leaving Lin Yu in a state of bewilderment. Just then, Lin Yushan's voice wafted in from outside the bedroom. Xiao Yu, come out for dinner. Coming. Lin Yu hurriedly replied, quickly slipping on his shoes and exiting the room. Upon noticing the absence of snacks in the living room, he muttered to himself. It seems that Tang Xinyan has already moved all the snacks to her room. With that thought, Lin Yu took a seat at the dining table, while Tang Xinyan sat despondently in her chair. When she caught Lin Yu's gaze, she shot him an annoyed look. Just then, Lin Yushan emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Tang Xinyan, eat properly. Why are you glaring at your brother? Humph. Lin Aunt, what's wrong with her? Why does she look so unhappy? Lin Yu inquired. She is just being troublesome. I told her not to buy so many snacks, but she refused to listen. And now I've had to confiscate them. Ah, so your snacks have been taken by Lin Aunt? Humph. Understanding the situation, Lin Yu realized that Tang Xinyan bore a grudge against him for not assisting her. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Lin Yushan, Lin Aunt. Those snacks were bought by me for Tang Xinyan. I'm preparing to go out for training and will be away for quite some time. So I wanted to give her some treats to pass the time. She can retrieve them from my room later. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan turned her gaze to Tang Xinyan. Really? Tang Xinyan blinked in disbelief at Lin Yushan. Just eat your meal, Lin Yushan chided her, urging both of them to begin their dinner. Instantly, Tang Xinyan's displeasure evaporated, and she began to eat heartily. Strangely enough, despite her daily indulgence, she remained slim. Had Lin Yushan not taken her to the hospital for a checkup previously, where no issues were found, Lin Yu might have suspected that she possessed the rumored gourmet physique. Chapter 67. A profitable 2 million. The following 2 days passed with Lin Yu spending his time at home, watching television alongside Tang Xinyan. After all, in his previous life, he was also a homebody like her. Although this world bore a striking resemblance to his former one, it was undeniable that it lacked many cinematic works. However, there were some familiar films with similar plots, though the protagonists and titles differed. This peculiarity left Lin Yu feeling oddly nostalgic as he watched with Tang Xinyan. The storylines familiar, yet elusive in his memory. As Monday arrived, Lin Yu awoke and glanced in the mirror, noticing that his eyebrows had grown in. Though his hair remained rather sparse, just reaching the width of his pinky finger, a short crop, no longer devoid of hair. Of course, hair had also sprouted in other regions, marking his transition from a boy with barely any hair to someone more mature. Not bad, he mused, satisfied with the results of his 200,000 emotional points spent. Who would dare call me a bowling ball? They wouldn't even recognize me. Nodding in contentment, he tidied his attire and set off for school. As usual, upon reaching the school gate, he encountered Zhou Pengzi. Brother Yu, wait for me. I have good news to share. Zhou Pengzi panted as he rushed to Lin Yu's side. Noticing the excitement on his face, Lin Yu surmised that his father, Zhou Dafeng, had likely sold the items. You sold them? Brother Yu, how did you know? I haven't even said anything. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yu, bemused by his naivete, thought it was obvious. Enough with the suspense. Just tell me how much you sold it for. Seeing Lin Yu's impatience, Zhou Pengzi raised 2 fingers. 2 million? That's acceptable. Better than nothing, Lin Yu acknowledged, albeit with some dissatisfaction. No, it's 20 million. What? No way. How did your dad manage that? Are you sure he is not lying? Seeing Lin Yu's skepticism, Zhou Pengzi patiently explained, honestly, I could hardly believe it myself. You see, among those beast cores, there was a wind-type core that someone was particularly interested in and was willing to pay a high price for. My dad said he could sell it all. But for 20 million. The buyer didn't hesitate and purchased all the beast cores right away. Impressive. Your dad really knows how to bundle a sale, Lin Yu exclaimed, genuinely impressed. In his view, Zhou Dachu was initially planning to sell the items piece by piece, which would likely yield around 4 to 5 million at most. However, he did not anticipate that he had grasped the other party's desire to purchase at a high price, leading him to sell the remaining beast cores all at once. It was no wonder that Zhou Pengzi had previously remarked on how he would observe his father's cunning. It was precisely this tactic that had been employed. If the other party had not been financially secure, it is likely they would not have been so easily persuaded. Fatty, where's the money? Didn't your father give it to you? Lin Yu directly struck at the core issue. Zhou Pengzi, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly fished a bank card from his pocket. Here, you go. It's 20 million, not a cent less. The password is 6/8. Wait, why are you giving me the entire 20 million? Didn't we agree on a split of 60-40? You take 40, I take 60. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered their agreement on the profit sharing. So why was the full amount handed to him? Was it a sign of disdain? Seeing Lin Yu's confusion, Zhou Pengzi quickly clarified. You go. I know how hard you work for your money. You earned every bit of this. How could I shamelessly ask you for a share? Damn it. Are you looking down on me? I clearly stated we'd split the profits, and now you're not taking your share. What will others think of me? Who will dare to work for me in the future? Lin Yu erupted in a tirade, drawing the attention of their classmates. Upon noticing the stares, he shot them a glare that silenced them. Zhou Pengzi rushed to placate him. You go. Please don't be angry. If I owe you, I'll pay it back. You're making this seem like a mafia affair, which might frighten the other students. Send me your card number. I'll transfer the funds. All right. Zhou Pengzi quickly sent his bank details to Lin Yu, who then proceeded to transfer 8 million. Ding dong. You have received 8 million. At that moment, Zhou Pengzi's phone chimed, and as he saw the additional 8 million in his account, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. However, Lin Yu paid him no mind and strode directly towards the principal's office. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhou Pengzi hurried to catch up. You go. Are you heading to see the principal? Yeah, I plan to leave Jiang City in a few days for some training. So I need to finalize some paperwork with the principal. What? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, astonished. Had he just heard that Lin Yu was preparing to venture out for training? Surely this was not a jest? Noticing his shocked expression, Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Come on, don't be so dramatic. Wait, you go. You really intend to go for training? Zhou Pengzi still could not wrap his head around it. With a sigh, Lin Yu replied, if it weren't for what happened previously, I might have stayed here with you until the admissions for the 9 academies were concluded before leaving Jiang City. However, I am unable to find peace here. Training has become unbearably dull. It is indeed somewhat tedious, but what can we do? Our strength is lacking. Zhou Pengzi concurred with Lin Yu's sentiments. In truth, during their days in the secret realm, he had gradually come to enjoy the thrill of adventure, but he was unable to embark on such journeys like Lin Yu could. For one, his family would surely disapprove, and secondly, his strength was still insufficient. He had yet to break through to the bronze 5-star level. All right, Fatty. You focus on your training here, and we shall meet at the Demon Sea Academy. Sure, go ahead. I'll come find you once I've taken care of my matters. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pengzi trudged towards class 15, while Lin Yu made his way to Principal Wang Fujuan's office, arriving shortly thereafter. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yu opened the door and entered. Principal Wang Fujuan, upon recognizing Lin Yu, was taken aback. Lin Yu, do you need something? Principal. I plan to leave Jiang City for some training and would like to handle the necessary paperwork. What? Wang Fujuan sprang from his chair. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Lin Yu. You just said you're going out for training? You're not joking with me, are you? What is your current strength? Bronze 7-star. What? Wang Fujuan was once again taken aback and scrutinized Lin Yu with skepticism. In response, Lin Yu released his aura as a bronze 7-star, finally convincing Wang Fujuan of his breakthrough, his face alight with excitement. Lin Yu, you are the most prodigious student I have ever encountered, bar none, Wang Fujuan praised, his admiration evident. He had encountered countless students, and witnessing Lin Yu's rapid ascension to the bronze 7-star level in less than a month was unprecedented. Only the descendants of powerful families in major cities could reach such heights, yet that was achieved through resources, unlike Lin Yu's self-made progress. What Wang Fujuan remained unaware of was Lin Yu's advantage of possessing a system, which facilitated his swift advancement. Principal, you flatter me. Let us focus on the training matter. I intend to train outside for 3 months. Lin Yu, indifferent to Wang Fujuan's compliments, was solely concerned about the training. Wang Fujuan's expression turned somber as he spoke. He genuinely did not wish for Lin Yu to embark on training just yet. For one, his strength was still at the bronze level, making it perilous to venture out. Additionally, he wanted Lin Yu to inspire other awakened students. After a long pause, Wang Fujuan sighed in resignation. Very well, go speak with Ouyang Qian regarding the situation, and she will assist you in processing your leave of absence. Of course, upon your return, it will be automatically lifted. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu nodded appreciatively. Lin Yu, you are my most valued student. Please be cautious during your training. Do not accept anything from strangers, and always be vigilant of others, Wang Fujuan cautioned. In gratitude, Lin Yu bowed slightly before exiting the office. Watching his departing figure, Wang Fujuan shook his head in exasperation. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Yu headed straight for the teacher's office. Shortly after, he arrived at the door, where a cacophony of voices echoed from within as preparations for the day's classes were underway. Following his memory, Lin Yu approached Ouyang Qian's desk, spotting her blissfully enjoying her breakfast. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "Qianjia, good morning," Lin Yu shouted, startling Ouyang Qian, causing her to drop her dumpling onto the floor. "Lin Yu, ding." Ouyang Qian's emotional value increased by 1,000. The system notification rang in Lin Yu's ears, and he calculated that he had amassed nearly 30,000 emotional points. Qianjia, I didn't mean to scare you. Do you believe me? Humph. I don't care. You owe me compensation, Ouyang Qian huffed, glaring at him, resembling a wronged little girl. Compensation? What kind are you thinking? Daytime or nighttime? Lin Yu teased, observing her reaction. Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Qian's eyes widened, her face a canvas of shock. "Lin Yu, I think you're getting a bit too cheeky, daring to tease your teacher." Lin Yu, upon hearing her words, feigned ignorance. "Sister Qian, what are you talking about? I fail to comprehend. How could I have teased you? You. Fine. I shall assess your training results from this period. Prepare yourself mentally." Ouyang Qian was so exasperated that she nearly laughed. "No, Sister Qian, have you perhaps misunderstood? What I meant was, would you prefer I compensate you with a single soup dumpling or an entire bag of them? Should I deliver it to you tomorrow morning or tonight? I have not teased you at all." Lin Yu blinked innocently, gazing at her with wide eyes. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Ouyang Qian was momentarily taken aback, even questioning whether she had grown overly sensitive to such matters with age. However, noticing the mischievous grin adorning Lin Yu's face, she quickly realized he had concocted a clever retort and was indeed teasing her just moments prior. Yet, if she persisted in pursuing this line of thought, it would imply she was taking it too personally. Thus, Ouyang Qian deftly shifted the conversation. "So, what brings you to me?" Recognizing that he could no longer tease her, Lin Yu replied, "Well, I just visited the principal to discuss taking a leave of absence for practical training. He suggested I seek your assistance." "What did you say? Practical training?" Ouyang Qian abruptly stood, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Yes, this recent experience in the secret realm has made me acutely aware of the importance of strength. Training at school is painfully slow and tedious, so I intend to take a leave and venture out." Lin Yu reluctantly shared his premeditated reasoning. Ouyang Qian fell into deep contemplation upon hearing his explanation. After 5 minutes, she finally turned her attention back to Lin Yu. "Are you truly intent on going out for practical training? The world outside is quite chaotic. Indeed, I can no longer endure the dull and monotonous life at school, so I wish to venture out and return only when the 9 academies begin enrollment." Sighing, Ouyang Qian acquiesced, understanding that she had also taken considerable time to adapt to the comfort of her current lifestyle. It was challenging to expect a passionate youth like Lin Yu to settle down during such an impetuous age. Thus, she refrained from further persuasion. Realizing that many had likely tried before her and failed, as merely his teacher, how could she succeed where others had not? "Then come with me." With that, Ouyang Qian picked up the soup dumpling that had fallen to the ground and tossed it into the trash can, striding purposefully towards the door. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly followed behind. "As for the dumpling, you can wait until you return for that, but I will still need to assess your strength." Ouyang Qian suddenly turned to Lin Yu. "Sure, no problem." Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. Before long, they arrived at the academic affairs office, where Ouyang Qian explained their purpose. The staff, having received prior notice from Principal Wang Fujuan, swiftly completed the necessary procedures. "Let us head to the gymnasium. I want to see how much you've improved over the past few days," Ouyang Qian instructed Lin Yu, who was eager to discover his own combat prowess and whether he could attain silver rank, thus ensuring his self-defense capability when he ventured to the Yin mountain range mentioned by Li Ming. "Rest assured, I won't disappoint you, Sister Qian." "Haha. It seems like your time in the secret realm has been fruitful. What level are you at now?" "Hee, you shall find out shortly." As Lin Yu kept them guessing, Ouyang Qian's interest was piqued, prompting her to quicken her pace. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the gymnasium, where a throng of students had gathered, discussing the restoration of the gym. After all, they had witnessed its catastrophic disrepair firsthand, feeling as though it might collapse entirely. Yet now, it stood pristine, igniting their imaginations. Most believed that Lu Hongba had intervened to aid in the repairs. Listening to their chatter, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile subtly. Only he and Zhou Pengzi were privy to the true story, yet he had no intention of revealing it, allowing them to speculate freely. "Everyone, please make way." Ouyang Qian called out loudly from the center, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were unsure of her intent. However, they sensibly parted to create a clear space. Seeing this, Lin Yu stepped forward. Chapter 69, Defeating Ouyang Qian. On the field, Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian stood several meters apart. "Lin Yu, are you prepared?" Ouyang Qian asked, her gaze fixed on him. "Okay, no problem. Feel free to come at me. Why don't you take the first move? I wouldn't want to be accused of overpowering you." "All right." Lin Yu, not one to be coy, recognized his disadvantage and seized the initiative. Blazing fireball. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu clenched his fists, summoning flames that coalesced into a fireball. He then propelled the fireball towards Ouyang Qian. Seeing the two fireballs hurtling towards her, Ouyang Qian swiftly formed hand seals and deftly drew a pattern in the air. An ice wall arose before her in an instant. The next moment, the fireballs collided with the ice wall, producing a thunderous roar. After the deafening explosions, the ice wall remained steadfast, while the fireballs dissipated into nothingness. The onlooking students erupted in astonished exclamations. Teacher Ouyang is magnificent. Teacher Ouyang is formidable. Wow, incredible. Goodness, truly impressive. The crowd showered Ouyang Qian with praise, while Lin Yu received none, except for Zhou Pongzi, who stood among them, rallying support for Lin Yu. Is this all the strength you possess? Perhaps it would be wise to remain here until you can break through my defenses, Ouyang Qian taunted from a distance. However, Lin Yu was unfazed. Instead, he smirked. Sister Qian, you ought to be cautious. Falling sun. As he spoke, dozens of small fireballs materialized above Lin Yu's head, rapidly expanding to the size of soccer balls. Go. The fireballs, resembling meteors, hurtled toward Ouyang Qian. Before long, the ice wall began to crack under the impact of the 20th fireball, ultimately shattering into icy shards. The remaining fireballs continued their relentless assault on Ouyang Qian. Just when the spectators anticipated Ouyang Qian would be struck, she roared, "Water barrier." A blue light enveloped her, shielding her from the impending onslaught. The fireballs collided against the blue barrier, yet all were thwarted. Instantly, the area was shrouded in mist, obscuring Ouyang Qian from view. After a considerable time, the mist dissipated, revealing Ouyang Qian unscathed behind her blue barrier, while Lin Yu's fireballs had vanished. Sister Qian, that technique is the same one you used to fend off my blazing fireball last time, I assent it? Indeed, do you wish to test that technique again? This time, I wonder if you can withstand my next attack. With that, Lin Yu summoned the Li Huazhu within him, extracting a hint of the southern bright flame's essence. Blazing fireball. This time, Lin Yu crafted a single fireball, compressed to the size of a soccer ball, and hurled it towards Ouyang Qian. Bang! Bang! A fireball, infused with the essence of the southern Ming's departing flames, directly melted a large hole through the azure barrier, continuing its relentless advance towards Ouyang Qian, who, momentarily caught off guard, was unable to react. Just as the fireball was about to strike her, Lin Yu abruptly altered its trajectory, preventing any harm from befalling Ouyang Qian. Though the residual essence of the southern Ming's flames posed no grave threat, it would undoubtedly inflict a searing sensation upon her, a discomfort Lin Yu wished to avert. How astonishing! What just transpired? Ouyang Qian murmured, regaining her composure. She had felt a fierce burning sensation, and her instincts warned her that enduring it physically would be excruciating. At that moment, Lin Yu trotted over, concern etched on his face. Sister Qian, are you alright? You didn't get hurt, did you? If you did, it would sadden me greatly. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, 1,000. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian shot him an exasperated glare. You little rascal. Would you perish if you didn't tease me? Haha, when have I ever teased you? I was merely expressing my concern. By the way, are we still fighting? Humph. No more fighting. I can't fathom what you consumed, but you broke my water barrier with a single move. However, while your technique is impressive, it still has its flaws. Ponder on that. Reluctantly, she admitted defeat this time, despite the suspicion of her having held back. In her eyes, Lin Yu was unparalleled in their realm. By the way, when did you break through to the bronze 7 stars? Just last night, Lin Yu replied with a grin. Well, it appears no one beneath silver can rival you now. But remember, in the world outside, think before acting. Sometimes brute force isn't the solution. Understood, Lin Yu nodded. Observing his humble acceptance, Ouyang Qian finally allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she turned to exit. Not long after her departure, the crowd erupted in chatter. Wow, Lin Yu is magnificent. Lin Yu is extraordinary. If it weren't for teacher Ouyang holding back, he wouldn't have won. Are you a lemon? So sour. As the crowd bickered animatedly, the system's notifications resounded incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 999. Ding. Wang Tiniu's emotional value, 999. Ding. Wang Defa's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 1000. Listening to the continuous stream of system prompts, Lin Yu realized that his effort had not been in vain. Amidst the throng, Li Hanchuang observed Lin Yu silently, her expression unchanging, as if everything was irrelevant to her. Yet deep down, she knew she had been surpassed by him. She had initially thought she would catch up and soon outstrip him, only to find herself left behind. More crucially, Lin Yu's strength far exceeded hers. She had witnessed his fireball effortlessly penetrate Ouyang Qian's water barrier. Lin Yu, I will surpass you. Li Hanchuang silently vowed, then turned away, choosing not to dwell on him further. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Lin Yu instinctively glanced in the direction she had departed. Hee. I look forward to the day we may face each other. With that, he turned towards the exit, just as Zhou Pongzi approached him with eagerness. You go. Has everything been settled? Yes, I was just about to tell you. By the way, Fatty, during my absence, I'll need you to help look after my family. Don't worry, I've got it covered. When are you leaving? Should I see you off? In a few days. You needn't come. Focus on your training. I wouldn't want to leave you far behind. Haha, that won't happen. I will definitely catch up to you. Good. And here, take this. Lin Yu produced several cleansing elixirs. Although these elixirs were not as potent as the first, they could still alter some of the body's meridians and enhance the speed of cultivation. I can't accept this. Zhou Pengzi, well aware of the elixir's value, hesitated, but Lin Yu insisted on giving them to him. Moved to the brink of tears. Zhou Pengzi was met with Lin Yu's playful disdain as he stepped back. Chapter 70. Procuring supplies. Having seen to the matters at hand, Lin Yu strode directly out of the campus. However, instead of heading home, he made his way to the largest shopping center in Jiangxing. He intended to procure supplies for unforeseen circumstances. The memories of previous experiences lingered vividly in his mind, and with this journey stretching over 3 months, he deemed it essential to gather adequate equipment. This time, he was determined to be thoroughly prepared, planning to acquire at least 10 outdoor tents. Water was particularly crucial. During the last expedition into the secret realm, had it not been for his ability to boil the river water using fire, they would have all succumbed to dehydration. Upon entering the shopping center, Lin Yu began surveying his surroundings. His gaze soon landed on a nearby store named Chow Chow Outdoor Travel. The sight of the word travel instinctively led him to believe they would have what he was seeking. He approached the store with purpose, and as he entered, a charming young woman greeted him. Handsome, is there anything you're looking for? We have a wide variety. Before she even drew near, her sweet voice reached Lin Yu's ears, causing goosebumps to rise along his skin. Ahem, I'm just browsing. Do you have outdoor adventure gear? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he shifted to the matter at hand. Indeed, we have everything from outdoor tents to hemp ropes and multifunctional toolkits. Judging by your appearance, are you preparing to hunt mythical beasts in the wilderness? Oh, how did you know? Lin Yu was taken aback, surprised that she could discern his intentions so easily. Couldn't he simply be going on a trip? Sensing his thoughts, the young woman quickly clarified, most of our customers are preparing for hunting expeditions. Given the current prevalence of mythical beasts in the wild, few venture out purely for leisure or exploration. Her explanation illuminated Lin Yu's understanding. In this world, it was rare for ordinary individuals to recklessly explore the outdoors, as typically only awakened individuals had the capability to ensure their safety. Yet, many had perished in the wild in previous years. Well, I am indeed preparing for a hunt. Could you recommend a few practical items for me? Lin Yu decided to directly ask for her assistance. After all, whether in his past life or the present, this was his first venture into the great unknown, and he was not particularly knowledgeable beyond the essentials of bringing a tent and water. Absolutely. With that, the young woman turned and entered a door that Lin Yu assumed led to a storage area. While she fetched the items, Lin Yu took the opportunity to examine the various goods displayed on the walls. He had to admit, this store was well stocked, offering climbing ropes, flint for igniting fires, sleeping bags for warmth, everything one might need. As Lin Yu continued his exploration, the young woman emerged, struggling with a heavy bag of supplies. Handsome, could you lend me a hand? Suddenly, a beautiful young lady called out to Lin Yu. Upon noticing her, Lin Yu hurried over and effortlessly lifted the item that had seemed quite heavy in her grasp. Wow, you are incredibly impressive. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? She complimented him and then inquired about his relationship status, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat bashful. That woman would only hinder my ability to slay the demon beasts. The first page of the sword manual states, forget your heart's desire. With no woman in mind, drawing the sword comes naturally. Lin Yu recalled a saying from his past life and blurted it out. The moment the words left his mouth, the young lady beside him appeared completely bewildered, realizing that the man before her was a quintessential straight man. Haha, you're quite amusing. By the way, the contents primarily include outdoor tents and tools. She redirected the conversation, beginning to introduce the items to him. After listening, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and replied, very well. Then I'll take 10 more sets of these. What? Is there no stock left? No, you've misunderstood. Handsome. I simply can't believe it. Also, how can you carry so many things? The young lady quickly clarified upon sensing Lin Yu's misunderstanding. However, before she could finish her explanation, the items before them suddenly vanished into thin air, startling her. Are you a space-type awakener? No, you needn't concern yourself with that. Just hand over the items. Lin Yu had no intention of elaborating, as they were still strangers. Although she was quite beautiful, her oval face and fair skin rendered her exceptionally enchanting. Lin Yu had seen plenty of such beauties in his previous life. Thus he had developed a certain immunity. Oh, then follow me. I can't handle all of this alone. The young lady, noticing Lin Yu's reluctance to engage further, chose not to press the matter, recognizing that he was a customer, and thus, a priority. Lin Yu followed her into the warehouse, and upon seeing the abundance of items stacked within, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He then stuffed everything into the 24 bridges under the moonlight. How much is this? Lin Yu asked after organizing the items. Each set costs 5,500 yuan. You just took 10 sets, so that totals 55,000 yuan. Since you're purchasing in bulk, I'll just charge you 50,000. She calculated the total and stated a price that took Lin Yu by surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so generous, but considering she likely wanted to foster goodwill after witnessing his earlier display of strength, He decided to take advantage of the offer. Without hesitation, Lin Yu transferred the 50,000 yuan and leisurely made his way towards the exit. "Handsome, do come again." Just as he was about to step through the door, the sweet sound of her voice reached him, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin. Damn. She was just trying to flirt with me. Thankfully, I remained unflustered. As Lin Yu walked away from the outdoor travel shop, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. "All right, I need to buy some drinking water. This time, I must refrain from revealing the 24 bridges under the moonlight, or trouble may come knocking." Contemplating this, Lin Yu decided to have the store deliver the water to his home. Acting on his resolve, he began to stroll through the shopping center and eventually found a shop dedicated to selling bottled water. After a friendly conversation with the owner, he purchased a ton of bottled water and arranged for it to be delivered to his house while he continued to browse. He intended to buy some food as well. 3 months was too long to survive solely on demon beast meat, so he thought to grab some instant noodles. He wondered if this world had his beloved pickled vegetables. He hadn't had the chance to enjoy them before his reincarnation. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, his legs unconsciously led him to the entrance of a supermarket, and soon after, to the aisle filled with instant noodles. His eyes lit up at the sight of the various flavors, all of which he adored. Consequently, Lin Yu purchased every variety available on the shelf, spending several more thousand yuan in the process. However, he felt no regret, for he had recently earned over 10 million, ample enough to indulge himself. Satisfied with his haul, Lin Yu then made his way home. Chapter 71. Departure to the Wind Mountains. 3 days later, Lin Yu sat on a bus departing Jiang City, alongside Li Ming. The day prior, Li Ming had sought him out, eager to know when he planned to leave. After some contemplation, they decided to set off the following day. After briefly informing Lin Yu's mother and sister, he boarded the bus with Li Ming, leaving Jiang City behind. "Brotherly, where exactly is this Wind mountain range? Is it far from here?" Lin Yu inquired, glancing at Li Ming, who was squinting beside him. Li Ming pondered for a moment before replying. "It's a bit of a distance, probably several dozen kilometers. However, we'll need to get off midway and walk." "What? The bus can't take us all the way?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. The Wind mountain range is nestled deep within the forested mountains, so very few vehicles can navigate through. I stumbled upon it by chance years ago. I wonder if the route remains the same. "Brotherly, will we encounter any demon beasts along the way?" Lin Yu continued. "Indeed, there are quite a few demon beasts around the outskirts of the Wind mountain range, though not as many as inside. The beasts within the mountains are at least at the bronze 5-star level, with the highest reaching bronze 9 stars. However, some 9-star beasts can unleash combat power comparable to silver 5 or 6 stars, so you should remain vigilant. Even if their levels are suppressed to bronze 9 stars, their strength is undoubtedly beyond that." Lin Yu nodded, curious. "Oh, so Brotherly has had a prior experience with this, I presume?" Cough. "Some things are better left unmentioned." Li Ming replied, clearing his throat, clearly embarrassed. He had indeed underestimated a raging horned iron bull in the past, which had sent him flying. Observing his slightly awkward expression, Lin Yu realized his guess had hit the mark. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, further confirming his assumption. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 999. System. Are you there? Can this emotional value collection only be applied to humans? Can it be collected from demon beasts? Ding. Detection indicates that the host is about to venture away from the crowd, hindering emotional value collection. Therefore, this system will enable the collection of emotional value from demon beasts. Hearing that the system had expanded its emotional value collection to include demon beasts, Lin Yu nearly burst out laughing. What a delightful development. He could now playfully tease the demon beasts, effectively stripping them bare. Then he could skin and devour them, achieving 2 objectives at once. Meanwhile, Li Ming, observing his mischievous grin, felt a chill run down his spine. What was with this kid? He was supposed to be going to the Wind mountain range for training. Yet he looked as if he was about to set fire to the mountains. "Brother Lin, are you thinking of something amusing? You seem quite cheerful." Li Ming inquired with curiosity. Realizing he had been caught, Lin Yu suppressed his laughter but couldn't help but let a smile linger on his lips. "Oh, I was just excited at the thought of going out for some training. It's nothing. You needn't worry about me," Lin Yu explained. Li Ming, perceiving his reluctance to speak further, wisely chose to remain silent and slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, noticing that he had shifted his attention away from him, promptly summoned the system in his mind. "System, open the personal information panel." Ding. The personal information panel is loading. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Level. Bronze 7 stars. Personal items. Revitalizing pill, miraculous potion, cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, aphrodisiac pill. SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Abilities. SSS level space ability, phantom step, dimensional space. SSS level fire ability, blazing fireball, solar descent. Skills. Beginner culinary master, beginner driving, beginner massage, beginner swordsmanship proficiency. Beginner fist technique proficiency, cultivation method, S-level mixed origin technique. Weapons. Fire departure pearl, S-level dragon abyss sword, S-level golden armor, A-level electromagnetic pulse cannon, A-level revolver, A-level destruction gun. C-level Crimson Serpent Fong. B-level Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella. Beast Pets. None. Emotional value. 2. 509. 400 Gazing at the S-level Golden Armor in the weapon section. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. He was eager to test the defensive capabilities of the S-level Golden Armor, wondering if it could withstand attacks of silver grade or above. By the way, it seemed he hadn't checked his basic data in a while. System, examine my physical attributes. Ding. The personal basic data is loading. Soon, Lin Yu's various physical statistics were displayed before him. Strength, 350, average person, 50. Stamina, 140, average person, 50. Wisdom, 56, average person, 50. Mental power, 130, average person, 50. Speed, 90, average person, 50. Hey system, why hasn't my wisdom increased? Ding. The host needs to investigate the underlying reasons for the lack of growth. The host should have some understanding of this by now. Darn it. I was asking why it hasn't increased, not for you to blame me. Upon hearing the system's somewhat mocking response, Lin Yu was instantly enraged. He had never encountered a system that disregarded its host so blatantly. He felt an overwhelming urge to uninstall it. System, speak. What can enhance my wisdom? Name your price. Seeing that the system remained unresponsive for a long moment, Lin Yu reluctantly conceded. Ding. The system mall offers a wisdom-enhancing pill. Consuming it will increase a certain level of intelligence. How much emotional value? Ding. A genuine product from the system. Only 500,000 emotional points per pill. The host shall not be at a loss or be deceived. Upon hearing the system's price, Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. 500,000 points. How long would it take for him to accumulate that again? Just as he hesitated over whether to make the purchase, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Given that the host has accumulated over 1 million points in the system mall, a buy one get one free opportunity has been granted. Now, if the host buys one wisdom-enhancing pill, the system will additionally gift a half pill. Wait, there's a buy one get one free offer, but yours is a buy one get half? Are you not taking advantage of honest people? Lin Yu, who initially thought the system had a change of heart and was ready to generously offer him a full pill, was instead met with the absurdity of receiving only half. Ding. The host should not misunderstand. Given the current capacity of the host's mind, it can only digest 1.5 wisdom-enhancing pills. Overconsumption may lead to severe headaches, dizziness, and cognitive overload. All right, enough. If you keep talking, my head might explode. Lin Yu hurriedly interjected, fearing the system would continue rambling. I'll buy it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a wise choice. The wisdom-enhancing pill has been successfully purchased. Please check your inventory. Dispense. As Lin Yu finished speaking, a pill the size of an egg materialized in his hand. Wait, what about the extra half pill? System. Ding. The host should not aim too high. After digesting this wisdom-enhancing pill, the system will naturally dispense the remaining half. Fine. Lin Yu reluctantly acquiesced to the system's arrangement, trusting that it would not lead him astray. Thus, he swallowed the pill in one gulp, and before he could even chew, the pill transformed into a sweet liquid flowing into his abdomen. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu felt a sudden clarity in his mind. Concepts that had previously eluded him now crystallizing in an instant. If I had consumed this in my past life, acing the entrance exams for Tsinghua or Beida would have been a breeze. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 72. A gunshot to slay a serpent. Time flew by. Lin, wake up, we've arrived. Li Ming called out to the still slumbering Lin Yu as he gazed out at the scenery outside the window. Already? Lin Yu groggily opened his eyes, quickly shaking off the remnants of sleep under the influence of the wisdom-enhancing pill. Just then, the vehicle came to a gentle stop, prompting Li Ming to rise, with Lin Yu following suit. The two descended from the vehicle, and upon stepping out, Lin Yu was greeted by an expanse of dense, verdant forest before him. Let us go, Li Ming shouted back to Lin Yu. Hastily, Lin Yu trotted after him. Li Gu, do you still remember the way? Lin Yu inquired, observing Li Ming scanning the surroundings. Lin Yu recalled that this was his third time circling back. Li Ming, caught off guard by the question, felt a twinge of embarrassment but stubbornly replied, don't worry, I definitely remember. Even after 10 years, I wouldn't forget. Seeing his voice trail off, Lin Yu sensed his reliability was waning. However, with no other recourse, he could only hope that Li Ming would recall the path. All right, I trust you. Let us find the way quickly. Just then, Li Ming exclaimed, found it. Lin Yu hurried over to see him staring blankly at a large tree, following his gaze to find a small triangle carved into its bark. It appeared somewhat weathered. Could this be a mark left by Li Ming previously? As Lin Yu pondered, Li Ming spoke up. 2 years ago, I received a mission and accidentally stumbled in here. In the chaos, I ended up in the Wind mountain range. Initially, my entire cultivation was suppressed to the bronze level, and I was terrified. So, how did you manage to get out? Lin Yu asked, curiosity piqued. Li Ming reflected for a moment before continuing. I was like a headless fly in the Wind mountain range, completely lost. By chance, I encountered a hunter who brought me back to the village. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu surmised that it must have been the villagers who rescued him, as depicted in many films and dramas. Sure enough, Li Ming elaborated, I stayed in the village for a week and learned a lot, including the name of the place I had previously visited. They told me it was called the Wind mountain range. Lin Yu interjected, what about this mark? Oh, I secretly made that marking when they brought me out. Hee hee, Li Ming grinned, revealing his two prominent front teeth. At that moment, Lin Yu, having consumed the wisdom-enhancing pill, swiftly disowned a flaw in the narrative. Li Gu, was anyone watching when you made the mark? What do you mean? Li Ming queried, puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Lin Yu clarified, what I mean is, after you left, is it possible they erased all your markings? Hiss. Your words bring to mind one of the 3 individuals who bid me farewell, one gentleman, who would occasionally steal glances at me. Initially, I presumed he had different inclinations and thus paid him little heed. Ah, never mind. You should check to see if anything has been erased. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming immediately began searching for other markings. After a considerable time, Li Ming finally exhaled slowly, relieved. Phew, fortunately, they haven't erased my markings. Brother Lin, let's move on. You were overly concerned just now. Lin Yu softly acknowledged, falling silent and quietly trailing behind Li Ming. As the two ventured deeper, the trees became increasingly sparse, a phenomenon that perplexed Lin Yu, prompting him to inquire of Li Ming, Brother Li, have you noticed that the trees appear to be dwindling as we progress? Previously, there was a tree every 3 to 4 meters, yet now they seem to be spaced at 10-meter intervals. Ah, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, Li Ming responded, casting his gaze around. At that moment, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. The two exchanged wary glances, immediately on high alert. Lin Yu promptly retrieved the A-class weapon, the desolation gun, from his spatial storage. Startled by the sudden appearance of the long gun, Li Ming exclaimed, Brother Lin, where did you acquire that? Oh, my teacher gifted me a spatial storage device, Lin Yu casually replied. Old Lu, how did you know that? Li Ming asked, curiosity piqued, realizing he had inadvertently let slip information he hadn't meant to share. It was Captain Zhang who informed me, Li Ming admitted, reluctantly mentioning Zhang Tailin. Oh, the captain of the Dragon Guardian from Jiangxing? He mentioned overhearing you admit to being old Lu's disciple. Lin Yu's memory jogged as he recalled a middle-aged man standing nearby during his conversation with Li Guangliang, initially thinking him an inconsequential figure. Now it became clear that he was indeed the Captain Zhang Li Ming referred to. However, knowing this was of little concern. Understood. Brother Li, let us focus on the matter at hand. Agreed. With that, both turned their attention back to the rustling grass. Hiss. A voice emerged from the underbrush. That should be a snake, though its strength remains uncertain, Li Ming asserted confidently. Hearing this, Lin Yu summoned the system in his mind. System, please investigate what lies within the grass. Ding. System is conducting analysis. Ding. Black-scaled snake, strength, bronze 5 stars, entirely enveloped in black scales, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. When fleeing, it releases a toxic black mist. Upon learning that the creature possessed only bronze 5-star strength, Lin Yu grasped the desolation gun and dashed forward. Li Ming gasped. Brother Lin, come back. Fear not, Brother Li. It's merely a garden-variety snake, Lin Yu chuckled over his shoulder. He then executed the phantom step, vanishing from his original position, reappearing above the grass. Without hesitation, Lin Yu thrust his gun downward, eliciting a cry of anguish from the grass, followed by silence. Li Ming, witnessing this from a distance, stood momentarily dumbfounded. Is Brother Lin truly that formidable? He dispatched the creature without even knowing what it was, and without employing any abilities. Isn't it customary for awakened individuals to rely on their powers? At that moment, Li Ming's mind shrank in awe as he observed Lin Yu extract the lifeless body of the black-scaled snake. Brother Lin, you are incredibly formidable. This black-scaled snake must possess at least bronze 5-star strength, and yet you dispatched it with a single thrust? Merely a trifle. This snake pales in comparison to the beasts I vanquished in the Silver Snake's secret realm. The Silver Snake's secret realm? Oh, the one that appeared in Jiangxing High School? You must be aware of it. Yes, I am. Li Ming nodded, having heard of it while recuperating in the hospital. Thus, Lin Yu's explanation clarified the context surrounding the Silver Snake's secret realm. Chapter 73, Blood Moon Violent Bear. The two continued onward. Li Ming, following the previously marked path, led Lin Yu through the forest. After approximately half an hour, Li Ming suddenly halted. Brother Li, what's wrong? Something feels off. Off? In what way? Lin Yu inquired, bewildered, unsure if they were facing another beast. When I last ventured out, I distinctly remember a small stream. Now, it's merely dense trees, devoid of any sound of water. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu began to scan the surroundings, and indeed, the area was thick with trees, lacking even the faintest sound of water. At that moment, both arrived at a realization. The markings have been tampered with. Brother Li, it seems the villagers do not wish for us to intrude. Reflecting on the situation, Lin Yu shared his thoughts. Li Ming nodded silently, tacitly agreeing with Lin Yu's assessment. Brother Lin, it's getting late. Should we not find a suitable place to rest? That sounds reasonable. I defer to your judgment. Lin Yu had no objections. After setting out in the morning and traversing several hours, the daylight had begun to fade. It was prudent to rest, for Lin Yu was here to hone his skills, not merely to wander. Under Li Ming's guidance, they found a relatively flat area to settle. Brother Lin, let us rest here for the night and set out again in the morning. All right, that works. As he spoke, Lin Yu removed his small backpack, which contained only a bottle of water and a mobile phone, as most of his belongings were in the 24 Bridges bright moon night. In contrast, Li Ming bore a larger pack, seemingly filled with a blanket. Brotherly, what do you have in that bulging pack? Lin Yu inquired. Oh, just a blanket. A pair of shoes, and some miscellaneous items. Shall I assist you? You can store them in my spatial device. Lin Yu revealed the 24 Bridges bright moon night. Upon seeing it, Li Ming hesitated but ultimately handed over his items. Then I am grateful to you. No need for formalities. I still owe you my thanks for guiding me here for training. Lin Yu waved dismissively and proceeded to retrieve 2 tents from the 24 Bridges bright moon night. Brotherly, this one is for you. With that, Lin Yu tossed one of the tents to him, and Li Ming promptly began setting it up. Before long, the two had successfully erected the tents. Brother Lin, you wait here. I shall hunt a beast for our dinner. Haha, I eagerly await Brother Li's catch. Li Ming swiftly took off, leaping into the treetops, scanning the surroundings, and soon heard an unusual sound in the distance. He swiftly leapt from the tree, racing directly toward the source of the strange sound. A few minutes later, as he drew nearer, the peculiar noise became increasingly distinct, and he could sense a formidable presence approaching. Upon reaching a small valley, Li Ming beheld a monstrous beast towering 3 to 4 meters high. This creature, adorned with black fur, was both grand and robust, its eyes glinting with ferocity and cruelty. Blood Moon Savage Bear, Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment, clearly recognizing the colossal beast. Almost instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he cautiously approached the Blood Moon Savage Bear. When he was merely 10 meters away, he charged toward the beast without hesitation. With ice blades swirling in his hands, he advanced rapidly, and in an instant, slashes of light flashed through the air. The Blood Moon Savage Bear found one of its massive paws severed by Li Ming's strikes. With a furious roar, the bear was incensed by the attack and retaliated, swinging its other paw toward Li Ming. Sensing the force behind the assault, Li Ming swiftly dodged, evading the bear's onslaught. Merely a silver 5-star beast. You shall remain here today, Li Ming scoffed, then darted from the side, seizing the opportunity while the bear was still reeling, and deftly cut off its other paw. Realizing it was outmatched, the Blood Moon Savage Bear roared in fury, preparing to flee, but Li Ming was not about to allow its escape. With a slight bend of his knees, he launched himself over the bear's head. As the creature pondered the intentions of the human before it, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and in an instant, the bear's head and body were cleaved apart. Blood gushed forth, but fortunately, Li Ming had taken a few steps back in time. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in its crimson spray. One must commend the combat experience of the members of the Dragon Guardian. Once the bear's blood ceased to flow, Li Ming stepped forward to drag it away. Darn it. This beast is rather heavy. Had I known, I would have called Lin to assist. Well, I suppose I shall haul it back alone, Li Ming muttered, grasping one of the bear's paws and trudging towards the camp. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, feeling somewhat bored since Li Ming's departure, began to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy present in the area. Although the energy here was not as dense as that found in the Silver Serpent Secret Realm, it was undoubtedly several times more potent than that of Jiang City. In this environment, his progress was rapid. Lin Yu, who had just broken through to bronze 7 stars, sensed the faint signs of a breakthrough to 8 stars, though he would require a few more days to achieve it. As dusk descended, Lin Yu ceased his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air. I wonder how Li Gu is faring. Has he managed to hunt a beast? Just then, he heard rustling from afar, followed by Li Ming's voice. Lin, come help me. This beast is too large. I'm struggling here. Upon hearing Li Ming's call, Lin Yu quickly sprang to his feet and headed towards the direction of the voice. Before long, he saw Li Ming dragging a black beast towards him. The darkness of the night obscured the creature's identity. Li Gu, what kind of beast have you captured? It looks exceedingly heavy, Lin Yu inquired as he approached. A silver-grade Blood Moon Savage Bear. Ha ha, Lin, you are in for a treat tonight. It's said that the paws of these bears are the most delectable, Li Ming replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He was well aware that capturing wild bears was strictly prohibited by the country in his previous life, and he had longed for a taste for quite some time. He never expected to encounter one today. Without hesitation, Lin Yu grasped the other paw of the Blood Moon Savage Bear, and together they dragged it into the camp. Lin, haven't you awakened your fire abilities? Quickly, prepare this beast, Li Ming urged as they returned to the camp. Without further ado, Lin Yu summoned flames, conjuring a fireball that he hurled at the Blood Moon Savage Bear. In the next moment, fierce flames engulfed the creature entirely. The bear's black fur rapidly charred to a crisp in the blaze. When he deemed it sufficient, Lin Yu retracted the flames and extracted the crimson serpent tooth to begin cleaning away the charred remains. Chapter 74, Roasted Bear Paws. At Jiang City High School, Zhou Pengji was meditating when a striking figure approached him. Zhou, where's Lin? A cold voice suddenly pierced the air beside him, prompting him to stop his training and slowly open his eyes. To his surprise, Li Han's Huang had appeared before him, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that Li Hansuang had developed feelings for him? Li Xiaohua, do you need something from me? Zhou Pengji asked. Zhou, where's Lin Yu? I haven't seen him for several days, she inquired. Upon learning that she was searching for Lin Yu, Zhou Pengji breathed a sigh of relief. Having thought that the icy girl was seeking him. Oh, you mean Yu Ge? He has left Jiang City to train outside, and probably won't return for 3 months. He replied. Training outside? When did this happen? The usually impassive Li Hansuang displayed a hint of surprise on her face. Zhou Pengji, noticing her concern for Lin Yu, scrutinized her and thought, what is going on with this ice princess? Why is she so invested in Yu Ji's affairs? Could it be? Zhou, what are you thinking? I'm asking you when Lin Yu left. She pressed. Oh, I'm really not sure. But it should have been in the past few days, he stammered, snapping back to reality at her insistence. In truth, he had no idea when Lin Yu had departed. As Lin had not informed him, he merely assumed it was a recent event. Seeing that she could glean no more information, Li Hansuang chose to dismiss Zhou Pengji and turned to leave. How perplexing. Forget it. I'll focus on my training. As for the icy princess's matters, I'll leave those for Yu Ge to handle, Zhou Pengji muttered as she departed, before closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Meanwhile, after turning away, Li Hansuang made her way directly to the principal's office. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the door of Wang Fujuan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing Wang Fujuan's voice, Li Hansuang stepped inside without hesitation. Upon seeing her, Wang Fujuan appeared somewhat surprised, and an inexplicable emotion washed over him. Li Hansuang, what brings you here? He inquired. Principal, I heard that Lin Yu has left the school to train outside? She asked. Wang Fujuan regarded her silently, uncertain of her intent. However, he soon found himself restless. Before he could speak, Li Hansuang's icy voice cut through the air again. Principal, I wish to apply to train outside as well. Just as he expected, Wang Fujuan thought to himself. The moment she voiced her inquiry, he had anticipated her response. Li Hansuang, you must understand the dangers that lie beyond. It would be safer for you to remain in school. Moreover, your family would never consent to your training outside, he urged, attempting to dissuade her. It is noteworthy that the Li family, to which Li Hansuang belongs, has generously donated a building to Jiangcheng High School. Thus it is imperative for him to take this matter seriously. Upon hearing Wang Fujuan's words, Li Hansuang, with an expression of calmness, retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and, in the presence of Wang Fujuan, dialed a number. After exchanging a few words, he handed the phone to Wang Fujuan. Upon receiving the phone, Wang Fujuan felt an immediate sense of trepidation. Knowing full well that this must be a communication from Li Hansuang's family granting permission for the matter at hand. Despite his awareness, Wang Fujuan accepted the call. The next moment, a gruff voice resonated from the other end. Principal Wang, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. In short, you must ensure that my family Hansuang's affairs are handled appropriately. I shall subsequently donate another teaching building. Certainly, Mr. Li. I assure you that you will not be disappointed, Wang Fujuan replied, his tone obsequious. After concluding the call, he returned the phone to Li Hansuang. Rest assured. Classmate Li Hansuang, the school will take care of everything, he said. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Principal, Li Hansuang replied coldly. With no other option, Wang Fujuan nodded, signaling her to depart. Without a backward glance, Li Hansuang exited the office and strode directly towards the school gate. Amidst the astonished gazes of her peers, she walked straight out of the school. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Ming were gathered around a fire, where 2 bear paws were sizzling above the flames. Oh, how delightful the aroma is. I can hardly resist the temptation to taste it, Lin Yu exclaimed, gazing at the bear paws that were crackling enticingly, nearly drooling in anticipation. In this life and the last, it was his first time sampling bear paws. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not excited, for as the ancients said, fish is what I desire, and bear paws are also what I desire. With no fish at hand today, bear paws would suffice. Lin, I must say, your culinary skills have truly astonished me all year. One might think you were on a leisurely trip, he laughed. Haha, Li Ge, you cannot blame me. The last time I accidentally entered that secret realm, although there was meat, the flavor was exceedingly bland and quite unpalatable. Hence, I prepared an abundance of seasonings for the perfect taste, Li Ming replied. Indeed, in the past during missions, I hardly brought any seasonings, wasting a plethora of ingredients. He reminisced about his previous meat-eating experiences. Back then, he never had the assortment of spices he now possessed, thanks to Lin Yu, who had allowed him to savor the delicious flesh of mystical beasts. Li Ge, I feel ready to eat. Why don't you take the first bite? Lin Yu called out to Li Ming, who was eyeing the fragrant bear paws. However, the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 666. Seeing that Li Ming was reluctant to taste, Lin Yu, with a sigh, cut off a small piece and began to chew. As he took a bite, the rich flavor enveloped him, and after a few chews, he found the bear paw succulent, yet not overly greasy. Splendid. Delicious. Lin Yu praised wholeheartedly, then began to devour it voraciously. Observing Lin Yu's enthusiasm, Li Ming promptly took the other bear paw and began to gnaw at it. With Lin Yu's novice culinary skills enhancing the already delectable bear paw, it reached new heights of flavor. After a considerable time, the two finally finished the bare paws, and Lin Yu reclined lazily on the ground. Had I known, I should have brought a couch. This ground is far too hard, leaving my backside sore, he lamented. Oh, Lin, my dear brother, you are here to train, not to indulge in luxury, Li Ming retorted. I know, but training is one thing, and enjoying life is another. What is the purpose of our training if not to enjoy the fruits of our labor later on? For a moment, Li Ming was left speechless, realizing the validity of Lin's argument. After all, the relentless toil was merely a means to enjoy life in old age. Why can't we enjoy life while we strive? He pondered. Enjoy in old age? Not a chance. Chapter 75, The Dream-Eye Mountain Demon. Lin, you keep watch for a while. I shall take a brief rest. Wake me later, Lin Yu instructed. All right. Li Ming quickly shed his shoes, darted into the tent, and soon fell into a deep slumber, his snores resonating. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat quietly by the fire, occasionally adding more wood to prevent the flames from dying out. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a chilling sensation that raised the hairs on his neck, alerting him to the imminent danger. He scanned the surroundings, but nothing seemed amiss, causing him to question whether it was merely his imagination. Just when Lin Yu suspected it was a figment of his mind, two eerie green lights flickered in the distant woods. What the hell? He exclaimed, startled by the sight of the glowing orbs. Were those eyes? After a moment of shock, he fixated intently on the unmoving green lights, unable to suppress his exclamation. It was no wonder he thought so. The two lights were positioned close together, resembling human eyes. The longer Lin Yu observed their immobility, the more fear gripped him. He hastily called upon the system. System, quickly analyze what that creature is and why it is so terrifying. Ding. System is currently performing a scan. Ding. Dream-Eye Mountain Demon, Bronze 8 star. Possesses the ability to manipulate dreams, capable of ensnaring individuals silently within their dreams. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu's brow furrowed in concern. In the next instant, he turned to gaze at the sleeping Li Ming. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Without further hesitation, he kept his eyes fixed on the Dream-Eye Mountain Demon while stealthily approaching Li Ming's tent. Previously, to guard against potential beast attacks, Li Ming had left the tent unzipped, allowing Lin Yu to slip inside with ease. Li Gu, awaken quickly. Lin Yu urgently called to the slumbering Li Ming, but to his dismay, Li Ming remained unresponsive. Smack. With no success in rousing him, Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap to his face. Logically, even if he were in a deep slumber, such a blow should have awakened him. Yet, he remained unyielding, prompting Lin Yu to strike him again, still to no avail. At this point, Lin Yu was certain that Li Ming had been ensnared in the Dream-Eye Mountain Demon's dream. System. How can one awaken a person trapped in a dream by the Dream-Eye Mountain Demon? Ding. The host simply needs to eliminate the demon, and the dream will shatter, allowing the entrapped individual to reconnect with the external world. Thus, a confrontation was inevitable. Lin Yu immediately exited the tent, his gaze fixed firmly on the distant glowing points. Given their stillness, it indicated that the Dream-Eye Mountain Demon was currently unable to strike, making this a prime opportunity for action. Without hesitation, Lin Yu retrieved the Long Yuan sword from the system's storage and instantly activated the Phantom Step, vanishing from his position. Meanwhile, the Dream-Eye Mountain Demon, observing Lin Yu's sudden disappearance from the campsite, wore a perplexed expression. It could not comprehend how the human had vanished. It had intended to wait until Lin Yu fell asleep before making its move to drain the brain matter from both individuals. However, to its astonishment, Lin Yu had inexplicably disappeared, yet it soon adjusted its mindset, as its eyes glimmered with an intensified green light. The entity resolutely ensnared Li Ming within the confines of his dream, while it began to stride slowly towards the camp, just as a sense of triumph swelled within it. A glint of cold light flashed before its eyes. At that moment, Lin Yu was convinced that a single stroke of his sword could slay the creature. Yet the reaction speed of the dark-eyed mountain demon left him utterly astonished. When the tip of his sword was a mere 2 centimeters from the demon, it evaded with an agile sidestep. Damn, this creature is incredibly swift, Lin Yu muttered, once more swinging the Long Yuan sword towards the dark-eyed mountain demon. Without exception, it effortlessly dodged again. Gazing at the demon, which stood tall like a human, Lin Yu felt as if he were facing not a beast, but a living human. Flame Fireball. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu unleashed a fireball directly at the dark-eyed mountain demon. Just as it attempted to evade once more, Lin Yu immediately activated Phantom Step, appearing behind it and striking out, managing to sever one of its arms. Lin Yu had intended to strike at its head, but at that moment, the green light in the demon's eyes fixated on his own. Lin Yu found himself momentarily dazed, and in that brief lapse, the dark-eyed mountain demon swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. Damn, I fell for this creature's trick. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu saw the demon had already distanced itself by several dozen meters, filling him with regret. This was a being capable of manipulating dreams. If he inadvertently fell under its spell alongside Li Ming, the consequences could be dire. However, the demon's speed was astonishing, and even with Phantom Step, Lin Yu found it challenging to catch up in a short span of time. Moreover, Li Ming was still asleep in the tent. if he pursued the demon? What would happen if other beasts arrived? With this thought, Lin Yu could only turn back and hastily return to the tent. Just as he stepped within the confines of the tent, Li Ming, who had previously been impossible to rouse, surprisingly sat up with a bewildered expression. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge from the woods, he curiously inquired, "Hey, Lin, where did you just go? To the restroom? Brotherly, didn't you feel all that commotion just now?" Lin Yu replied. Li Ming shook his head. "All right then, you were ensnared in a dream by a mountain demon. So you just… Unfortunately, it managed to escape, but I did sever one of its arms." Before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted him. "Hey, why does my face hurt so much?" Realizing it later, Li Ming felt an intense heat on his face. Lin Yu, noticing him clutching his face, awkwardly turned his head away. Contemplating, Lin Yu decided it best to explain the situation to him to prevent any wild assumptions. "Ahem, brotherly, your face. I slapped it." "Li Ming, what did you just say, Lin?" "I said your face is the result of my slap. When I sensed something was amiss, I attempted to wake you up, but after calling out for a while and receiving no response, I resorted to slapping you. When that didn't work, I suspected it might be the demon's doing, so I chased after it." "Are you sure you only slapped me once?" Li Ming regarded him skeptically, clearly not believing that a single slap could cause such pain, convinced it had to be more than one. Lin Yu, seeing his attention fixated on this, felt embarrassed and began to fidget with his toes. "Well, the first slap didn't wake you up, and I thought you were in a deep sleep. So you slapped me several more times?" Lin Yu nodded weakly, avoiding his gaze. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 1000. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 999. Ding. Dark-Eyed Mountain Demon's emotional value, 10. Ding. Dark-Eyed Mountain Demon's emotional value, 10. Huh. This Dark-Eyed Mountain Demon actually generated emotional value for me? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had previously been puzzled over how to elicit emotional value from beasts, and now he had the answer. Chapter 76. The Three-Eyed Spirit Pattern Rabbit. In the latter half of the night, Lin Yu lay peacefully asleep within the tent, while Li Ming kept watch by the fire. Fortunately, the Dark-Eyed Mountain Demon did not return. Li Ming surmised that it must have sustained significant injuries, which accounted for its absence. However, based on his years of experience, he believed that the demon would indeed return, though one remained uncertain. Soon, the night passed uneventfully. Lin Yu awoke from his slumber. Although sleeping here was not as comfortable as at home, it was certainly more restful than his previous night in the secret realm. Exiting the tent, he found Li Ming appearing somewhat drowsy. Brotherly, why don't you go inside and catch some sleep? I'll prepare breakfast shortly and call you. All right. Hearing this, Li Ming did not refuse, promptly returning to his tent, and within a minute of lying down, he was fast asleep. Observing him, Lin Yu retrieved his toiletries from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and began to freshen up. Afterward, he took out the remaining meat from the blood moon violent bear, which, due to the lack of air circulation within the 24 bridges, had not developed any unpleasant odor. Next, Lin Yu extracted the crimson serpent tooth from the system space and began slicing meat from the blood moon violent bear. In no time, he had cut away a piece of meat the size of a basin. Lin Yu skewered the meat with 2 sticks and placed it over the fire to roast. Soon a layer of fat began to envelop the meat. Sizzle! A droplet of oil fell onto the fire, producing a delightful hissing sound. At that moment, Lin Yu sprinkled a dish of pepper onto the meat, and the aromatic blend of spices mingled with the bear meat's natural flavors was simply intoxicating. How fragrant! Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Thankfully the fat guy isn't around, or he would have tried to snatch it from me. As Lin Yu roasted the meat, he continued to mumble to himself. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes, causing Lin Yu's expression to shift dramatically as he instinctively moved to wake Li Ming. However, before he could rise, a shadow suddenly leaped out. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a rabbit, but not just any rabbit. This one bore intricate patterns and possessed 3 eyes. System, quickly check what this rabbit is. Lin Yu urgently called out to the system in his mind. Responding promptly, the system began its inquiry. In less than a moment, it provided an answer. Ding. Three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit, strength, bronze 5 stars, temperament, relatively gentle, enjoys being adorable, and has a penchant for food. Just as Lin Yu absorbed this information, the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit blinked its 3 lively eyes at him. The rabbit then shifted its gaze towards the roasting bear meat, and in the next instant, its 3 eyes sparkled with excitement. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit began to hop towards the meat, covering the distance of over 10 meters in just a few bounds. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Arriving beneath the roasting meat, it paused to gaze at the roaring flames, then turned to Lin Yu and began to call out. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but be amused by the little creature. Clearly, this was a food-loving rabbit. Little one, do you want to eat? As the conversation came to a close, the three-eyed spirit rabbit surprisingly nodded in agreement. Observing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to slice off a piece of meat, roughly the size of his palm, and toss it before the creature. The three-eyed spirit rabbit immediately prepared to pick it up with its tiny paws, but the moment its paws made contact with the meat, it jumped up in shock from the heat. Subsequently, it began to blow on its little paws, and Lin Yu, who was quietly watching this spectacle, couldn't help but burst into laughter at its antics. The three-eyed spirit rabbit, seemingly aware that it was being mocked, bared its teeth at Lin Yu. Grr. Lin Yu, seeing the little creature daring to show him such a face, promptly grabbed it. You little rascal, I offer you food, and you don't even express gratitude? How dare you bare your teeth at me? With that, he gently flicked its head. The rabbit, sensing the sting, began to rub its head with its tiny paws. However, its paws were too short to reach the spot, and the sight of this comical scene amused Lin Yu once more. He then picked up the piece of meat from the ground and handed it to the three-eyed spirit rabbit. By this time, the meat was no longer scalding hot. The little creature cautiously poked at it with its paws, and upon realizing it was safe to handle, it clutched the meat tightly. Then, it hastily stuffed it into its mouth, and when it tasted the first bite, its three eyes widened in astonishment. Forgetting its previous predicament with Lin Yu, it frantically gobbled up the meat. Seeing this, Lin Yu gently set it down and prepared to awaken Li Ming. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he saw the three-eyed spirit rabbit blinking its three eyes up at him. The piece of meat it had been given had vanished without a trace. You little glutton, it seems you still want more. Very well, I'll cut you another piece. Knowing that the creature still desired food, Lin Yu sliced off a piece of meat that was even larger than the last and tossed it to the rabbit. Wait a moment before eating, don't burn yourself again, he admonished, not caring whether it understood him as he headed straight to Li Ming's tent to rouse him. Li Gu, wake up, breakfast is ready. Got it. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Ming responded softly and slowly opened his eyes. When he sat up and glanced outside, he was met with the sight of a completely white rabbit with three eyes on its forehead. The three-eyed spirit rabbit. In an instant, Li Ming exclaimed in excitement. It was no surprise that he reacted this way. Anyone else familiar with the rarity of the three-eyed spirit rabbit would have been equally thrilled. Li Ming dashed outside, forgetting whether he was wearing shoes, and lunged toward the three-eyed spirit rabbit. Just as he was about to grasp it, the rabbit swiftly leaped aside to evade capture. Whoa, you little rascal think you can run? Li Ming shouted at Lin Yu, who was momentarily taken aback by the situation. Lin, help me catch it. Though puzzled by Li Ming's sudden eagerness to catch the creature, Lin Yu called out, Little one, come here. Do you want to eat more meat? The three-eyed spirit rabbit halted in its tracks upon seeing the piece of meat in Lin Yu's hand. Sensing no malice from him, it chose to trust Lin Yu and hopped over to his feet, using its tiny paws to tug at his pant leg. Seeing this, Lin Yu scooped it up and offered it a piece of meat. Chapter 77, Taming the Three-Eyed Spirit Rabbit. At this moment, Li Ming walked over and, noticing the little creature comfortably nestled in Lin Yu's arms, felt a surge of curiosity. Lin, how did you attract this little fellow? Don't tell me it was just because of this bare meat. Indeed, it was the aroma of the meat that drew it in. It emerged from the bushes and bounded over when it caught a whiff, Lin Yu explained while gesturing toward the distant foliage. Upon hearing this, Li Ming understood. He had initially thought the three-eyed spirit rabbit had stumbled into their camp by accident, but it had actually been lured by Lin Yu's presence. This realization indicated that he had missed his chance to bond with the rabbit. Nonetheless, he felt no disappointment. For such a rare creature was meant for those with whom it shared a connection. Lin, you must take good care of this little one, Li Ming advised. Lin Yu replied, somewhat perplexed. He couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Li Ming's statement. Did it imply that he was to raise it? Although the creature was undeniably adorable, he had never considered the prospect of nurturing a magical beast. Noticing Lin Yu's confusion, Li Ming surmised that he might not fully understand the significance of the three-eyed spirit rabbit, so he elaborated, Lin, don't play coy. This little creature is sought after by countless wealthy individuals who yearn to keep one as a pet, yet they have no means to acquire it. Is it really that rare? Rare does not even begin to cover it. Among a million rabbit-type magical beasts, only one might be a three-eyed spirit rabbit. Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had initially thought the creature in his arms was merely a gluttonous, ordinary beast. The realization that it was a scarce magical beast, one that the affluent would vie to possess, was astonishing. Looks like you've hit the jackpot. Li Ming teased with a grin. Haha, is that so? Still, I have yet to ascertain whether this little one actually wishes to accompany me, Lin Yu said, scratching his head in bashfulness. He had indeed stumbled upon good fortune. No, he was the protagonist after all, with the protagonist's aura surrounding him. How could the rabbit not want to follow? Little one, do you want to come with me? I promise there will be meat like this every day, Lin Yu declared, pointing at the meat in the rabbit's grasp. Upon hearing Lin Yu's promise of daily feasts, the three-eyed spirit rabbit eagerly nodded, recognizing that he had successfully tamed it. Lin Yu exclaimed, Ha ha, congratulations to Lin for taming a three-eyed spirit rabbit. Li Ming, witnessing the rabbit's nod of agreement, understood that it had decided to follow Lin Yu and cheered with delight. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Detected that the host has tamed the three-eyed spirit rabbit. The system rewards a contract agreement. Startled by the sudden announcement, Lin Yu paused briefly before breaking into laughter. Ha ha. Wonderful. Li Ming watched Lin Yu's inexplicable joy with confusion. Was it truly worthy of such exuberance just for taming a three-eyed spirit rabbit? However, Lin Yu paid him no mind, instead inquiring into his mind with the system. What is the purpose of this contract agreement? Ding. The contract agreement, as the name implies, allows the host to sign an agreement with the magical beast. Once the agreement is signed, the magical beast shall be bound to the host for life and cannot betray them. Note, this contract agreement can only be signed between the host and a tamed magical beast. So, this contract agreement can only be signed between me and the three-eyed spirit rabbit at this moment? Ding. Correct. Currently, the contract agreement can only be signed between the host and the three-eyed spirit rabbit. Upon hearing the words of the system, Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he found it not entirely unacceptable. So how does one utilize this contract agreement? Ding. The host merely needs to place a drop of their own blood alongside a drop of the beast's blood upon it to complete the contract. Additionally, should the host wish to dissolve the contract, they need only retract their blood. Oh, I see now. Lin Yu quickly grasped the method of employing the contract. However, he realized he could not activate this contract in front of Li Ming. Brother Lin, what are you daydreaming about? Li Ming called out as he noticed Lin Yu lost in thought. Coming to his senses, Lin Yu hastily replied, "Oh, nothing much. I was just contemplating whether to prepare some carrots for this little fellow. The three-eyed spirit rabbit is a beast, not merely an animal. Its primary preference is for meat. Though it wouldn't hurt to offer it some vegetables occasionally," Li Ming elucidated. "Oh, got it," Lin Yu nodded. "By the way, Brother Li, I saved a piece of roasted meat for you. You should taste it." With that, Lin Yu handed over the remaining piece of meat to Li Ming, who promptly accepted it and began to devour it heartily. Truly delicious. No wonder this little creature sought you out. The flavor is exquisite. Haha, enjoy it. If it's not enough, I'll roast more, Lin Yu replied cheerfully. After a while, the two tidied up their belongings and resumed their journey. This time with a new companion. The three-eyed spirit rabbit was perched upon Lin Yu's shoulder, its tiny claws gripping his clothing tightly, terrified of falling off. Initially, Lin Yu intended to hold it in his arms, but it stubbornly climbed atop his head. Consequently, as Lin Yu's head swayed, the rabbit tumbled down. Reluctantly, Lin Yu placed it back on his shoulder. "Brotherly, do you think we will reach the Yin Mountains today?" Lin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice as he walked behind. Li Ming shook his head upon hearing the question. "Originally, I planned to follow the markers to the village first, and then have them guide us to the Yin Mountains. However, I did not anticipate their unwelcoming nature, which led them to tamper with the markers. For now, we must advance according to their altered signs. I am uncertain if this direction leads to the Yin Mountains. If it does, splendid. If not, we shall be wandering in the dark. Can we not train here? Must we go to the Yin Mountains?" Lin Yu questioned. "The beasts here are quite scarce, and without the suppression of the Yin Mountains, most of the creatures here are at the silver level. Given your current strength, that would be inviting trouble," Li Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu understood and fell silent, quietly trailing behind Li Ming. He had no intention of revealing his capability to vanquish silver-level beasts, especially as it pertained to the Li Fire Pearl. Although the power of the Li Fire Pearl would allow Lin Yu to face silver-level beasts of 8 or 9 stars with ease, what use would that be? He could not rely on the Li Fire Pearl in every confrontation. Should it catch the eye of someone with ill intentions, it could lead to dire consequences. It is prudent to be cautious, to develop steadily without recklessness. The Li Fire Pearl must remain a trump card. While Lin Yu was lost in contemplation, Li Ming, walking ahead, suddenly halted. "Brotherly, what is the matter?" "Shoo, listen," Li Ming urged. "What are we listening for?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. "There's the sound of a baby crying." "What?" "Shoo, keep your voice down." Li Ming quickly signaled for Lin Yu to lower his volume. Complying, Lin Yu immediately fell silent and, following Li Ming's lead, moved toward the direction from which the sound emanated.